I guess I should also get ready. Suddenly, Choi Sung-gun smirked. Come at me, Seo Gu-seop. You'll get hurt more than I will. His expression was mysteriously sinister. Afterwards, news of director Kwon Ki-taek's next film shook the film industry, especially the news that the popular Kang Woojin was chosen as the lead. In no time, the news spread throughout the entertainment media. It was big news, after all. It is a new movie directed by the master director Kwon Ki-taek. The fact that Kang Woojin, who had only debuted a few months ago, was chosen as the lead for such a big project was sensational. Naturally, this caused quite a stir, and the impact was huge. Articles started appearing on various portal sites within an hour. Meanwhile, PD Yoon Byung-seon, who was traveling in HTBS Entertainment's van with his team, was surprised. Wow, what's this? Woojin is joining director Kwon Ki-taek's next film? And as a lead actor? Hearing the news, the writers and junior PDs were amazed. Wow, really? It's true. The articles are coming out now. Being the lead in a Kwon Ki-taek film. This is insane. Is it confirmed? Does this mean that Woojin will work with director Kwon Ki-taek? It's not confirmed yet, right? PD Yoon Byung-seon, scanning through various articles, said. Who knew he had this big news up his sleeve? It looks like they had confirmed this a while ago and kept it a secret. Must be. With the power of director Kwon Ki-taek, it's entirely possible that he cast him earlier and waited for the right time to announce. Maybe after seeing Henry Yang, director Kwon Ki-taek sent the script directly to Woojin. Or was it because of exorcism? Anyway, there's nothing ordinary about Woojin's career. Chuckling, PD Yoon Byung-seon's smile grew deeper. This will definitely leave an impression on the public. PD Yoon Byung-seon murmured, in a meaningful way. Should we give this a little push too? At PD Yoon Byung-seon's sly words, the head writer's eyes widened. Putting down her phone, she quickly asked, Give it a push? Do you mean we should also promote Woojin too? Yes, that's what I mean. PD Yoon Byung-seon, with his mischievous PD grin, casually mentioned. Since he has gained momentum, it's time to add a booster to it. Chapter 84, Enhancement 5. Booster? Unlike the relaxed PD Yoon Byung-seon, the head writer looked slightly worried. Even though some cast members, including Woojin, have been confirmed, isn't it a bit early for that? For reference, while rumors about PD Yoon Byung-seon's new variety show on HTBS were circulating, no clear facts had been officially announced yet. However, because PD Yoon Byung-seon was a significant figure in the variety show world, there was much speculation among the media about the potential cast members. Anyway, adjusting his glasses, PD Yoon Byung-seon shrugged at the head writer. Of course, releasing it right now might be overkill, and we'd also scatter the audience's attention. But isn't it a waste to miss this timing? Kang Woojin as the lead in director Kwon Ki-taek's next project? It's obviously going to make a lot of noise. This time, the male assistant PD chimed in. True. We had no idea Woojin would be in director Kwon Ki-taek's next project. Right? Given the unexpected news, we need to adjust our promotional plans. Even if we keep the other cast members' announcements on schedule, we can release Woojin's news a bit earlier, right? Are you suggesting we drop the bomb as if it's a buy one get one free deal? Yes. Giving a short answer, PD Yoon Byung-seon briefly checked his phone again and continued. What's funny about these issues is that everyone knows they're fleeting, so it's essential to prolong them as much as possible. When multiple issues are linked together, the momentum grows explosively. If there's only one issue, it ends there. But when several combine, they grow, feeding off each other. Director Kwon Ki-taek's next project, Kang Woojin, and Us combined. Also, given the existing buzz around Woojin, it will all multiply significantly. Ultimately, it's a win-win for the movie, Woojin, and Us. Clearly, PD Yoon Byung-seon had immense influence in the entertainment world. Even if not known widely, the scale of the impact was bound to be significant. Adjusting his glasses once more, he continued. But if we wait too long, the momentum may fade. Timing is crucial. Let's watch Woojin's rise in popularity due to the issue with director Kwon Ki-taek for a few days, and when it feels the time is right, we'll reveal our news about Woojin. How long are you thinking of observing? Maybe 2 or 3 days. In the meantime, you guys finalize the other cast members, and I'll contact CEO Choi Sung-gun. Following his directive, The writers and junior PDs started typing into their phones. Once the head writer finished noting down on her phone, thinking of Kang Woojin, said, "Isn't it fascinating about Kang Woojin? He's like the center of the entertainment world right now, right? From dramas to movies and variety shows. And he's a newcomer. Promising newcomers always have a different vibe and momentum. They have a distinct aura, like with Woojin. Rather than just feeling that it's going well, it's much more. Anyway, since I started as a scriptwriter, it's the first time I've seen anything like this." PD Yoon Byung-seon, with arms crossed, looked intrigued. "Well, me too. It means Woojin is on an unprecedented path." Later, throughout the 11th, the internet was flooded with articles every second. What was the buzz about? Movie is, from Exorcism and profiler Henry Yang to director Kwon Ki-taek's latest film. Kang Woojin, cast as the lead. News of Kang Woojin's first leading role in a movie was a major bombshell in the entertainment world, and media outlets were rushing to cover it. Beyond shocking casting, the master director Kwon Ki-taek selects Kang Woojin as the lead for his next film. Consequently, all the previous rumors about Kang Woojin faded into the background. It was understandable. It wasn't just any director's film, but the top-tier master director Kwon Ki-taek's next project. And Woojin wasn't just a minor or supporting role, but the lead from the start. The term unprecedented felt like an understatement. Of course, it was a first-time situation for director Kwon Ki-taek, and the same goes for the film industry. Moreover, the only one officially announced by director Kwon Ki-taek's side was Kang Woojin. In other words, they were thinking quite specially of him. Star Talk, just a few months after his debut, Kang Woojin is the lead in director Kwon Ki-taek's film? Kang Woojin's unbelievable journey/photo. Whether it was the media or public opinion, everyone was intensely curious about Kang Woojin's story with director Kwon Ki-taek. The more the interest grew, the bigger the issue became. Hence, by the afternoon, this bombshell news, which had broken late in the morning, had spread everywhere. Especially on SNS and various online communities, the buzz was explosive. At the same time, BW Entertainment's official website and Kang Woojin's fan cafe were flooded with comments. The news spread quickly, heating things up like a furnace. He's exploded in popularity after Henry Yang, and now he's starring in a movie directed by Kwon Ki-taek as the lead? Really? I want to watch it ASAP. Waiting is hard. Has there ever been a precedent for this? Kang Woojin is seriously on the fast track. Even after his breakout role as Park Dae-ri, he only got minor roles. Now he's finally getting his big break. Anyway, if it's someone like Woojin Oppa, he definitely deserves to be leading in big productions. So interesting, I graduated with him, and now he's the lead in a movie by a renowned director. Wait, where's my yearbook? Yuri his high school classmate? At this rate, isn't it totally possible for Kang Woojin to become a top actor within a year? Why is everyone hyping Kang Woojin so much? He was just some arrogant newbie. May you only walk the path of success, Appa. A passing-by fan from Kang's heart. From hand to hand, mouth to mouth, it was a whirlwind. No one saw it coming, so it came with a significant shock. What? Kang Woojin landed the lead role in director Kwon Ki-taek's next movie? Huh? What are you talking about? It's not just some random director. It's director Kwon Ki-taek, and he's playing the lead. No, it's true. It's a fact. Look at this. The eyes of staff from various movie companies and production companies widened in disbelief. Except for director Song Man-woo and Hong Ha-yeon, who already knew and just laughed. Others like Wallin, the drug dealer team, and Netflix were taken aback. In fact, every project that Kang Woojin had been involved in was shaken. Thanks to rising star Kang Woojin, films like Drug Dealer and Male Friend received free promotion. Among them, one particular individual was about to explode from rage. It was the bulldog face-like CEO, Seo Gu-seop. Damn it. Hey, is this for sure? That bastard Kang Woojin. He's the lead in director Kwon's movie? This doesn't make sense. It seems to be confirmed. The initial news came directly from director Kwon Ki-taek's side. So it's official? It appears so. What kind of messed up situation is this? Even though he saw it with his own eyes, CEO Seo Gu-seop couldn't accept the reality. Meanwhile, the film distributor for director Kwon Ki-taek announced. Exclusive Kang Woojin chosen as the lead, director Kwon Ki-taek's next film titled Island of the Missing. By nightfall, all the articles pouring in featured Kang Woojin, director Kwon Ki-taek, and Island of the Missing as a set. The waves grew much larger. However, from lunchtime to night, Kang Woojin, the protagonist of this entire storm, was constantly amazed by the current situation. However, on his way home from work, he was totally thinking about something else. What should I sing for the test tomorrow? Maybe something familiar. For some reason, he was concerned about song selection. The next morning, on the 12th, the location was a suite in a large hotel in Seoul. From the look of it, the room was big enough to make one's jaw drop. Japanese could be heard in this luxurious room. There were 3 people present. 2 familiar faces sat facing each other on a sofa. They were director Kyotaro and writer Akari. Both were having morning tea, being briefed about today's schedule. The person explaining was an agency staff member. Director, writer, the 2 of you will complete your morning schedules separately and then rejoin for lunch. Director Kyotaro, with his full head of gray hair, nodded. What time are we leaving? It's an outdoor shoot. The location is near Incheon and will take about 2 hours to get there. You can leave right after lunch. Understood. Everything has been discussed with the on-site director. So just check what needs to be checked during the shoot and you can discreetly leave. We've limited the number of accompanying staff. The site the agency staff was referring to was for the movie Drug Dealer. While director Kyotaro had already spoken with Choi Sung-gun about it, Kang Woojin wasn't aware of it. After a few minutes of detailed briefing, the agency employee left the suite. Simultaneously, swish. Akari, the writer who had been wearing glasses, took them off and smiled gently at director Kyotaro across from her. You know director Kwon Ki-taek, right? Of course. He's an incredible director. We became friends a few years ago at the Venice Film Festival. I heard the actor you mentioned is joining director Kwon Ki-taek's next project. There was a lot of buzz about that yesterday. Yes, I've heard about it. I've seen the articles too. Director Kyotaro put down the teacup he had been sipping from. I think he's finally getting the spotlight he deserves. Are you okay with it? I was wondering if this would disrupt your plans. Nothing has changed. While it would have been great to meet him earlier, but I still need actor Kang Woojin. Director Kyotaro firmly replied, then slightly changed the topic while looking at writer Akari. Of course, if you disagree, I'll have to reconsider. As I mentioned in our last meeting, I'm in favor of adding a Korean actor. But didn't you mention you wanted to see him in person? Wasn't it to assess his acting? I'm curious because you praised him so highly. I also wonder which role might suit him. Have you decided on a role for actor Kang Woojin? Director Kyotaro shook his head. Not yet, but I do have a character in mind. Oh, and of course, after seeing him, I would like to hear your opinion as well. I'll take it into account as the original author's perspective is most accurate. Writer Akari, who had been smiling faintly, checked the time and stood up from the sofa. Of course, I'll tell you exactly which character comes to mind when I see him, be it a minor role or a lead. Meanwhile, at the same time, at a recording studio near Netflix Korea. This studio was affiliated with Netflix. Inside, there was a long waiting sofa, a variety of musical instruments, a control area, and a recording booth in front, making it quite spacious. The male friend team gathered in this studio. The plump executive director Kim So-hyang, a few Netflix employees, director Shin Dong-chun, writer Choi Nana, Kang Woojin's team, and Wallen's team were all present. At a glance, about 10 people were there, and the place was buzzing with conversation. Naturally, most of the talk centered on Kang Woojin and director Kwon Ki-taek. Woojin had already received numerous congratulations. Both Kang Woojin and Wallen were seated side by side on a sofa in the center. Woojin was wearing a cap pulled low on his forehead. He didn't need to visit the salon for his next schedule, which was the second shoot for Drug Dealer. On the other hand, Wallen, who was blankly staring at the empty front booth, was fully ready with makeup, probably because her next schedule was soon. Neither of them spoke. Kang Woojin had a stern expression, while Wallen looked somewhat haughty. Director Shin Dong-chun, who was talking with executive director Kim So-hyang, whispered, "It seems the 2 of them are still a bit awkward. They should start getting closer." Woojin tends to be a bit reserved, so it's probably more pronounced. Once we start filming, I'll have to coordinate it well. Wallen, who was seated right next to Kang Woojin and seemed quite preoccupied, had many thoughts in her head. Should I ask if he had breakfast? Would that seem strange? But what perfume is Woojin wearing? It smells so good. At that moment, Ms. Wallin. Suddenly, Kang Woojin, who had been looking at his phone, asked Wallin in a soft voice. Have you had breakfast? Startled, Wallin responded in a fluster. Huh? Oh, I didn't. No. Wait, I think I did. I see. And what about you, Woojin? I didn't eat. Oh, it was a brief exchange. At this point, Wallen's fangirl emotions were exploding. I should have brought a sandwich in the car. Should I go get one? It's fine to give it just as a colleague, right? But then, boom, the thick door of the studio opened, stopping her in her tracks. The producer in charge of today's session had entered. I'm sorry, the call took longer than expected. Let's get started. The nearly bald producer took a seat in front of the editing equipment. Then, Executive Director Kim So-hyang looked at Kang Woojin and Wallin and said, This is just a test to match your tones, so there's no need to push yourselves. The current recording session was, as Kim So-hyang mentioned before, to check the voice chemistry between Woojin and Wallin. It was intended to help in selecting tracks for the OST. While solo songs were important, duet songs were even more crucial. It was a test to find the perfect song to match their combined voices. Well, that might be the official reason, but the main point was, since everyone knows about Wallen's singing skills, she can go later. Shall we start with Woojin first? The real focus was to evaluate Kang Woojin's singing ability. Since the OST was in the works, a clear assessment was essential. With everyone watching, Kang Woojin calmly stepped forward. His destination was the recording booth. Thud. Without a word, Kang Woojin entered the booth and slowly surveyed the interior. There wasn't much to see. A few sound devices, a microphone, and headphones. Having never been in such a booth before, he kept trying to calm himself. Think of it as a coin-operated karaoke room. Yes, just like a coin-operated karaoke. But it's kind of embarrassing with everyone staring. Meanwhile, the people observing Woojin from the window each had their own thoughts. Kim So-hyang had been silently praying since earlier. Please, just be above average. Even slightly below. Average is okay. Wallin, overwhelmed by her fan feelings, had her heart racing. A song from Woojin. This is precious. I wonder how it'll be. I wish I could tell the fan club about it. Director Shin Dong-chun and writer Choi Na-na looked both worried and expectant, with more signs of worry. Choi Sung-gun was quietly talking with Wallen's chubby manager. CEO, do you know if Kang Woojin can sing? Well, he says he can sing decently. But his definition of decently is usually not just decent. Oh, if he's from an acting background, he probably sings just okay. Maybe like singing a bit when hanging out with friends at karaoke? I can't really imagine him singing. He might not have even been to a karaoke room. Really? Staring blankly, Choi Sung-gun responded to the manager's question with a faint smile. He then turned his gaze to Kang Woojin in the booth and folded his arms. He can't be good at singing too, can he? Well, what ordinary people and experts see is different, so he might just be decent. That would be enough. Then, Woojin, can you hear me? The producer, sitting at the main console, spoke to Woojin, who was wearing headphones, and Woojin's answer echoed throughout the studio. Yes, I can hear you. I'll play the song you mentioned, and it's okay to read the lyrics from your phone. Okay. All right, let's start. Swish. As the producer manipulated the equipment, a gentle intro began. A ballad. It was a song that seemed fitting for winter and was also well known. Everyone seemed to recognize it, murmuring, Oh, this song. It's a good song, but isn't it a bit difficult? He might be pushing himself. Shoo. Let's listen. In a moment, Woojin looked at the lyrics on his phone and began singing. The first verse started in a low tone. The sound was smooth, but his voice was slightly raspy. The fascinating thing was, what? Wow dash. What? What's going on? As soon as they heard Woojin sing, everyone's mouths dropped open. This is crazy. Wallin covered her mouth with both hands. Unaware of their reactions, Woojin gradually raised his pitch, approaching the climax. Slowly, his emotions and expressions deepened. He was lost in the music. As a result, everyone was captivated by his song, their faces blank in astonishment. Executive Director Kim So-hyang, coming back to her senses, suddenly turned around, her eyes wide open. She asked Choi Sung-gun, who also had his mouth open, Did Kang Woojin ever work as a singer? All eyes were fixed on him. Choi Sung-gun struggled to reply. No, that's impossible dash. But he began to doubt himself. Kang Woojin's singing ability. It was outrageously incredible. Or did he? Chapter 85, Acceleration 1. The question of whether Kang Woojin had been a singer in the past had Choi Sung-gun's confusion spread to everyone in the studio, including director Kim So-hyang. Huh? CEO Choi, what are you talking about? Are you saying he was or he wasn't? Everyone in the room was staring intently at Choi Sung-gun. Meanwhile, Choi Sung-gun seemed captivated by Kang Woojin, who was singing passionately inside the booth. I'm not sure myself, whether it's true or not. Giving a clear answer was difficult. There was no hint that Kang Woojin had ever been a singer, but there was no guarantee he hadn't either. Above all, that insane singing ability. If he's that good, it wouldn't be surprising if he had some history in singing dash. Eventually, Choi Sung-gun, regaining his composure, turned to the people staring intently at him. No. Well, let's listen a bit more for now. For now, he wanted to hear more of Kang Woojin's singing. Despite the frustrating expression, director Kim So-hyang and the rest shifted their gaze back to Woojin in the booth. Before they knew it, Woojin had already finished the first verse and was moving into the second. It was a melodious, yet somehow melancholic song, perfect for winter. Watching Woojin, Choi Sung-gun crossed his arms slowly. Did he work as a background singer? Or maybe did some busking overseas? Choi Sung-gun's mind was filled with far-fetched assumptions. He recalled videos of foreigners busking freely on the streets abroad. Whether singing Korean or foreign songs, given Kang Woojin's current performance, it seemed entirely plausible. Nothing is unnecessary in acting. Any experience can be helpful. Music demands emotion. If designing helped in fostering creativity and reverse thinking for acting, maybe he engaged with music to fluidly express various emotions? If he pursued design for acting, then perhaps singing had a similar reason. Choi Sung-gun increasingly lost himself in his imagination. But with that level of skill, he could have genuinely been a professional singer, right? He sneaked a peek at Wallin in front of him. She, an ultra-popular singer in her 8th year, was completely captivated by Woojin's song. If even Wallin, who didn't seem close to Woojin, is reacting like this, that says everything. Choi Sung-gun almost laughed out loud. He found the whole situation absurd and unbelievable, just like Kang Woojin himself. What kind of life have you lived? Did God create you with special attention? He was self-taught to the level of overshadowing top actors and fluent in foreign languages. That alone would have required an unthinkable amount of time and effort. But to also possess a professional singer-level voice? It was beyond imagination. Hence, Choi Sung-gun gave up trying to comprehend. Meanwhile, Kang Woojin in the booth. He was approaching the chorus of the second verse. His voice was slightly deeper, but the intensity was increasing. It was like scratching one's throat. The high notes were clear, but the slight raspiness captured everyone's attention. Soon, Woojin was completely immersed in the song. Gradually, he began to channel deeper emotions from within the song. As a result, his voice grew richer, more profound. These emotions enhanced the delivery and expression in Woojin's voice. Maybe it was the ability of his void space. After enhancing his singing skills, it helped with voice projection and acting. Conversely, when singing, his emotions intensified. Woojin, performing the song like an act, seemed like a fish in water. He interpreted the lyrics, channeled his emotions, and let his performance explode with passion. He controlled his voice as he wished. Kang Woojin was getting increasingly engrossed in the song. As he continued, the members of the male friend team were lost in admiration. Soon, Woojin's voice began to fade, reaching the end of the song, sounding both poignant and tragic. After finishing, Kang Woojin put down his phone and complimented himself. I nailed it. I've never been able to sing this song in karaoke before. With this I can probably sing any song. He almost let out a smirk, but stopped himself, reminding himself of his concept and putting on a poker face. Removing his headphones, he looked up. For some reason, people outside the booth were crowded right in front of the window. What were they doing? It looked like a scene from a zoo. Why were they making those faces? There was only one answer. His singing was phenomenal. Kang Woojin felt an odd satisfaction as he leaned in and spoke into the microphone. I'm done. However, No one outside the booth responded for a while. The first to react was Wallin, whose cheeks had oddly reddened for some reason. Clap, clap, clap. She started clapping slowly, and that initiated a ripple effect. Clap, 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 clap. Clap, 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 clap. Everyone joined in with applause. Thanks to this, a scene unfolded where everyone showered praise upon Kang Woojin, who seemed trapped like an animal in a cage. Why all the fuss? Although Woojin tried to maintain his indifferent demeanor, he couldn't deny that it felt good. Ugh, hold on, shoulders. Don't go up. Kang Woojin calmly exited the booth. At the same time, the surrounding crowd bombarded him with questions. The first was from director Shin Dong-chan. Woojin, wow, I'm shocked. You sing so well, huh? Then came a barrage of simultaneous questions from all directions, too many to name individually. Exactly. Wow, who would have known? You should be really proud. That was incredible, truly. Not just saying it, but I really didn't expect you to be that good. Where did you learn to sing like that? Woojin, did you ever secretly work as a singer? What are they talking about? Woojin sternly shook his head. No, not at all. Then, it was just a hobby. At this, Choi Sung-gun's eyes widened in shock. Are you kidding me? A hobby? If that's a hobby, what about the aspiring singers out there? Kim So-hyang, who had asked the question, let out a wry laugh. A hobby? That's beyond hobby level. Is that so? Honestly, have you ever tried auditioning for a singing competition or something? Not really. Throughout this noisy exchange, Wallin, who had been silent from the start, was flooded with indescribable emotions. Her heart was pounding. She saw a radiant glow that emanated from Kang Woojin. So this is what being a fan feels like. In that moment, she truly understood the feelings of her fans. This fervent desire to do anything for him, the endlessly pounding heart. Right now, Wallin didn't really care about Woojin's singing skills. What should I do? I feel like I'll be his fan for life. It was at this moment that director Kim So-hyang tapped Wallin's shoulder. Wallin, what did you think from a professional's perspective? Only then did Wallin manage to pull herself together. She locked eyes with Kang Woojin. In her heart, she wanted to jump around, giving him a big thumbs up. However, she couldn't let Woojin see her as some crazed fan. He's good. That's all. He's talented. His emotions are sufficient when he sings. Though it sounded like a lukewarm compliment, for some reason, Kang Woojin still gave Wallin a slight nod in gratitude. Thank you. Regardless of the reactions, director Kim So-hyang proceeded with the session. For now, Woojin can take a break and it's Wallin's turn. Sing whatever you like. Even one of your own songs is fine. She needed to match Woojin's tone and song from earlier. Soon, Wallin took a deep breath and headed to the booth, while Kim So-hyang whispered to writer Choi Na-na and director Shim Dong-chan. This scene in episode 2 of Male Friend, where Han In-ho gives a surprise. It's going to be a hit, right? Then, Wallin's song began. It was her solo track. Everyone quickly focused on her singing, including Kang Woojin. Wow, I get to see this live. At this point, Kim So-hyang leaned in and whispered to Kang Woojin. Woojin, if this goes well, we might sweep the charts in both Korea and Japan. Her smile was radiant. The harmony of your voices, both yours and Wallin's, is just spectacular. About an hour later, after settling his studio schedule, Kang Woojin boarded the van in the parking lot. Thunk. The vehicle took off immediately. There was no time to waste. They had to head to Incheon for the drug dealer's shoot. Woojin, having taken off the cap he'd been wearing, rotated his head side to side. Am I a bit tired? Even though it was fun, being in a recording studio was still unfamiliar, which probably added some stress. Well, it's all right. In the van, Woojin reached for the seat pocket. Scripts and scenarios were stacked there. Swish. He picked up The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger by director Kyotaro, which he had been frequently reading lately. At this point, Choi Sung-gun, who had been sneaking glances at Woojin from the co-driver's seat, asked, Woojin, did you finish reading that? Woojin, who was pointing with his index finger, looked up. I've read about half. What do you think? Regardless of everything else, the rating of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger was already A grade. It was thrilling, a mix of mystery and suspense, and it was entertaining. I view it positively. Really? Yes. Did you know that the original story is by author Akari Takikawa? Akari Takikawa? That super famous one. Yes, it's one of her best sellers. Choi Sung-gun was slightly surprised. He thought it was impressive that the renowned director Kyotaro was adapting it, but he didn't realize that the original was by the globally famous Akari, especially since reading the original Japanese scenario had been difficult for him. Suddenly, a news article that Choi Sung-gun had glanced at recently flashed through his mind. Akari, who was currently in Korea, and director Kyotaro, who entered the country secretly. The scenario's original was by Akari. Connecting the dots, Choi Sung-gun quickly came to a conclusion. They must have entered Korea together. The guest director Kyotaro mentioned who will visit the set today must be Akari. In other words, today, two major figures were visiting to see Kang Woojin. However, Choi Sung-gun didn't tell Woojin this. It was confidential after all. Today is going to be monumental. Meanwhile, Han Yeung with her yellow bob hair was asking Kang Woojin a question. Appa, where did you learn to sing? Nowhere. Then why are you so good? Next, Choi Sung-gun turned from the co-driver's seat. Woojin, did you ever perform overseas or do street performances like busking? I'm not asking about your past, just curious. Busking? What busking? I've taken buses daily before. Kang Woojin answered honestly. No, I haven't. Is it really just a hobby? Yes. Like with design, did you take up singing as a hobby because it helps with acting? Even though it felt like a deepening misunderstanding, either way, it helped his acting, so Woojin simply nodded. Yes, it's similar. Upon hearing the answer, Choi Sung-gun seemed to become more serious. Thoughts raced in his mind. For now, just asking out of curiosity, have you ever thought of becoming a singer? No, not at all. Kang Woojin was already overwhelmed as an actor. I barely know the acting industry, and now singing too? That's too much. If he went down that route, he felt like his head might explode. With all the misunderstandings and misconceptions, the chances of that were high. So, Woojin answered shortly and calmly. No, I haven't considered it. Really? There are versatile talents in the market who both act and sing. They switch activities every year. 1 year as an actor, the next as a singer. That sounds intense. But how would you feel if your influence as an actor increased? Maybe using a secondary career to your advantage. Your singing talent is too good to be wasted. That doesn't sound too bad. Having acquired such a skill and not using it seemed a bit wasteful. That doesn't sound bad. Do you have something in mind? Yeah, I do. Your foreign language skills, singing, and acting. Mixing these well, I can think of 2 things right now. Choi Sung-gun, with a meaningful grin, said, starting your own YouTube channel and doing musicals. Around late lunchtime, near Incheon Port, rows of large warehouses were built around the area with a vast view of the sea at Incheon Port. In front of a warehouse painted in gray, the filming crew of Drug Dealer had set up. Launch the drone. Just a moment. We'll be filming the sea inserts first in 10 minutes. Can those spectators move back? We don't want an accident to happen to you. The filming equipment was already set up. Dozens of onlookers surrounded the filming crew. Not many actors were in sight. The lead, Jin Jae-jun, was not there either. Among them, a middle-aged male actor sat at a makeshift plastic table in front of the warehouse. He looked to be in his late 50s. Though his face bore deep wrinkles, he had a rather subdued aura. At a glance, he had an energy reminiscent of a tiger. He was the actor Park Pan-seo, known in the industry as the workhorse for his prolific roles in the acting community. In Drug Dealer, he played the role of Kim Hyun-soo and was mostly referred to as Professor Kim. He appeared in the early part and exited in the latter half of the film. According to the script, he's a character who manufactures drugs. Of course, it was a pivotal role. Nevertheless, his expression seemed somewhat gloomy. Perhaps because of that, Senior Director Kim Do-hee, whose hair had grown rougher, approached Park Pan-seo, who was seated alone. Are you all right? Soon, Park Pan-seo, who had been flipping through the script, slowly nodded. I'm fine. Just a bit of stomach trouble. Then you should rest. Today we can just shoot Woojin's solo scenes. We can film your scenes with him tomorrow. It's fine. Go on with the shoot. All right. If you feel unwell, please let me know. Okay. Director Kim Do-hee, who had been watching Park Pan-seo for a moment, walked among the crew members. Meanwhile, Park Pan-seo resumed reading his script. Suddenly, he clenched and unclenched his fist. His palm was damp with sweat, the nervousness of a veteran. Park Pan-seo's mind was filled with thoughts about acting. It was because of the rookie actor he had seen a few days earlier, who had delivered a mesmerizing performance alongside Jin Jae-jun. Heh, to think I'd be this nervous because of a rookie at this age. It was then. Kang Woojin has arrived. Among the dozens of crew members, the rookie actor whom the veteran had been thinking of arrived. It was Kang Woojin. As soon as he arrived, he was congratulated by director Kim Do-hee and the crew members. Look who it is, our star Kang. Haha, I saw the news. Congratulations. Wow. A lead role in director Kwon Ki-taek's film. The film industry is in chaos. It's an unprecedented feat. It's amazing, truly amazing. Debuting with a lead role, and in a film by director Kwon Ki-taek. After about 10 minutes of being congratulated by everyone, Kang Woojin calmly approached Park Pan-seo, who was at the makeshift table. Hello, sir. Park Pan-seo, rising from his seat, smiled slightly. Yes, it's good to see you. I heard the good news. Congratulations. Park Pan-seo reached out his hand. Internally, Kang Woojin exclaimed. What an overwhelming aura. Must show the utmost respect. Thanks to that, Kang Woojin's expression became even colder. In that state, Kang Woojin took Park Pan-seo's hand. Thank you. The veteran's tension heightened. Indeed, his gaze is different from other rookies. Today, Park Pan-seo, or rather, I look forward to working with you, sir. Professor Kim was scheduled to die at the hands of Lee Sang-man. Likewise, and it was to be a particularly gruesome death. 6. Acceleration 2. Park Pan-seo, who had been gazing at Kang Woojin, let go of his hand and replied, I watched your previous performance. You did well. At that moment, director Kim Do-hee and the assistant director approached. It was director Kim Do-hee who spoke first. If you're done with greetings, Woojin, you can go get your makeup and costume ready. Yes, director. Sir, are you really okay? I told you I'm fine. At this point, Kang Woojin looked at Park Pan-seo, whose presence reminded him of a fierce tiger. Is he unwell? Noticing Woojin's concerned gaze, Park Pan-seo waved the script as if to say not to worry. Don't worry, Woojin. Just focus on your acting. The director is just overreacting. Understood. At that, director Kim Do-hee sighed softly and directed the assistant director. All right, let's hurry then. Woojin, get your makeup and costume done. Woojin, you know from the script, today's makeup is a bit heavy, right? I'm aware. Soon after, Kang Woojin moved with the assistant director to where the makeup team was gathered. Watching Woojin's retreating figure, Park Pan-seo murmured to director Kim Do-hee, don't interrupt his performance in the middle of the scene because you're worried about me. Yes, sir. Though she responded appropriately, director Kim Do-hee looked at Park Pan-seo, slightly surprised. It's strange. He's usually so calm, but he's flared up today. Like Park Pan-seo, she fixed her gaze on Kang Woojin up ahead. Is it because of Woojin? Strange. Jae-jun too. While there's certainly the zeal of a rookie, Woojin has this ability to awaken other actors. It's not bad for me, but still. Director Kim Do-hee felt a little sorry for actors working with Kang Woojin and recalled something male lead Jin Jae-jun had said the day before. Acting in front of him feels like being stripped bare, not as an actor, but as the character. It was something that director Kim Do-hee, as a director, could never truly feel and understand. Regardless, she moved to the location where 3 monitors were set up. Among the spectators held back by the crew, she noticed Choi Sung-gun. And then, are those the guests he said would come today? The 2 individuals accompanying him had their faces covered, catching the director's attention. Choi Sung-gun and director Kim Do-hee exchanged a distant glance. But the director tilted her head. Who are they? There are 2 of them. They've both covered their faces, so they must be famous. The 2 guests accompanying Choi Sung-gun were wearing masks. Though she had known they would come, director Kim Do-hee's curiosity grew. It was obvious that they were in the same industry since they came to see Woojin. But asking directly would be awkward. Scratching her chin, director Kim Do-hee called over the assistant director. Do you see over there? CEO Choi with the 2 masked individuals. Oh yes, who are they? I don't know. Just let the crew know not to bother those 2, since they're CEO Choi's guests. Got it. Do we have any spare chairs? Yes, a few. Give them some. Let them sit and watch. Upon receiving the director's order, the assistant director immediately brought over some stacked plastic chairs. Choi Sung-gun, receiving the chairs, nodded in gratitude to director Kim Doo-hee. As he unfolded the plastic chairs, he gestured to the two guests. Please sit down. He spoke briefly in Japanese. Naturally, the guests were director Kyotaro and author Akari. After a light greeting with Choi Sung-gun, director Kyotaro and Akari took their seats, expressing their gratitude. Thank you. Thank you very much. Though some nearby staff members threw curious glances at the two, director Kyotaro and author Akari paid little attention. Especially author Akari, pushing up her glasses perched on the tip of her nose, was busy observing Kang Woojin, who was in the middle of getting his makeup done. His physique looks good. Her first impression wasn't bad. All the while, she glanced at director Kyotaro sitting next to her, who was exchanging a few words in Japanese with Choi Sung-gun. The director praised him highly, but to what extent is that true? Shifting her gaze back to Woojin, Akari thought, he'll surely act well, but I've heard he's a rookie. For an actor, the amount of experience can't be overlooked. While she wasn't an expert in acting, author Akari had penned numerous novels so far. That means she's created an immense number of characters. The essence of a character ultimately needs to be based on experience. At least, that was her belief. One needs to observe, feel, and have realizations to intensify acting. In that regard, that kid might be lacking. With those thoughts, Akari continued to watch Kang Woojin intently. Still, he must have something to compensate for his shortcomings. About 40 minutes later, Kang Woojin's makeup and costume preparations were completed. Of course, the filming preparations were completed as well. Various cameras were set up in front of the makeshift table outside the warehouse. Lighting and audio equipment were also in place. The crew members tightened their circle around the filming zone, pushing the onlookers further back. Park Pan-seo, or Professor Kim, sat at the makeshift table, while Kang Woojin stood outside the camera's frame. They had already completed a brief rehearsal. Thus, every crew member stood still, looking towards the filming zone. Director Kim Doo-hee discussed the route briefly with the director of photography. When Lee Sang-man first enters, it should feel like he's entering from outside the frame. You get the idea, right? Yeah, okay. According to the script, this scene was set a considerable time after drug king Choi Jun-ho was killed by Jong Sung-hoon. After dealing with Lee Sang-man, Jong Sung-hoon gains momentum by selling drugs in Japan. He makes a lot of money and expands his influence in Japan. However, Jong Sung-hoon's true identity was a police officer. His undercover operation was at risk. There were disputes between the senior police officers who initiated the project and Jong Sung-hoon, but Jong Sung-hoon, having already tasted wealth, ignored them. Thus, his operations in Japan faced a temporary halt. Because the senior officers were meddling, Jong Sung-hoon temporarily stopped his ventures in Japan and targeted the domestic market in Korea. That's when Lee Sang-man reappears. Whether in Japan or Korea, Jong Sung-hoon's operations were too slow, largely due to the conflicts with the senior officers. But Lee Sang-man didn't know that. However, Lee Sang-man couldn't just eliminate Jong Sung-hoon recklessly. Since Jong Sung-hoon had grown significantly, his operations had expanded several times. Moreover, if they got rid of him, there would be disruptions in drug manufacturing and sales. He wouldn't receive the perks he got for free. Therefore, behind Jong Sung-hoon's back, Lee Sang-man secretly called in the manufacturer known as Professor Kim, or Kim Hyun-soo. It was to trap Professor Kim. Then, all right, let's go. After director Kim Doo-hee finished talking with the director of photography, she shouted and sat down. Immediately after, a crew member in front of the camera clapped the slate. Ready dash. The signal echoed through a megaphone. Action. The camera angle showed the makeshift table outside the warehouse. On the table, there were various dishes and soju. Sitting there was Park Pan-seo, or rather, Professor Kim. Professor Kim, wearing a well-ventilated brown linen shirt, moved his hand. Swish. He poured soju into a glass. His expression was stern. There was tension, but it wasn't overwhelming. Gulp. After downing the soju in one shot, Professor Kim picked up wooden chopsticks. Do you like sashimi? From somewhere, a raspy, tired male voice was heard. It was Kang Woojin, dressed in a suit. No, it was Lee Sang-man. Either way, it doesn't matter. They're one and the same. He had dozens of henchmen following him. Ugh, it's hot. Stopping in front of the table, Lee Sang-man took off his suit jacket. Then he rolled up the sleeves of his shirt. Tattoos were clearly visible on both arms. Soon, Lee Sang-man sat down across from Professor Kim. "Why is it so hard to meet you, Professor Kim?" Lee Sang-man, pouring soju into Professor Kim's glass, had a different aura now. There was still a fierce light in his eyes, but it wasn't as sharp. It was weaker. It wasn't a deliberate show of vulnerability. The former violence in Lee Sang-man had diminished. However, there was a creepy aura about him. While his actions were snake-like, they were reminiscent of the quick strike of a mantis. Slithering, frail, yet disgustingly lethal. Sizzle. Holding a cigarette in his mouth, he took out a cigarette and offered the pack to Professor Kim. "Have one. I quit smoking." "Why quit something this good?" "I'm getting old." "Bullshit. Stop trying to ruin the mood. Just because they call you professor, do you think you've become one?" Suddenly grinding his teeth, Lee Sang-man burst into a sly smile. A sudden shift in his expression. The camera captured it closely. "Ah, sorry, Professor Kim." Professor Kim stared back at Lee Sang-man pensively and asked, "Are you okay?" "What do you mean?" "Looking at your face, it's evident. You're dying. Old man, watch your mouth before I shove a bottle of soju down your throat." Feeble yet sharp. There's a peculiar charm in the unique way Lee Sang-man scratches his arm. A warning that can be felt as if trying to suppress a surge of emotion. However, Professor Kim just looked at Lee Sang-man with pity. It was expected. Sunken eyes, dark circles growing more prominent, deep wrinkles across his face, disheveled hair, and a sparsely grown beard. The man sitting in front of him was no longer the Lee Sang-man, just a junkie intoxicated by drugs. "So, why did you want to see me?" "Straight to the point?" "Good. You see, I'd rather you lick my ass instead of sucking up to Director Jong." "Are you asking me to abandon Jong Sung-hoon?" "No. It would be a waste to simply abandon him." Swish. Laughing like a madman, Lee Sang-man leaned towards Professor Kim. "Why not sell that guy's organs?" "Unfortunately, I don't do business with junkies." "What? You should sell drugs, not consume them." "Let's pretend I didn't hear anything today. Did you sleep with Jong Sung-hoon or something?" "I told you to lick my ass, not stick your tongue in it. You've got such a long tongue for a bastard." The stark difference between the initial Lee Sang-man and now. Or, it might be better to describe it as a degeneration. The sophistication and gravity he once had was gone. He appeared merely as a lunatic lost in addiction. In truth, he was falling apart. This transformation was evident in Lee Sang-man's tone, gaze, and behavior. Regardless, Professor Kim, having quickly downed a shot of soju, stood up from his seat. As he took a step, Lee Sang-man, now lighting a new cigarette, laughed in astonishment. Yet, the nature of his laughter had changed. Any semblance of control he had was now gone. "These puny little bastards. Due to me, they wear gold rings. But now they're treating me like some common junkie." However, Professor Kim ignored Lee Sang-man. Yet, about 10 of Lee Sang-man's henchmen blocked his path. Following them, Lee Sang-man slowly stood up behind him. "Professor Kim, there's no need to hurry. Just go and make some drugs for this addict. Talk to Jong Sung-hoon." Lee Sang-man, slowly and leisurely, approached the halted Professor Kim. But there was no restraint in his eyes. Leaning in, Lee Sang-man placed his face on Professor Kim's right shoulder from behind. The camera captured two people side by side from the front in a two-shot. Then, Lee Sang-man whispered eerily into Professor Kim's ear. "You keep mentioning Jong Sung-hoon. Does he know the recipe too?" "Maybe. It seems like he does, right? Make way." It was then that Professor Kim, or rather Park Pan-seo, wiped the sweat from his hand onto his pants. It was acting, but not really. He realized, thanks to Lee Sang-man's voice in his ear, that he would soon die. But Lee Sang-man's words didn't stop. "You're tight-lipped." He removed his face from the shoulder, but Professor Kim still heard the eerie voice from behind him. "Everyone keeps mentioning Jong Sung-hoon. He's no longer involved with the Japanese, and he's not making moves in the domestic market either. What will you do? Jong Sung-hoon, that rat bastard, has stopped his dealings with those Japanese. He's blabbering about the domestic market, but he's not taking action. Things are stagnant. What can we do?" Lee Sang-man. "I mean, we need to reduce the number of mouths to feed, even if it's just one." Professor Kim let out a small sigh and forcefully pushed through the henchmen blocking his way. But it wasn't easy. Soon after, any semblance of sanity disappeared from Lee Sang-man's eyes, replaced only by primal instinct. Let's see dash. Lee Sang-man glanced around and spotted bricks stacked in front of the warehouse. Ah, perfect. Picking up a brick, his movements seemed tired, his breathing slow, like someone wishing for the end of a long day. Holding the brick, Lee Sang-man called out to Professor Kim, who was struggling with the henchman. Professor Kim. When Professor Kim turned around, Lee Sang-man swiftly slammed the brick into his face. Whack! There was no emotion on his face, just indifference. Do you think this old thing's organs will sell? Hey, will it? A henchman trembled in response. It seems difficult, sir. Right? What about the eyes? Never mind. Lee Sang-man mounted the groaning Professor Kim, who lay on the ground. Choke. Cough. He climbed on top of him and continued his assault, hitting Professor Kim's head with the brick twice. Whack. Whack. There was no hesitation. Soon, blood splattered, staining the brick. Swoosh. Lee Sang-man sniffed the blood-soaked brick and chuckled malevolently. Must be because he's old, because there's a foul smell. Ugh dash. I'm gonna live. Hey, just stay still. Wait. Whack, 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 whack. The repeated dull sounds of the bricks smashing into Professor Kim's head continued. But that too soon became a softer, mushy sound. Every time Lee Sang-man struck, the bones crumbled, and soon, all that was left of Professor Kim was a bloody lump of flesh. But Lee Sang-man did not stop. Whack, whack, whack. It was as if he was trying to bury the lump of flesh into the ground. Every strike splattered more blood, now covering not just the brick, but also Lee Sang-man's face. Blood mixed harmoniously with the dark spots on his face. After his frenzied attack, Lee Sang-man, gasping, threw the bloodied brick at one of the henchmen and without wiping his face, sat down at a nearby makeshift table. He poured himself a shot of soju and took a slice of raw fish. Chewing on the fish, Lee Sang-man used chopsticks to point at the bloody pulp on the ground. Call Jong Sung-hoon and get rid of that. He lit a cigarette. The camera zoomed in tightly on Lee Sang-man, covered in blood and dark spots. He scratched his arm and looked into the camera, slightly raising the corner of his twitching mouth. Or you guys can cook and eat it. Make it tender. 87. Chapter 87. Acceleration 3. Lee Sang-man, grinning maliciously, blew out a long puff of cigarette smoke toward the close-up camera, close enough to touch if he reached out. The thick smoke covered the camera, then vanished. The expression on the previously intense face of Lee Sang-man's face had changed. His eerie grin was replaced with a rigid, emotionless face. On the monitor, director Kim Do-hee was watching. Lee Sang-man's face filled the screen. Despite the blotches from the black soot, splashes of red blood from Professor Kim added a strange vitality. Director Kim Do-hee stared intently at Lee Sang-man in the monitor, holding her breath. That's right, the acting is exceptional. Such facial distortions and emotional changes like a Joker. It gives me chills every time I see it. **T. Compared to his first appearance, Lee Sang-man now seemed like a madman. The drugs had devoured his sanity. But occasionally, even in his madness, Lee Sang-man showed glimpses of his past self. For a fleeting moment, even if he could no longer escape the swamp of addiction, the innate desire to break free, the rationality wanting to survive, breaks through in those fleeting moments. Even if she had written it herself, director Kim Do-hee felt chills seeing something beyond that. How could someone express such contrasting emotions? There's a mix of malice and loneliness in his eyes. It's even more absurd how harmonious they are. Such expressions weren't written in the script. It was purely brought out by actor Kang Woojin. Yet, the eyes conveyed more despair than hope. Everyone on the set could sense the end of Lee Sang-man's journey. The portrayal suggested an impending death just through his gaze. Surely, the audience watching Lee Sang-man on the big screen would feel the same. Then, swoosh, Lee Sang-man, who had once again taken a long drag of his cigarette, downed another shot of soju. With his face buried in the monitor, director Kim Do-hee shouted into the megaphone. Cut. Okay. Great. That was perfect. With satisfaction evident, director Kim Do-hee rushed into the shooting zone. Woojin. The tension was insane right now. Let's do one more just like that, this time focusing on the front. Yes, understood, director. The makeup team quickly approached Woojin, who had instantly rid himself of Lee Sang-man's aura. They needed to adjust his makeup for the reshoot. Taking a relieved breath internally, he thought, "Whoa, that was close. That brick was much lighter than I thought. I almost flung it too hard." The brick that had killed Professor Kim was actually made of styrofoam by the prop team. "I need to apply more strength when holding it. If it goes flying when I throw it, it'll definitely be an NG." At that moment, Park Pan-seo, who had cleaned off his blood makeup, approached Woojin. "Woojin." "Yes, Professor. When you're hitting my head on the ground, after the third hit, how about grabbing my hair and lifting my face up to check?" Suddenly, Woojin, looking at Park Pan-seo, asked back, "You mean to check if you're dead or alive?" "Yeah, something like that." Park Pan-seo nodded and turned to director Kim Do-hee. "I thought it might be more impactful to have Lee Sang-man take a quick look at my face right before I die. Would that be okay?" "Sure. Sounds good. Let's go with that for the next take." "Okay." "And Woojin, when you come in from behind me." Park Pan-seo discussed several aspects of the previous scene with Kang Woojin. It wasn't so much a teaching vibe, but more of adjusting to each other's opinions to get a better shot. Watching this, director Kim Do-hee smiled subtly. He's always been ambitious about his scenes, but it seems Sir is quite excited. Moreover, he doesn't see Woojin as a newcomer, but as a fellow actor. Indeed, Park Pan-seo had previously mentioned learning from Kang Woojin. When Lee Sang-man is emotionally fluctuating, how do you quickly transition in and out of those feelings? Do you have a set starting point in advance? No, not really. Then how? Adding a touch of show-off here. I just visualize it and let it flow through my body. Is it that simple? Yes. I'm learning a lot from you. Please continue to do well this time. It felt great. Woojin was deeply immersed in the sweetness of being acknowledged. While he had received much recognition in the past, affirmation related to his acting was the most cherished. Wow, the sense of achievement is overwhelming. It was a kind of addiction, completely different from Lee Sang-man's. With that, Kang Woojin and Park Pan-seo resumed shooting. The scenes became more raw and realistic, but the quality was impeccable. Park Pan-seo's evolution, combined with Woojin's increasingly vivid portrayal of Lee Sang-man through repeated takes. "You guys might get boiled alive. You're destined to be killed anyway." The cut and action proceeded several times. As it went on, the madness in Lee Sang-man's character intensified, and Woojin's immersive acting left the staff in awe. And then, that's right, this is what I wanted. Director Kyotaro, who had been watching Kang Woojin's performance from the beginning, found himself standing up. "I made the right choice coming to see this in person. There's a vast difference between seeing this on screen and witnessing it live." No, from the moment Woojin began acting, he felt this way. Although he wore a mask that covered his face, the sparkle in his eyes was clear. He is a rookie actor, with a cameo role, yet his acting shuts the mouths of all the great actors in Korea and the entire crew. His performance is so powerful that it's captivating. Director Kyotaro, with a discerning eye, glanced around the entire set and then fixed his gaze on director Kim Do-hee. He was eager. "I want to record that acting right now." The rookie, who had been in minor roles until now, held a promise in Kyotaro's eyes to shake up the Japanese acting world alongside the numerous Japanese actors. Director Kyotaro then lowered his gaze to look at author Akari on his left, with her glasses perched on her nose. Unlike Kyotaro, Akari remained seated but was anything but calm. Why? Because her pupils were significantly dilated. "Oh my God," Akari whispered in Japanese. Kang Woojin's acting was something she had never seen before. Experience? Intensity? Lack? No, none of those. Nothing is lacking. It's overflowing. How does he possess such depth? Akari, who had created numerous characters, saw in Woojin the epitome of the ideal character she had always hoped to bring to life. At that moment, director Kyotaro whispered to Akari, "Now that you've seen it firsthand, how do you feel?" Unable to tear her eyes away from Kang Woojin, Akari answered as if in a trance. "Let's talk about it later." She didn't want to be disturbed. A few hours later, the sun that had been up during the repeated shoots began to set. But the fervor of the drug dealer filming was only growing hotter. "Water truck. Make it rain." Okay. The location was the same as where Professor Kim had been brutally killed. However, the props and ambience were different. As the sun set, it became slightly darker, and a water truck was ready, reminiscent of Lee Sangman's first appearance. And then, extras, get ready. Yes, here, gather this way. The extras, playing Lee Sangman's subordinates in black suits, were added. About 10 in total. Among them was an actor playing Lee Sangman's right-hand man. They were all armed with sharp sashimi knives. This scene would mark the end of Lee Sangman's journey. A gruesome ending was planned. According to the script, after Lee Sangman kills Professor Kim, Jang Sung-hoon cannot stand watching Lee Sangman's increasing madness. Lee Sangman, who had been on the edge but still within control, goes completely off the rails after killing Professor Kim. He became uncontrollable, no different from a wild beast. On top of that, he spent half of his day intoxicated with drugs. Lee Sangman had already gone beyond the point of self-control. On the other hand, the power of Lee Sangman's gang had grown at least twice from the past. Jang Sung-hoon decided that this couldn't go on, especially considering his own life was at risk. Thus, he decided to eliminate Lee Sangman. Of course, he didn't intend to do it himself. The target was Lee Sangman's right-hand man. Calling him over, Jang Sung-hoon subtly points out Lee Sangman's recent issues while also tempting him with the prospect of ruling together once Lee Sangman is out of the picture. The right-hand man quickly agrees, especially since Lee Sangman was not in the best condition lately, acting more like a drug-crazed lunatic than the fierce beast he once was. Now is the perfect time to strike. Soon, the right-hand man conspires with Jang Sung-hoon and sets a trap for Lee Sangman. Jang Sung-hoon arranges a meeting with Lee Sangman, citing discussions related to the domestic market in Korea rather than Japan. The location was the same warehouse by the port where Professor Kim met his end. On that fateful day, heavy rain poured incessantly. The sticky humidity and dampness filled the car. Kang Woojin, looking more gaunt than before, sat in the back seat. His eyes stared blankly into space, lifeless, like a mindless doll. His focus was somewhere else, having already fully embraced Lee Sangman's persona. Then, high action. Director Kim Do-hee signaled. Immediately, Lee Sangman lowered his wandering eyes and, with slightly trembling hands, retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. He loved the taste of cigarettes. Maybe because of the drugs he took earlier or perhaps due to the sound of the rain pounding on the car, Lee Sangman took a deep drag from his cigarette, feeling the smoke circulating throughout his body. At that moment, thunk, the car's back door opened. With the sound of heavy rain, the right-hand man with a large umbrella said, "Boss, Jang Sung-hoon has arrived." Lee Sangman, who had been leaning against his seat, struggled to turn his head. He didn't say anything. Or rather, he couldn't. He felt weak. His body wasn't the same anymore. The elasticity of his flesh was gone, and his muscles had deteriorated immensely. Perhaps, merely standing was all he could manage. His pain was evident on his face as the camera captured it from the front. Swoosh. Somehow, Lee Sangman was still moving. The only thing driving him was his barely remaining sense of purpose and the position he held as the boss. Yet, the little bit of rationality was on the brink of being consumed by his craving for drugs. Then, slowly, Lee Sangman reached out from under the umbrella. The heavy rain pelted his frail hand. This scene was a stark contrast to his initial appearance. The dozens of staff members watching Lee Sangman felt a chill run down their spine. His aura now is 180 degrees different from when he first appeared. It's a heartbreaking transformation, but his acting is insane. Really, every single move draws attention. One of the best characters ever. Some were lost in admiration. This scene, it's breathtaking, while others covered their mouths in astonishment. At that moment, Lee Sangman, with his hand outstretched outside the umbrella, whispered, "It's going to be cold." The expression on the face of the right-hand man holding the umbrella hardened. "Are you talking about the sea?" With a drained smile and death in his eyes, Lee Sangman responds, "Yeah, the sea. You've lost a lot of weight." "Have I?" "Yes." Lee Sangman, lowering his hand, looked at his wet hand. Someone chuckled. It reminded them of a similar scene they had witnessed before. "Let's finish this damn thing and go drink." Lee Sangman and his men moved towards the warehouse. The downpour intensified, hampering visibility. Lee Sangman took out his cigarette pack and slowly scanned the area around the warehouse. The camera, from behind him, also focused on the warehouse. Nothing. Jong Sung-hoon, who was supposed to be there, was nowhere in sight. The camera zoomed in again, this time on Lee Sang-man's profile. As he exhaled a long puff of smoke, he spoke in a faint voice, addressing his right-hand man. Has he disappeared, or was he never here to begin with? Lee Sang-man remained calm. He wasn't the fierce beast from before, nor a crazed lunatic. He was just a junkie who had given up everything, sensing his impending tragic end. He was never here. Thank you for everything, boss. Stop with the formalities. It's irritating. The right-hand man lowered the umbrella he was holding, and almost simultaneously, about 10 other men did the same. Within moments, they were all drenched in the pouring rain. Soon after, Lee Sang-man looked up at the pouring rain and slowly placed the wet cigarette in his mouth. At that moment, thud, one of the burly subordinates thrust something into Lee Sang-man's abdomen. However, Lee Sang-man didn't even flinch. He just stared at the man with a slackened gaze. Despite Lee Sang-man's weakened state, the burly man felt terror and took shaky steps backward, his hands trembling. Lee Sang-man glanced down at the sashimi knife that had been stuck in his belly. It was a familiar knife. Little bastard. Why did you leave it halfway? It was the sashimi knife he had once given as a gift, one that had been held up to Jong Sung-hoon's eye. Pulling it out from his stomach with a swift move, Lee Sang-man flung it towards the burly man. Stick it in again, properly. Perhaps realizing the gravity of the situation, the right-hand man shouted at the subordinates. Finish him off. Hesitating only for a moment, they all charged at Lee Sang-man. The camera panned out quickly, capturing the scene in a flurry. The distinct sounds of stabbing and slashing weren't audible over the chaos. Only the sound of pounding rain hitting the ground could be heard. However, where Lee Sang-man stood, the rainwater turned red. And then, thunk! Lee Sang-man, having been stabbed multiple times, fell to his knees. His abdomen was a bloody mess, oozing red. Blood surged from the wounds. The right-hand man kicked the weakened Lee Sang-man down. Ugh! As Lee Sang-man hit the ground, blood flowed from his mouth. At that moment, the right-hand man scattered something around Lee Sang-man. It was equipment used by Lee Sang-man, a junkie, including transparent crystals, or rather, diamond packets, TL, type of drugs. Ugh, cough. Lee Sang-man's vision blurred as he lay sprawled out. Despite his condition, he began to crawl. Inch by inch, he strained every last ounce of his remaining life. He had only one thing in sight, a syringe. Even with death imminent, he dragged himself, zombie-like, and picked up the syringe. His hands shook uncontrollably, but he managed to raise it. Then, stab. He injected it. Watching him, his right-hand man muttered under his breath. Idiot. Lee Sang-man began to laugh. He was confused, blurring the lines between reality and impending death. The sensation of death taking over his body and the feeling of the drug coursing through his veins weren't all that different. To him, the effects of the drug and death were indistinguishable. The problem was, the syringe he had injected was empty. He had simply added another hole to his battered body. With that, Lee Sang-man shivered briefly at death's doorstep and murmured his last words. This mulberry taste. It's good, F***CK. TL, drug flavor probably. With that, Lee Sang-man's heart stopped. Later, director Kyotaro and author Akari left the drug dealer's set and were on their way to Seoul in a minivan. As planned, they didn't meet Kang Woojin. They wanted to, but couldn't. They didn't want to disturb his remarkable performance. The atmosphere inside the minivan was heavy. Both director Kyotaro and author Akari remained silent, either staring out of the window or lost in thought. One thing was common between them. They both felt a constant chill. About 30 minutes into the silent journey, for the first time, Japanese was spoken. It was director Kyotaro who broke the silence. Having seen actor Kang Woojin, what role comes to mind? Akari, who had been gazing out of the window, slowly took off her glasses. Then she recalled Kang Woojin. After seeing Woojin's portrayal of Lee Sang-man, she had a particular role deeply imprinted in her mind. Kiyoshi. Hearing her response, director Kyotaro smiled faintly. That's the same role I had in mind. It was one of the main roles in The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. Chapter 88. Acceleration 4. Director, you thought of the role Kiyoshi for him too? Author Akari asked with a hint of surprise, and director Kyotaro, with a hint of mischief in his eyes, smiled faintly. Yes, author. So, he had initially considered that Korean actor for the lead role? Author Akari inquired further. Did you have actor Kang Woojin in mind for the role of Kiyoshi from the beginning? The moment you saw him. Director Kyotaro gently shook his head. No, not from the very beginning. When I saw Woojin, the script was still being revised. After watching Exorcism and meeting him, I just wanted to work with him, regardless of the role. Then from when? When did you start seeing him as the lead? I'm not entirely sure. Probably after coming to Korea again and watching the drama Woojin starred in. Have you, by any chance, seen Profiler Han Riang at the hotel? Although Akari could have watched it, her busy schedule didn't allow her the time. No, not yet. I had more flexibility in my schedule, so I watched it as soon as I arrived in Korea. I watched it immediately out of curiosity. Please watch it when you have some time. It's excellently made. And I must admit, I felt envious. You're referring to the difference in drama quality between Korea and Japan. Yes, Korea is far ahead of Japan in many respects. Acting, direction, techniques, and so on. Director Kyotaro, looking slightly bitter, continued. It's probably due to the system. Truly, it's a production deserving of a viewership rating exceeding 20%. And Woojin set the pace for the early episodes of that big project from the beginning. He appeared as a serial killer with traits of both a psychopath and a sociopath. Woojin's restrained emotional portrayal was exquisite. It's not just about expressing emotions. Just by looking at his face, you can feel the character's emotions. His actions, gaze, breathing, voice tone, nothing is superfluous. Director Kyotaro, reflecting on his decades-long career, continued in a low voice. As I think about it, it's truly unprecedented. I've never seen anything like it. Woojin has his unique acting style, and it resonates with the viewers. Today, I noticed it seemed to even ignite his fellow actors on set. That's right. You saw his addictive acting and the look in his eyes, chasing something blindly. Any actor would get fired up seeing that up close. Meeting Akari's gaze, director Kyotaro turned serious. I thought of it during Han Riang, and was certain today at the film set. He would be perfect for the role of Kiyoshi. Considering his sociopathic tendencies, I was drawn to his live performance today. Acting that chases after only one thing. What kind of life has he lived to effortlessly express such a dreadful emotion? I don't know, but he probably didn't have an easy life. He must have faced countless hardships and endured a long and dark period of obscurity. Adjusting her glasses, Akari inwardly agreed. Even if she didn't know the specifics, it seemed clear that Woojin had led a challenging life. Otherwise, the intense portrayal of a tormented man that Kang Woojin demonstrated today would be near impossible. Although I'm the original author, I'm a bit scared. Director Kyotaro nodded in agreement. It's intimidating when an actor surpasses the character created by the director. It makes one feel that the script and direction were somewhat inadequate. With that, he picked up a bundle of papers nearby. It was the script for The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. Author, I have a favor to ask. A favor? What kind? Opening the script. Director Kyotaro pointed to a certain section. I'd like to modify the character setting of Kiyoshi a bit. Setting? How? I'd like to infuse some elements of Korea into the character. Maybe something from his past. You mean his origin? Like a Korean Japanese? And it would be great to include some lines in Korean. Indeed. The character Kiyoshi would have more depth that way, especially since the actor playing him is Korean. Soon, Akari smiled. I agree. Scratching his gray head, director Kyotaro closed the script. Now, we just await his response. The next day, the 13th, Kang Woojin's drug dealer shooting, except for minor scenes, wrapped up yesterday. Naturally, as the character Lee Sang-man had died in the story. Then, the weekend arrived. Due to a series of constant breaking news, the entertainment industry was bustling. This led to a media frenzy and the internet was buzzing with new topics every day. Drama, tense, Profiler Han Riang, Episode 9, final viewership rating 22.6%. Profiler Han Riang continued to hold its viewership in the 20% range even after crossing the midpoint. Of course, every time Park Dae-ri made an appearance in flashbacks, it made headlines. Viewers still couldn't forget about Park Dae-ri. Park Dae-ri was definitely amazing. Other actors are good too, but Kang Woojin's impact was just too strong. Please come back. We miss you. Hanryang's shooting was scheduled to conclude next week. Of course, Kang Woojin had already finished filming, but it wasn't like his schedule with Hanryang had come to a complete end. In fact, the real challenge for Hanryang, a hit show that achieved a viewership of 25%, would be what comes after the show ends. Firstly, the wrap-up party. The wrap-up party where all the actors gather was also an opportunity for actors to boost their popularity, with significant attention from reporters and the public. After the party, there would be various follow-up shootings, interviews, reruns, OTT releases, and more. Especially for a massive hit like Hanryang, overseas expansion was crucial. Official Profiler Hanryang to be launched on Netflix Japan after its finale. Currently, Hanryang's expansion to Netflix Japan was confirmed. This means that there would still be numerous opportunities for Woojin even after Hanryang concludes, especially since Kang Woojin had undeniably contributed significantly to Hanryang's success. Furthermore, movie talk a rookie as the lead? Is there something between Kang Woojin and director Kwon Ki-taek? The recent explosive news about Island of the Missing was now evolving, and it was gaining even more traction. There were countless articles, both factual and abusive, involving director Kwon Ki-taek and Kang Woojin. Still, amidst all the noise and rumors, while the past was forgotten, new rumors embedded with some truth continued to circulate. However, from Kang Woojin's perspective, the current situation wasn't at all unfavorable. Star photo. Rising star Kang Woojin sees a surge in SNS followers, up by 550K/photos. Kang Woojin's fan cafe Kang's Heart, nearing 10K members. He was solidifying his spot in the public's memory. Kang Woojin's popularity was now on par with other top actors. However, while this sudden rise in popularity may seem sustainable, it is driven by freshness and shock. As with most things, there will come a time when the heat dies down. Anyway, after the bustling weekend passed, Monday arrived again. Late morning, at a photo studio near Samseong Station. The studio was illuminated with a white backdrop and numerous bright lights. Kang Woojin, dressed in a gray suit, stood there, with full makeup and neatly styled hair. And then, click, beep beep beep. A photographer captured images of Kang Woojin. Nice. Great, great. Woojin, this time, lift your chin a bit more. Ah, yes. Oh, nice, nice. With confidence. Perfect. Click. Beep, beep, beep. Woojin was in the middle of a photo shoot for a well-known men's magazine. Of course, he was set to be featured on the magazine's cover. Lately, Woojin had a lot of such schedules. Okay, let's see a smile this time. Smile. Deep down, Woojin, a commoner at heart, had somewhat adapted to photo shoots, thanks to acclimatization. Of course, it still felt a bit awkward. But compared to acting, this was a piece of cake. Is this for the magazine cover? Man, I've really made it big. However, Woojin felt a bit downcast at the thought. But it'd be a bit embarrassing if people I know see that magazine. Then, all right, Woojin, change your outfit, and we'll resume in 5 minutes. The photographer called for a costume change, which kept Han Yeung, Woojin's stylist, busy. Kang Woojin took off the jacket he was wearing and returned to his seat. At the same time, Woojin, Choi Sung-gun, who had been on a call just moments ago, handed Woojin a bottle of water and asked, "You finished reading Island of the Missing, right?" Taking a sip from the bottle, Woojin nodded. "Yes, I've read it once and am on my second read." Choi Sung-gun leaned in and whispered, "When do you want to meet director Kyotaro?" All of a sudden, maybe since he's in Japan, they should set a meeting in advance. Woojin responded nonchalantly. "Whenever it fits the schedule, it's fine by me." "Have you decided on expanding to Japan?" "Yes." "Then how about wrapping up today's schedule and meeting tonight?" "Tonight? Isn't that a bit rushed?" Woojin's expression indicated his surprise. Choi Sung-gun laughed. "Actually, I didn't tell you because you were shooting Drug Dealer, but director Kyotaro is in Korea right now." "Oh, and he even visited the Drug Dealer set with his guest, that author Akari you mentioned." Although surprised, Woojin managed to control his facial expressions, but inside, he exclaimed, "They saw me, both of them." But Kang Woojin had to remain calm, so he repressed his excitement. Is that so? Yes, sorry. They requested it, and I didn't want to disturb your acting, so I didn't mention it. That's fine. Looking at the composed Woojin, Choi Sung-gun showed a hint of disappointment. I wanted to surprise you, but your reaction is quite dull. Well, that's just like you. So, shall we meet tonight? Woojin replied succinctly. Yes, let's. Then, the photographer called out to Woojin again. With that, Woojin stood up and Choi Sung-gun spoke to Woojin again. Oh, and I think Akari will be coming too. Elsewhere, on the set for Han Ryang's shoot. Perhaps because the end is near, dozens of staff, including PD Song Man-woo, were bustling around. Stand by in 10 minutes. Director, please check these props over here. All right, coming. On one chaotic side of the set. Actress Hong Hae-yeon, sitting with crossed legs in the actor's waiting area, looked at her phone. With noticeable wound makeup on her fair skin, she must have had a rough shoot. What Hong Hae-yeon was looking at was an article about Island of the Missing. Swipe. Suddenly, she turned her head to the right. Ryu Young-min, with his baby perm hair, was reading a script. Appa, you're confirmed for the role in Island of the Missing, right? Caught off guard, Ryu Young-min, who was reading his script, furrowed his brow. Why are you bringing that up all of a sudden? No, it's just that only Woojin keeps appearing in the articles about Island of the Missing. I was wondering when they would announce your participation. Well, last I heard, they're planning to release it bit by bit, slowly. They'll probably lead with Woojin and gradually reveal more. You know the drill, right? Have you contacted Woojin? No, not yet. The casting of the main actors for Island of the Missing was confidential after all. Woojin probably doesn't know I've joined yet. Have you told him? Me? No. Why? Aren't you and Woojin close? You're from the same agency. Ryu Young-min, seemingly amused by something, laughed suddenly. Are you still upset with Woojin over the sports day incident? Seriously, how can you hold a grudge over that? The photo from the event was honestly confusing. What are you talking about? I'm not. Just then, PD Song Man-woo called for Ryu Young-min. Consequently, Hong Hae-yeon looked at her phone again, this time searching for something related to Wallin and Kang Woojin, specifically male friend. A lot of articles popped up. It seems to be going smoothly. In truth, since the sports day schedule, Hong Hae-yeon hadn't seen Kang Woojin and hadn't communicated much with him, other than sending congratulatory messages. On the other hand, she had contacted Wallin right after male friend was confirmed. She was insanely curious. When we drank wine together back then, she seemed uninterested. Why did she suddenly decide to join? However, Wallin's response was simple. It wasn't really about Kang Woojin, I just liked the work. It seemed good at first glance. But something feels off. Hong Hae-yeon felt a sense of unease. Well, there was no connection between Kang Woojin and Wallin. It was just a woman's intuition that she couldn't explain. But confronting Wallin about it seemed strange. At this point, what am I doing? Hong Hae-yeon, lost in thought, shook her head. Let it go, just don't worry about it. Yes, I'm just curious about how the project Woojin chose will turn out. That's all. Kang Woojin, with his uncanny intuition, chose male friend, and suddenly Wallin joined. It felt similar to exorcism. Hong Hae-yeon tried to reassure herself, saying it was merely a coincidence. However, a faint and unfamiliar emotion continued to brew within Hong Hae-yeon. It kept nagging at her, coming back, making her uneasy. There was a discomfort in her heart. Nevertheless, she kept denying it. Soon after, Hong Hae-yeon, who had been silent for a while, called her manager from the team gathered on her left. Team leader. Soon, the skinny team leader, who had been talking with the stylists, approached Hong Hae-yeon. What's up? Do you want something to drink? No. It's just, didn't Woojin confirm for PD Yoon's new variety show? Kang Woojin's involvement in PD Yoon Byung-seon's new variety show was still a secret to the public, but there were rumors inside BW Entertainment. Of course, it was kept hush-hush. That's why Hong Hae-yeon had heard about it. In any case, the team leader nodded nonchalantly. Yes, I heard that. They're gathering promotional materials. Is it an outdoor variety show? Not exactly an outright outdoor variety, I think. She suddenly fell deep in thought, and noticing this, the manager inquired. Why? All of a sudden. Looking around, Hong Hae-yeon spoke in a hushed voice. Should I give it a try too? For 9. Acceleration 5. Startled by Hong Hae-yun's unexpected statement, the skinny team leader gazed at her in bewilderment for a moment. Huh. The reason was simple. She was a top-tier actress in the country, and she hadn't really favored appearing on variety shows. In fact, she was more averse to it. Her aversion wasn't because she looked down on variety shows, but rather because she felt a bit burdened by them. Many celebrities often suffered from stage fright in variety shows, knowing they weren't good at speaking or being entertaining. Hong Hae-yun was one of them. Naturally, due to her influence, she was flooded with offers for variety shows every year, but she almost always refused. If she did agree, it was usually a one-time appearance, like in Sports Day. The team leader knew this all too well, which made him quite flustered. You want to do PD Yoon's variety show? Yes. You're not talking me about Sports Day? No, I mean the new one. The team leader's eyes widened even further in surprise. In contrast, Hong Hae-yun avoided his gaze. In a hushed tone, the team leader continued. You rarely do variety shows, right? I remember you even declined PD Yoon Byung-seon's offer a year ago. That was true. But, brushing it off, Hong Hae-yun, who had retied her long hair, shrugged. That time it was obviously an outdoor survival thing. I'm not great with that sort of stuff. But this time, it's different, right? It is, but are you serious? This isn't some kind of joke. Team leader, when have you seen me joke about work? No? No, of course not. The team leader quickly acknowledged, thinking of CEO Choi Sung-gun. Did you talk to the CEO about this? I just thought of it. If Hong Hae-yun was willing, there was no reason for Choi Sung-gun to object. Her influence within BW Entertainment was formidable, enhanced recently by Kang Woojin's rise. Then, scratching his chin with a puzzled expression, the team leader asked, Well, Hae-yun, if you want to do it, it's fine, but this is unexpected. Is there a particular reason you suddenly want to do a variety show? Crossing her slender legs, Hong Hae-yun vaguely dodged the question, keeping her real thoughts hidden. Just because. The recent Sports Day was fun, and after finishing my current project, I wanted to take a break. Dramas are great when they're successful, but they're exhausting, you know? In many ways. True, it was quite intense. So, you're going to do a variety show before your next drama? I haven't decided yet. PD Yoon might not choose me. Hardly. They would jump at the chance if you're willing. Smirking slightly, Hong Hae-yun whispered. For now, arrange a meeting for me. Later that same night. It was a little past 9 p.m. A black van could be seen in the parking lot of a major hotel in Seoul. It was Kang Woojin's team. Soon, Woojin, with an indifferent expression, got out of the van. Thunk. Immediately, CEO Choi Sung-gun also stepped out from the passenger side. Turning to Jang Soo-hwan and Han Yeung inside the car, he said, It might take a while, so you two go and have dinner. Understood. Contact us when you're about to finish, and we'll come. As the van smoothly exited the parking lot, Choi Sung-gun patted Woojin's shoulder. Let's go. Yes. Woojin was dressed in a white shirt and jeans, but he had a full face of makeup on, probably from a photo shoot earlier in the day. Anyway, he put on a black mask and moved with Choi Sung-gun to the elevator. His steps were calm, and the atmosphere was heavier than usual. However, internally, he was thinking, I'm craving pork feet with soju and cold buckwheat noodles. The drug dealer shooting is over. I'll treat myself to pork feet when I get home. Wonder what time we'll finish. He was thinking about a hearty late-night snack. Recently, Woojin had been dieting for the drug dealer's shoot, and with its conclusion, he had some leeway. Soon, as he entered the elevator, Woojin swallowed his saliva. At that moment, Woojin, leaning his shoulder against the elevator mirror, Choi Sung-gun asked a question. Aren't you nervous? Choi Sung-gun's face showed slight tension. We're about to meet director Kyotaro and author Akari. Aren't you too calm? They're big shots. You met director Kyotaro once, but author Akari is a world-class artist. In response to Choi Sung-gun's ramblings, Woojin replied succinctly. Not really. I feel okay. It was genuine. Woojin wasn't feeling particularly nervous, genuinely. Why? It's just like meeting a Japanese ajumma. TL, middle-aged woman or aunt. To Akari's fans around the world, this would be a heart-pounding moment, but Woojin thought. Not to me. Instead, Woojin was more interested in the upscale hotel, as it was his first time in such a lavish place. Choi Sung-gun chuckled, observing Woojin. You really are something. You should have become a celebrity long ago. At that moment, the elevator doors opened to the floor with the suites, and as Woojin and Choi Sung-gun exited the elevator, a few men approached to greet them. Hello, we've been waiting for you. Men in suits. They were agency employees, and under their guidance, Woojin entered the suite. The moment he saw the interior, Kang Woojin almost lost his composure. He barely held back an exclamation. Whoa, is this for real? The suite was indeed astonishing. It was not only spacious, but from the floor to the ceiling, the furniture, and everything else, it simply felt like a palace. And then, from the central sofa, he heard Japanese being spoken. Are you here? This way. It was Director Kyotaro with his graying hair. And next to him stood a middle-aged woman with glasses perched on her nose. As soon as Woojin saw her, he had an inkling. That Ajuma. Is she the author Akari? As if confirming his suspicion, Choi Sung-gun approached the two and spoke in somewhat awkward Japanese. Hello, I'm CEO Choi Sung-gun. It's an honor to meet both of you. He must have practiced that. Kang Woojin thought to himself. Once Choi Sung-gun finished shaking hands with them, an interpreter stood by his side, as Woojin couldn't possibly translate everything. Then, swoosh. Woojin greeted Director Kyotaro and author Akari. Unlike Choi Sung-gun, Woojin spoke fluent Japanese. Hello, I'm Kang Woojin. With a pleasant smile, Director Kyotaro replied. Welcome. You look different today than when I saw you during the shooting of Drug Dealer. I almost didn't recognize you. I heard you came to see it. Thank you. No, I wanted to be there. I would have regretted it if I hadn't. At this point, author Akari, who had been observing Woojin, then chimed in. Nice to meet you. I'm Akari Takikawa. Woojin responded calmly, showing no sign of nervousness. Yes, it's an honor, author. I was really impressed by your acting. Lip service? Then he shall also return the favor. Thank you. I'm also a fan of your work. Oh, really? By the way, your Japanese is really good. If you were to start shooting immediately, I don't think you'd stand out at all. No, I'm just moderately skilled. All of them, now seated on the sofa, exchanged pleasantries for a brief moment. Meanwhile, the expressionless Woojin sipped his tea and marveled. Oh, this tastes expensive. How much does it cost? Author Akari observed Woojin from across the table. His movements, expressions, and tone of voice. Was this her habit? He's not excessive, nor overly somber, just the right amount of reticence. But that nonchalant composure is quite something. He doesn't look like he's drinking tea because he's nervous. He's natural. Having interacted with many characters in her work, Akari had developed a habit of scanning people's personalities upon meeting. Newbies usually show some nervousness, but he shows no sign of being shaken. No gaps. It must be an attitude honed over time. A tough type to read. At that moment, swoosh. Director Kyotaro placed a stack of papers on the table. Of course, it was the script for The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. Woojin, have you read the entire script? Setting down his teacup, Woojin nodded calmly. Yes, director. I've read it. How did you find it? It's top-notch. Since he couldn't say that, Woojin mixed a little praise with his honest feedback. It was a tightly woven storyline. Quite remarkable. Really? Yes, I was so engrossed that I lost track of time. Author Akari's narrative was evident, and the pacing and immersion were excellent. The adaptation seemed to be done very well. Having finished his speech, Woojin mentally patted himself on the back. That was a good comment. Well done. It was a prepared statement. His experience handling clients in a design company had paid off. He blended his own feelings with the contents of the articles he read. That's what social interaction is all about. Whether it hit the mark, Director Kyotaro and author Akari exchanged smiles. Suddenly, Director Kyotaro's expression became serious. In that case, I'd like to formally propose. Would you like to work with me on this project? Everyone's gaze turned to Woojin, including Choi Sung-gun, who had been observing the conversation the entire time. However, Woojin did not immediately reply, just staring at the scenario on the table. It wasn't hesitation, but rather a surge of excitement. Damn, if I respond now, does it mean I'm really making a debut in Japan? For real. Just a few months after his debut, the possibility of venturing beyond domestic borders to truly go international was right in front of him. He was witnessing a reality that he'd only read about in articles about top actors. The scale of his life was exponentially expanding. If I work with this famous Japanese director, I'll probably mingle with popular Japanese actors, right? I might become friends with top Japanese actors, chat, shoot scenes, maybe even exchange numbers. This was beyond any movie. The life of an influencer. Right now, Woojin's life itself was a drama. However, he wasn't panicked. At the moment, the reverse gear was broken for Kang Woojin. It's going to get hectic, but either way, it'll be super fun. He simply charged forward. Director. Slowly lifting his head, Woojin looked straight into Director Kyotaro's eyes and spoke in low Japanese. If you give me the opportunity, I'd really like to try. Once again, smiles spread across the faces of Director Kyotaro and author Akari, and upon hearing the interpretation, Choi Sung-gun secretly clenched his fist. He felt like it was settled. At the same time, Director Kyotaro continued. Haha, every time. I've made over 10 films, but this moment always resonates with me. Woojin, I have high expectations for you. I will do my best. Oh, by the way, The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger is set to be released in both Korea and Japan. A simultaneous release might be difficult, though. At this point, Choi Sung-gun was slightly surprised internally. So that's it. Director Kyotaro came to Korea to negotiate distribution. Director Kyotaro spread the script for The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger on the table and pushed it toward Kang Woojin. This is the first role we're offering for The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. We would like you to take on the role of Kiyoshi. The role of Kiyoshi? Kang Woojin, who had already read the script, internally raised an eyebrow. That's the main role, isn't it? It's clearly the main lead. Kang Woojin, struggling to stay calm, asked. If it's the role of Kiyoshi dash. Director Kyotaro cut him off. Yes, it is the lead role that drives the story. Kang Woojin was so shocked that he was rendered speechless. To author Akari, he appeared to be quite composed. Were you expecting a role of this caliber? The director and I both had the same role in mind for you. The role of Kiyoshi. No, I didn't expect it. Also, there will be some adjustments made to the Kiyoshi character to better suit you, like adding a touch of Korean essence. At this point, Choi Sung-gun, who had been listening to all of this, unknowingly opened his mouth wide. What? What? They're giving him the lead role? This is insane. Director Kyotaro then asked Woojin, can you take on the role of Kiyoshi? Kang Woojin, suppressing his shock, finally replied with determination. No problem. A little later, the meeting with Director Kyotaro concluded with a preliminary agreement. The other aspects would be finalized between the companies. Regardless, Kang Woojin was confirmed for The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. He was the first and only Korean actor on board. Thus, the van carrying Kang Woojin was filled with excitement. The whole team, including Choi Sung-gun, chatted nonstop. However, Kang Woojin just looked out the window, appearing filled with melancholy, but actually in a daze. Suddenly, he picked up The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger script next to him and discreetly tapped the black square attached to it. Upon entering the void space, Kang Woojin wondered, what happens if I'm the lead? He quickly navigated to the place with white rectangles and checked the information for The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. Interestingly, as soon as he saw the white rectangle, his eyes widened slightly. The reason was simple. -7/scenario. Title, The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. Grade A+. The grade, which had been A, had now changed to A+. Did it increase? The only change in the work so far was Kang Woojin's participation. Is it because of me? But why? It's a Japanese film, isn't it? The next day at lunch, Tuesday the 16th, at a design company during lunchtime. It was a familiar place. It was the design company Kang Woojin had worked at. Another person now occupied Woojin's seat. And, did you see Woojin in episode 3 of Sports Day? It was hilarious. A few male and female employees with coffee cups in their hands gathered in the lounge, chatting about Kang Woojin. Of course, they were employees who had known Woojin in the past. Oh, is it out? I haven't seen it yet. I need to watch it during lunch. Yeah, you should. Woojin has a lot of screen time this episode. I haven't seen it yet, but the views already surpassed 2 million. Wow, Woojin is doing so well. He's awesome now. I heard he got a lead role in a film by director Kwon Ki-taek. Every time I see him, I'm amazed. I was really shocked when I first read the news. Just a few months ago, he was sitting right behind me. Oh, but don't mention it in front of Boss Toad. That guy is really down because of Woojin's success. Employees quickly hushed their voices. But doesn't Woojin seem a bit off in Sports Day? Yeah, I noticed that too. He seems kind of grim. He wasn't talkative when working, but he wasn't like this. Maybe it's an image makeover? That's common for celebrities. When I watch the videos, it does seem strange. Feels like his personality has completely changed rather than an image makeover. If you read the comments, quite a few people who know Woojin are making appearances. There are many saying he's different. At that moment, oh, one of the female employees, looking at her phone, exclaimed in surprise. The reason was simple. Whoa, looks like Woojin will be on a variety show by PD Yoon Byung-seon. Exclusive. Entertainment industry titan PD Yoon Byung-seon confirms rising star Kang Woojin for his variety show. The booster of PD Yoon Byung-seon had begun. Wishing 6. Around Tuesday afternoon, the 16th. The lobbies of various domestic broadcasters became noisy. They weren't a quiet place to begin with, but today was particularly bustling. PDs from drama and variety shows seated in the lobby were chatting. Have you heard? PD Yoon's new variety show is supposed to be huge. Their topic of conversation was PD Yoon Byung-seon's new variety show project. Rumor has it, it's going to be a series with more than 3 parts. Really? Where did you hear that? I heard whispers from the outsourced production companies. Yeah, they're really going big with this, huh? And then, they secured Kang Woojin as the first guest on such a large-scale project? The soaring stock, Kang Woojin, was the main topic. It made sense. Earlier that day, before the news about his leading role in Island of the Missing had even cooled down. Exclusive. Entertainment industry titan PD Yoon Byung-seon confirms rising star Kang Woojin for his variety show. A huge scoop was thrown into the entertainment world. It felt like new food sizzling on a hot pan. Regardless of how it was cooked, the combination of Kang Woojin and PD Yoon Byung-seon heated up swiftly. Wow, Kang Woojin is truly on the rise, isn't he? From director Kwon Ki-taek to now with PD Yoon Byung-seon. It's insane how much he's achieved in just a few months after his debut. They're already calling him one of a kind and the first of his kind, right? When did CEO Choi Sung-gun find such a huge rookie after Hong Hae-yeon? He must be over the moon. Due to the immense influence of PD Yoon Byung-seon in the broadcasting world, everyone related to the industry couldn't stop mentioning Kang Woojin's name. Did you? Here Kang Woojin is joining PD Yoon Byung-seon's project? Yeah, I saw the article. No wonder all my casting offers were getting rejected. Did PD Yoon Byung-seon take a liking to him during Sports Day? But his rise is indeed abnormal. Which rookie gets more attention than top stars? Rumors say he's getting a bit arrogant. His nose is up in the air. He's the top choice for casting, the very top. From public broadcasting to cable, and even PD Yoon Byung-seon's home ground HDBS, the fast-paced industry quickly spread rumors. And the media? Park Dae-ri Kang Woojin's shocking inclusion in PD Yoon's new show. Issue pic, Monstrous rookie Kang Woojin, confirmed for PD Yoon Byung-seon's new show. The online reaction was exponentially more explosive. After the first official article was released, there was nonstop chatter about Kang Woojin throughout the 16th. The timing was impeccable, just when other issues and Island of the Missing were starting to fade. Star photo. How far will Kang Woojin's momentum go? From director Kwon Ki-taek's lead role to PD Yoon Byung-seon's variety show. The chatter continued all day on the 16th, and as the 17th dawned, the flames of interest hadn't dimmed. They seemed even more intense than the day before. PD Yoon Byung-seon's side kept adding fuel to the fire. Following the news of Kang Woojin's participation, PD Yoon Byung-seon's team said, "We aim to create a fun project with someone we've been eager to work with." And BW Entertainment fanned the flames even more. That wasn't all. The distributor of Island of the Missing, noticing the resurgence of interest, also joined in. Other works involving Kang Woojin weren't silent either. When can we see Drug Dealer, in which Kang Woojin from Island of the Missing made a cameo, as filming nears completion? One thing led to another. The branches of the tree spread endlessly. That's why searching for Kang Woojin on YouTube or portal sites resulted in a staggering amount of information. The list of keywords seemed endless. Thus, 2 days passed. By Thursday, the spreading public opinion added fuel to the fire, reaching an uncontrollable point. OMG, is Kang Woojin appearing on a variety show? I want to see it now. Wow, Kang Woojin is really making it big, huh? Agreed. I've never seen a rookie like this. The hype is real, but I don't get it. He's just good at acting. What's all the fuss about? Is his agency really rich or something? Instead of wasting time leaving hate comments, go wash your underwear or something. I saw a comment somewhere saying that Kang Woojin has really worked on his image lol. Saw it on a forum. Dash? What image? They're talking about that event, right? Was it the sports day? I read comments from schoolmates saying he's a bit different now from before. Woojin Appa. Show us your cruel yet adorable charm. I can't get enough. But what's crazy is, if you look at Kang Woojin's filmography, he's worked with all the big names. No way, at this rate. He might go to Hollywood next year. LOL. By this point, the media turned their focus to Star Talk, ultra-rising Kang Woojin. Tracing his journey reveals a jaw-dropping array of big names. The media became increasingly interested in Kang Woojin's filmography. The reason was simple. His journey had been marked by collaborations with giants of the industry, from writer Park Eun-mi and PD Song Man-woo, to writer Lee Wol-seon, director Kwon Ki-taek, and PD Yoon Byung-seon. It was a filmography even top actors would struggle to build. More than anything, Kang Woojin was a rookie. Yet, his influence was comparable to that of top celebrities. Therefore, the industry couldn't help but get more excited. What's with him, working only with big names? Exactly. It's not like he's covered in honey or something. He's just a big shot hunter, hunting big shots. What would happen if the yet confidential project with director Kyotaro was also leaked or revealed? Even if it wasn't known, Kang Woojin was bound to remain a legendary newcomer. At this point, more and more people started to keep an eye on Woojin. Not just the media, but also production companies, advertising agencies, YouTube, and so on. Many jumped on the bandwagon, hoping to ride on the popularity of the fast-rising Kang Woojin. Thanks to that, by Friday the 19th, Woojin, there's another ad offer. They're also suggesting you become their product model. I think we should definitely take this one. Yes, CEO. I'll give it a try. Apart from the stone-old ad, Woojin was flooded with various advertisements and modeling offers. He also received countless invitations to variety shows and YouTube collaborations. It was as if he had activated a real booster. At this point, Kang Woojin was, wow, this is really crazy. Finding himself frequently entering the void space. How am I supposed to survive with a schedule like this? How do the top stars handle this? Though he had somewhat adapted to acting, the newfound fame was still foreign to him. He was now being recognized everywhere, photographed, asked for autographs, showered with both fan love and hate comments. And he couldn't even remember the faces of people he met just a day ago. Nevertheless, Kang Woojin understood that his complaints might sound like he was being ungrateful. Phew, just have to endure. I won't really drop dead, right? I have to pull myself together, remember the concept, and go on. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and push through. Meanwhile, as Kang Woojin's fame soared, the production of Male Friend was accelerating. Lead actors were confirmed, and even director Shin Dong-chun joined, leaving no room for delay. Consequently, Netflix Korea announced exclusive director Shin Dong-chun, known for misunderstanding award winner, to direct Male Friend starring Kang Woojin and Wallin. With the announcement that director Shin Dong-chun would be directing Male Friend, the production team was set in place. Although it was a short series project, a top-notch team was formed. From now on, Netflix Korea would play a role not just as an investor, but also as a facilitator. The overall handling was done by director Shin Dong-chun. Isn't this good enough for a supporting role? Looks good. Let's send out invitations for the supporting roles and hold auditions for the rest. The casting of the actors was not a big issue. Besides Kang Woojin and Wallin, there weren't many standout roles. Once the actors were set, half the pre-production work for the series was considered done. Such projects usually had a shorter and more intense preparation period. However, Male Friend was slightly different from the usual. There were production meetings, script meetings, location scouting, storyboarding, and so on. Even though the production time was short, the quality expected was similar to that of a drama. especially since it was confirmed to launch on Netflix in both Korea and Japan. Director Shin Dong-chun, much like during Exorcism, worked tirelessly, often pulling all-nighters. Among everything, director Shin Dong-chun paid special attention to the OST. Play the previous track again. Yes, the solo track. Let's also listen to Woojin's guide track. It seems to fit well, doesn't it? Do you think so? I think it's a bit lacking. He and the music director meticulously reviewed collected tracks. Given his distinct audio sense from Exorcism and the fact that the OST was crucial for Male Friend, this was expected. Regardless, the selection was gradually narrowed down. The opening song, Kang Woojin's main theme song, Wallen's theme song, the ending song, the duet song. Once everything was finalized, all that remained was the recording of Kang Woojin and Wallen. Around this time, will writer Park Eun-mi surpass 25% viewership again? Star writer Lee Wool-seon's new work features a dazzling cast. Lee Wool-seon's Freezing Love also showed significant progress. It was slower than Male Friend, but it was unusually fast for a drama series. Over 5 scripts were already out, and most actors had been cast. Currently, set construction was in full swing. During this time, writer Lee Wool-seon met with writer Park Eun-mi, who had recently completed her script. They were originally close, and with Kang Woojin as a common point of interest, Lee Wool-seon had reached out first. It's been a long time, writer Park, hasn't it? We tend to get along when we meet after a long gap, right? Anyway, what role is Woojin playing? Well, it's a short but challenging role. Is that so? Well, anyway, it seems your work will also do well. Why the sudden encouragement? It's not encouragement. I just believe in the totem. Have you joined a new religion or something? Yeah. Anyway, if I may advise, make sure Woojin attends the script reading, even if his role is small. Why? You might not think it's necessary, but you'll regret it if you don't. You'll see what changes when he's there. It was a meeting with a peculiar atmosphere. On the other hand, the set of Drug Dealer, where Lee Sang-min died, was overflowing with energy. Director Kim Do-hee, the production team, and all the actors including Jin Jae-jun were intensely focused. Why? Cut. Okay, let's move on to the next shot. Stand by for Jin Jae-jun. Come on, we're almost wrapping up the filming next week, so let's put in a bit more effort. The absence of Kang Woojin indicated that the filming of Drug Dealer was almost over. Of course, when one thing ends, another begins. The location was not Korea, but Japan. Let's finalize the contract with BW Entertainment and discuss Woojin's appearance fees as soon as possible. We need to finish this by the end of this week. Understood, director. Director Kyotaro, who returned to Japan, immediately began the main production. Just like that, everything progressed smoothly, like interlocking gears. As soon as everything is settled with Woojin, let's start working with the lead actors we lined up. Time melted away like snow. A few days later, Monday the 22nd, the location was an upscale traditional Korean restaurant in Cheongdam-dong, with a spacious courtyard, styled like a traditional Korean house. It looked expensive at first glance. In the VIP room, which was a separate building, there were executives from the movie company and distribution company of Island of the Missing, assistant directors, key staff, and others. Oh, Young-min, you're here? Yes, hello. Hee, is the filming for Profiler Hanryang almost done? Just a couple of days left. Ryu Young-min, with his perm hair, entered. The room was spacious, with about 5 tables put together. Ryu Young-min sat in the middle. Another long-haired male actor was already seated. Hyung, it's been a while. I've been enjoying Hanryang. Oh, E1. You've lost weight. His name was Kim E1. He too was among the top actors. Although not exceptionally handsome like Ryu Young-min, he had built up popularity with solid acting skills. He had a slightly masculine appearance. Director Kwon told me to start exercising. I've been eating only protein bars these days. You have to endure if it's required. Another top actor joined them from behind. This time, it was the muscular John Woo-chang. Hello. Oh, Woo-chang, you're here. Whoa. Young-min Hyung. Filming a drama with a 20% rating and then joining Director Kwon's project. It's amazing. Why make a fuss as soon as you arrive? The top actors, meeting after a long time, chatted comfortably. Around this time, a graceful-looking actress opened the door. Hello, Dash. It was Co Chaeun. often mentioned in the same breath as Hong Hai-yun. Short-haired Seo Chayun greeted everyone briefly, then sat at the table with the actors, immediately teasing the muscular John Woochong. Woochong, if you build up more muscle, won't they burst? Ha ha ha. Nuna. Oh, I'm glad to see you too. TL, Nuna big sis. No, seriously. Ah, Kim E1, why are you all bones? Hello to you too. Seo Chayun, contrary to her gentle appearance, was rather sharp-tongued. Should we say she was outspoken? Soon, her gaze met Ryu Youngmin's. You've been doing well recently, haven't you, Appa? So have you. Well, I'm always the same. Not true. Your clinic seems to be doing well. Maybe cut back on the Botox a bit. Do you want to die? Domestic actors with tremendous influence gathered in one place. It was expected. This was the venue for the first get-together for Island of the Missing. Naturally, all the main actors were present. Amidst the noisy ambience, Seo Chayun, holding a glass of water, looked around. Where's the director? The response from Ryu Youngmin came quickly. Not here yet. John Woochong chimed in, scratching his muscular arm. By the way, isn't that popular Kang Woojin coming today? Seo Chayun clapped her hands as she flicked her bobbed hair. Right. That. Newbie hasn't arrived yet. Wow, we're all here already? He's so full of himself. Nuna, your nose is up in the air the most here, isn't it? John Woochong, want me to burst your muscles? Seriously, someone just a few months into their debut being the last to come. Ryu Youngmin, crossing his arms, chuckled. He's probably the busiest among us. Ugh, I can see it already. He's totally caught a bad case of the star disease. Isn't he the kind to cause trouble on set? I hate seeing that kind of behavior. Mind your own business. Huh? What? Just because you worked on the same project, you're defending him? When something's wrong, it's wrong. Kim E1 spoke up. But Kang Woojin really is impressive. Chosen by director Kwon as the lead, and he's even confirmed for PD Yoon's new variety show. He's just going to soar. Lately, all our friends from the gathering can't stop talking about Woojin. Seo Chayun, looking perplexed, whispered, keeping an eye on the production team. But I heard Kang Woojin is related to director Kwon. Is that not true? Ryu Youngmin refuted immediately. That makes no sense. The director is not the kind of person to do that. No, it doesn't make sense. That's why I'm asking. How does a newcomer get a lead role within a few months of debut? Anyway, I don't like him. Even now, he should have been the first to arrive. Just then, creak, the wooden door opened, and a man with an indifferent expression appeared. As a result, all eyes in the room were on him. The quickest to react was Ryu Youngmin. Woojin, over here. It was Kang Woojin who entered. Woojin, in a white tee, jeans, and a hat, greeted everyone and then, swoosh, took a seat opposite Ryu Youngmin, right next to Seo Chayun. Then, taking off his hat, Woojin bowed deeply to the top actors. Hello, nice to meet you all. I'm Kang Woojin. His voice was deep and solemn. While this was familiar to Ryu Youngmin, it was new to the other actors, causing their expressions to shift in surprise. Among them, Seo Chayun, who seemed displeased with Kang Woojin, spoke first. You're quite late. Shouldn't a newcomer be the first to arrive? Isn't it too early for you to be so arrogant? Kang Woojin stared at her coldly for a moment, then replied without any hint of emotion. Do you have a problem with me? 1. Threat 1. In fact, when Kang Woojin arrived at the detached VIP room, his heart was on the verge of bursting. This is insane. There must be a lot of top actors in this room. Right. About to see the so-called top actors. Standing in front of the room's door, Woojin took a deep breath inwardly. He entered a mindset control. He had to properly equip his persona. What lay ahead was an unknown battlefield. He needed to have a heart several times stronger than usual. Kang Woojin's face became more emotionless than ever before. And then he, swish, opened the room's door. Instantly, many people inside the room came into Woojin's view. Wow. Shit, how many people are here? Roughly over 20 people. Moreover, all eyes were focused on Woojin as he entered. The looks were varied. Woojin, ignoring his pounding heart, stepped into the room and threw a stern greeting. That's when a familiar voice was heard. Woojin, over here. It was Ryu Youngmin, sitting somewhere in the middle of the table. Kang Woojin almost rushed to hug him in relief. That's how glad he was to see him. Then, his field of view widened. He saw top actors sitting around Ryu Young-min. Wow, fascinating. Although Woojin wanted to ask each one for a handshake. No, I can't. Kang Woojin acted solemnly, without a hint of rashness. Swish. You all are just common pedestrians I often see on the streets. With that kind of sentiment, Woojin greeted lowly. Hello, nice to meet you. I'm Kang Woojin. Done. While Kang Woojin was praising himself. You're quite late. Shouldn't a newcomer be the first to arrive? Isn't it too early for you to be so arrogant? A female actress seated next to him spoke. Her tone was sufficiently snide. Woojin turned his head. He recognized who it was in an instant. Seo Chaeyoon. She is indeed gorgeous. No, that's not it. Top actress Seo Chaeyoon. When seen in the media, she had a kind and elegant image, but judging by the way she was speaking to Kang Woojin now, it seemed somewhat venomous. Therefore, Woojin wondered inwardly. What's with her? Is she outright picking a fight? The notorious arrogance I've only heard about. Arrogance exists everywhere, even at the design company where Kang Woojin worked. Of course, the entertainment industry was even more so. Regardless, Woojin sensed that this actress was picking a fight. Or does she dislike me? Whether it's picking a fight or disliking me, neither feels particularly pleasant. Seo Chaeyoon was somewhat different from Wallen. She openly showed her dislike. So, then I'll be straightforward too. Kang Woojin made a decision in a brief moment. I'll retort a bit harshly, to a not too severe extent. This was the most plausible action considering his current persona. Do you have a problem with me? Since he was a newbie, he maintained politeness. That was obvious. But there was no need to be humble when the other party wasn't being polite. Kang Woojin is now a monstrous actor. Moreover, he was a blend of bluster and pretense, not caring about others' views, straightforward and forthright. Moreover, what are you going to do about it? I'm indeed a bit special. Kang Woojin didn't have connections, lines, or strings. Therefore, he was not afraid to engage in outrageous behavior. Seo Chaeyoon, with a face asking if what she heard was correct, blinked her eyes. What did you say? Pretending not to hear, Woojin repeated with a collected voice. Do you have a problem with me? Ryu Young-min, who already knew of Woojin's quirky personality, stifled his laughter while snickering. As expected of Woojin. In the surroundings, Kim E-won. Wow, he's confronting Seo Chaeyoon directly? Manly. John Woochong was somewhat impressed by Woojin's straightforwardness. Such a fascinating character. The atmosphere is also somewhat cold, but he is not backing down. Moreover, there are several people here. Isn't he nervous? And Seo Chaeyoon, frowning her brows, showed her utter perplexity. No. Excuse me? It's not about whether I have a problem with you or not, but pointing out that you came late when all the seniors are already here. Ryu Young-min mediated the slightly hostile atmosphere. Hey, Seo Chaeyoon. That's enough. What? You should be scolding this person, not me. At that moment, if you're talking about being late, Kang Woojin, unperturbed, looked straight at Seo Chaeyoon and spoke. I believe I was the earliest. What do you mean? I arrived 45 minutes ago and had a little talk with director Kwon Ki-taek in the parking lot. The director will be here soon, too. Really? Yes. Well, you could have said that first. Woojin continued with a cynical expression. You didn't give me time to explain. You got aggressive as soon as I sat down. Seo Chaeyoon, at a loss for words, clenched her teeth in frustration. Look at this guy. The newcomer wasn't losing ground. Instead, it was Seo Chaeyoon who seemed overwhelmed. For her, who has been in the entertainment industry for over a decade, Kang Woojin was a person of a kind she had never encountered before. The atmosphere was heavy. His words and actions were calm and cold. How can such a person exist, emitting such a heavy aura already? On the other hand, Kang Woojin was deeply engaged in a staring contest with Seo Chaeyoon. If I lose this staring game, it's over. The pressure is real. Then, swoosh. The door of the room opened again, and a gentle voice was heard. Oh my, I'm a bit late. The call took longer than expected. Director Kwon Ki-taek, with his warm presence, entered. Upon this, all the actors and everyone stood up. Swish. The staring contest between Seo Chaeyoon and Kang Woojin barely ended. However, starting with Ryu Young-min, The existence of Woojin was strongly imprinted in the minds of Kim Il-won and John Woo-chang. He's somewhat insane. I find the crazy one somewhat charming. Of course, Seo Chaeyoon was the most impacted. Ugh, annoying. How can he be like this? And Kang Woojin. Yep, I definitely nailed the concept act pass. He praised himself highly. Several minutes later, when director Kwon Ki-taek entered, all the people intended for the VIP room had arrived. Therefore, director Kwon Ki-taek, who sat on the long table, said, "Okay, everyone dash." After casually chatting with the surrounding staff, he focused everyone's attention, and over 20 pairs of eyes were on him. There may be faces you're familiar or unfamiliar with, but now that we are on the same boat, let's sail smoothly without any problems until the release. It was a wishful statement. Even if the lineup from the production team to the actors is incredibly formidable, a sailing ship doesn't always have a smooth journey to the movie release. The entertainment industry is a place where trouble can occur at any time. There are many movies that get messed up in a year, whether it's due to a small or big problem. Anyway, director Kwon Ki-taek gestured towards the actors and continued warmly. "First of all, our main actors. I look forward to working with you. Oh, and there must be many people seeing Kang Woojin for the first time, right?" For a moment, the gazes of everyone was fixed on Kang Woojin at the actors' table. He still had an unperturbed face, and director Kwon Ki-taek smiled. He's quite remarkable these days, so there's no particular need for introduction. He's a rookie, but not at all like a rookie, and he's a very good actor, so everyone should be on their toes, haha. The words sounded like a joke, but there was an urgency in the words, injecting alertness into top actors. The warm charisma of the kind director Kwon Ki-taek was indeed unique. "Woojin, please give a brief greeting to everyone." Upon the request, Kang Woojin calmly stood up and greeted everyone. "Nice to meet you. I'm Kang Woojin." The key staff seemed slightly bewildered, perhaps expecting a longer greeting. However, director Kwon Ki-taek, who already knew Woojin's personality, smiled again. "Haha, he has a bit of a nonchalant side, but he's always like that, so let's not take it strangely." After the introduction of other top actors and greetings from key staff, the conversation baton returned to director Kwon Ki-taek. For now, we've gone public with Woojin and Youngmin to the media, and the rest will be revealed gradually. We're in this for the long haul, so please be mindful not to leak any confidential information, everyone. To briefly inform you of the pre-schedule, the set is in the middle of production, and perhaps we can go into reading as early as next month if fast. The explanation about the schedule took roughly 30 minutes. After that, it was mealtime. A feast was laid out on the tables, and everyone began dining, sharing conversations with those nearby. Of course, this included Kang Woojin. "Oh, this beef is so delicious, kind of an upscale taste." He marveled at the taste with genuine appreciation, though his expression didn't show it. At this point, Seo Chaeyoon, sitting next to Woojin, was sneakily glancing at him. A hint of discomfort mixed into her gaze. "I'm just asking out of curiosity, but you won't be late or cause any on-set disputes once shooting starts, right?" The term on-set disputes refers to a situation, rather crudely, where a successful actor holds out on set, showing dissatisfaction, whether it's with the director or other actors. Kang Woojin, of course, did not know this. What is she talking about? She's less pretty than Hong Hae-yeon. Whatever, shush. Don't disturb me while I'm enjoying my beef. Woojin, picking up kimchi with his chopsticks, casually replied to her. "No, I won't. Will you, senior?" "Yes." "No, I was just asking in case." Across the table, Ryu Youngmin almost spat out his soup, and John Woo-chang and Kim Il-won merely observed the situation unfold, showing no intent to intervene. It seemed like quite a common occurrence. Then, Seo Chaeyoon snorted softly, looking at Woojin with bewildered eyes. "Hey, are you really related to Director Kwon? Or do you have some powerful backing?" Kang Woojin responded curtly. "No, I don't." Seo Chaeyoon blinked her eyes in disbelief. She seemed to regard Woojin as a sort of odd variety. Ryu Youngmin then stepped in. "Stop it and eat, will you? By the way, Woojin, share your thoughts about the drug dealer shooting. How was Jae-jun's acting?" Soon, the topic of conversation at the actors' table changed. About an hour passed like that. Swoosh. Ryu Youngmin asked Kang Woojin, who stood up quietly. "Where are you going?" "The restroom." With that, Woojin then left the room. At the same time, Co Chayun rushed forward. Her target was Ryu Young-min on the opposite side. Hey Appa, does he really not have any backing? What backing are you talking about? Like, being a son from a wealthy family. The muscular John Woochong gave a small laugh. Nuna, you should be shooting dramas, not living in one dash. Do you want to die? Seriously, I've never seen anyone like him in all my years of acting. How can he be so shameless if he doesn't have any backing? Ryu Young-min, seemingly somewhat understanding, lifted his cup. Woojin is not your ordinary type, for sure. If you're not interested in getting ahead, they wouldn't care about keeping up appearances, you know. What? In response, Ryu Young-min locked eyes with Co Chayun and folded his arms. He then voiced his impressions of Kang Woojin. He seems to act pretty casually, doesn't he? He could act or not act. You'll see it in time. But even so, look at where he is now. Do you really think he needs connections or backing? What do you mean by that? Is acting just a hobby to him? I don't know about that. But acting doesn't seem to be everything for him. Woojin studied abroad. He's fluent in English and Japanese. And they say he's good at design too. What's that supposed to mean? Ryu Young-min seemed to spread his misunderstanding to the fellow top-tier actors. Anyway, looking at Woojin, it seems like he's acting in a half-hearted way. But even so, it's only by gritting his teeth and putting in effort that his acting maintains a standard where he can sustain himself through acting alone. He grinned sardonically, resting his chin on his hand, and matched eyes with Co Chayun. Woojin does have backing. His skill is his backing. The next day, late morning, the broadcasting station HTBS. A long-haired woman wearing a mask appeared in the bustling lobby. It was Hong Hae-yun. She had briefly stopped by before filming. As a top actress, she naturally attracted dozens of gazes. There were also reporters taking pictures. What's interesting here was, Dae-young, is this your first time at a broadcasting station? Kim Dae-young, boasting a sturdy physique, was included in Hong Hae-yun's team. The reason was simple. He had recently joined Hong Hae-yun's team for training. Oh, yes, it's my first time. Although Dae-young's large frame suggested otherwise, his face was stricken with nervousness, and the skinny manager team leader patted his shoulder. Quickly get used to it. Well, there's nothing to be so nervous about. Just think of it as any other company. Yes, understood. But there are so many people staring. This time, Hong Hae-yun, leading the way, turned her head to respond. Because it's me? But Dae-young, did you contact your friend? To say you've come to work? She meant Kang Woojin. Yes, I did. What did he say? To work hard. Pretty ordinary, huh? It wasn't so. In fact, what Kim Dae-young heard from Kang Woojin was, don't drool over Ms. Hong Hae-yun. Regardless, Hong Hae-yun and her team got on the elevator. We came a bit early. I'll contact PD Yoon for now. Okay, dash. Their destination was the variety show department. Ding. When the elevator arrived at the floor and smoothly opened its door. A woman with a mole under her eye, waiting among the crowd, was surprised to see Hong Hae-yun in the elevator. Hae-yun uni. It was Wallin. Hong Hae-yun inside the elevator and Wallin, looking at her with surprised eyes. The two were wearing completely different styles of clothes. Hong Hae-yun was in a loose shirt and Wallin in a tight short sleeve. However, Uni, Wallin, their surprised expressions were the same. Of course, Kim Dae-young was the same. Whoa, it's Wallin, as expected of the broadcasting station. Either way, after exiting the elevator, Hong Hae-yun stood in front of Wallin and said, Wallin, why are you here? And so early in the morning? With slightly widened eyes. Wallin answered the question with a question. What about you, Uni? I came to see PD Yoon. PD Yoon? You mean PD Yoon Byung-seon? Is there another PD Yoon in HDBS besides him? Feeling something at that moment, Hong Hae-yun asked back. Don't tell me. Wallin, did you also come to see PD Yoon? No. I'm on my way back from seeing PD Yoon. You've already seen him? Wallin abruptly spit out what flashed through her mind. Uni, did you come because of PD Yoon Byung-seon's new variety show? No, right? While brushing her long hair aside, Hong Hae-yun responded simply. That's right. For a moment, Wallin's pupils drastically expanded. Whoa, really? Why? Suddenly? No, what about you? Wallin, who was trailing off, suddenly lowered her voice. I'm confirmed for that. Confirmed? You're confirmed to join PD Yoon's new variety show. Yeah, I had no idea. Why didn't you say anything? No, it's not that I didn't, but I couldn't. PD Yoon said it's top secret. But only Woojin's confirmation has been announced, right? They only released Woojin for now. There are a few others confirmed besides me. As soon as she heard the answer, Hong Hae-yeon slightly bit her lip. What's going on? So, does this mean Wallin is doing a drama and a variety show with Kang Woojin? Her woman's intuition became stronger. Is it a coincidence? Maybe? But while I can accept the drama as a coincidence, joining the variety show immediately seems a bit too much to be a coincidence dash. It was Wallin who broke Hong Hae-yeon's deep thoughts. Is Uni confirmed for the variety show too? No, I'm just having a meeting for now. Whoa, Uni, you hardly ever do variety shows, right? Well, that's true, but I'm thinking of taking a little break from acting. I'm here to hear what PD Yoon has to say for now. After explaining, Hong Hae-yeon placed her hand on Wallin's shoulder and pulled her closer. Then, she whispered in her ear, Wallin, do you like Kang Woojin? Chapter 92. Threat 2. Who do you like? Wallin was stammered, her embarrassment deepening. What are you talking about? Speak sensibly. Why would I like him? Why would I like him? I mean, Woojin? We're not even close yet. Really? Yes. I told you. I only liked his work in the short film because it was genuinely good. And I was offered this variety show before Woojin was, you know. Really seriously true. Yuni really. TL, Yuni older. Sister. Their whispering was interrupted by Wallin's chubby manager. Excuse me. Sorry to interrupt. Wallin, it's about time to go, isn't it? Yes. Yuni, I'll head out first, Yuni. Okay. Message me. Yeah, let me know how it goes too, Yuni. Wallin, waving her hand rapidly, swiftly got on the elevator, and Hong Hae-yeon bid her goodbye with a small smile. Then, calmly walking down the corridor with her team, Hong Hae-yeon felt an unknown emotion surge within her. She wasn't sure if it was anxiety. I didn't expect Wallin to be involved. Hong Hae-yeon felt a vague sense of unease. Shortly after, in the meeting room, she met with PD Yoon Byung-seon, who was wearing glasses. PD Yoon and the writers were all smiles, surprised by the unexpected appearance of a top star. Haha, Ms. Hae-yeon. I was really surprised to hear from you. Did I arrange the meeting too abruptly? That's okay. Even if you set it up more suddenly, we'd run in barefoot to meet you. It's Ms. Hae-yeon after all. Hong Hae-yeon smiled. You're exaggerating, PD. You haven't changed. Variety shows should always be somewhat exaggerated. Haha. Anyway, are you really interested in my show? Yes. Right. But on the way here I met Wallin. She said she's confirmed? You saw her? Yes, Wallin is confirmed. After finishing his sentence, he received a clear file from one of the writers. Let me show you who's confirmed so far. Just keep it a secret, including Wallin, Kang Woojin, On Jong-hak, and Ha Kong-soo. One is still being coordinated. And now you also, Hae-yeon. Wallin was the first to be discussed, right? That's right. We sent the offer out first. You've heard since Woojin is from the same agency, right? We only opened up about Woojin early because of the flow of events. PD Yoon Byung-seon chuckled mischievously. Come to think of it, Hae-yeon, you're close with Wallin, right? And you and Woojin are from the same agency. It would be great if you joined, considering the chemistry and all. You're acquainted with the others, aren't you? Yes, somewhat. But is it no problem that Woojin and I are from the same agency? PD Yoon Byung-seon, closing the clear file, smiled even brighter. Absolutely no problem. As long as it's fun, viewers don't care about such details. Only the media nitpick on such things. Hong Hae-yeon slowly nodded, her decision having been firmly set just after meeting Wallin. Soon, Hong Hae-yeon asked PD Yoon Byung-seon, what's the format of the show? Do you like cooking, Hae-yeon? Cooking? I can boil ramen well. That's sufficient. PD Yoon Byung-seon spread out the confirmed plan. So what's your schedule like for the second half of this year, Hae-yeon? About an hour later, Wallin, who arrived at a salon in Cheongdam-dong, received a message. The sender was Hong Hae-yeon. My love, Wallin. I've also decided to do the variety show. After reading the message, Wallin quickly replied. Really? That's totally great. I can't wait to start filming and have fun together, Yuni. She was sincere. Wallin was genuinely looking forward to shooting the variety show with Hong Hae-yeon. However, Wallin also had somewhat mixed feelings. I should have just said I was a fan of Woojin from the start. She regretted that the first button had been wrongly fastened. Late at night on the same day, the time was past 11 p.m., a time when everyone else was off work and resting at home. Nevertheless, the streets of Seoul were gleaming. Cars still frequently traversed the road. Among them, a sleek black foreign car stood out. At a glance, it was obviously an expensive model, easily worth several hundred million won. That foreign car drove through the road, heading towards the vicinity of Sinsa Station. Although there were many cars around the station, once it entered an alley, the number of people and cars gradually decreased. Several minutes later, a foreign car repeatedly traveled the same route, finally pausing briefly in front of a building before starting again. It continued this pattern, obvious enough to notice something was amiss. Regardless, the car repeatedly stopped and started in front of the building. Eventually, whoosh, satisfied, or for whatever reason, the car entered the building's underground parking garage. Looking at the building, there was a plastic surgery clinic on the third floor. The foreign car parked quietly, and then, thud, a woman with a bob haircut got out of the driver's seat. What was peculiar was that her face was completely covered. She wore a full-face mask, had a black hat pulled down low, and even wore sunglasses. After briefly surveying the parking garage, she moved silently, heading towards the entrance, and entered the elevator. Tap. She pressed the floor for the plastic surgery clinic, which was odd. It was already past 11:30 p.m., way past the clinic's closing time. Nevertheless, she headed towards the clinic as if quite familiar with it, opening the glass door to the dark, closed clinic. Interestingly, the clinic's glass door was unlocked. Thus, the woman, her face hidden, casually entered the plastic surgery clinic. About 30 minutes later, she left and took the elevator. The only difference was that she now held a small paper bag in her hand. The woman with the paper bag got into the foreign car in the underground parking garage and, Virum, smoothly exited the garage. Once again, the parking garage fell silent, but only for a moment. The sound of another car engine echoed, and a compact car that seemed to have been waiting followed the foreign car out of the parking garage. About an hour later, the foreign car that had been at the plastic surgery clinic entered a luxury apartment complex in Cheongdam-dong. A woman got out of the car after parking it adequately, and she unlocked the door to what appeared to be her home. Simultaneously, she sighed shortly, removing the items covering her face, mask, hat, etc. Her face was revealed. A captivating beauty, short hair, and a modest vibe. She, who had been cast in The Island of the Missing and had a bit of a feud with Kang Woojin yesterday. It's already this late. TSK was the top actress Seo Chaeyoon. Meanwhile, in front of Seo Chaeyoon's apartment, the small compact car that had followed the foreign car was parked at the roadside near the apartment entrance. The security of the apartment was so tight that it couldn't enter. Regardless, inside the compact car, check the dashcam first. Yeah, sure. There were 3 people, 2 men in the front seats, and a woman in the back. Their appearance was peculiar. They didn't exactly seem like police, but they didn't look entirely ordinary either. Moreover, the woman in the back was holding a huge camera. The man in the driver's seat, who had dark skin, asked her, "Did you get everything?" "Check. I got it." From when she arrived at the plastic surgery clinic to when she went inside her house. "Did you clearly film Seo Chaeyoon?" "Yes, but only the part where she gets out at the clinic. Her face was fully covered, so identification is not possible." The man in the driver's seat grinned maliciously. "Exactly, that's the point. The image of her, covering her face tightly, makes the story come alive. It wouldn't be interesting if her face wasn't covered." He shifted his gaze to the man in the passenger seat. "Is Seo Chaeyoon's car clearly in the dashcam?" "Yep. And you took photos too?" "Yes." "That's good. Even if her face is covered, it's undoubtedly Seo Chaeyoon's car, so there's no problem. For now, take an overall shot of Seo Chaeyoon's apartment just in case, you never know." The woman, nodding, took a shot of the apartment with her camera. Who were these people, and why were they documenting Seo Chaeyoon's actions? The man in the driver's seat murmured the answer. "For now, don't tell the chief editor. That wild boar will blow his top when he finds out and immediately want to run a story on it. For now, only we know about this. Absolutely do not leak it to anyone, all right?" They were entertainment reporters. Moreover, They belonged to the large media outlet Power Patch. The man in the passenger seat, continuously checking the dashcam footage, tilted his head slightly. But are you sure about this? The man in the driver's seat smacked him on the head. You idiot. Are you doubting my information network? Think about it. Why would anyone visit a plastic surgery clinic at this hour, close to midnight? And sneaking in all alone. It's 100% propofol. They will deny anything at the plastic surgery clinic. It's okay. According to my sources, it's not only CO Chayun who goes there. There are a few others too. They're all habitual, and we have reliable witnesses, so don't worry. We just need a bit more spice to add to it. In other words, they were planning to gather more concrete evidence. The man in the driver's seat who started the car continued explaining. The big fish is CO Chayun. We need to scoop up the side dishes along with her and expose everything in one go. The next question came from the woman in the back seat. When are you planning to blow this up? Assuming we collect enough about the others, maybe next month. Once the bomb goes off and causes chaos, the investigations or whatever will proceed on their own. Then CO Chayun and others will go straight to hell. The man in the driver's seat, grinning from ear to ear, chuckled heartily. All their advertisements and works in which they are involved in will be ruined too. At that moment, in the vicinity of Samseong Station, the location was Kang Woojin's apartment. It was past midnight when the entrance to his apartment opened, and Woojin, who looked fatigued, entered. Without even taking off his clothes after removing his shoes, he dove straight into bed. I'm exhausted. I'm really only going to sleep until tomorrow afternoon. Woojin, who had collapsed, determinedly affirmed this. Since Kang Woojin's actual work start time was around noon the next day, anyway. Soon, he recalled today's schedule. There was a lot, he couldn't remember everything. There were meetings related to new advertisements and an interview with a popular YouTube channel. He also went to some event and did a photo shoot for SNS at night. This tight schedule had been continuous. If I didn't have the void space, I really would have been dead by now. Woojin was, somewhat, managing to survive thanks to the rest provided by the void space. Indeed, the level of life in the entertainment industry was quite high for Kang Woojin, who was still an ordinary citizen at heart. However, he was growing little by little. Woojin, who almost fell asleep, forcibly lifted his body. Now he couldn't just sleep carelessly as he used to in the past. Washing up was the most basic of basics. What was it? Start with a facial pack dash. He also had to pay attention to skincare. Thanks to that, Woojin sighed deeply and came out to the living room. Then, the script casually thrown on the kitchen table caught his eye. It was the script for the second part of Freezing Love by writer Lee Wool-seon. It was an additional one he received from the production team. Might as well list it up. Muttering internally, Kang Woojin picked up the script. To be precise, he poked at the black square next to the script. Immediately, Kang Woojin said, "Let's see dash." He entered the totally dark void space. Kang Woojin, who soon reached the lined-up white rectangles. Freezing Love, Part 2 registered without any problems. Woojin, who slowly nodded his head. Done. Let's get out of here. He was about to shout the command to exit, to return to reality. He paused, furrowing his brow unexpectedly. Then, Kang Woojin stared intently at one of the white rectangles. Because he sensed something strange. Why is this like this? The white rectangle Kang Woojin was looking at was Island of the Missing. There definitely was a change compared to before. -3/scenario. Title, Island of the Missing, D grade. The rating of Island of the Missing had dropped to D. Originally, it was A+, wasn't it? When Woojin, who had just come in for a rest, looked, it was A+ even up to lunchtime. But now it was D grade. Woojin, bewildered, muttered dumbfoundedly. Damn what? Why did it suddenly drop to D? 100% something had happened. But there was no way to know what it was. Shit, what the hell? Kang Woojin began to rack his brains while scratching his head. The first thing that came to mind was director Woo Hyun-gu. He had been branded a criminal, and his work was F grade. So, was it possibly an issue with director Kwon Ki-taek? No, isn't that a bit unlikely? If there was a problem with director Kwon Ki-taek, Island of the Missing should have received a low rating a long time ago. But it was fine until this morning, for sure. Moreover, ordinarily, looking at that director's personality, he doesn't seem like someone who would cause a scandal. Then what about the staff? The staff? Could they cause such an issue that the rating of a project drops this drastically? Even if it did drop, it would drop by 1 grade. In other words, the staff was also out. Is it the actors? If the movie's arms and legs were investment money, the actors were its heart. Island of the Missing was teeming with top actors, excluding Kang Woojin. Woojin first recalled Ryu Young-min, whom he was somewhat close with. That handsome guy. No, that doesn't seem likely. It was Ryu Young-min who joined right after Woojin. If it was his issue, the grade would have dropped right away, or the grade of profiler Han Yang, which he was currently filming, should have also dropped. However, Han Yang's grade was still S. Then it narrows down to 3. The top stars who joined recently: John Woo Chang, Kim E-won, and Seo Chaeyoung. Following that, Kang Woojin conclusively murmured, "It's one of the 3. Definitely." For some reason, Seo Chaeyoung's face kept coming to mind for Woojin. It might be thanks to the unpleasant first impression at the dinner party. I have a strong feeling it's Seo Chaeyoung. Guessing randomly seemed to hit close to the mark. 1. Propofol. It is a drug used in surgery, but can also be used to drug by junkies. 93. Chapter 93. Threat 3. Kang Woojin speculated that the suspect was Seo Chaeyoung. However, this was just his intuition. His first impression of her wasn't great, and he didn't like how she always picked fights for no reason. But intuition alone couldn't provide certainty. It's like saying, "You look suspicious, so you must be the culprit." Damn, isn't there anything substantial? He needed something definite, anything. The problem was that, currently, only Woojin knew about this situation of due to the void space. Bluntly shouting that the grade of the Island of the Missing has now dropped to D level would just get him treated like a lunatic. In a way, he was the only one who could save Island of the Missing now. This was a serious matter, both to Woojin and to everyone involved in Island of the Missing. Feeling the heavy weight of this on his shoulders, Woojin racked his brain. First things first, he needed to narrow down the suspects. 3 was too many. He then thought of a trick. It wasn't exactly a clever trick, but it was a good idea. Soon, Kang Woojin quickly shouted, "Exit." Having returned to his apartment, Woojin pondered for a moment and clicked his tongue. Shortly. Annoying, especially when I'm already tired. He turned on the laptop placed on the living room table. Let's start with Seo Chaeyoung. He logged on to a portal site. The search keyword was Seo Chaeyoung. Information and articles poured out. Among them, Woojin checked her other works, not Island of the Missing. Let there be. He needed something not from the past, but from the future. The projects that Seo Chaeyoung participated in or would participate in. And fortunately, there it is. He confirmed her future projects from several articles. 2 movies in total. A romantic comedy movie, Natural Encounter, which will be released in 2 months, and an action comedy, Prosecutor's Usage, which is soon to wrap up filming. As expected of a top actress, her schedule was packed. Natural Encounter was filmed last year and is being released now. Prosecutor's Usage would finish filming as soon as this month. Having confirmed up to this point, Kang Woojin searched for projects of John Woo Chang and Kim E-won as well. They both had projects too. John Woo Chang was filming a drama titled Royal Company that would be broadcast in a few months. Kim E-won had a movie titled Again Man, nearing its release. Fortunately, all of them were top actors with active schedules. In any case, a total of 4 projects were identified. So why did Kang Woojin search for the projects of the 3 top actors? The answer was simple. First of all, I need to get the scripts or scenarios for these projects. He had to get the scripts and scenarios to enter the void space. Then, he could obtain an answer close to certainty. Surely, one of the 3 has a standout grade, the same as or lower than Island of the Missing. Afterward, Kang Woojin noted down the 4 projects on his phone. It's a bit late now. He went into the bathroom and started to shower. However, only one thought occupied Woojin's mind. Shit, I will save it. He was determined to revive the Island of the Missing. The next morning, the 24th, near Netflix, in the recording studio, the male friend team gathered in the studio where Kang Woojin's insane singing skills had been showcased. However, the actors were absent. There were roughly 10 people present. The music director sat in front of the recording equipment with dark circles under his eyes, and director Shin Dong-chun. I will play them in order: Woojin's solo, Wallen's solo, and the duet. Executive Director Kim So-hyang with her arms crossed, writer Choi Na-na looking nervously excited, the production company staff, etc. All of the key production staff of Male Friend were gathered. Whoosh. The music director manipulated the device, and the first song resonated throughout the studio. The tone was somber yet melodic. Somehow, it felt like any man or woman, when paired with this song, could create drama. Soon, starting with Kim So-hyang, who was stroking her chin, feedback poured out. It's good, right? Really good. It doesn't feel seasonal, either. These are just the rough lyrics attached by the composer now, right? It's so smooth on the ears, feels like a hit. Wow. I think it will really suit Woojin. Right? When Woojin sings, there's a slightly muffled voice, which will be perfect. Who's the composer? The reactions were positive. Thanks to that, director Shin Dong-chun, who had been pulling all-nighters for days, smiled faintly. I'm glad. I'll tell you the detailed information after we listen to everything. Next is Wallen's song. The song quickly changed. This time it was a bit bouncier. The tempo was slightly fast, with the violin joining in after the playful rhythm. Indeed, people seemed to enjoy this track too, judging by their positive reactions. Ms. Wallen's character really matches well with this. It's cute, and then it takes a sharp turn in the latter part. So addictive dash. Then, finally, it was the duet song that could arguably be considered the main track of the OST, and everyone's eyes slightly widened as they listened to the flowing melody. Interestingly, the reaction was not as strong compared to the solo tracks. It wasn't because it was bad. It was because it was the most distinct. Oh, a silent exclamation of admiration. From here. As they listened to the duet, everyone began to imagine. How would it sound with Kang Woojin and Wallen's voices? Of course, it was just everyone's individual imaginations, but they all firmly believed one thing. They would really go well together, wouldn't they? That the chemistry between Kang Woojin and Wallen, the harmony with Male Friend, would be absolutely breathtaking. Thus, everyone was immersed until the song ended. A moment of silence. The silence was broken by director Shin Dong-chun, the overall director. I'd like to settle on these 3 songs. What does everyone think, especially you, the writer? Writer Choi Na-na responded with enthusiastic applause, as if she was enchanted. Clap, 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 clap. I love it. I'm very happy with it. The applause was contagious. Clap, 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 clap. No one expressed any dissatisfaction. They simply wanted to convey the songs they just heard to the actors as soon as possible. You both directors have worked hard. The tracks are absolutely stunning. They go well with Male Friend too. It sticks in your ears. I'm already looking forward to the viewers' reactions. We'll have to see how they fit with the actors' voices, but I have a feeling it's going to be great. Is it just me? Of course, these were not the only songs to be inserted as the OST, but deciding on the 3 main theme songs felt like they had crossed a big mountain. In other words, then the main theme for the leads will be these 3 songs. It meant that the main OST for Male Friend had been decided. We don't have much time, so let's get the lyrics tomorrow and pass them directly to Woojin and Wallen. That sounds good. When do you think we can record? I'll have to check the schedule, but it would be nice if we could wrap it up within this week, considering we have script reading the following week. Okay, then I'll share the schedule with Woojin and Wallen right away. The OST recording was just around the corner. Meanwhile, at the same time, the location was Sunshin. The drug dealer team gathered in a large set studio. Currently, filming was in progress. To be exact, the shooting had been ongoing since dawn, and Jang Jae-jun, no, Jong Sung-hoon, was standing in front of a building. Who dash? He exhaled a long puff of cigarette smoke, staring at the camera. There was no dialogue. He just gazed at the camera with a peculiar expression. Various emotions were contained: regret, worry, concern, determination. Although it wasn't the last scene in the script, watching him, director Kim Do-hee, and others, the emotional tone is good dash. Had serious expressions unlike ever before. Some swallowed their saliva. Soon, Jong Sung-hoon's face was pulled up close on the monitor that director Kim Do-hee was watching. Swoosh. Jong Sung-hoon flicked away the cigarette he was smoking. About 10 seconds of backshot followed. Simultaneously. Cut. Okay. Nice. That was great. Director Kim Doo-hee, jumping up from her seat, shouted loudly. Then, Jae-jun, relaxing his expression, bowed with a small smile. Thank you for your hard work. Well done, everyone. About 60 staff members distributed around the set shouted in unison. Everyone worked hard. It's finally over. Haha. This day finally came. Right? Thank you for your hard work. There were some disturbances along the way, but that makes it feel even better now that it's over. We should celebrate. Now we can finally have a rap party. A rap party. Haha. The assistant director is the most excited. Director, thank you for your hard work. They were all jubilantly bouncing around, chanting for everyone to leave the set. The reason became clear when the assistant director spoke. All right, only when the cleanup is perfect is the shooting really over. Let's wrap it up quickly. The filming of Drug Dealer had been going on for about half a year, and it was at the moment when it was all over. Drug Dealer, which came with its own hardships, caused dozens of actors and staff to show expressions that seemed to shiver with thrill. They looked very happy. Among them, phew, we somehow managed to finish it. Director Kim Doo-hee, looking at the sky and exhaling a breath of relief. At this moment, Jin Jae-jun, the lead actor of Drug Dealer, came alongside her. Director, I'm glad. It ended well. Looking at him, Director Kim Doo-hee scratched her scruffy head. Well, now I have to edit it all night long. But yes, I really feel fortunate. I thought we were doomed when we hit a snag because of the Lee Sang-man incident. Jin Jae-jun, recalling Kang Woojin's face here, chuckled. As you may know, Director Woojin joining as a cameo was a masterstroke. I'm looking forward to the chosen shots. That's what I'm saying. What would have happened if I hadn't gone to the misunderstanding? I owe Woojin big time. And you, Jae-jun, should also treat him to a nice meal, right? Of course. How are you planning on handling the poster? Well, I'm torn between including Woojin to raise expectations or just keeping him in the trailer to maintain the suspense. Plus, all the shots are so good that I'm already worried about what to leave out and what to include during editing. It's a happy dilemma, haha. Then, the actors gathered around Director Kim Doo-hee. Among them, Park Pan-seo, who visited for the last shooting celebration, asked a question. Director Kim, is the release schedule roughly set? Director Kim Doo-hee, with a smile, answered. It should be released in early winter. Later that day, the weather had become quite hot. Therefore, Kang Woojin, who had left his apartment, was lightly dressed, and upon arriving at the underground parking lot, quickly moved to the waiting minivan. Thud. Familiar faces were there. Jang Soo-hwan and Choi Sung-gun. However, Han Yeong was not there, perhaps because she had something to do. Either way, as soon as Woojin got into the minivan, hello, he greeted in a low voice. Soon, Choi Sung-gun, with tired eyes, yawned and waved his hand. Woojin, did you get some sleep? You got to sleep in since it's been a while since you had a late start to the day, right? No, I had a nightmare. In reality, Woojin had tossed and turned all last night. He also dreamed that Island of the Missing was completely collapsing. However, Woojin, who was maintaining his image, knew that showing weakness wasn't an option. Yes, I slept well. Well done. All right, let's get going. The minivan smoothly started moving. At the same time, Choi Sung-gun's phone, who had been reading his diary, rang, and seeing that the caller was from the company's PR team, he put the phone to his ear. Woojin's fan signing event. Yes, tell me. Calmly listening to the report, Choi Sung-gun quickly gave instructions. Is that so? Then let's confirm it for that day. The scale? To the extent that it might seem a bit overboard. Still, it's the first fan signing event Woojin is holding before his official fan meeting, so we have to give it some push. Yes, share it with Woojin's fan club too. Let's not specifically limit the number of people. Yes. After hanging up, Choi Sung-gun turned to Woojin with a faint smile. Your fan signing event is confirmed. It was the moment when Kang Woojin's first fan signing event was decided. However, Woojin had no reaction. Is that so? It was because Woojin was preoccupied with other thoughts at the moment. Choi Sung-gun, familiar with Woojin's demeanor, gestured to Jang Soo-hwan. Soo-hwan, let's head to the salon first. Yep. Oh right. Woojin, you heard that Dae-young started working, right? Yes. I was contacted yesterday. Choi Sung-gun chuckled heartily. He did well on his first day yesterday, I heard. To be honest, at the moment, Woojin wouldn't have cared even if Kim Dae-young had pooped on the streets. His urgency was directed elsewhere. CEO. Thus, Woojin asked Choi Sung-gun in a stern tone. May I ask for a favor before we go through the schedule? Choi Sung-gun, turning his body towards Woojin, locked eyes with him. A favor? Sure. I must listen even if the sky splits apart if it's a request from our great actor Kang Woojin. What is it? I want to get some scripts and scenarios. All of a sudden, what? Choi Sung-gun's face swiftly filled with concern. Hey, it's not healthy if you're too workaholic, you know? Hyeon had to take a year off because she was the same. You already have more than enough on your plate. Naturally, Choi Sung-gun thought that Woojin wanted to add more work, and Woojin, pulling out his phone, slightly nodded his head. No, it's not for me. Oh, then, what do you need it for? For verification. The works of Kim Il-won, John Woo-chong, and Seo Chaeun, the seniors I saw yesterday. Oh, maybe you want to check their form? What projects they've taken? He had prepared a different explanation, but Woojin quietly agreed, finding this one suitable. Yes, I want to understand their acting a bit. But you never did that before, right? It's just a light curiosity. I'm curious about what they've been shooting. Well, it's not particularly difficult. What do I need to get for you? Woojin, looking at his phone, listed a string of titles. Natural Encounter, Prosecutor's Usage, Royal Company, Again Man. For in total, Choi Sung-gun blinked his eyes. That many? Yes. All of them are works scheduled for release or broadcast, and for dramas, just the first part will do. Uh-huh. Wait a bit. I have to write this down. As Choi Sung-gun unfolded his diary again, Woojin asked him seriously, trying not to seem too rushed. Receiving them today would be difficult, wouldn't it? I'd like to read them as soon as possible before things get busier. For a moment, Choi Sung-gun seemed to gain an unusual surge of energy. Woojin, usually nonchalant, was showing such passion that he couldn't be sluggish. Moreover, no, it can be done today. For Choi Sung-gun, with his extensive connections in the entertainment industry, it wasn't a difficult task. I'll get them for you before you leave work today. Chapter 94, Threat 4. Oh, it'll be done today? Although his face was indifferent, Kang Woojin silently gave a thumbs up inwardly. He definitely has remarkable ability. Our CEO. He did subtly rush him, but there were over 4 works that needed to be arranged. Even though there was no time, he thought it would be okay even if it was by tomorrow, but Choi Sung-gun's answer was refreshingly clear. Kang Woojin sincerely bowed to Choi Sung-gun. Thank you. On the other hand, Choi Sung-gun waved his 2 hands as if it was nothing. No. What's there to thank for? If you ask for it, I could even arrange up to 100 works, you know. Really? Yeah. No. I was joking, but I think you're serious, so I'll retract that. While briefing today's schedule, Choi Sung-gun was busy making calls somewhere, and the van Woojin was riding sped toward the first schedule. His first schedule of the day was a meeting with an advertiser. Additional advertising-related stuff. The meeting, which began around 1 p.m., took about 2 hours. Kang Woojin, who had finished the meeting with the company, re-entered the van around early 3 p.m. He sighed slightly at the meeting that went longer than expected. Clothing advertisement. I've only ever bought a ton of them. Never thought I'd be shooting one. So, is this like a sponsorship? Do I get free clothes too? That would be sweet. The outcome was clear. Now Woojin was set to shoot his second advertisement, and there were quite a lot of scheduled advertising meetings ahead. Wow, really? Indeed, Kang Woojin's popularity was soaring in all entertainment sectors at the moment. If he could also conquer the advertising world as well, it was hard to even estimate how big he would be by the end of the year. At this point, Appa, Han Yi-young, who was checking her schedule book in the next seat, showed her phone to Woojin. The media has already started making a fuss. On the phone screen, an article was displayed. Star pick, ultra-class rising Kang Woojin, showing signs of sweeping this year's Rookie Award. However, there was no change in Kang Woojin's cynical expression. Though part of it was his persona, he genuinely felt no thrill. Rookie Award? Me. It just didn't feel real yet. It was a bit different from the misunderstanding Film Festival. At that time, he unexpectedly received the grand prize, and more importantly, it was a minor award show after all. But Kang Woojin's team was almost certain. Isn't it obvious? If Woojin Hyung doesn't get it, who will? Right, CEO? Soo-hwan. Watch the road. Agreed. Though there's about half a year left, honestly, Appa should receive it. Otherwise, it's absurd. Perhaps because of this, if I were to give an acceptance speech at such a large-scale awards ceremony Woojin unknowingly started to daydream. His heart was pounding intensely. Wow. Shit, there are so many reporters in that. What is it, the long red carpet? I'd walk on that too. His expression was stoic, but his mood was quite high. Choi Sung-gun chimed in at this moment. Would Woojin be swayed just by a rookie award? Look at that expression. He's already confident that he's going to get it. Oh, true. No, it's not. Nevertheless, since he has a built-up character, Kang Woojin confidently pretended to be cool. I've already prepared my acceptance speech. Hell, look at that. There's half a year left, and he's already prepared his acceptance speech. Hyung, I envy that confidence. As Choi Sung-gun, who was shaking his head vigorously, opened his diary, he swiftly changed the subject. Anyway, let me inform you a bit about the fan signing event we've organized. All right, the fan signing event. Kang Woojin, who had momentarily forgotten, recalled it. He hadn't paid much attention earlier as he was caught up in the island of the missing issue. Either way, Choi Sung-gun began the briefing. We will hold it in 2 days, on Friday the 26th. It'll last about 3 hours. The location is the Mstonald Corporate Building Event Hall. It'll be in the morning. Since it's sponsored by Mstonald, we have to take care of advertising. So, there will be reporters present on that day, and our PR team will be filming it. Han Yeung, slowly nodding her head, chimed in. We absolutely have to film it. It's Appa's first signing event. That's what I'm saying. Woojin, you're holding a signing event much faster than Hyun did. Now, Woojin, who slowly began to feel a little nervous, recalled the short autograph session he had held in front of a convenience store in the past. Will many come? How many will come? Will 100 people come? Choi Sung-gun timely spat out the answer to these questions. The signing session itself is unofficial, and about 300 fans will come. It won't exceed 400 even if it's overcrowded. I want to make it bigger, but there's a limit. Your schedule doesn't allow for more time either. Woojin, with no change in expression, shouted internally. 400? 400 people? Is that so many? Choi Sung-gun, who had no way of knowing this, continued to explain. About half of them will be from the fan club. Oh, did you hear that your fan club exceeded 10,000 members? Ah, yes. This time, the executives of the official fan cafe, or shall we say, the general managers and operators will all come. They are people you will continue to see for a long time, so it's good to get friendly with them during the signing session. You know, actors exchange DMs with fan club members, right? Was the general manager's username Blood Sister? Yeah, you remember? Do you visit the fan cafe often? Not often, but occasionally. Woojin, who answered, indifferently continued. Blood Sister. I remember because the username is unique. He laughed inside. I should appreciate them even though the username is cheesy. They're the fan club president after all. Late afternoon. A famous hotel in Seoul. Kang Woojin was in the middle of an interview with a major media outlet in the lounge. Around this time, Choi Sung-gun, Han Yeung, and Jang Soo-hwan were having a late lunch in the hotel restaurant. Of course, the meal was paid for by the media outlet. Jang Soo-hwan, with his large frame, laughed heartily. Haha, this is great. Our actor is doing so well that we get this kind of treatment. Han Yeung, who was twirling spaghetti as if in agreement, answered coldly. That's right. Everywhere we go these days, they treat us incredibly kindly. Normally, they tend to be a bit dismissive of newcomers. It's all because Woojin Hyung is hot right now. Yes, that's right. It's exactly like Hyun Yuni. While the two were singing praises for Kang Woojin, for some reason, Choi Sung-gun was constantly tapping on his phone. Obviously, it was to get something that Kang Woojin had requested. Director. Choi Sung-gun, who had been on a call with someone, suddenly stood up. Oh, thank you. I'll buy you a meal next time. Sushi it is, of course, fine. Haha, yes. Right? Please send it by quick service to BW Entertainment. Yes. Thank you. After finishing the call, Choi Sung-gun issued instructions to the two looking up at him. I'm going to drop by the office for a bit, so take care of Woojin after you finish eating. Oh, then the car keys. No, If I take them and Woojin finishes early, the timing will get messed up. I can just take a taxi. The next schedule is visible radio, right? If anything happens in between, call right away. Yes, Dash. Got it. It won't take long. Let's join again at the radio studio. Choi Sung-gun, who hastily left the restaurant, hailed a taxi parked in front of the hotel. At the same time, he was calling the office. Choi Sung-gun, opening his mouth immediately as the other party answered quickly. 3 quick deliveries came today, right? Yeah. One more will come in a few dozen minutes, okay? Please gather all 4 and put them on the desk in my office. Having said everything he needed, Choi Sung-gun hung up the phone and mumbled to the taxi driver. Sir, please hurry. A few hours later, night had arrived. The location was a public broadcasting radio station. After finishing a 4-part guest appearance on the visible radio, Kang Woojin greeted the host and staff. Thank you for your hard work. Yes. Thank you for your efforts, Woojin. Woojin, who received the host's greeting, exited the booth. Writers rushed to him immediately, paper and marker in hand. Woojin, could you please sign this? Yes, of course. Inside the booth, there were many autographs from celebrities who had participated as guests. Woojin, feeling somewhat accustomed, swiftly signed. But it wasn't just one piece. Me too, please. Me too. I'm a fan, and my younger sister is a real diehard fan. Yes, hand it over. Thank you. Oh, did you see Woojin? Today the listeners were all over the place saying your voice is so good. Woojin, trying hard to hide his embarrassment, silently finished signing a total of 5 times. Only after that could he leave the booth. In the corridor, Choi Sung-gun was smiling. You were gone because you were busy, but you're back already? For some reason, Choi Sung-gun hurried Kang Woojin. Others are in the car. The next schedule was canceled, so you can go home. Let's hurry up and go. Yes, CEO. Woojin, who answered in a low voice, giggled inside. He's not usually like this, right? Then, he had a hunch. Oh, the reason for this CEO's overflowing confidence. Did you manage to get them all? Asked if he had gathered all that was requested. Then, perhaps feeling a bit excited, though a hint of disappointment also showed on Choi Sung-gun's face. Hee, I was going to give it to you as a surprise in the car. You're quick-witted. Yes, I got them all. You made it too obvious, didn't you? Whatever the case, Choi Sung-gun's capability was real. To think he actually collected all 4 works in one day. Inside, Kang Woojin silently cheered nice. But he couldn't show it. Thank you, CEO. Instead, he bowed in thanks. Of course, Choi Sung-gun refused the gratitude. Don't mention it. I told you this morning. I didn't do anything big. This is a piece of cake compared to what you've done, so feel free to ask for anything, all right? Woojin was utterly relieved. A few minutes later, Woojin boarded the van parked in the broadcasting station parking lot. Next to his usual seat, for script scenarios were stacked. Kang Woojin immediately picked up one of them. Choi Sung-gun, sneakily watching Woojin through the rearview mirror, asked with a satisfied face. Oh my, are you going to read it right away? That's so like you. He signaled to Jang Soo-hwan to start driving. Let's go, just take Woojin home. Yes. The van smoothly started moving. Similarly, Woojin, glancing at Han Yeung to his right, lifted his index finger. Thump. He poked the black square attached to the script. Then, he entered the void space, yelling exit right away. He did this about 4 times. Quite a lot was happening, but naturally, nobody noticed. All done next. Kang Woojin, who had listed up all the works, went inside the void space again. Woojin, who found it a bit strenuous, took a small deep breath and turned his body. The floating white rectangles expanded and increased. Let's see, what are the results? He didn't need what was originally there. What Kang Woojin needed was the things he just listed up. -8/scenario, title, natural encounter, F grade. -9/scenario, title, prosecutor's usage, F grade. -10/script, title, Royal Company Episode 1, C+ grade. -11/scenario, title, Again Man, C grade. The results were instantly confirmed. Only 2 works were precisely F grade. The rest were average. And those 2 works were. They're both Seo Chae-yoon's work. They were movies of Seo Chae-yoon. Quickly, a smile spread across Kang Woojin's lips. My intuition was right. It was merely a guess, but whether by chance or not, it was spot on. In other words, the likelihood that Seo Chayun was the suspect had greatly increased. The reason was simple. No matter how much a movie fails, it was inconceivable for two movies to both be rated F. Seo Chayun was a top actress. Moreover, other top actors and actresses also appeared in the two works. But F grades from the start. Such a rating was definitely odd. Moreover, he had grasped what an F grade meant through director Woo Hyun-goo's incident. It's either when the production itself stopped, or it's a complete failure. An F grade essentially meant rock bottom. This meant these two films featuring Seo Chayun would either have an audience count below 100,000 or would be total disasters. And coincidentally, both films starring Seo Chayun received an F rating. Seo Chayun confirmed. She was most likely the suspect. Because of Seo Chayun, two productions, no, including Island of the Missing, a total of 3 movies were downgraded. Was The Island of the Missing only a D because Seo Chayun joined later? The other 2 works had either already finished filming or were near wrapping up. Therefore, the damage would have been tremendous. Anyway, the suspect was narrowed down to Seo Chayun. Of course, what she did exactly was still unknown, and moreover, time was of the essence to figure that out. At this point, Kang Woojin thought, what can I do? I should delegate it. He had to pass the conclusion of the matter. How? By relying on his misunderstanding and persona, of course. Soon, Kang Woojin exited the void space and returned to the van. It took an hour to arrive at Woojin's apartment parking lot. Screech. You worked hard, Hyung. Appa, you worked really hard, Dash. Woojin, get some good rest. Greetings poured in. However, Kang Woojin, with an indifferent expression, called out to Choi Sung-gun. CEO, a moment. Huh? What is it? Need more scripts? No. I have something to tell you outside. Outside. Choi Sung-gun's expression turned curious, but he got out of the van anyway. Kang Woojin did the same. A few steps away from the van, Woojin was the first to speak. CEO, about Senior Seo Chayun. It's harsh. It's a bit tricky, but I have a bad feeling. What? What are you talking about? Kang Woojin utilized his misunderstanding, and he wore a poker face, thicker than ever, to amplify the seriousness of the situation. It's similar to the time with director Woo Hyun-goo. Could it be because of that? Huh. Choi Sung-gun's eyes bulged, seemingly about to pop out. 95. Threat. 5. At Kang Woojin's unexpected declaration, Choi Sung-gun was momentarily stunned. The content was quite shocking. What about Seo Chayun? Normally, he could have ignored it as nonsense, but the person in question was none other than Kang Woojin, a freak possessing a crazy intuition that rivals divine revelation. That intuition activates regardless of whether it's related to his work or people. What is this? It doesn't seem like a joke. Choi Sung-gun, his eyes slightly widened, stared at Woojin, and then asked, so, you feel something similar from Seo Chayun as you did with director Woo Hyun-goo? Woojin elevated his act of pretense to the extreme, incorporating sincerity into his expression and atmosphere. I didn't know I could exploit a misunderstanding this way to my advantage. A misunderstanding, founded on the capability of the void space. However, there was no other way right now. Yes, it's almost identical to that time. The epitome of shamelessness. A mask as hard as a diamond. Choi Sung-gun had seen Kang Woojin's current expression before. Of course, it was during the time with director Woo Hyun-goo. An atmosphere, firm to the core, that gives a dizzying feeling of having no room for error. He's serious. On the other hand, Woojin, with an indifferent face, was endlessly chanting a spell inside. Believe it, believe it. Whether it worked or not, a serious Choi Sung-gun asked while loosening his tie knot. How? In what way is Seo Chayun like that? Woojin, who obviously wouldn't know that, also didn't know what problem Seo Chayun had currently. So, all he could do was push forward, steady and calm. It's hard to explain in words. Since when? Since the first time I saw that senior. But why are you telling me this now? I had my doubts, as the situation is different from director Woo Hyun-goo's case. Indeed, it was. Unlike that time, Kang Woojin was currently the lead actor for Island of the Missing. Honestly, firing an actor, based on a hunch never made sense from the get-go. However, Choi Sung-gun, is it worth checking out? Had firmly believed in Woojin's bizarre intuition. The outcomes proved it. This was the case with director Woo Hyun-gu and Exorcism. Of course, male friend this time too. Well, strictly speaking, male friend was a coincidence. Woojin also didn't foresee the scenario would upgrade in rating or that Wallin would join. Regardless, it had ultimately enhanced the trust in Woojin's intuition. Then, swish. Choi Sung-gun, who had pulled out his phone, suddenly grinned. If it's not someone else but you, Woojin, who says so, I can't simply ignore it. It's certain, right? Your intuition has activated towards Seo Chaeyoung. Answering here would deepen Woojin's misunderstandings even further. So what? Saving Island of the Missing is 100 times better. Anyways, I can't reverse my image or misunderstandings now. Just have to leave it be. What can I do? Kang Woojin, brushing off his concerns, nodded solemnly. Yes, that's correct. Got it. For now, just focus on your schedule without worrying. I'll look into Seo Chaeyoung's case on my own. Damn cool. Woojin inwardly applauded Choi Sung-gun's coolness. Choi Sung-gun, unaware of this, muttered while looking at his phone. I'll have to dig into the tabloids first. Is there anyone other than Seo Chaeyoung? No, only senior Seo Chaeyoung. That's somewhat fortunate. Huh. If Seo Chaeyoung is indeed in trouble. Choi Sung-gun swallowed his words. The outcome would not be good. But if Woojin's intuition is correct this time too, Island of the Missing and director Kwon Ki-taek will have to bow down to Woojin 10, no 100 times. He would become their benefactor. If it weren't for Woojin, Island of the Missing might have collapsed with Seo Chaeyoung as a ticking time bomb. Choi Sung-gun muttered to himself while operating his phone. Now is a perfect time to shake things up since Seo Chaeyoung hasn't been revealed to the press yet. So, I need to hurry up dash. Watching such a CEO, Woojin felt reassured. Is it settled for now? Now, all that's left is to wait. Meanwhile, at the same time, at Harmony Film Company. Harmony, the film company producing Island of the Missing. Though it was nighttime and all the company employees had left, for some reason, the light was still on in the largest meeting room. Inside, there were two people, a man and a woman. The man sitting in the middle of the large, shaped desk looked familiar. A full head of bushy hair, a warm expression. It was none other than the master director, Kwon Ki-taek. On the other hand, director, it feels like it's been such a long time. The woman with her legs crossed opposite director Kwon Ki-taek seemed very at ease. She had long hair with waves at the ends and clear skin. More than anything, her eyes were very big, making her smile. Even more charming, she exuded an extraordinary aura. It was to be expected. Yes, it's been about 2 years since we last met, right? I was surprised you were in Korea all of a sudden. When did you come from Hollywood? She was Hyura, a top actress who had also made her way into Hollywood. I came 2 days ago. I wanted to see you first, director. You came so quietly? How are the auditions in Hollywood going? I came in secretly, and the auditions are still ongoing. Her breakthrough in Hollywood was a few years ago, at one of the 3 major international film festivals, the Venice Film Festival. Director Kwon Ki-taek's film had been invited and won an award. Hyura was the lead actress in that film. It was then that she caught the eyes of Hollywood executives. Her role wasn't a major one, a minor role. However, it was groundbreaking for a Korean actress to secure such a part in a Hollywood movie. Therefore, when she entered Hollywood, it caused quite a stir in Korea. Unfortunately, the nature of the work she was involved in was somewhat lackluster. That was already over a year ago. Things have calmed down a bit now. But Hyura keeps knocking on Hollywood's door. Anyway, swish. As Hyura changed the direction of her crossed legs. But, director, she asked director Kwon Ki-taek outright. I heard you cast a complete newcomer as the lead in your next project? There was only one such newcomer in Island of the Missing. So director Kwon Ki-taek smiled kindly. You're talking about our Woojin. Our? Yes, our. Since he's an actor in my film, he's naturally ours. You're the same as ever. So much love for your actors. Hee, you were the same, weren't you? Hyura shrugged. Well, I was surprised. I never thought you would choose an untested newcomer for the lead role. It's a historic achievement in the film industry, isn't it? Achievement, well, if I want. It doesn't matter whether they are newcomers or nobodies. That's the direction I'll go. His tone was gentle, but director Kwon Ki-taek's eyes were firm, and Hyura, who had exhaled softly, continued. But is that true? I've been following the news since your film's articles came out. There were rumors that this newcomer named Kang Woojin is a relative, or that his agency spent a lot of money. Do you also look for such things in Hollywood? I saw it because it was news about you, director. And it all started with Kang Woojin. It was huge. Then Ryu Young-min followed. So, are the rumors about relatives or money true? Director Kwon Ki-taek casually crossed his arms. What do you think? With a look that said, "You're asking me?" Of course not. Hayura made her conclusion. It must have been a casting so shocking that such baseless rumors were flying around. Is that newcomer really that good at acting? Director Kwon Ki-taek, who had been tapping the desk, with his index finger, pointed at Hayura with his finger. In a broad sense, you and he have a similar vibe, Yura. He's also a method actor. For a moment, Hayura's brow furrowed. Regardless, Director Kwon Ki-taek continued. However, Yura, you took the elite course as an actress. You started as a child actor and were trained in acting from a young age. Your mother was also a great actress. You're the type who's been rigorously educated. Right. But Kang Woojin is different. He's the exact opposite of you. He's like, let's say, a wild creature who grew up rough, fending for himself. While his acting style may seem similar, the essence is 180 degrees different. Wild? Yes. I mean, he grew up fending for himself. He knows he's talented, but the funny thing is, he doesn't seem to put his life on the line for it. He's nonchalantly shattering the acting scene as if acting is just a hobby. What do you mean? I don't know. I can't really figure him out. That's what makes him even more precious. Although she heard the explanation, Hayura gave a hollow laugh as if it hadn't quite sunk in. Education is essential for an actor. Experience is at the core of an actor, and we get educated because we lack that experience. He will eventually collapse due to his shortcomings, won't he? It wasn't a wrong statement. Clearly, in the domestic acting scene, there are countless newcomers falling apart due to a lack of experience or education. However, for some reason, Kang Woojin, who director Kwon Ki-taek had in mind, did not fit that image at all. It's not that I particularly disregard education. In reality, over 90% of domestic actors are educated. I like your acting too, Yura. But Kang Woojin's acting is something. Director Kwon, trailing off mid-sentence, stroked his chin and spat out a sigh. Yes, it's like he exudes the essence of the life of the role he's taken on. It's method acting, but at the same time, it's not. It doesn't feel like the actor exists for the role, but rather, the role exists for the actor. High praise from a top-tier master director in the country. At this, Hayura bit her lip lightly. I've been keeping an eye on that rookie since there's been so much noise about him. I also saw the short film Exorcism. He really can act. Her voice was calm, but it was mixed with various emotions, jealousy, envy, spite, longing, and more. Fearing that these might be perceived, Hayura changed the subject. Who are the other cast members? The articles only mention Kang Woojin and Ryu Young-min so far. You know I won't discuss this with anyone outside. It will be announced shortly. Kang Woojin, Ryu Young-min, Seo Chaeun, John Woo-chong, Kim Iwon. These are the leads. That's a strong lineup. Except for Seo Chaeun. Director Kwon Ki-taek, with his arms crossed, chuckled. Chaeun also acts well. Hayura fumed. What good is it to only be good at acting? She has a terrible personality. I only care if they're good at acting. Yeah, I know. You only look at the acting. Of course, I consider everything when making a judgment. I didn't think she'd cause any harm to my film. She was quite decent in her acting form. I'm sure you did. That's why you picked a complete newbie and Seo Chaeun. Whining, Hayura nagged, and director Kwon asked her calmly. What are you trying to say? Speak straightforwardly, don't beat around the bush. Hayura, who had stood up abruptly, shouted her true feelings. That's too much, really. You didn't even send me the script. I was totally waiting for it. You were in Hollywood, weren't you? I thought you would send it anyway. I couldn't even ask for it, thinking it might look strange. Are you throwing a tantrum? Yura, you've aged, but you haven't changed since you were 20. Still a kid. Hayura, whose anger subsided in an instant, bowed to director Kwon. I'm sorry, I was impatient, and hearing about Seo Chaeun just now made me feel like I've been sentenced to death. Don't overreact. Yes, it was a little over the top. At that moment, swish, director Kwon quietly slid a stack of papers in front of Hayura. Of course, it was the script for Island of the Missing. Have a read. I should have come back to Korea sooner. Then you would have chosen me instead of Co Chaeyoung. How long do you plan to stay in Korea? I'm waiting to get some auditions in Hollywood, but I plan to stay for more than 6 months for now. Now that it's come to this, I plan to take a break. Would you consider a cameo? Ha Yura, with suddenly sparkling eyes, eagerly jumped in. If you create the role, absolutely. I'll do whatever it takes. It was Friday, the 26th, late morning. In front of McDonald's headquarters, a rather large building, it was crowded with people. Many were entering in line with the fences set up, heading into the event hall prepared on the first floor of the building. In front of the hall. Yes, you're confirmed. You may enter. They were in the process of checking each of the gathered individuals one by one. Banners and standees were visible too, with these words printed on them. Kang Woojin's fan signing event / sponsored by McDonald. Indeed, a fan signing event for the monstrous rookie, Kang Woojin, was soon to be held here. The fans crowding around numbered roughly 400 in total, counting both inside the hall and those waiting outside. Including invited reporters, there were quite a few members of the BW Entertainment's PR team staff and McDonald employees inside the hall. As expected of a promotional event, the McDonald logo was visible everywhere, and a large poster of Kang Woojin on the stage at the front of the hall was also drawing attention. Around this time, Kang Woojin was sitting silently alone in the waiting room at the back of the hall. He seemed to have returned from getting styled as his makeup and hair were perfectly done. Dressed in a shirt and slacks, he exuded a dandy vibe. At a glance, he looked cynical handsome with his cold, excellent face. What am I even doing right now? He was utterly nervous. His thoughts were somewhat a mess. This was his first ever fan signing event, and the fact that it involved around 400 people was overwhelming. Is this even real? Just a few months ago, Kang Woojin, who had no more than a dozen or so friends and colleagues combined, was now here for 400 people. Really, 400 people came all this way just for his autograph. Naturally, it felt surreal. How should he interact with them? He had heard that hugging and taking photos were part of it. Handshakes were standard. Should he engage in small talk too? Ask why they came here? His heart pounded harder amidst these thoughts. Knock knock. There was a knocking sound at the waiting room's glass door. The one who opened the door was Han Yi-young, with her short yellow hair. Appa, it's starting. It's time. Yes. Kang Woojin followed Han Yi-young, trying his best to ignore the vague trembling. Soon, the noise from the hall began to grow louder in Woojin's ears. Then, Yi-young mentioned, "We're starting with your fan club, Kang's Heart members." However, Woojin didn't really hear her. And so, Kang Woojin entered the event hall. Immediately, he was met with a cacophony of screams. Appa, Appa, please look over here. Oh my, he looks unbelievable in person. Flashes from cameras went off nonstop. Papa Papa Pack. But Kang Woojin was barely coping, trying to maintain his stage persona. Fortunately, a few staff members guided Woojin. He greeted everyone from the center of the stage, where his poster was hung, and greeted everyone. Hello, I'm Kang Woojin. The screams and the flashes intensified. After a few minutes, Woojin sat at the table on the stage, following the staff's guidance. There were thick pens and stacks of paper with his face printed on them. I signed these and give them to the fans. This is kind of embarrassing. At that moment, he heard the voice of an event staff member. Woojin, your first fan has arrived. The first fan for the fan signing had arrived. Kang's Heart, fan club president, and her username is Blood Sister. It was then that Kang Woojin finally looked up from the table. Blood Sister was grinning. Hello, big brother. But Kang Woojin froze. He just stared at her face. Because of the odd situation, people behind Kang Woojin like Jang Soo-hwan or Han Yi-young, members of the BW Entertainment PR team, tilted their heads in confusion. Naturally, Choi Sung-gun did too. Then, Blood Sister's smile deepened. I am Blood Sister. I represent your fan club. Kang Woojin, who had become even more cynical, immediately cursed. Of course, in his head, this brat. The Blood Sister, standing in front of him, was his real blood younger sister Kang Hyuna. Crazy. So Blood Sister was literally my blood sister. 96. Chapter 96. Threat 6. The username of the head manager of Kang Woojin's official fan club, Kang's Heart, was Blood Sister. Woojin had thought it was just a peculiar username. However, there was a twist. The username was literal, the real blood sister. In other words, Kang Woojin's blood relative. His younger sister, Kang Hyuna, was gleefully present right before his eyes. Looking up at her, Kang Woojin felt intensely irritated. Don't lose it. Ah, crap. This was supposed to be an easy morning, but it's become insanely annoying. Barely stopping himself from cursing, Kang Woojin managed to close his mouth just in time. At the same time, he racked his brains, trying to understand precisely how this had happened. But there wasn't much to ponder deeply. I wondered why she got so quiet suddenly when usually she used to text and call all the time. When was it? Right? It must have been around the time when the broadcast of Profiler Hanryang began. That's when Kang Woojin's official fan club was established. This damned sister of his must have created it. Certainly, she couldn't have done it alone. Expressionless, Woojin peeked at the line behind Kang Hyuna. A group of girls, presumably her friends, were all smiles. They made a fuss, playfully hitting each other's arms. Then, Woojin turned his gaze back to Kang Hyuna in front of him and whispered under his breath, "Damn girl." Nobody probably heard it, but Kang Hyuna might have, as she nonchalantly shrugged her shoulders. "I didn't tell you because it seemed like you were busy, big brother." What a lie. Undoubtedly, Kang Hyuna had intentionally kept it a secret. He really wanted to smack the forehead of this annoying sister. However, Woojin was in his deep cover persona, and there were hundreds of his fans here. He had to restrain himself no matter what. At that moment. Why? What's wrong? Perhaps sensing something odd, Choi Sung-gun, who had been waiting in the back, approached and leaned in. Woojin, trying not to show his slight startle, forced a composed nod. "No, it's nothing." With a puzzled look on his face, Choi Sung-gun locked eyes with Kang Hyuna, standing in front of him. He seemed to think she was visually okay. Generally, a pretty face with long brown hair. She seems tall too. Maybe 168 centimeters? 170 centimeters. This was a scan from the CEO of the entertainment company. Regardless, Choi Sung-gun smiled at Kang Hyuna. "You must be the first one, right? The head manager of the fan club with the username Blood Sister." Cheerfully calling out was Kang Hyuna. "Yes, that's me. Haha, nice to meet you. I'm Woojin's main manager and the head of BW Entertainment." "Wow. Hello. Yeah, nice to meet you. I should have thanked you earlier, but Woojin has been so busy. You came with the rest of the club staff, right?" "Yes, they are in the back." As Kang Hyuna pointed to the back, the waiting fan club staff, her friends, respectfully bowed their heads. Similarly, Choi Sung-gun, with a brief nod, looked back at Kang Hyuna. He felt a strangely familiar sensation. "It's a bit weird. Why do I feel like I know Blood Sister?" "Haha, maybe because you look like an actress?" "Hee really?" In the meantime, Kang Woojin, who had been nonchalantly signing autographs, muttered under his breath, "She's my sister." Seemingly unimpressed, Choi Sung-gun clapped his hands. "Oh, I see. So, she's Woojin's sister, and that's why I didn't feel she was a stranger." "Wait. Hold on. Wait a minute. Woojin, what did you say?" Kang Woojin, finishing the autograph, handed the paper to Kang Hyuna and reiterated without any hint of emotion, "She's my sister." Choi Sung-gun's eyes grew wide as he exchanged looks with Kang Hyuna again. She was smiling as bright as the world itself. "Hello, sir. I'm Kang Hyuna, Kang Woojin's sister." Question mark. Contrary to the bewildered Choi Sung-gun, Kang Woojin was calm. No, he had to be calm. With that, Woojin spoke to his sister with a cold stare. "You, step aside for now. We'll talk later." Slightly embarrassed, Kang Hyuna chuckled and moved. Internally, she questioned, is Appa pretending to be cool because of the atmosphere? Well, there are a lot of people watching, after all. As Kang Hyuna retreated, Choi Sung-gun, who had been watching her back, barely came to his senses. He then leaned close to Woojin's ear. "Hey, Woojin, what are you talking about? Is she really your sister?" "Yes. I didn't know either, that she was the head of the fan club." "Oh, okay. Let's talk after all this is over." "Yes, I understand." Choi Sung-gun finished speaking and gestured to the staff. It meant to continue with the autograph session. A younger sister? He smiled as he stepped back. He knew that Kang Woojin had a younger sister. Knowing about his family was basic. But still, the situation was a bit absurd. Whatever it is, this matter needs to be kept secret for now. He didn't know if Kang Woojin's sister or other family members would be affected, like reporters swarming in. Fortunately, no one else knew this fact, so it wasn't a problem to keep it hidden. Back at the event. Oh, Appa. Hello. The fan signing event continued as planned. Next up were friends of Kang Hyuna. We really missed you. Yes, nice to meet you. We knew about our Appa even before his debut. Thank you. Kang Hyuna's friends, appearing in turns, were extremely excited. Nonetheless, Woojin remained calm, continuing with the autographs and conversations. You look absolutely handsome in person. Thank you. What's your name? I'm Eugene. Kim Eugene. Eugene, you're pretty as well. There had been some rather bewildering moments from the start, but fortunately, there were no problems with the signing event. Woojin did his best, exchanging glances with fans, having conversations, and signing autographs. I'm sorry, but could I possibly shake your hand? Of course, I'll give you a hug instead. Ah. Kang Woojin, seemingly indifferent, exuded sweetness. Hence, the signing session grew increasingly enthusiastic. And so, 30 people, 50 people, 100 people. Around this time, Kang Woojin felt it. Wow, this is really not an easy task. He felt more and more overwhelmed. Of course, he was thankful for hundreds of fans showing up, and it was astonishing as such a scenario was beyond his imagination. But to put it bluntly, it was tough. Giving his best to each and every individual in an unfamiliar environment was not easy at all, not to mention keeping up his persona. But he couldn't afford to be weak. Kang Woojin had to grit his teeth and maintain his composure. I don't know. I have to keep pushing through. I can rest when I go home. There wasn't anything easy about the path of an actor that Woojin, an ordinary man, had recklessly embarked on. If a fan signing is like this, wouldn't fan meetings be even more exhausting? At the same time, on the set of Profiler Hanryang, a super-large set location in Ilsan, the main team and B team of Hanryang had all gathered here. As a result, it seemed there were over 100 people. Those people, along with the setup cameras and lights, action, were all focused on the filming zone, and star actor Ryu Young-min was in the middle of a passionate performance. Cut. Okay, the shooting was quick. Above all, PD Song Man-woo, in charge of it all, was pushing faster than ever. Let's move on to the next cut right away. Let's finish before lunch. Therefore, the over 100 staff members also moved flawlessly. What was unusual was, PD Song is really going all out today since it's the last shoot. Isn't it epic? So many people gathered in one place. All the actors are here too. Only Woojin is missing. I heard he couldn't come because of the fan signing today. Every actor involved in Profiler Hanryang was present, which was unusual. Additionally, Ryder Park has arrived too. Ryder Park Eunmi, exuding elegance, had also shown up. In other words, except for Kang Woojin, who had a schedule, everyone from Hanryang was there. This, of course, included the leading actress Hong Hae-yeon, and next to her, Kim Dae-young, who was curiously exploring the set. It's amazing, really. How many actors are there? Ryu Young-min is really damn handsome. Kim Dae-young, who had recently joined as a trainee, had seen the B team, but it was his first time at Hanryang's main team shooting site. So Kang Woojin shot his scenes here. Somehow, Kim Dae-young thought Kang Woojin was quite impressive. He himself was nervous enough, and Woojin would have performed in front of everyone. It was then. Cut. Ing. PD Song Man-woo with a goatee shouted loudly into the megaphone. The current scene was for the last villain character's turn. The problem was that the actor kept making consecutive NGs. Starting with Kang Woojin's character Park Dae-ri, there were a total of 4 villains in Hanryang. However, after Park Dae-ri, the intense impression was somewhat lacking. Still, the actors playing the villains did their best. Cut. Let's see Soo-hyung. The lines are a bit rushed now. Let's smooth them out and try again. Yes, PD. Kim Dae-young, who was watching the scene, felt puzzled. To him, the actor's performance seemed more than satisfactory. However, the staff around him expressed disappointment. Another NG. It seems like Soo-hyung is really nervous, right? It's understandable. We're confirmed for Netflix Japan, right? I heard they're negotiating to sell the rights in several other countries, not just Japan. Well, it's the last of the villain scenes, and with Park Dae-ri hitting it big, the pressure must be immense. I heard Soo Hyung has been monitoring Park Dae-ri a lot. Honestly, maybe the PD standards have gone up? It started with Woojin. Park Dae-ri. Honestly, his impact was huge. It was legendary. The villains following are under a lot of pressure. Listening to the staff's chatter, Kim Dae-young exclaimed inwardly, "Wow, Kang Woojin really commands respect here." He had felt it since earlier, but Kang Woojin was almost treated like a deity on this set. Sure, he had achieved remarkable results, but for Kim Dae-young, who was close to him, it felt somewhat strange. At that moment, cut. This isn't working. Let's take a short break. PD Song Man-woo called for a break and comforted the actor playing the final villain. Then, with a worried look, he approached the actors. "Hong Star." He called for Hong Hae-yun. "Yes, PD. Oh, please stop with the Hong Star. It suits you, right? But since Soo Hyun is not in good shape, I think we should proceed with your scenes first." Understood. As Hong Hae-yun, with her long hair tied back, got up from her chair, she suddenly remembered something. "Oh, right." She pointed at Kim Dae-young, who was standing among her team. "PD Song, do you remember him?" "Huh? Should I know him? You know, he came with Woojin during Super Actor back in the day." Recognizing Kim Dae-young after a moment of awkwardness, PD Song clapped his hands. That's right. Woojin's friend. Oh my, why are you here?" "Hello, PD. I'm Kim Dae-young. I've recently joined the company." "At BW Entertainment?" "Yes." "Oh, nice to meet you. So you followed Woojin to BW Entertainment?" "Haha, following a friend to Gangnam." "Huh? But didn't you also act back then? Why suddenly a manager?" What was peculiar was, "Oh my, you're Woojin's friend?" Suddenly, everyone from the writer Park Eun-mi to the lighting and filming directors crowded around, as soon as they heard he was Kang Woojin's friend. "Since when? How long have you been friends?" Oh, it's been a while." Questions poured in. "So Woojin has friends after all? Tell us, when did Woojin start acting so well? Are you friends from abroad?" "No. Since he came to Korea?" "Ha ha ha. Did you go abroad with Woojin? That must have been comfortable, right? Woojin speaks English and Japanese so well. What are they talking about?" Kim Dae-young was clearly flustered. Wasn't he just supposed to maintain a cool image? From self-studying acting to being abroad. What's all this? Speaks English and Japanese well? What are they even talking about? Soon, Kim Dae-young began to feel confused. He became friends with Kang Woojin in middle school, so what about before that? Regardless, he realized that Woojin's situation was dozens of times stranger than he thought. But for now, he dodged the questions. "Well, it's certain that he's become more active, but it's a bit much for me to explain in detail dash." "Who? Woojin became more active? Are you saying that's a changed behavior?" "No way." PD Song Man-woo ended the growing confusion and the chaotic situation. "All right, everyone, let's prepare and get ready. Dae-young, I'll talk to you in a bit." "Yes? Oh, okay." The staff, their faces mixed with disappointment, scattered in all directions. Hong Hae-yun, who was about to move to the filming zone, suddenly asked Kim Dae-young in a small voice, "Tell me, does Woojin not have much interest in women?" Kim Dae-young, slightly distracted, recalled the past. It wasn't that he was particularly disinterested, but, he doesn't really watch TV much or show much interest in girl groups or anything like that. Kim Dae-young, a close friend, spit out an answer to protect Kang Woojin's aloofness. "Well, he usually doesn't pay much attention to women." Fast backward by about 3 hours. Cut. At the shout of PD Song Man-woo. "Okay, good job, everyone." The entire filming schedule for Profiler Hanryang had come to an end. Back at Kang Woojin's fan signing event, the crowd had already surpassed 300 people. The signing had been going on for over 3 hours. Fortunately, it was nearing its end. From this point on, Woojin was unaware, but news of the fan signing was spreading online. Articles fired off by the invited reporters. Monster Rookie Kang Woojin's fan signing event, a sea of people/photos. Shared by attending fans on SNS or the Kang's Heart fan club and various communities. Kang Woojin, fan signing, in real life.jpg. Naturally, the response was hot. Especially photos capturing Kang Woojin's real-time appearance were a hit. Meanwhile, on site, Kang Woojin was making closing remarks to signal the end of the signing. It was past 4 p.m. Although it took longer than expected, Kang Woojin, standing in the middle of the stage, showed no signs of fatigue. Or at least, he pretended not to. Thank you all so much for coming today. Kang Woojin then bowed deeply to the remaining fans, about half of the 400. We have a fan meeting planned soon, so I hope to see you there. Please return home safely and don't forget to take your gifts. Woojin, raising his head, locked eyes with his sister in the front row seats. Kang Hyuna was smiling and waving her hand. Fast forward by several minutes. After the signing, while they were busy wrapping up, Kang Woojin was in the waiting room of the hall. However, he wasn't alone. Kang Hyuna and Choi Sung-gun were there too. Of course, Kang Woojin's heart was pounding madly. Kang Hyuna, if you mess this up, it's all over. Though Woojin would have liked to tape Kang Hyuna's mouth shut, overcoming this baffling crisis was the current priority. I have to vehemently stop her if she starts spouting nonsense. It wasn't a situation he could casually brush off. Woojin was fully focused on his sister, and Choi Sung-gun, after peering down the hallway outside the waiting room and seeing it was empty, closed the door. Swish. Woojin, standing next to Kang Hyuna, met her eyes. At the same time, Kang Hyuna suddenly spoke. Sir, your hairstyle is so stylish and cool. Kang Woojin let out a deep internal sigh. Please just keep your mouth shut. On the other hand, Choi Sung-gun seemed to be in a good mood, his smile deepening. Haha, thank you. Blood. No, what did you say your sister's name is? Kang Hyuna. Yes, Kang Hyuna. Let's first hear about the situation. What happened? Kang Hyuna, nodding vigorously, briefly explained the situation so far. Nothing too extraordinary. Just that she was surprised her brother suddenly debuted as an actor and the circumstances leading her and her friends to start a fan club. Up to this point, Woojin didn't need to interrupt. In fact, Choi Sung-gun didn't think it was strange. He just had a simple thought while looking at Woojin. Did Woojin not tell his family he was becoming an actor? Or did he just hide it from his sister? Well, he's a pretty nonchalant guy, so it's possible. But the crisis hit in an instant. But sir, I watched the Sports Day episode of Hanryang. The character of my brother is a bit dash. Of course, it came from Kang Hyuna's mouth. 7. Chapter 97. Cut off. 1. Red alert. But fortunately, Kang Woojin was quick. He pinched Kang Hyuna's side so subtly. Then, Woojin calmly asked the startled Kang Hyuna. What's wrong? Do you have a stomachache or something? No, just now. The funny thing was, Kang Hyuna, meeting her brother's eyes, firmly shut her mouth. The reason was simple. Wow. If I say more, I feel like I might die. It was because she could feel the murderous intent from Kang Woojin's intense gaze. Nonetheless, fortunately, Choi Sung-gun didn't notice anything but slightly cocked his head. He exhaled a small breath with his arms crossed. Well, that's fine. It's no problem even if your sister is the fan club president. But, this part, let's keep it among us three. Does anyone else know? Kang Hyuna, somewhat disheartened, answered. The admins. So, my 3 friends. Make sure they keep it under wraps, too. Well, it wouldn't be a huge problem even if it leaks out, but just in case, it might cause harm to your sister or family. The press here is notoriously pervasive. Yes, I will. I would also appreciate if you could be diligent with fan club activities. Don't slack just because you're family, okay? I understand. You're quite spirited. Maybe it's because your brother is particularly cold? You seem to be quite cheerful and brisk in contrast. What? Yes, my brother cold. The crisis revisited. Thanks to this, Kang Woojin stepped forward and spoke. CEO, I would like to speak with my sister alone. You do, let's see. Wrap it up in 10 minutes. Yes. Miss Hyuna, we can meet again next time. Goodbye. As Choi Sung-gun, waving his hand, exited the waiting room, Kang Woojin immediately locked the door, causing Kang Hyuna to flinch. She stuttered in fear. What? Watching his sister, Kang Woojin let out a small sigh and rubbed his face. Never mind. Are you really going to do that? The fan club? Yes, I want to do it. Why? Well, just because. It's amazing that you're an actor, and I want to. But you're not my fan. You're just family. Family can be fans too. Nonsense. Kang Woojin flicked Kang Hyuna's forehead. Seriously. Then, Kang Woojin pulled out his wallet from his back pocket. He took out a few 50,000 won bills and offered them to Kang Hyuna, who was rubbing her forehead. Here's some pocket money. And if you're going to do it right. Balance it with your studies. If you can't, hand it over to your friends. Wow, touching. Shut up. If I hear you're slacking in your studies from mom, I'll cut you off right away. Yes, yes. And Kang Woojin paused for a moment and lowered his voice. Make sure you remember what the CEO just said. Don't go around saying you're my sister. Especially don't talk about the days we lived together or anything from the past. Do you think I'm crazy? Why would I go around saying that? Just being here makes you crazy enough. SSH. That's too much. I'm promoting you a lot as the manager of the fan club. Do you want one more? If you're giving, I'll gratefully take it. Shaking his head, Woojin took out one more 50,000 won bill. Kang Hyuna bowed and accepted it. Then, she suddenly changed the subject. But brother, at this sports day or here, your cold demeanor, lowering your voice, is all image-making, right? Kang Woojin's answer was simple. Do you want to keep wondering? Want to return all the pocket money you just received? Financial therapy. No, financial silencing. No, sir. I was wrong. Remember, whenever you're curious, think about my pocket money being cut off. Yes, I've already forgotten everything. Go now. Go and study. With that command, Kang Hyuna backed away, bowing to Woojin. I will take my leave. Soon. After. Slam. Kang Hyuna slipped out of the waiting room. Shortly, Woojin let out a long, weary sigh. Well, at least that's one less problem. Late at night. It was around 11 p.m. After a long time, Choi Sung-gun was on the move somewhere in his personal car. Kang Woojin, who had successfully concluded a fan signing event, had left work around 10 p.m. However, Choi Sung-gun's destination after visiting the company was not home. Seems about right. It was a liquor bar near the company. Of course, he didn't come to drown himself in solitude. He had someone to meet. Anyway, after parking his car in the bar's parking lot, he let out a small sigh. Phew, I wish something comes out of this guy. Muttering, he loosened his hair, tied it up firmly again, and slowly walked into the liquor bar. Swish. The bar was located underground. It was largely wood-scented, with an ambiguous level of brightness. Not too dark, not too bright, and with calm music playing. It had the perfect atmosphere for quietly enjoying a drink. There weren't many tables, roughly 5. Perhaps because it was a weekday, there weren't many customers. Then, Choi Sung-gun scanned the entire bar. He was looking for the person he agreed to meet. Eventually, he spotted a middle-aged man sitting at a secluded table, approached him, and as he got closer, the man, who had been sipping whiskey alone, looked up. He had a buzz cut and a large nose. Wow, look who we have here. Isn't this CEO Choi, who snagged a mega newcomer? Greeted by the man with the big nose, Choi Sung-gun cracked a small smile and pulled out a chair. Cut the bad acting. Did you get here early? Yeah, I had a craving for whiskey, and if you call, I've got to come immediately. The man, chuckling, waved his whiskey glass. Can I drink without holding back? When have you not? Drink until you drop. I'll cover it. This is why I'm a reporter. That was right. The man was a reporter. His name was Kim Hak-hyun, the head of the entertainment division at a major domestic media company, but his treatment within the company was closer to that of a deputy editor-in-chief. He and Choi Sung-gun had a fairly long relationship, knowing each other for over 10 years and having a sure give-and-take relationship under the guise of friendship. For Choi Sung-gun, a well-known figure in the entertainment industry, such connections were abundant. A reporter, my foot. You, Mr. Kim, don't run on the field anymore, do you? So, you're just an old man in the back office now. Hey, even though I'm at the desk, I occasionally run on the field. I'm not that old yet. So what's up? Why the sudden call? You must be busy rowing your boat from Kang Woojin to Hong Haiyun, no? Nothing special, really. It's just that we need to pamper our media friends more in times like these. Ha ha ha. So you call me just to maintain the relationship? Well, you don't always need a hole to hammer in a nail. Even if you apply cement well, a nail will stick if you hammer it. That's just how it is in this line of work. Scary, so scary. You know it all, so what's the point? But speaking of Kang Woojin, I see there's already some trashy gossip. For the next several minutes, the two exchanged small talk, either as friends or as an industry representative and a reporter. Meanwhile, Choi Sung-gun kept prompting. Another round. Going strong. He urged for more whiskey. He didn't need to get drunk, but it was good to be a bit tipsy. Genuine information tends to surface when defenses are down. It should work a bit more. Choi Sung-gun had been poking around here and there for a few days after hearing about Seo Chaeun from Woojin. However, he couldn't be too obvious. That's why he had to work mainly with the reporters he usually managed. But the limited scope wasn't very fruitful, and things weren't easy with Seo Chaeun being such a hot topic. If this guy doesn't work out, maybe I'll have to circle around the reporters a few more times. Should I probe into the entertainment companies? If he exhausted all his searches and still came up empty, that wouldn't be too bad. It would mean Kang Woojin was just being oversensitive, and it was just a matter of letting it slide. No matter how good his instincts are, Woojin is still human after all. Time passed, and several more minutes went by. Before they knew it, Kim Hak-hyun's face had slightly flushed. Choi Sung-gun was relatively fine. Here, he nonchalantly threw in a bait. Speaking of which, it's a real headache. It seems like you're overflowing with money like a waterfall. So what's the headache? You just need to row the boat well. It's because of Island of the Missing, Woojin is getting so much attention that all kinds of ridiculous rumors are going around. Like how Kang Woojin is related to Kwon Ki-taek, or that I've injected a lot of money. Is this all you've got for today's gossip? Speaking of which, since Island of the Missing came up, they revealed Kang Woojin and Ryu Young-min, but why no word about other actors? You must know CEO Choi, right? Of course. Share a little sneak peek. Just one piece of info, not much. Choi Sung-gun responds calmly to Kim Hak-hyun's sly smile. Come on, spill the beans. If I speak now, who knows, maybe an article will pop up in an hour. There must be rumors circulating in the media too. Sure there are. Is it true that Hong Hae-yeon is in? Since she's been in 2 projects in a row with Kang Woojin, she might be in this one too. That's nonsense. What about Seo Chaeun? I heard she met with director Kwon Ki-taek recently. The flow was good. Choi Sung-gun refilled Kim Hak-hyun's glass of whiskey and countered smoothly. Oh man, Seo Chaeun? It's a wonder she still maintains a top position with that attitude. He subtly changed the topic. It's strange, isn't it? The media always digs into Seo Chaeun every year, but nothing significant comes up. What? Is she like a counterbalance to Hong Hae-yeon? Counterbalance my foot. Still, in terms of brand evaluation, our Hae-yeon is higher. Even so, they are neck and neck. They spent about 20 minutes on trivial talk about Seo Chaeun. However, no substantial information was forthcoming, even though Kim Hak-hyun was getting tipsy. Checking the time discreetly, Choi Sung-gun clicked his tongue internally. Damn, is this pointless? Judging it a waste of time, Choi Sung-gun was considering making his exit when, was it last month? I heard Power Patch was on to Seo Chaeun, so we checked if we had something, but all was clear. Power Patch? Yeah, but you know, those types react even to baseless rumors. Probably another false alarm. Yeah, that sounds like them. Shooting in the dark 10 times, hoping one hits. For a moment, Choi Sung-gun's expression became serious before returning to normal. Did he say Power Patch was involved? That was a piece of information that smelled fishy. An hour later, inside Choi Sung-gun's car, Choi Sung-gun, who had left the whiskey bar, sat in the back seat. A chauffeur was driving. He looked out the window and checked the time. Midnight dash. It was already past midnight, an ambiguous time to make calls anywhere. He untied his hair and started to sort his thoughts. In the end, all I got from Kim Hak-hyun was the Power Patch thing. And even that was a casual bit of information. Under normal circumstances, it was something that could be ignored without any problem. However, the Power Patch kept bothering Choi Sung-gun. Why? Because it strangely coincided with Kang Woojin's crazy intuition and timing. Why did Power Patch investigate Seo Chaeun? If there's no news by now, is it a bluff? Or are they keeping it under wraps? In fact, Choi Sung-gun was a person who bet only on certainties. But this time, there was nothing clear. If there was, it was Kang Woojin's divine hunch. Of course, with Choi Sung-gun's extensive network, he could find some clues if he looked into it. The problem is, there's no time. The pressure of a race against time was on. It would take at least 2 weeks to reach a solid lead. 2 weeks are too late. The best scenario would be that Seo Chaeun has no issues, and everything passes without incident. But if Seo Chaeun has done something shady enough to send her career into a nosedive, and news of her joining Island of the Missing is publicized big time before that blows up, it'd be a disaster. The hype around Island of the Missing was still limited to Kang Woojin and Ryu Young-min. Naturally, thanks to Woojin's issue, the popularity was at its peak. Releasing top stars like Seo Chaeun next would obviously increase it further. If a scandal involving Seo Chaeun exploded at this point, it would damage the project. Making a movie is like walking on thin ice. Even a small issue can cause the audience numbers to fluctuate wildly. If you're not careful, the whole production can easily collapse. But even that situation is a luxury of sorts. If it turns out that Seo Chaeun had participated up to the script reading or even proceeded with filming before everything blew up, it would be a disaster without remedy. Fortunately, Kang Woojin had nipped it in the bud this time. If Woojin hadn't told me, Seo Chaeun would have smoothly made it to the filming stage, 100%. Director Woo Hyun-gu had vanished without a trace. If a scandal of that scale had hit Seo Chaeun, even a film by director Kwon Ki-taek could have collapsed. Now, how should he handle this situation? He needed to move minimally to shorten the time and find a way to get the picture he wanted. Yet, the task had to be carried out by Choi Sung-gun alone. If something goes wrong, I should be the only one to take the blame. He had at most a day or two of leeway, but the information he gained was scarce. Soon, Choi Sung-gun revved up his brain. He thought, and then, there's no solution other than fighting separate battles. Having made a decision, Choi Sung-gun picked up his phone. He selected a contact from the formidable list stored on his phone. Editor Kim of Power Patch. He was the editor of the media outlet Power Patch. Choi Sung-gun then sent a message to the editor. How have you been? I think it's time for us to meet. Please get back to me when you're available. Let's have lunch together. If things went according to Choi Sung-gun's plan, he just had to give a little insider info and a nudge to the editor of Power Patch. If there's something to bite on, Power Patch will move on its own. Next was Island of the Missing, namely, director Kwon Ki-taek. They would have to delay all current promotions and production processes by a few days. I should take precautions. It's better to just openly leak this. Fortunately, my credibility isn't low. That was the moment when his battle on multiple fronts officially began. As dawn passed, and the morning of the 27th arrived, it was around 8 a.m. Although it was a weekend, the roads of Seoul were as congested as ever. Director Kwon Ki-taek's van was stuck in the traffic. Inside his car, a gentle classic piece was playing. With a face full of worries, director Kwon Ki-taek quietly waited for the traffic to clear. Then, the ringtone from a phone connected via Bluetooth sounded through the speakers. The caller was from the distribution company of Island of the Missing. I'm on my way now. Is it urgent? Oh, is that so? No, it's not urgent. Just called to confirm. We'll start circulating articles about the remaining actors. As you instructed in an hour. Starting with Ms. Chaeun? Yes, that's correct. We will open with Ms. Seo Chaeun in the morning, and in the afternoon, we will go with John Woo Chang. Tomorrow it's Kim E-won. The rest will be announced afterward. All right, let's talk more when I get there. Please drive safely. The call ended. Interestingly, as soon as it ended, the ringtone sounded again. This time, the caller was somewhat unexpected. CEO Choi. It was Choi Sung-gun. Thanks to him, director Kwon, who had slightly raised his eyebrows in surprise, pressed the button on the steering wheel, and Choi Sung-gun's voice quickly sounded from the speaker. Director, I apologize for contacting you early in the morning. I have something important to tell you. No, it's all right. I understand it must be urgent if you're calling at this time. Go ahead. I'll cut straight to the point. I would like you to pause all PR activities related to the actors and the movie production for now. I will visit you shortly to explain everything in detail. Normally, this would be absurd, but director Kwon was extremely composed. Calmly, he asked, in an hour, the PR for the actors will start in full swing. I'm a bit confused. Of course, since it's you, CEO Choi, I think it must be a serious issue. Can you briefly inform me before we meet? After a moment of silence, Choi Sung-gun's voice was heard again through the speaker. It seems a major scandal is about to break out involving Ms. Seo Chaeun. Chapter 98, Cut Off 2. A huge scandal involving Seo Chaeun? The news was absurdly shocking and utterly unexpected. However, director Kwon Ki-taek, whose face had become somewhat serious, appeared more composed than anticipated. Seo Chaeun is involved in a scandal, a big one at that. Choi Sung-gun's response came immediately through the speaker. Yes, it seems likely. Is that a certainty or a guess? At the moment, it's 50-50. Director Kwon Ki-taek, who let out a short grunt, pressed the accelerator on the open road, lost in thought. His immediate concern was about Choi Sung-gun. CEO Choi wouldn't be joking around this early in the morning unless he's gone crazy. Moreover, Director Kwon Ki-taek had always thought highly of Choi Sung-gun. He was indeed a respectable figure. After all, most people in the entertainment industry, actors, and officials alike, knew Choi Sung-gun. He had a wide range of connections, but had managed to maintain his network without any significant issues. That in itself was an achievement in the entertainment world jungle. Of course, Choi Sung-gun was also skilled. He had a good head for business and was perceptive. Despite having managed many successful actors in his prime, he boldly chose to go independent, bringing only Hong Hae-yun with him, a calculated risk for the future. Recently, he had even managed to sign Kang Woojin, who is soaring unrivaled, and he had done so amidst fierce competition. Such a man wouldn't spout nonsense to Kwon Ki-taek, a titan of the film industry. Likely, he had caught wind of something through his extensive network. It's not hard to delay the promotion for a few hours. Whether I believe him is another matter. Nipping any potential trouble in the bud was crucial. For now, Director Kwon Ki-taek decided to tentatively trust Choi Sung-gun's words. Let's do that. I'll put a hold on all the promotions we were about to start. Yes, Director. I'm heading to the distribution company now. Can you make it there? Of course. I've just turned the car around and we'll discuss it with you in person. How long will it take? After a moment of silence, Choi Sung-gun's voice filled the speaker again. It should be less than an hour. And Director, this matter should remain only between us. Are you already taking action? That's right for now. Understood. I need to call the distributors, so let's end this. Call. Yes. With a click, the call with Choi Sung-gun ended. As Director Kwon Ki-taek made a left turn, he immediately called the distributors of Island of the Missing. The recipient was quick to respond, and Director Kwon gave his instructions right away. Let's stop all the publicity we were planning to start from today. Meanwhile, Choi Sung-gun, also in his car, let out a small sigh of relief. I had to bluff about a major scandal to stop the process. Did I overdo it? Now the fuse was lit. Regardless of whether it was well-founded or not, things had to move forward, even if it meant Kang Woojin's instincts were wrong. However, Choi Sung-gun could only chuckle as he sped up. It's done. Well, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. I'll even commit a deadly sin if I have to. Meanwhile, back at the Island of the Missing distribution company, Director Kwon Ki-taek sat alone in silence in a medium-sized meeting room. The atmosphere was somber. Thus, the image of Director Kwon Ki-taek tapping his finger on the desk seemed rather stark. Director Kwon Ki-taek's face was full of thought and worry. Then, there was a knock. Knock, knock. The glass door opened, and in came Choi Sung-gun, his expression just as serious. He greeted Director Kwon Ki-taek, who was seated near the window. Director, hello. You came quickly. Please, have a seat. Director Kwon Ki-taek gestured to the seat across from him, prompting Choi Sung-gun to pull out a chair and sit. It was Director Kwon who started the conversation. So, shall we hear about this huge scandal involving Ms. Seo Chaeun? His tone was relaxed but serious. In response, Choi Sung-gun, maintaining his composure, began with his prepared statement. There's not enough time to tell you everything. Briefly, I've received some disturbing information, and I judged that it couldn't be ignored. I'll discuss the overall situation separately after handling the matter. Information. What kind? Of course, at this point, Choi Sung-gun didn't have the information either. So, he expressed himself in vague terms. It seems like the media, including Power Patch, have sniffed something out. However, we need to check whether they are keeping it under wraps or waiting for the optimal timing. How accurate is that? As I said, it's 50-50. But even that level of ambiguity is somewhat uncomfortable to overlook. What do you think, Director? What's there to say? It's beyond mere discomfort. Every year, numerous films are released, and over 70% fail even without any buzz. Director Kwon Ki-taek knew this all too well. It's tricky. Yes, it is. Of course, the decision is yours to make. You don't have to trust me, but I plan on doing what I need to do. It seems like you plan to move quietly. If I wait for CEO Choi, When can I expect the results? Choi Sung-gun, who had been silent for a moment, answered, if fast, today. At the latest, 3 days. We'll have some news within 3 days. A very confident answer. Soon, Director Kwon Ki-taek, who had been relaxed, smiled faintly. 3 days, huh? Can you do it alone? I have to do it alone. All right, 3 days it is. I suppose we can delay it for about 3 days, as CEO Choi says. Thank you. I'll get going then. Swish. Choi Sung-gun stood up immediately, perhaps having another appointment. Director Kwon Ki-taek stopped him back. But CEO Choi, you said it's 50-50. What if the information you've obtained is incorrect? Stopping in his tracks, Choi Sung-gun smiled faintly. Then I guess we'll just have to be grateful it's over and move on. I'll take the blame for the delay. I'll apologize. Director Kwon Ki-taek shook his head as if a bit tired. Why go to such lengths? Heh, you're quite the actor, CEO Choi. Later that same day, around lunchtime, inside the van of Kang Woojin, who was in transit between schedules, Choi Sung-gun was absent from the usually 3-person team. Kang Woojin, who had been quietly looking at the empty passenger's seat, wondered, did he find out something? His curiosity was piqued. A message from Choi Sung-gun that morning fueled this. CEO, it started. A very brief message. What it started? Of course, Woojin, who knew less than half about the entertainment industry, couldn't guess. Well, should I? Just focus hard on my tasks. Instead of simply cheering on, all he could do was ignite his passion and work hard. It was funny to see Kang Woojin worrying about their highly competent CEO. At that very moment, Choi Sung-gun was. That's settled. Next, the editor-in-chief of Power Patch. He was very busy. He had just been contacting influential figures in the media. He had casually dropped hints over the phone to those he didn't need to meet in person and scheduled meetings with those he had to see face-to-face. This included Kim Hak-hyun, whom he had seen yesterday. Once I see the editor of Power Patch and a few others, the news will break from somewhere. While Power Patch was the most likely source, he couldn't ignore the other media outlets. Choi Sung-gun was executing his plan meticulously. Soon, his car reached the vicinity of Gangnam Station. Choi Sung-gun parked his car in the parking lot of a high-end sushi restaurant. Thump. As he got out of the car, he immediately checked the time. Then, he entered the sushi restaurant and told the staff at the entrance. I have a reservation under Choi Sung-gun. Just a moment. Ah, yes. Please, this way. Perhaps because it was precisely lunchtime, the sushi restaurant hall was crowded with customers. Choi Sung-gun was led through the crowd to the private rooms, and the staff opened the second room's door for him. Swish. Upon entering the room, Choi Sung-gun saw a man sitting alone. He was quite large and had a broad face. He was the editor-in-chief of Power Patch. Soon, Choi Sung-gun put on a business smile. Oh my, Editor Kim. You're already here. The man known as Editor Kim from Power Patch put down his phone and smiled wryly. Hurry up, CEO Choi. I'm starving. Perhaps due to Editor Kim's urging, Choi Sung-gun quickly took the seat across from him. At the same time, Choi Sung-gun asked for the menu. What will you have? Why bother choosing each item? How about we go with a set that comes out all at once? A set meal. Haha, sure thing. Haha, indeed. As soon as he made the decision, Choi Sung-gun, who had finished placing the order to the employee who came in, rubbed his hands as if looking forward to it, all the while checking the facial expression of Editor Kim. He doesn't seem to be in a bad mood. Then it's probably fine to get started. Choi Sung-gun then picked up his water glass and spoke. Let's see. It's been quite quiet around Power Patch these days, hasn't it? Why? Nothing interesting coming up. You scratch around as soon as you see me, don't you? What do you mean, nothing? Huh. We had a big scoop just last week. Ah, it's common for idols to date these days. Then why don't you give us a scoop, CEO Choi? Does Kang Woojin not have anyone he's seeing? Suddenly bringing up Kang Woojin, Editor Kim received a long sigh from Choi Sung-gun. I'm not crazy. Besides, our Woojin is too busy with acting, very busy. Is that so? He's practically devouring almost everything right now. Wow, but where did you get such a catch? I know you know, CEO Choi, but lately, it's been crazy over here because of him. The conversation turned to Kang Woojin for a while. Then, sensing the timing, Choi Sung-gun subtly changed the topic. Ah, right, I'm just curious about this. What's going on with CEO Chiyu recently? Suddenly, no, I've just been hearing some whispers here and there. Probably just silly rumors, but it's strange how they all come around at the same time. Even Kim Hak-hyun, whom I met a few days ago, said the same. Is that so? It's something even CEO Choi heard. No, it's not that noisy. Just caught bits and pieces of it here and there. Ha ha ha. You seem clueless, Editor Kim. So it's probably just some gossip. Choi Sung-gun gently prodded Editor Kim. He scattered little tidbits of bait. However, he didn't do it for long. Just enough to tickle, short, striking, and then retreating quickly. By the way, did you meet the acting trainer I introduced to you last time? Was it for your youngest brother? There was no need for seriousness. Then, Editor Kim, while expressing his thanks, slightly hardened his expression. Of course, it was because of the topic of Seo Chi-yu that had briefly come up before. Editor Kim also knew well that Choi Sung-gun was a heavy hitter in the entertainment field. So there are rumors about Seo Chi-yu. About an hour later, at Power Patch, a large media outlet near Gangnam Station. Inside the Power Patch office, which occupies 2 floors of a large building, specifically the noisy entertainment department bustling with reporters. Swish. Editor Kim, with his broad face, briskly walked in. He was in quite a hurry. He then looked to the right side of the office and shouted someone's name. Hey, Lim Sang-moon. Then, a man, his face dark with fatigue and deep dark circles under his eyes, turned around. A somewhat familiar face. He was one of the reporters who had been following Seo Chi-yu. Ah, Chief. You've had another delicious meal by yourself. Editor Kim, who approached quickly, spoke to the reporter named Lim Sang-moon in a relaxed manner, then tapped his head lightly and whispered coldly. To my office. No explanation was given. Editor Kim simply strode toward his office. Soon, Lim Sang-moon, who had been scratching his head, let out a small sigh. Damn, what now? With no choice, Lim Sang-moon followed Editor Kim, and the moment he closed the door behind him, Lim Sang-moon. Editor Kim pressed his broad face close to Lim Sang-moon's. His eyes were full of urgency. Is the story you're digging up still far from complete? Startled for a moment, Lim Sang-moon tried to evade. Digging? What are you talking about? I haven't been working on anything lately. Don't give me that crap. I know everything. I'm your head. I know you've been following Seo Chi-yun around these days, so just spill it. Isn't it about habitual propofol use? At this point, Lim Sang-moon seemed to concede that Editor Kim knew everything, exhaling a long breath. Damn, I told those bastards not to talk. They don't have any cover. The moment it comes out of your mouth, there's no cover, you idiot. TSK. No, I was just waiting for the fruit to ripen fully. There's a lot to gather. I thought you'd want me to publish it right away if I told you. Screw that. How far have you gotten with that? I've roughly organized things about Seo Chi-yun's part, and I'm collecting more from hospitals and unrelated parties. Hearing the answer, Editor Kim gave a low order. Blow it up. All the side stories and everything. No, boss, this is why I didn't tell you. I'm really going to hit them hard, so please just wait a bit. Not much, just until July. Shut up and do it now. I have everything planned. If we blow it now, we'll only get Seo Chi-yun, and the rest will just slip away. The side stories are also quite juicy. Listen, I know you have a plan, and that's why I've been patient. But it's no good now. You know CEO Choi Sung-gun, right? Lim Sang-moon blinked rapidly. Choi Sung-gun. Of course I know him. But why mention him all of a sudden? I just had lunch with him, and he mentioned Seo Chi-yun in passing. Said it seems like there's some nonsense about her going around at the ground level. If it's reached that guy's ears, it's probably already made a few rounds. Is that true? Of course. You think I'm lying to you? It doesn't seem to have spread much yet. So spill it before anyone starts rumors. You are a reporter, not an artist. Don't forget that. With a cold voice, Editor Kim warned. Wrap it up quickly and throw it before this afternoon. Make sure Seo Chi-yun's name hits hard. You've landed such an exclusive scoop. Why don't you do this one solo? Lim Sang-moon, a bit dazed. Wham! Spun around, kicked the office door open, and ran. His destination was his desk. Shit. He was about to release the big exclusive he had been nurturing. 99, cut off, 3. Lim Sang-moon, a reporter, was furiously clicking his mouse at his desk. Just by his rough hand movements, you could feel his urgency. Click, click, click. He moved his mouse relentlessly. His complexion was still dark, and his eyes and expression were full of irritation and impatience. Damn it. Seriously, where did this even come from? He grumbled, but didn't stop his hands. He didn't have time for that. The original plan was to break the news in July, and he hadn't even drafted the article he was going to write. He had just roughly sorted the collected evidence photos and other materials, and it was still all over the place. Damn it. Just the key points. Focus on the key points. Reporter Lim sifted through hundreds of photos. It was an exclusive, giant scoop. He needed to select the most provocative ones for his exclusive scoop worthy of the story. All the while, he continued to grumble, or rather, curse. This isn't something to be rushed out, damn. It felt like, after doing a splendid interior design, it got all messed up at the end. Lim was immensely frustrated. Of course, revealing it now would still cause a domestic uproar, but the more seeds, by Seo Chun getting involved in more works, that were planted, the greater the impact would be. There was a rumor about her meeting with director Kwon Ki-taek. If that was true, this would be the scoop of a lifetime. Damn it. The timing wasn't ripe yet. But that timing was only privy to Lim, and now that it's making rounds to the extent of reaching the editor and even the ears of Choi Sung-gun, so it was clear that things were getting out of hand now. Whether it's an exclusive scoop or anything else, if it becomes too stale, it won't even spark interest. Click, click. If somehow a rumor or piece about Seo Chun gets out from somewhere else, all the time he spent following her would be wasted. So, reporter Lim decided. Damn, whatever. I don't know. He decided to stop overthinking. He focused solely on releasing the article in the shortest time possible, selecting the materials, writing the article. Even if I postpone the editing, it would take more than 3 hours. Reporter Lim checked the time. It was past 1:40 p.m., around late lunchtime. So, the deadline was 4 p.m. Thanks to this, his clicking became even faster. Hey, move faster, you bastard. Quicker. Huh, I can see your fingers. Even the editor, who had come close, interfered. Reporter Lim was already in a hurry, and being poked at by someone next to him made his irritation explode. Can you just dash? Stay still for a moment. I can't focus. Bursting out in anger, Reporter Lim moved his fingers quickly again. They say haste makes waste, but Reporter Lim's perspective was very narrow at the moment, unaware whether it was an intentional provocation or not. First, the title. How about this for the title? Good. I like it. Just do it quickly. He began to hit the keyboard keys as if he would break it. Meanwhile, in Yeonam-dong, a spacious apartment living room. The interior was predominantly black-toned, and the furniture also exuded elegance. Above all, a large poster was hanging on the wall in front of the living room. A pictorial of High Ura, holding cosmetics. The reason was simple. This was the house of top star High Ura. Then, a woman in blue pajamas, top and bottom, came out of the bathroom. She had slightly wavy long hair fastened with a hairband, and her face was covered with a white pack. It was, of course, High Ura. I drank too much yesterday. My skin is all messed up. She whined and sat down on the plush sofa. Then, she immediately picked up a stack of papers on the table. It was the island of the missing script she received from director Kwon Ki-taek a few days ago, and she had already read more than half of it. Flip. Then, Hayura, crossing her legs, focused on reading the script. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. Then she paused. Hayura, turning the pages, let out a long sigh. It's such a waste. It's frustratingly good. It's so well written, isn't it? The more she read, the more she wanted to do it. Not only was the story interesting, but the scale was quite large, and each character felt alive and breathing. I can't lose this to Seo Chun. I should have gotten involved earlier. This is a film worth fighting for with my acting. Although Hayura didn't like Seo Chun, she acknowledged her acting. Still, she thought the situation might have been different if she had fiercely competed with her acting skills. But now it was too late. Anyway, flip. Hayura, biting her lip in frustration, flipped through the script again, stopping her hand as she came across a certain character. This role, it's been given to that rookie, Kang Woojin. She thought of Kang Woojin, the newcomer who had recently turned the domestic scene upside down. The role he was supposed to play was undeniably challenging. Just by looking, I can tell it will take months just to analyze the character. I wonder how he's going to pull it off. Suddenly, Hayura recalled the words of director Kwon Ki-taek she had met. that he used a method similar to hers, something about being in the wild, and that despite being nonchalant, his acting was overwhelming, and so on. No way. Even if he analyzes this role to death, if it's done carelessly, the quality won't be good. I don't know for sure, but he must be freaking out right now. At that moment, brrr. Hi Ura's phone, adorned with several cubic zirconias, rang on the desk. Without taking her eyes off the script, she picked it up. It was her agency's CEO. Yes, CEO. From the other end of the phone, a slightly husky female voice could be heard. Ura, are you having fun? Not at all. Could you please refer to it as a resting period? Whatever. How was your meeting with director Kwon Ki-taek? I met him. I've received the script too. Really? Do you think you can get a role? Well, I don't have high hopes considering the timing. That's correct. The casting is almost complete. More importantly, CEO, what about Kang Woojin? The rookie. He's with the same agency as Hong Hae-yeon. So he's with CEO Choi of BW Entertainment, right? Yes. All right. Weren't you with CEO Choi for about a year when you were young? Yes. Hi Ura, shifting her crossed legs, asked back. How's Kang Woojin doing in the market? I just came back to Korea, so I'm not sure about the details, but he's hot right now. Not just hot, but like a nuclear bomb. Have you seen the articles? He's the darling of star writers, director Kwon Ki-taek, PD Yoon Byung-seon. I wonder where he suddenly popped up from. But if he's that big, he must have had some rumors before his debut. I find that strange too. He appeared out of nowhere. He might be someone CEO Choi has been raising in secret. That guy's radar is just incredible, you know. He uses the same method as me. Is that so? Did director Kwon Ki-taek say that? Well, looking at Kang Woojin's acting, it feels exactly like that. The expressions, the looks in his eyes. What did he meant by tempered in the wild? After all, acting should be whittled down bit by bit through training. What? No, never mind. Hi Ura, slightly lowering her head, quickly changed the topic. By the way, I'm thinking of making a brief friendly appearance. In Island of the Missing? Oh, that's good. You were planning to take half a year off anyway. Your words seem a bit prickly. Not at all. Whatever it is, joining director Kwon Ki-taek's site even for a few days is a jackpot. While you're at it, you can check out that rookie. Yes, that's right. Murmuring. Ha Ura recited like she was talking to herself. I don't know what this wild is, but it boosts my fighting spirit a bit. The same day, early afternoon, at a salon in Cheongdam-dong. It was past 3:30 p.m. Given the time, the large salon was crowded. While regular customers were scattered on the first floor, celebrities could mainly be seen from the second to the third floor. Therefore, there were two entrances. In the middle of the third floor, Hong Hae-yeon was seated. She looked down at her phone with her legs crossed. She had long natural hair, and though it wasn't clear what she had applied, a beauty device was warming her head. Plus, after full makeup, she was probably tweaking her overall look for an afternoon schedule after completing the morning one. Occasionally greeting celebrities she knew, she said. It seems the fan signing event went well. She was thoroughly reading an article about Kang Woojin's fan signing event that had taken place a few days earlier. It was at that moment. What the heck? A female voice intruded from the right side of Hong Hae-yeon, slightly aggressive in tone. Hong Hae-yeon, you come here too? This made her shift her gaze from her phone, and her expression instantly hardened. Why? Because the person speaking was Seo Chaeun with short hair. Seeing her, wearing a hat, Seo Chaeun seemed to be starting her schedule, and Hong Hae-yeon let out a long sigh as if she had stepped in poop. I was feeling good, but now it's all gone. What are you talking about? I'm more displeased. Why are you here? That's a weird question. I've been coming here since before. TSK, I just changed to this place. Now I'll have to change again. Please do. Of the two who had been arguing, Seo Chaeun took off her hat and sat next to Hong Hae-yeon. Then she grinned with a mischievous look. No, why should I change? If you're really annoyed, you change. I'll keep coming here. I like it. It's more spacious than the previous place. Whatever. No matter how one looked at it, the two didn't seem close. Seo Chaeun glanced at Hong Hae-yeon's face and bit her lower lip. Why does her skin look better every time I see her? Is she taking care of it more diligently than I am? What clinic is she going to? Feeling a pang of jealousy, Seo Chaeun, just like Hong Hae-yeon, pulled out her phone. But what are you going to do now? I heard your Hanryang shooting is over, but there's no news about your next project? You're overly concerned. Huh, it's ridiculous. No, were you pushed aside by someone in your company? Kang Woojin, was it? Is the game not working in your favor internally? In the past, as soon as you finished a project, all the directors and producers would have flocked to you. They are still flocking. But it's too quiet, isn't it? I'm preparing to shoot with director Kwon Ki-taek now. For a moment, Hong Hae-yun's hand paused. You're doing a project with director Kwon Ki-taek? Yes. Co Chae-yoon, who had been grinning, suddenly slapped her mouth. Ouch, my bad. Right, I shouldn't have said that yet. Sorry, can you keep it a secret? Her smile deepened, the smile of a victor. On the other hand, the space between Hong Hae-yun's eyebrows narrowed slightly. It was quite shocking news, after all. So, she and Kang Woojin are doing the same movie? However, Hong Hae-yun always maintained a dignified appearance in front of Co Chae-yoon, so she had to remain composed. Sure, I'll keep it a secret. I'm also busy because of Hanryang, which hit a 25% viewership rating. Oh, sorry, you wouldn't know how that feels. What was your last drama's rating? 5%. Was it 4%? Co Chae-yoon squirmed. It was 5.9%, okay? It's all the same. It's still a single-digit figure. Ugh, whatever. Hey, since we're on the subject, teach that Kang Woojin guy some manners. He's been getting too arrogant lately. I wondered where he learned to talk back. He rebuts every word. Acts like he's some big shot. This time, Hong Hae-yun flinched. Mind your own business. Compared to your rudeness, Woojin is nice. Nice my foot. What? Do you two have something going on? What would there be? You should worry about removing the Botox from your face. Is that so? Fine. Then I'll personally teach Kang Woojin some manners. Slowly, throughout the movie shooting. Watching Co Chae-yoon's snide remark, Hong Hae-yun laughed dismissively. She doesn't know Kang Woojin at all. You teaching Woojin? Go ahead, try 100 times. It would be like throwing an egg at a rock. Shouldn't you be focusing on your acting? That's enough. Watch it. Seriously, if you keep going on like this, you'll plummet with one mistake. Look who's talking about plummeting. I'll be an actress my whole life, dash. Just then. Hey, SEO-C-Chi-UN. There was a loud scream from the entrance on the second floor. A man with a smart look was running haphazardly. It was Co Chae-yoon's manager. But there was a strange urgency in his face and demeanor. The funny thing was, what the fuck is this? Behind him, Co Chae-yoon's management team was hurrying. Soon, Co Chae-yoon stood up as if asking why there was such a fuss. Ah, my ears. What is it, Appa? What's all the commotion about? The manager grabbed Co Chae-yoon's arm, flustered. Ow, that hurts. Shut up. Look at this. What the hell is this? The team leader passed the cell phone to Co Chae-yoon, who, because of the pain, scrunched up her face as she checked the phone screen. It hurts. Let go and talk, huh? What was displayed on the screen was an article. Co Chae-yoon's expression changed instantly. The irritation disappeared, replaced by deep confusion. Naturally, it was because of the article she had just seen. Exclusive, habitual propofol abuse scandal. The addicted life hidden behind the mask of top actress Co Chae-yoon / photo power patch. Reporter Lim Sang-moon. What? Co Chae-yoon couldn't say anything while looking at the article. Her mind had stopped working. On the other hand, the manager team leader grabbed her by the shoulders and shook her vigorously. Don't stay silent. What is this? Snap out of it. Answer me. Is this real? Huh. Hey, Co Chae-yoon. But Co Chae-yoon was just spacing out. No, it's not me. Huh. No, what? She seemed to have gone crazy. Both of her hands holding the phone were trembling slightly. At this point, Hong Hae-yun, sensing the odd atmosphere, stuck by Co Chae-yoon's side and checked the phone screen with her. Hong Hae-yun snorted and laughed at the rather bizarre article content. Swish. She called Co Chae-yoon, whose trembling had spread throughout her body. Hey, Co Chae-yoon. Then, by her ear, Hong Hae-yun whispered softly. Look, they said you're going to fall. Turns out that's today. Several tens of minutes later, in the CEO's office of BW Entertainment, Choi Sung-gun, who had a busy schedule planned for the day, was in the company instead of sticking with Kang Woojin. He had to act immediately if something happened. So, sitting by the window, Choi Sung-gun had been clicking away, monitoring various contacts related to the breadcrumbs he had spread. Then, about 30 minutes ago, It was Power Patch, after all. The conclusion was out. The one who picked up the breadcrumbs he had scattered was Power Patch. Habitual propofol. Huh. Whether to call it familiar or unexpected, it was by no means a small matter. Naturally, Power Patch would be prepared with multiple follow-up blows, including evidence and witnesses. With this size of a scandal, Co Chayun could be entirely ruined. If it goes like this, there will definitely be an investigation by the prosecutors, and if other drugs are revealed there, Co Chayun's career as an actress is over. At the same time, the cell phone on Choi Sung-gun's desk rang. The caller was director Kwon Ki-taek, a call Choi Sung-gun had been expecting. There was no need for him to make the call himself since their roles had now changed. Anyway, yes, director. Director Kwon Ki-taek's calm, yet serious voice came from the other side of the phone. I saw the article. I was surprised. This kind of thing. This is undoubtedly your work, Co Choi. Choi Sung-gun slightly bowed his head. No. If you get down to it, it's Woojin's work. There was a moment of silence from director Kwon Ki-taek on the other side of the phone. Then he asked, Woojin's work. Though questioned through the phone, Choi Sung-gun did not answer immediately because director Kwon Ki-taek had asked again. Why is Woojin being mentioned here? Wasn't this matter solely handled by CEO Choi? As a director, Kwon Ki-taek naturally had to ask. It was absurd that Kang Woojin was involved in this complicated incident. Nonetheless, Choi Sung-gun, crossing his legs slowly, answered calmly. That's correct. I was the only one who made a move. Then, shall we say Woojin brought the script? Thanks to Woojin, this matter could surface. Otherwise, nobody, including me, would have known. Owing a favor to director Kwon Ki-taek, one of the top figures in the field, was a very advantageous move. Director Kwon's influence extends beyond the domestic film scene to the entertainment industry and even overseas. However, Choi Sung-gun had no particular intention of taking the lead role. I fit better in the background. A shadow that goes unnoticed if not paid attention to. He maintained just that kind of position. Moderation. That was Choi Sung-gun's way of surviving in the entertainment industry for a long time. The lead role is for someone else. Therefore, he pushed all the attention onto Kang Woojin. There's no point in standing out in the current situation. If it weren't for Woojin, I would have been left foolishly empty-handed. Ultimately, while Choi Sung-gun played the role of an executor, nothing would have happened without Kang Woojin's initiation. Soon, Choi Sung-gun implanted Kang Woojin deep into director Kwon's mind. Only Woojin saw the rotten part of Island of the Missing. I just played the role of exposing it. A brief silence. Then, director Kwon Ki-taek, on the other side of the phone, asked again. I need an explanation. I want to hear exactly how things unfolded. I feel I need to know. After all, the conclusion is important in everything. Of course. However, it's a bit much to explain over the phone. I will visit you personally. I'll be busy for a few days, so sometime soon. Okay, I'll be waiting. Having heard the reply, Choi Sung-gun rose from his seat and changed the subject. With Co Chayun out, the production of Island of the Missing will be delayed, right? You'll have to recruit a new actor. I'm asking because of Woojin's schedule. Well, of course, we'll need some time for contract issues, but it won't take too long to settle. Do you have any actors in mind? A niche market. Choi Sung-gun intended to squeeze Hong Hae-yun into the slightly open gap of Island of the Missing. The timing couldn't be more perfect, with the shooting for Hanryang completely finished. Unfortunately, a different actor's name came out of director Kwon's mouth. Yes, Hae-yura. Choi Sung-gun's eyes widened slightly. Why? Because he had a slight acquaintance with Hae-yura. Hae-yura? I understand she's in Hollywood right now. She's in Korea now? She stealthily entered the country a few days ago. Ah, that's right. Yura had a connection with CEO Choi, didn't she? Yes, very briefly. So you've met her. I did. I even handed over the script. The script? Ah, it was regarding a cameo appearance. I see. Instantly, Choi Sung-gun's cunning mind changed direction. Having reconsidered something, he first threw in a concluding remark. It was better to keep this call short and sweet. It would keep Director Kwon interested. I understand for now. I'll contact you again soon. Okay. Click. The call was disconnected just like that. The interesting thing was, as soon as Choi Sung-gun put down his phone, the ringtone sounded again. This time, it was Hong Hae-yun. She must have called after seeing the article about Co Chayun. He had something to discuss with her anyway, so Choi Sung-gun put the phone back to his ear. Yes. On the other side of the phone, Hong Hae-yun was clamoring. Appa, did you see the news? The article just released about Seo Chaeun from Power Patch. You're going to make my ear fall off. Yes, I know. I just saw it. I was at the salon until a little while ago, and it was chaos. Seo Chaeun was there, and her team was questioning her. It was a total mess. You were with Seo Chaeun? How about now? They've left. I'm back too. Seo Chaeun's manager, the team leader, got angry for a few seconds, then seemed to come to his senses, grabbed her, and disappeared. But, Appa, what happens to Island of the Missing now? Wasn't Seo Chaeun the lead? I heard this directly from her. Hong Hae-yun, who was excited, spoke to Choi Sung-gun, who replied calmly. I think it's better for you to know this as well. This situation, I orchestrated it. What? What do you mean? The circumstances are similar to the time with director Woo Hyun-gu. The difference is this time I intervened. The starting point was Woojin. Choi Sung-gun briefly explained the current situation regarding Seo Chaeun. Just the key points. Still, Hong Hae-yun understood immediately. She had seen a lot herself, after all. Wait, so what does that mean? Was this jointly done by Woojin and you? Correct. For now, you're the only one who knows. Of course, but what about Woojin? Is this really something you can simply lump together as just a feeling or intuition? No, but there's no other explanation. And if you look back at the history of the entertainment industry, both domestic and international, it's not like there haven't been unique individuals like Woojin. At this point, goosebumps formed on Choi Sung-gun's arms. Even he felt a chill after saying it. The Midas touch. 1 in tens of millions. Or more. Choi Sung-gun knew of several historically significant figures. He saw that in Kang Woojin now. Should I call Woojin the Midas eye? Or a totem? Moreover, Kang Woojin currently had 2 things. An eye for works and people. The problem was that even with this strange ability alone, he was destructive. That means he's got a lot more skills, including acting. Kang Woojin had more impactful abilities than the Midas touch. Among them, his acting was unparalleled. By this point, Choi Sung-gun felt it. Maybe. No, definitely. In the whole world, Kang Woojin was undoubtedly a unique existence. If he grows more, there will surely come a day when even Hollywood will be considered insignificant by comparison. Imagining the not-so-distant future, Choi Sung-gun. Hae-yun. He barely reined in his smile and returned to reality. For now, he had to deal with the task at hand. For now, I'll get you the script for Island of the Missing and read through it. Afterward, the bait that Power Patch threw out to the world was exclusive, habitual propofol abuse scandal. The addicted life hidden behind the mask of top actress Seo Chaeun/photos. It spread across the entire internet in just 1 hour, like a massive tidal wave engulfing the Korean peninsula. The speed was insane. There was no other explanation for it. Suspected habitual propofol used scandal bursts for Seo Chaeun in a sudden twist. Negative news always spread dozens of times faster than positive news. The public always wanted new stimuli, and unpredictable issues like this Seo Chaeun's case were bound to ignite. Star pick, Seo Chaeun, habitual propofol use revealed. Evidence confirmed. Propofol scandal erupts again, this time for top actress Seo Chaeun. 7 times a month. Seo Chaeun addicted to propofol. Domestic reporters were churning out new articles every second. Accusations, gossip, speculation, and more. Whatever the topic, they hammered their keyboards as soon as they could reach. Hey, why aren't you releasing the article? I'm editing it now. Are you kidding me? Do editing at home. Ignore all typos and errors. Just throw it out there. Can't you see the rate at which articles are being published? Understood. Just shove in any nonsense, as long as Seo Chaeun's name is there. Nonsense, gibberish, and rumors were everywhere. Exclusive Seo Chaeun, following habitual propofol. Possibility of third drug detected. A source from a broadcasting station, Seo Chaeun was a regular at plastic surgery clinic. A foreseen end? Indeed, top actress Seo Chaeun. Along with her pure image built over the years and high recognition, there was an explosive amount of response. Fact issue, habitual propofol use. Scandal burst for Seo Chaeun. What about the films she's been or will be in? It took less than 2 hours for various portal sites to be flooded with her name. And by that night, it was all over YouTube. If this were a war of conquest, it would have been a perfect victory. But despite having won the war, the fury of Seo Chaeyoon's fans had reached a peak. It was understandable. It was due to a sense of betrayal. However, the resulting anger wasn't solely from Seo Chaeyoon's fans. It was a mix of various factions. Some saw this as an opportunity to pounce. Others joined in for fun or simply because everyone else was doing it. This is genuinely shocking. That's why F*CK, celebrities' images are all F*King lies, right? Haha. Goodbye. They need to be punished severely. We need to stop letting celebrities off the hook just because they are celebrities. No. But seriously, there were always rumors about Seo Chaeyoon getting Botox, right? Haha. So it wasn't Botox but propofol? LOL. But the doctor who prescribed it should be arrested too. And just like that, another one bites the dust. Drug addicts deserve no sympathy, LOL. Disgusting, Seo Chaeyoon. How about a thorough investigation of the entire entertainment industry this time? Even without saying, there must be many trembling with fear right now. Seo Chaeyoon, ha ha ha, acting all innocent in front, but she was doing drugs behind the scenes, LOL. In just half a day, Seo Chaeyoon fell from a top actress to a national drug addict. Yet, in the face of this fierce controversy, both Seo Chaeyoon and her agency remained silent. Star Talk. Why are Seo Chaeyoon and her agency keeping silent? Now is the time to step forward. They might be searching for a breakthrough. However, this only further fueled public resentment. Later that same night, after finishing his schedule, Kang Woojin was also searching about this situation at home. So it was propofol. He had heard a brief explanation from Choi Sung-gun, but seeing it himself, Woojin found it unbelievable. Seo Chaeyoon looked perfectly fine on the outside. Before Kang Woojin became an actor, there were countless such incidents in the entertainment industry. Back then, as an ordinary citizen, all he could do was marvel at them. But now his mindset had changed. It really happens in an instant. He felt intensely why they say showbiz is a jungle. The ruthless world of fame was also a lesson. Regardless, Kang Woojin put down his phone since there was no need to delve deeper. Then, suddenly, Woojin entered the void space. Thud. He had to check. It was about the rating 4 island of the missing. However, standing in the endless darkness of the void space, Woojin's expression turned grave. The reason was simple. -3/scenario. Title, Island of the Missing. Grade, E. The rating had fallen from D to E. Still, Woojin tried to remain calm. It's probably because it hasn't even been a day. He assumed that Seo Chaeyoon hadn't officially left Island of the Missing. It wasn't a wrong assumption since it had only been half a day since her scandal broke out. Even so, this is making me nervous. Kang Woojin, standing in the void space, felt a growing tension. Was there possibly another issue at play? Despite his concerns, Woojin forced himself to shake his head. Damn, I don't know. Let's just wait a bit more and see. He reassured himself, thinking he was over-worrying. Exiting the void space, Woojin forced himself to sleep. At that moment, on Power Patch. Exclusive, the relationship between Seo Chaeyoon and Hospital A, and the related celebrities/photo Power Patch, reporter Lim Sang-moon. The second bomb was dropped on the world. On Monday, the 29th, after the weekend. On Sunday, Kang Woojin had taken a rare day off. Thanks to good schedule management and Choi Sung-gun's consideration, he rested. Of course, the world was still noisy about Seo Chaeyoon, but Woojin spent the entire Sunday cleaning and reading scripts and scenarios. And now, rumble. Early in the morning, Kang Woojin, wearing a hat, got into the van parked in the parking lot. What was unusual was, Woojin, did you rest well? In the van, only Choi Sung-gun was visible in the driver's seat. Kang Woojin, his face stern, greeted him and asked, "Hello? But where are the others? They took a break yesterday. They must be at the company now." "Oh, is that so?" As soon as Kang Woojin, who had nodded slightly, sat down, the van started. Soon, Choi Sung-gun peeked at the rearview mirror and opened his mouth. "Since we've properly rested for a day, we should run ourselves ragged again, right?" "Yes, of course." Woojin was somewhat determined, so he murmured softly, a hint of bluster in his voice. Yes, no problem. Haha, right. The schedule is packed today, and Suhwan will give you the details. I'll be out in the morning and will join you in the afternoon. Is there something going on? Choi Sung-gun, who was turning the steering wheel to the right, answered promptly. First, a company meeting. There's a lot to sort out overall. For you and Hai-yun. Oh, and we're going to increase the number of stylists. Yes. Then I'm going to meet Director Kwon Ki-taek. Director Kwon? Yes. Well, others might not know, but Director Kwon Ki-taek needs to be fully aware of the situation. And Choi Sung-gun chuckled in a low tone with a devilish grin. Shouldn't we receive some compensation? Kang Woojin's face was indifferent on the outside, but inside, he was slightly surprised. Compensation? What compensation? Choi Sung-gun, unaware of his thoughts, continued. As you know, this industry requires a clear give and take. If we just accept whatever is thrown at us, we'll be seen as easy. Well, Director Kwon Ki-taek isn't like that, but still, we should definitely get what we're due. You've been thinking about it, haven't you? You're sharp in these matters. No, I hadn't thought about it at all. Woojin, focused solely on saving Island of the Missing, had overlooked this aspect. He was indeed a professional. Give and take. Learning from this, Kang Woojin silently gave Choi Sung-gun a thumbs up. I'll count on you for this. What's there to count on? I normally handle these things. You just need to stand out. Just when Kang Woojin was touched, Choi Sung-gun changed the subject. And it's probably confirmed, but Hai Ura will replace Seo Chaeun. You know, Hai Ura. Yes, I know. Kang Woojin cynically sighed. Of course, internally. She's being replaced this quickly? And with Hai Ura? Wow. Indeed, a master director. Kang Woojin was also familiar with Hai Ura. She hadn't been seen much recently, but she was a top actress. But wasn't it 2 years ago? She said she was breaking into Hollywood. As he recalled the past, Kang Woojin suddenly moved his hand. He picked up the script piled next to him. Why? Poke. It was to enter the void space quietly. Since there was a new change, he had to check the rating of Island of the Missing. Soon, in the dark void space, Kang Woojin stood before the white rectangles. It was originally A+, so at least B+. No, it should have recovered to A. But, As soon as he saw the white rectangle of Island of the Missing, Woojin's eyes widened in shock. This is insane. There had been a rather shocking change. -3/scenario. Title, Island of the Missing, S+ grade. S+ grade. It was the first time such a rating appeared. There is something above S+ grade, a significant leap from its original A+ grade, rising by 2 ranks simply because Seo Chaeun was replaced by Hai Ura. Of course, it was good news, so good that dancing joyously wouldn't have been out of place. However, Kang Woojin, staring blankly at the white rectangle, was a bit dazed. S+ grade. It was all because of the first ever S+ grade. The Exorcism was grade A, and Hanryang was grade S. Since then, there hadn't been a grade above S. Above all, the impact of Hanryang, which was grade S, was unimaginably massive, surpassing a legendary 25% viewership, including secondary effects. Therefore, Woojin had always thought S was the highest grade. However, that was a hasty judgment. The weird void space had once again surprised Woojin, as if saying, "You think you can judge me?" Regardless, a smile spread across Woojin's face, his eyes still wide in surprise. Whoa, S+ grade. I wonder if there's a grade higher than this. But pondering it was pointless. The void space had always defied Kang Woojin's reality and transcended common sense. So for now, he just needs to be happy. This void space is incredible. At the same time, Kang Woojin felt a sense of pride. It felt as if he had truly revived Island of the Missing himself. No, it's more than just revived it. After reviving it, Island of the Missing had become much healthier. All right, let's try to envision the future. Kang Woojin, now brimming with laughter, erased the rectangles listed to deduce the suspects, all the while mumbling. Just wait and see. Since Hanryang surpassed 25% in viewership, if a movie is S+ grade, does it simply exceed 10 million viewers? How far could it go after surpassing 10 million viewers? It's hard to estimate, but he forced out a guess. A little speculation wouldn't hurt, right? Thus, endless imaginations flooded Kang Woojin's mind. Of course, they were all still huge hits. Then, Kang Woojin suddenly remembered Hyura, a top actress he'd never met, who even made it to Hollywood. Although he felt nervous, it wasn't as much as before. Had he somewhat adapted to this field? With that, Kang Woojin suppressed his excited emotions and returned to reality. The van, still driven by Choi Sung-gun, continued on the road, and Woojin, expressionless, looked out the window, muttering to himself, "I wonder what it feels like to meet Hyura. Well, I'll find out when I meet her." That same day, at lunchtime, at Harmony Film Company, Choi Sung-gun entered the medium-sized conference room at Harmony Film Company. The room was quiet. Sitting at the center of the U-shaped table was, "Welcome, CEO Choi." The warm director Kwon Ki-taek was sitting. He stood up to greet Choi as soon as he saw him. Although he was smiling, there was a subtle weight to his demeanor. Then Choi Sung-gun, having exchanged pleasantries with director Kwon. "Phew, it's been hectic." He sighed as he sat down. Director Kwon, scratching his head full of gray hair, replied, "It's an emergency, isn't it? For both Harmony Film Company and the distributors. Of course, externally, it might seem like there's no issue. There must be internal affairs to settle. Don't worry, it should be resolved by next week." Director Kwon, speaking softly, stroked his cheek and asked with curiosity, "So, let's hear about the whole story of this incident." "Honestly, I've been curious because Woojin, whom I didn't expect, is involved." Choi Sung-gun, with a serious expression, responded, "Director, you remember director Woo Hyun-gu, right?" Although it wasn't a pleasant memory, Director Kwon nodded after a brief silence. Yes, actually, Woojin once actually bluntly rejected director Woo Hyun-gu's offer. This was before his fall. "I know, I heard it directly from director Woo Hyun-gu." "Is that so?" He said some extremely rude and brash newcomer rejected him, causing a huge fuss. After that, the incident happened. "I see. I didn't know that." Understanding the situation, Choi Sung-gun continued, "Do you know why Woojin rejected director Woo Hyun-gu? Wasn't it because he recklessly pushed him into auditioning?" "No. Actually, Woojin said just one thing at the time. I don't like the vibe. He has a peculiar intuition." Director Kwon Ki-taek furrowed his brows in confusion, prompting Choi Sung-gun to provide a brief explanation. It wasn't detailed, but the briefing definitely included the key points, covering both the time of director Woo Hyun-gu to the recent incident with Seo Chaeun. Just mentioning those two things was surprising enough. And director Kwon Ki-taek was indeed a bit shocked. So, both during director Woo's time and now, it was Woojin. Yes, he seems to have the real Midas touch. He must have had this ability from birth and gradually manifested it. Instinct, perhaps. Of course, it's not some kind of supernatural power. He didn't know everything this time either. But clearly, it's unbelievable. On top of his acting skills, he has a discerning eye for people and projects. Yes. Somehow, I always felt his gaze was different. It strangely didn't seem to belong to someone from this industry. For some reason, director Kwon Ki-taek thought of PD Song Man-woo at this point, the host who had spread the infection about Kang Woojin. Director Kwon recalled one of PD Song's statements. "That kid has an indescribable, keen sense. It's truly extraordinary." Back then, director Kwon had brushed it off, wondering what PD Song was talking about. However, looking at the current situation, he realized that PD Song's words did make sense in the current situation. "Oh, so that's what he meant." "Yes. Nothing, just talking to myself." "Oh." Director Kwon Ki-taek couldn't help but smile. "I keep on peeling, but I can't see the core. I've never seen an actor with so many layers before." Having confirmed everything, director Kwon took a deep breath and said, dash. He locked eyes with Choi Sung-gun across the table, now looking more relaxed. "I owe a huge debt of gratitude to Woojin and CEO Choi. Thank you, I mean it." Choi Sung-gun leaned slightly forward as if he had been waiting for those words. "Director, rather than a debt. A blessing would be a better term." Haha, right. Something real is better than just words. I also don't like owing someone. Debts need to be repaid, especially with people we'll continue to work with for a long time. So, if you have anything in mind, let me know. The atmosphere had shifted to one of negotiation. Choi Sung-gun took the initiative. "First, I'd like to adjust Woojin's appearance fee." "A raise?" "Yes. You can decide the figure." an amount equivalent to the debt dash. Director Kwon Ki-taek, who had been stroking his chin, didn't take long to think. How about a running fee? A running fee. Currently, Woojin's contract only includes an appearance fee. There's no running fee clause. Let's add a running fee of 101. At first glance, a running fee of 101 might seem small, but it's not. There are break-even points, splits with the agency, and other ancillary factors. But in simple terms, it means 101 per audience member. 1 million audience members equate to 100 million won. 10 million would equal 1 billion won. On top of that, there's the appearance fee. This level of condition is usually only reserved for A-list or S-list actors. In the recent film industry, two methods exist in top actors' contracts: a running fee and a percentage of profits. The percentage concept involves receiving around 6 to 7% of the profits, so offering Kang Woojin top-tier terms. This was truly a special case and treatment. However, a running fee is a double-edged sword. If the movie does poorly, there wouldn't be any money beyond the appearance fee. Still, Choi Sung-gun believed it was a good deal. Since Woojin personally chose Island of the Missing, it should at least be average, and with director Kwon Ki-taek and other top actors involved, it's more profitable to have a running fee than an increased appearance fee. But Choi Sung-gun wasn't finished. That's fine, but director, running fees are heavily future-oriented. So, please add one option. An option? Yes. How about getting Woojin a nice car? Hearing about the car option, director Kwon laughed heartily. Haha, sure. We'll also add the nice car option to the contract. A look of gratitude flashed across director Kwon's face, thinking that it was the least they could do for someone who had saved a nearly doomed film. Then, with his smile fading, director Kwon Ki-taek changed the subject. I also had something to discuss with CEO Choi. Yes, please go ahead, director. I hadn't even considered the possibility of switching roles with Hai Ura this time. Originally, we gave Hai Ura a cameo role, but now that spot is open. I heard that Hai Yun recently finished filming Profiler Hanri Yang. Is that right? Choi Sung-gun understood immediately what was being suggested. To be precise, yes, this is it. Choi Sung-gun nodded in agreement, as this was the situation he had anticipated. Yes, I understand what you mean. I'll check with Hai Yun. Overall, it was a fairly successful deal for BW Entertainment. Afterward, time began to fly by quickly. So much was happening, and there had been several shocking incidents. Firstly, CEO Chaeyoon, who had been silent yesterday and today, made a move. Breaking news: CEO Chaeyoon, who kept silent, expresses her stance through her agency's official website. Around evening, she officially announced her stance through the agency. But it wasn't interesting. As always, there were plenty of watered-down weak excuses. However, Power Patch did not let it go. They hit with a three-punch combo. This time, it was an article accompanied by various pieces of evidence and even witnesses. So, around the 30th of June, the last day of the month, official CEO Chaeyoon, under suspicion of habitual propofol abuse, to be summoned by police for questioning in a few days. In the end, the police and prosecutors took action. They searched CEO Chaeyoon's house and planned to summon her for questioning. The results would be known in a few days, but even this was enough. Everything related to CEO Chaeyoon comes to a complete stop, from advertisements to movies. How much are the penalties? It wasn't strange to assume that CEO Chaeyoon's acting career was over. Around this time, Kang Woojin received the OST tracks for Male Friend. These were guide tracks with both music and lyrics completed. Naturally, they were handed over by director Shin Dong-chun. Woojin, I know you're busy, but just get familiar with them as you listen. We're recording this week, but if it's tough, we can do it later. So don't feel pressured. Kang Woojin received a total of 2 songs. One was a solo, and the other a duet. Woojin's review was simple. This is awesome. It sticks in my head. It was the moment his favorite song changed. Kang Woojin kept listening to the demo tracks whenever he had time, humming along to get used to the songs. A few days passed like this. The noisy June ended, and July began with much to come. The weather was hot, the peak of summer. From the first day of July, a delightful choice awaited Kang Woojin. Woojin, have you chosen the car you'll receive as an option aside from your running fee? I'm still choosing. Take your time, no pressure. Domestic or foreign, it doesn't matter. But if you can, Why not a foreign car? It was his first time owning a car, and that too, one paid for by someone else. Though he was just accepting it as a gift, Woojin still felt like dancing with joy inside. A few months ago, I thought I'd be a pedestrian all my life, and suddenly a foreign car? He hadn't expected such a day to come. His life was becoming more prosperous. Anyway, Woojin chose a foreign car from Company B, which he had always found decent and was reasonably priced. BW Entertainment would purchase it first, and Harmony Film Company would pay them back later. Fast forward to Thursday, July 2nd. Kang Woojin's schedule for the day was one long session from morning to late afternoon. It was the official recording of the Male Friend OST. Today was just 4 vocal recordings, so the entire Male Friend team gathered in the studio. Naturally, the overseeing was done by director Shin Dong-chun and the music director. Other staff like Kim So-hyang and writer Choi Na-na were more like spectators. Since it was the official recording, everyone's faces were serious. And then, swish. The first vocal recording started with Kang Woojin. Consequently, Woojin, wearing his cap low, entered the booth. The scene was similar to the test recording they had done before. However, his mindset was different this time. Phew. Okay, I'm not that nervous. I don't have to be perfect, just relaxed. It was his first ever OST. If he pulled this off, a track with Kang Woojin's vocals would be released to the world. Trying to cool down his racing heart, Woojin made an effort to calm himself. The slight trembling of his body was controlled quicker than he expected, probably thanks to his repeated acting experiences. Soon. Woojin, can you hear me well? Yes, I can hear you clearly. Woojin heard the music director's cue through the headphones he wore. Since it's your first time, I'll try not to stop you, so go all the way through. It's okay if you mess up the lyrics. So, Woojin, you should sing with the mindset that you're going to sing it all the way through, okay? Yes. As the nodding music director started the equipment, Kang Woojin's solo track began to play. It was familiar, not strange at all. Perhaps because he had listened and hummed to it often, the song was familiar to Woojin. He then opened his mouth in time with the music, looking at the lyrics on his phone. It started off calmly, but gradually, it became more powerful. Around this point, the music director outside the booth, nodding to the rhythm, said to director Shin Dong-chun, "He's doing well, isn't he?" Usually, people are nervous and have difficulties right from the introduction during their first recording, but Woojin started off smoothly and his emotional expression is good, too. This song definitely suits Woojin's voice. It's a completely different vibe from the guide track. If he keeps this clean performance from the beginning, it looks like we won't have a hard time today, huh? The two calmly analyzed Kang Woojin's vocals. In contrast, about a dozen people, including Kim So-hyang and writer Choi Na-na, were staring intently at Kang Woojin in the booth. Wallin had even closed her eyes. The funny thing was, nobody said a word. They were just busy appreciating Kang Woojin's vocals. Gradually, Woojin's vocals reached a climax. His high notes resonated poignantly throughout the studio. In a corner of the studio, Choi Sung-gun, a bit isolated, made eye contact with the woman next to him. She was a stranger, wearing horn-rimmed glasses. To her, Choi Sung-gun quietly asked, "What do you think?" Then the woman, her gaze fixed on Kang Woojin in the booth, opened her mouth. "He's going to be a hit. Honestly, I'm a bit surprised. I didn't know he could sing like that. It seems there's nothing Kang Woojin can't do. Do you think he'll stand out in musicals?" "Yes, with a little more polish." The woman was a well-known casting director in the musical industry. Simultaneously, in Tokyo, Japan, at the Toega Film Company, in a somewhat tense meeting room, half a dozen people were gathered, speaking in Japanese. Among them was a man with a prominent nose, a familiar face. It was director Kyotaro, a master filmmaker from Japan. Surrounding him were staff from the film company. Sitting upright across from director Kyotaro was a man. "It's an honor, director." The man with long hair tied back by a headband was, of course, an actor. His name was Mana Kosaku, a member of a famous Japanese band and a top-ranking actor. With his rugged features, he was known as a serious actor even within Japan. Soon, director Kyotaro, smiling, said to Mana Kosaku, "I've been wanting to meet you, Mana-san. Thank you for coming." "Not at all. It's my pleasure." You've heard the basic rundown from the company, right? The project I'm preparing is based on a book by writer Akari Takikawa." "Yes, I've heard." An impressed Kosaku thought to himself. With Kyotaro as the director and a story by Akari, these two names alone are reason enough to take on this project. At that moment, director Kyotaro received a stack of papers from a staff member next to him. He handed them over to Kosaku. We've already cast one actor. From Korea. A Korean actor? Kosaku's eyes widened in surprise. Korean actor? Can you tell me who it is if it's a top star? No, he's a newcomer. It's still early, so it's difficult to reveal his name. Kosaku's eyes were filled with question marks. A newcomer, not even a top star? On the other hand, the composed director Kyotaro gestured towards the papers. For now, take a look at the synopsis before the full script. Ah yes, I understand. Kosaku quickly lowered his gaze, checking the title first. The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. It was a familiar title, the same as that of a best-selling book. However, Kosaku, who had not read the original book, focused on the synopsis. Several words stood out. Bullying, Korean-Japanese, trap, conspiracy, murder, detective, and so on. Deeply immersed in the synopsis, Kosaku muttered to himself. A revenge drama. It was a fierce and merciless revenge drama. Chapter 102, Short Drama. 2. Indeed, The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger was a story of revenge. A revenge plot that was extremely brutal, yet intricately detailed. That was why the original book by author Akira, The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, received rave reviews. Almost the same essence was incorporated into the screenplay adapted by director Kyotaro. Of course, not everything from the original could be included, but the essence was clear because they did their best. That's why Mana Kosaku couldn't take his eyes off the synopsis. This is interesting, the quality is so good. The plot had an irresistibly compelling power, making him want to read the full screenplay, not just the synopsis, right away, and the same went for the original book. However, given his current situation, reading the screenplay seemed difficult. Soon, Kosaku's thoughts shifted at the last line of the synopsis. To be honest, while the work is great, it's a blessing it's not a live-action adaptation. The reason he was drawn to this work was not just the big names attached like the director or the original author behind the scenes. Frankly, Kosaku was drawn more to something else because it felt like a proper movie after a long time. Recently, the Japanese film industry had been inundated with live-action adaptations. To be specific, a significant number of films produced were live-action adaptations of manga or anime. This trend was unsurprising since Japan is known for its rich manga and anime culture. Due to the financial benefits and influx of fans, this trend had solidified its presence in the Japanese movie market. Out of the 7 movies released this week, 5 were related to manga or animation. There was a need for change anyway. Thanks to this trend, Kosaku was a bit put off. The last drama he worked on was also a live-action adaptation of a manga. Of course, The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger could technically be considered a live-action adaptation as well, but it was different in essence. It was more akin to a script being born as a movie screenplay. Such productions were now rare finds in Japan. However, there was one thing that bothered him. Director, what role is the Korean actor playing? There was a Korean actor involved, and he was a newcomer, yet he was cast in a primary role. From Kosaku's perspective, this was certainly odd. However, director Kyotaro answered with a relaxed smile. He will play the role of Kiyoshi Iota. Kosaku's eyes widened in shock. The reason was simple. The lead role, no less. It wasn't a supporting or minor role. It was a proper lead role. And Kiyoshi Iota was a character who drove the direction of the story. While The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger featured quite a few main characters, it was Kiyoshi who steered the story. He was practically the single most important character. A Korean actor got that role. Why? How? Externally, Kosaku didn't show it, but he found it hard to understand. The original was by the renowned author Akari, and the director was the legendary director Kyotaro. Yet the actor in the top role was a Korean rookie. Kosaku felt a mix of surprise and discomfort. It was undoubtedly a big project, but he felt tangled and complicated. At this point, director Kyotaro leaned forward and spoke to the serious-looking Kosaku. I would like you to play as the villain, Mana-san. But as you will see when you read the complete screenplay, everyone in The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger is evil. Read the screenplay, think about it, and then give me your answer. Director, may I ask one thing? Of course. Why was that Korean actor cast as Kiyoshi Iota? Director Kyotaro's answer to the question was exceedingly short. Because it had to be him. The next day, Friday, July 3rd, the large conference room of Harmony Film Company, the company producing Island of the Missing, was bustling. An emergency production meeting had been called, and about 20 people, including director Kwon Ki-taek at the head of the shaped table, key staff such as the cinematography director, company executives, and distributors, had gathered. The topic of discussion was, of course, the recent scandal involving Seo Chaeun. What would we have done if we had gone ahead with Seo Chaeun? It's terrifying just to imagine. The timing, if we had announced before Seo Chaeun's news, we would have been directly affected. Thanks to Power Patch making the first move, otherwise, if we had gone into filming just like that, the participants were excitedly voicing similar sentiments. There was a feeling of a close shave. I saw in the news today that other drug traces were found besides propofol. The situation is getting bigger on their end. Really? So it means she also took other drugs in addition to propofol. It seems so. Seo Chaeun, I never thought of her that way. It was a real stroke of genius when the director told us to delay the PR activities. For the record, no one present knew the clear truth behind Seo Chaeun's case. Director Kwon Ki-taek had covered this up, and Choi Sung-gun had agreed. There was no reason to disclose the involvement of Kang Woojin or Choi Sung-gun. It would only give rise to unnecessary gossip. Regardless, the one who interrupted the increasingly intense conversation was director Kwon Ki-taek's calm voice. Let's stop this. We didn't gather here to talk about that. I apologize. The atmosphere quickly became orderly again. Then, director Kwon Ki-taek sighed softly and continued speaking. If we keep talking about her, it will only deepen our involvement. We've clearly drawn a line, so let's not discuss Ms. Seo Chaeun any further. Yes, director. Please keep your mouth shut. Everyone closed their mouths at his warm yet firm tone. And director Kwon Ki-taek turned to the film company staff and asked, "What's been delayed due to this incident? General promotion, script reading, what else is there? Apart from what you mentioned and casting for the empty spot, due to Seo Chai? There's no significant issue apart from the actors' casting. I think the actors will quickly agree once we circulate the script. Since we've only announced Kang Woojin and Ryu Young-min, there won't be a feeling of patching things up. If you don't have an actor in mind, we have selected some. No, I have decided on an actor, and they should be almost here." What? The entire room became restless. Who's coming all of a sudden? At that moment, there was a knock on the glass door. Soon, a slightly flustered female staff member opened the door and spoke softly. Director, Hi URA is here." Everyone's eyes widened. Whispers filled the room. Who's here? Hi URA? Isn't she in Hollywood? Such whispers spread. Swish. Hi URA really entered the conference room. She greeted everyone with a smile in her eyes. Hello. Hi URA being in Korea was a secret, and hence it was the first time director Kwon Ki-taek revealed it. Naturally, everyone was taken aback. However, the calm director Kwon approached Hi URA, who was standing by the entrance, and murmured, "Having Hi URA, who should be in Hollywood, here in Korea, and cast in Kwon Ki-taek's film. If we start the promotion with such a bang, wouldn't it attract more attention?" The quick response came from the distributor's side. Yes, of course. It will attract 100% attention. A strategy that added shock to the twist. But director Kwon wasn't done. Okay, then let's resume the PR activities we had stopped. We start with Ms. Hi URA here. And he added calmly. Oh, and also include the matter of Hong Hyeon's cameo as well. Later, in the afternoon of the third day, the internet, still abuzz with Seo Chaeun's name, was blasted with articles about Island of the Missing. Exclusive Hi URA's shocking entry into Kwon Ki-taek's Island of the Missing. Hong Hyeon makes a cameo appearance. Naturally, the promotion started by the distributors of Island of the Missing was perfectly timed. The news contained unexpected twists. Movie pick, Island of the Missing confirms lead lineup. Ryu Young-min, John Woo-chong, Kim E-won, Kang Woojin, and Hi URA. Star Talk, Island of the Missing confirms Hi URA, but wasn't she in Hollywood? The sudden inclusion of Hi URA to the already impressive Island of the Missing lineup with John Woo-chong, Kim E-won, and others. It was indeed Hi URA. She should have been in Hollywood, but she was now in Korea, and she was even cast in the hot topic, Island of the Missing. Thus, Hyura's name started to circulate on the internet, just like Seo Chaeyoun's. They were both shocking news, but of a different nature. While Seo Chaeyoun's name plummeted, Hyura's soared high. Quite a contrasting scenario. Ryu Young-min, Kang Woojin joined Island of the Missing, and now Hyura? Netizens surprised. The curiosity about Hyura grew more intense, which was clarified through her SNS. Around the night of the third day, Hyura herself uploaded the complete story. In short, Hyura's return to Korea was confirmed. Therefore, the public's expectations for Island of the Missing soared immensely. Kang Woojin stirred the waters, Ryu Young-min spread the wings, and other top actors like Hyura took flight with them. All eyes in the film industry were on Island of the Missing. In an editing room, a work featuring Kang Woojin was gaining momentum. Drug Dealer, which had entered its intensive post-production editing phase about 2 weeks prior. What was amusing was, ah shit, this is driving me crazy. Director Kim Do-hee, who was overseeing the dimly lit editing room, had a face full of frustration. The reason was simple. It's insanely difficult. If we keep this cut, the previous one looks bad, and if we cut the previous one, this one feels wasted. Editing Lee Sang-man's scenes will be a headache. It was because the scenes with Lee Sang-man, played by Kang Woojin, were extremely troubling. How can there not be a single scene we can cut? There wasn't a single shot they could discard. Whether it was a front view, side view, solo shot, or two-shot. Editing Lee Sang-man's scenes was hellish because there was literally nothing to fault, which ironically became a stumbling block. It's crazy. I've never struggled this hard for editing a cameo role before. Director, what should we do? If we continue to delay, the whole schedule will get messed up. Then you, the editing technician, try to choose. Which of these 3 shots is better? I think the frontal shot. Are you sure? No. The side might be better. No, I'm sorry. At this point, one of the editing assistants mumbled. But if Lee Sang-man's quality is this good, no matter what shot we use, it seems like the audience will be totally hooked, right? That's true, but I want to maximize that effect through editing. Director Kim Do-hee, who had been scratching her tousled hair in frustration, made a decision. I don't know. Let's postpone Lee Sang-man's part for now. Let's quickly work through the other cuts. They decided to push editing Lee Sang-man's shots to the latter half of the process, a decision made, of course, to maximize efficiency. The following Saturday, a major project was scheduled to come to an end. It was Profiler Henry Yang, which had already aired 15 episodes. On Saturday, July 4th, it was airing its final episode. Although it was a mega hit, it had faced its share of ups and downs. Suddenly, the final episode. What is the viewership rating for the last episode of Henry Yang that consistently exceeded 20%? Henry Yang had consistently maintained a 20% viewership, and the viewership for the much-anticipated final episode was announced the following Sunday morning. Drama pick. Profiler Henry Yang leaves a legend. Final episode garners 24.3% viewership. 24.3%. It was a fantastic figure, partially thanks to the buzz from it being the finale. However, there was one regret. Henry Yang's final episode scores 24.3%. Still couldn't surpass the initial 25% of Park Dae-ri. It couldn't surpass the impact of Park Dae-ri. Nevertheless, the response to Henry Yang after the final episode was uniformly positive. The consensus was that it had been perfect from start to finish. Consequently, the value of several figures involved in drama soared dramatically, including writer Park Eun-mi, PD Song Man-woo, Hong Hae-yeon, and Ryu Young-min. Among them, Kang Woojin was undoubtedly the standout. He had caused a stir with Island of the Missing, and the noise around him amplified several times with the finale of Henry Yang. A few days later, will Profiler Henry Yang, set to be released on Netflix Japan, succeed there as well? The news of Profiler Henry Yang's launch in Japan, following its official finale, had spread. There were high expectations since it had been a massive hit in Korea. Issue check. With the Hallyu, TL, Korean wave, Henry Yang is also likely to soar in Japan. Numerous shows have failed in Japan despite success in the domestic markets. If Profiler Henry Yang is not careful, it could face the same fate. There was no shortage of such nonsensical talk here and there. On the 10th, Friday. Late in the morning, Kang Woojin, with an indifferent face, was in a van, headed somewhere. He was silently reading a script. Flip, flip. It was the script for part 1 of Male Friend. Of course, he wasn't looking at the details. He had finished reading it thoroughly a while ago. But Woojin thought, the more I read, the deeper it gets. After reading all of it, I should have a few readings, experiences, too. He simply desired a deeper performance. Then why was Woojin suddenly focusing on Male Friend? It was simple. In precisely 1 hour, at noon, there would be an official script reading for Male Friend. Therefore, he was heading to the production company of Male Friend. The production company was likely bustling with preparations for the script reading. Naturally, Netflix personnel, including executive director Kim So-hyang, would have gathered. The actors scheduled to meet today included Kang Woojin and Wallen. Their ranks ranged from B-listers to newcomers. Soon. I really can't get used to this feeling. Kang Woojin shivered slightly at the thought of the script reading happening in an hour. It was partly because of the actors he would meet for the first time, but the most significant reason was, being the lead actor, it still doesn't feel real. It was his first script reading as a lead actor. He was the protagonist who would drive a highly commercial project. There was bound to be an increase in pressure, especially since he was still green. At this point, Kang Woojin decided to cast aside these thoughts. Regardless of the complicated interests, he decided to focus solely on acting. Shall I step into the void space now? As Kang Woojin lifted his index finger. Hey, tell me what? Choi Sung-gun, in the passenger seat, suddenly shouted into his phone near to his ear. Hanryang is currently #1 on Netflix Japan. As soon as it launched on Netflix Japan, Hanryang took the #1 spot. Upon hearing this news, Choi Sung-gun, sitting in the co-driver's seat, turned toward Kang Woojin. Swish. He locked eyes with Kang Woojin in the back. Before he knew it, a smile had spread across Choi Sung-gun's lips. In contrast, Kang Woojin's face was indifferent, but inside, he was quite elated. Oh, #1? Awesome. It climbed up so fast. Honestly, he didn't understand how the system worked, but whatever it was, being #1 was good news, right? Some reporters had recently spewed doubts about the show's prospects these past few days, but surely those doubts were dispelled now? As Woojin wondered internally, Choi Sung-gun spoke to him. You can be more excited, you know. Let's do a high five. Woojin, feeling like he could high five dozens of times, but acting enthusiastic didn't fit his concept. So he calmly high-fived Choi Sung-gun's outstretched palm. At the same time, Choi Sung-gun gave an instruction to someone over the phone. Okay, got it. Please gather some reactions from Japan about Hanryang and send them over. When Choi Sung-gun ended the call, Han Yi-young, with her newly dyed purple hair, showed her phone to Woojin. It's real. #1. On Han Yi-young's phone screen was a blogger's page. The blogger, who updated the Netflix Japan rankings every week, had just posted a fresh chart, and profiler Hanryang was prominently displayed in first place. Japan's real-time top 10 contents. 1. Profiler Hanryang. 2. Tokyo Flood 2. 3. Cyberpunk Spy. 4. Tetsuya San's Dining Table. 5. Steel Road. Seeing the actual rankings, Woojin's amazement doubled. People from another country were watching a drama he was a part of, and it was #1. His curiosity grew. How are the reviews like? Are there many negative comments? How did the Japanese audience perceive Hanryang? What did they think of Woojin's character, Park Dae-ri? At that moment, well, it might have been a shot in the dark, but it's pretty successful for a first overseas expansion, isn't it? Choi Sung-gun's smile deepened as he looked at something that had just arrived on his phone. The reactions from Japan are amazing, Woojin. Simultaneously, just as Choi Sung-gun had mentioned, profiler Hanryang's popularity in Japan was no joke. In fact, there had been buzz on social media even before Hanryang launched in Japan. A Korean drama that was a huge hit is coming to Japan, and so on. It started primarily among Japanese fans who were big fans of the Hallyu. But word of mouth spread fast, partly thanks to well-known actors like Ryu Young-min and Hong Hae-yeon. As a result, it hit #1 upon launch. There had been many Korean contents on Netflix Japan, but Hanryang was the first to achieve #1 in such a short period. And this wasn't just for dramas, it was across all content. Reviews of profiler Hanryang were also explosive. Most of the noise was on various Japanese community sites and portals. Profiler Hanryang. I watched the new Korean content on Netflix, and I loved it. The villain's acting. I think I won't be able to sleep. Clearly, Korea is ahead in the content market compared to Japan. You see the difference in many aspects when you watch Hanryang, especially the acting. Ryu. Youngmin's baby-permed hair is so cute. Hanryang is so fun. As expected, Hong Hae-yun was pretty even in a detective role. But who's the villain at the beginning? So impressive. Not as fun as I expected. But the acting was fantastic, as always. Does anyone know the name of the Korean actor who played Park Dae-ri? I looked it up out of curiosity. He's a newbie named Kang Woojin. I didn't like it much. Are you talking about your face? Maybe you should look in the mirror. I love mystery shows. It was 16 episodes, so a bit long, but I stayed up all night watching. All the villains were scary, but especially Park Dae-ri from episodes 1 to 4 was really, really handsome. Does anyone have more info about this new actor Kang Woojin? On social media, there was a lot of talk about Hanryang. At @Ru_45652. The new show on Netflix. Profiler Hanryang. Everyone must watch. Link. It's really fun. Especially up to episode 4. You can't take your eyes off it. The drama styles of Japan and Korea were distinctly different. Yet, the Japanese fell deeply for Hanryang. There could be various reasons, but the most influential factor was the ambience of the work. It was structured into 4 episodes with 4 villains, focusing on themes of mystery solving and detectives. It wasn't intentional, but Hanryang had a flavor familiar to the Japanese audience. In Japan, detective or mystery dramas were still popular. Every quarter, the exploding Hallyu added momentum. It would have been strange if it hadn't succeeded. What was peculiar? The first villain in Hanryang. He's terrifying when he smiles. Why am I shivering? I felt the same. I watched it multiple times, even though it's scary. Know why? Because he's handsome. Among Japanese viewers who watched Hanryang, mentions of Park Dae-ri were frequent. The name Kang Woojin also came up often, and it made sense. I found this Korean actor Kang Woojin's SNS. From today, I'm going to keep tabs on him. Whether they had high expectations or just out of curiosity, the impact of Park Dae-ri on the Japanese viewers who saw the first episode of Hanryang must have been significant. Perhaps because of this, there was a noticeable increase in Japanese comments on Hanryang-related YouTube videos. Especially, the edited videos focusing on Park Dae-ri were significantly noticeable. Of course, in the grand scheme of things, it was still minimal, but an increase was inevitable. After all, it had only been a few days since Hanryang was released on Netflix Japan. Soon after, official Profiler Hanryang is also a hit in Japan, taking the #1 spot on real-time Netflix Japan. Domestic media, sensing a story, began reporting news about the situation in Japan. Profiler Hanryang hits #1 on Japanese Netflix upon launch, continues its successful streak in Japan. And then, at Wooji_n, posts, 58. Followers, 1.02 m. Following, 7. Kang Woojin's followers exceeded 1 million. Certainly, the speed of increase had noticeably sped up compared to a few days ago. Dahalki dest. Bundani dahalki dest. Toyin yanshiterio. I love you, I really do. I will always support you. TL. This Japanese is MTL'd. Japanese comments from users, which weren't seen before, started to increase. Around late lunchtime, a production company's conference room was bustling. Dozens of staff were busy setting something up. All right, get the drinks and snacks ready. We're short on chairs. Where are the extras? Outside. In the hallway. I'll lay out the name tags. On the glass door of the meeting room, a piece of paper read, "Male friend, script reading venue." Indeed, this conference room was being transformed into the script reading venue for male friend. The director, writers, and actors would be sitting at a shaped table with dozens of chairs arranged around it in a shape. These seats were for Netflix representatives, production company staff, and actors' managers. Several minutes later, actors began to enter as the setting for the reading was roughly complete. Hello, a very enthusiastic newcomer, and hello, a supporting role actor with some recognition. Today, for male friends reading, including Kang Woojin and Wallen, a total of 13 actors were expected to come. About half of them were newcomers. Overall, the cast lineup wasn't very high profile. Well, even the male lead, Kang Woojin, was essentially a newcomer. For a short series, this lineup was expected. It was already unusual from the start to have a star of Wallen's caliber in such a short series. However, what was strange was, "Hello, I'm the manager of the newbie, Koo Sang-hyun. That guy over there. Ah, nice to meet you. I manage Song-hee. Haha. Song-hee is getting a good vibe these days, isn't she? No big deal compared to our lead actor here. Kang Woojin? Yeah, he's something else. Our Sang-hyun is also a newcomer, but the difference is just, wow. Don't they all start the same? Making a debut and in just a few months working with director Kwon Ki-taek and PD Yoon Byung-seon. It's unbelievable. On my way here, I saw that Hanyang topped Netflix Japan. Among the actors' managers, who were slowly filling the seats, there was overwhelmingly more talk of Kang Woojin than of Wallen. Have you ever seen Kang Woojin in person? No, it's my first time seeing him today. So, I plan to strike up a conversation during the break. I wish he'd share some of his explosive luck, haha. I heard he's not the approachable type. Well, he's been dominating the entertainment scene since he appeared. It's only natural he's a bit haughty. By experience, he was way far below Wallen, but Kang Woojin's notoriety was at quite a high level. Exorcism aside, this is Kang Woojin's first lead role in a commercial work, right? I heard it's his first rom-com as well. I wonder why Wallen is doing this. She should have gotten plenty of scripts for big projects. I don't know. Somehow, it doesn't seem like it will go well, does it? With Wallen and Kang Woojin. But are the two of them close? I heard they're not at all. From the staff here, the actors felt similarly. They hadn't become friendly yet, so while there wasn't much chatter, everyone was eyeing the lead roles. Envy or jealousy was inevitable. Naturally, they were curious about the monstrous newcomer in the rumors. What kind of person is he? How is his acting? Is there something different about him? What exactly makes him different from me? In the increasingly buzzing reading room, each actor imagined Kang Woojin in their minds. He was the youngest in terms of career on set, but the most impactful newcomer. How amazing is he to have turned the domestic entertainment industry upside down in just a few months? It was at that moment. Hello, Dash. A woman's voice spread throughout the reading room. It was a relaxed greeting. Thanks to that, the gazes of dozens of actors and staff members shifted. Wallen, with her long hair tied back and wearing a tight t-shirt and loose jeans, had arrived. Instantly, all eyes were on her. Upon entering the reading room, Wallen greeted several people. This is awkward. Perhaps because they were practically strangers, a bit of awkwardness was unavoidable. The atmosphere is also a bit heavy. But where is Woojin? Scratching near the mole under her eye, Wallen immediately started looking for Kang Woojin. Swish. At that moment, she sensed a presence behind her. Soon, a man's deep voice infiltrated Wallen's ears. Hello, Miss Wallen. Startled, Wallen swiftly turned her head. There stood Kang Woojin, expressionless. Unconsciously, a faint smile formed on her lips. Ah, ahem. She struggled to calm her fan's heart as she greeted Kang Woojin. Have you arrived? For the record, Wallen had recently fallen hard for Kang Woojin's voice. To be precise, his voice sounds like music to my ears. She was smitten with Kang Woojin's vocals, especially since the day of the OST recording. As a result, her fangirling only deepened. Then, Wallen congratulated Woojin on something else. I heard Hanryang hit #1 on Netflix in Japan? Yes. That's great. Suddenly you're gaining popularity in Japan as well. Soon, her voice trailed off. The reason was simple. She realized that all eyes in the reading room were fixed on Kang Woojin. Oh, I've been talking too much. No. With a cynical tilt of his head, Kang Woojin took a step and swept his gaze over the entire reading room. His face was impassive. However, Woojin's heart hadn't been calm since he arrived at the reading room. Ah, shoot. Why? Are they all looking at me? Let's see. A strong overall greeting would be appropriate, right? Turning his rising nervousness into a burst of energy, Kang Woojin bowed slightly to everyone in the reading room. Hello, I am Kang Woojin. His deep, calm voice resonated throughout the reading room. However, there wasn't a significant reaction. It wasn't that they were ignoring Woojin. They were momentarily stunned by Kang Woojin's heavy impact, especially the actors who had reflexively stood up. He's so imposing. He definitely feels different. I don't know why, but he is. What is that? His aura is just insane. On the other hand, Kang Woojin was slightly perplexed. Their reactions seemed lukewarm. Why? The one who broke the tension was a familiar man with a square jaw. Hey, why is everyone standing? It was director Shin Dong-chun, overseeing the production of Male Friend. Beside him, with a shy expression on her face, was the writer, Choi Na-na. With director Shin Dong-chun's arrival, the awkward tension in the reading room lightened a bit. Did all the actors arrive? Woojin and Wallin, please take your seats. Let's get started. Director Shin Dong-chun moved towards the table's head seat, followed by writer Choi Na-na and Wallin. Wallin sat on the first seat to the right of director Shin Dong-chun. Role of Lee Bo-min, Ms. Wallin. Kang Woojin took the first seat on the left. However, he paused for a moment when he saw the nameplate on his spot. Role of Han In-ho, Mr. Kang Woojin. He wasn't exactly sure why, but he felt a sudden surge of emotion. In Hanryang, Ryu Young-min sat here. Among many actors, he was the first, the main lead actor's primary seat. Of course, Hanryang had twice the number of actors, but the lead role remains the lead role. And Kang Woojin would be sitting in this spot many times in the future. Anyway, swish. As Woojin took his seat, trying to contain his emotions. Woojin, Wallin, before we start the reading, there's something I'd like to convey. Director Shin Dong-chun suddenly spoke up. You know our Male Friend starts with a kiss scene, right? Not in the shooting, but in the script. We're thinking of making some adjustments to that. Huh, what's he talking about? Woojin's stern demeanor twitched slightly. At the same time, Wallin from across the table chimed in. What? What? Oops. Realizing she had raised her voice, Wallin sneaked a glance at Woojin, trying to gauge his expression. It was hard to read. Does he not mind? Ugh, I overreacted. Clearing her throat, Wallin turned her gaze to the slightly surprised director Shin Dong-chun. Why? It's so sudden. Are you deleting the scene or something? In response to her question, director Shin Dong-chun looked at writer Choi Na-na beside him and then replied. No, to be precise, we're thinking of emphasizing the character's emotions more and making it more detailed. He met Wallin's gaze again as he continued. I'm considering a deeper concept. 4. Short Drama 4. When Kang Woojin first heard about the kiss scene revision from director Shin Dong-chun, he was deeply troubled. What? No way. It wasn't common for modifications to occur during the production of a work, but neither was it unheard of. It was quite ordinary. Yes, hadn't it been the same during drug dealers' shooting? The plot often changed abruptly under the director's or writer's decision. The problem was, Woojin was in a dilemma in this situation. There were dozens of people at the reading, many of whom Woojin knew, including director Shin. If he were to reveal his true feelings honestly here, all he had built up would collapse. Imagine him shouting, I oppose the kiss scene revision. Kang Woojin's carefully crafted image would shatter into pieces. For a moment, Woojin recalled the works he had lined up for the future. None were romantic. They were all significant works, but nothing sweet or romantic. Of course, he might shoot a rom-com someday, but that was undecided. It wouldn't matter to top actors like Ryu Young-min or Jin Jae-jun. Is my first kiss scene as an actor going to disappear just like that? Really? It was natural for Woojin, who still felt like an ordinary person at heart, to feel a faint sense of disappointment. But fortunately, I'm thinking of a deeper scene. Director Shin Dong-chun's response was positive. But deeper? Deeper than a kiss scene? The doors of imagination naturally swung open. It was merely instinct, male instinct. Woojin forcibly shut the doors of his imagination, pulling his rationality back. He decided not to overthink it. He then checked his expression. He couldn't afford to show any sign of being shaken. He then looked at Wallin across from him. Her expression was calm. What was she truly feeling? Though he couldn't be sure, Kang Woojin was the only person in the room who knew her secret. Wouldn't she, at least, have some expectations if she was a fan? Anyway, swish. Woojin turned his head towards director Shin Dong-chun, who sat at the head of the table. He steadied his voice. It was essential to give off an indifferent, cold vibe. Director, what exactly do you mean by a deeper scene? As Woojin spoke in a heavy tone, all eyes in the reading room that had been on Woojin shifted to director Shin Dong-chun. Soon. Episode 1, the first cut. The kiss scene between Lee Bo-min and Han In-ho. If you look at the emotional expressions of the two characters here, Lee Bo-min starts off bewildered, while Han In-ho has his eyes closed. In other words, Han In-ho initiated it, and Bo-min's eyes are wide open in shock. Director Shin Dong-chun, who had opened the script for the first episode that was prepared on the desk, elaborated. The scene is meant to be shocking, supported by the mechanism of the kiss. But the kiss itself is lackluster. Honestly, it's more like just touching lips. The director stroked his square jaw as he explained. In my view, this cut definitely needs more intensity. The writer's intention in crafting this scene is to grasp the viewer's attention right from the beginning. And to do that, using clarity works better than ambiguity. Being lukewarm could backfire, making the subsequent narrative feel vague, like a deflated balloon. Director Shin Dong-chun, who had been quite successful as a drama PD in the past, and had recently made his debut as a film director, but still had a keen sense for dramas. Male Friend unfolds from the present to the past, and back to the present, ending in the future. Essentially, it's like showing the end from the beginning, and as a director, I feel it's better to go boldly and do it properly. Hearing the explanation, Kang Woojin nodded very solemnly and slowly, and internally gave director Shin a thumbs up. Bravo, as expected from the talented director. Wallin felt similarly. Although she maintained a stoic face, she discreetly swallowed her saliva. So, bold and proper? Like really intense? Oh my crazy. Wallin was stirred by her fans' passion and instinct. However, director Shin, who was quietly reading the subtle expressions of the two, misunderstood. Is it really not to their liking? They don't seem that close yet. Well, it's my ambition. Was it too much to revise the script suddenly during the reading? The other actors, observing the slightly peculiar situation, glanced at Woojin and Wallin. Their thoughts were similar to director Shin Dong-chun's. Both Kang Woojin and Wallin seem uncomfortable. It's sudden, so it's understandable they'd feel burdened. But are they not on good terms? Many actors feel burdened by kiss scenes or exposure in works, and the more famous they are, the more sensitive they become. Especially Male Friend was a work relying on the recognition and firepower of Kang Woojin and Wallin. Therefore, director Shin Dong-chun decided to be cautious. I shouldn't push them too hard. He chose to adjust. But it's okay to go with the original script. The thoughts of Woojin and Wallin are the most important. It's just my personal greed. It might be a bit too much to change it so suddenly for both of you. Director Kang Woojin spoke in a calm voice. Because he couldn't ruin a good flow. I'm fine with it. Really? Yes. The work is what's important. The eyes of the surrounding actors grew slightly larger, as did director Shin Dong-chun. Then Wallin sneakily glanced at the calm Woojin. Woojin, he's only thinking about the work. I'm embarrassed. I was the only one having unprofessional thoughts. Wallin, having pulled herself together, reminded herself of a professional's attitude. Fangirling was one thing, but Wallin was the lead actress. Director, I don't mind either. What's more important is the success of the work, not any burden. Oh, really? Yes. It's normal for scripts to be revised. Plus, it's the first cut that raises the tension. I'll do it. Kang Woojin and Wallin, who quickly rallied together, impressed director Shin Dong-chun. The surrounding actors marveled at the composure of the two lead actors. Wow, they're real pros. They're both cool. Kang Woojin, even though he's still a rookie, his attitude is just top-notch. Misunderstandings and assumptions ran rampant in the reading room. But strangely enough, everything proceeded without any issues. Director Shin took the lead. Good, haha. I should reciprocate Woojin and Wallin's passion. I'll make a perfect first scene. Then director Shin Dong-chun took out the revised script he had prepared. First off, I'm thinking of intensifying the emotions of the first scene. From Lee Bo-min's confusion, we'll go from shock to impulse and the sensation of being drawn in. He continued the explanation. Han In-ho kisses Lee Bo-min. Lee Bo-min is startled by the shock. Originally, the scene ends here, but in the revised one, they separate after the shock. Then, Lee Bo-min rushes back impulsively. This is important here, Wallin. You need to express that the barrier that had been between the two friends suddenly collapsing. My feelings become clear. I didn't realize, but I've been holding back. Now I know for sure. Something like that. Correct. The confused heart becomes clear, and an uncontrollable urge surfaces. It's about crossing the line that was blocking between friends and lovers. Wallen nodded slowly, showing understanding, and director Shin Dong-chun summarized. After a light kiss, they separate, and Lee Bo-min lunges toward Han In-ho. Here, it changes to a deep kiss scene. One that's deep enough for the audience to say, "Wow, that's intense." And with Lee Bo-min's narration. Indeed, the word deep was fitting. Afterward, Kang Woojin was not in the reading room, but had entered the completely dark void space. He had received the revised script of Male Friend and needed to update it. Also, I should at least try reading, experiencing it once. Woojin thought, intending to experience the changed world, even if it was just one revised cut. His expression was somewhat serious. Now that the kiss scene situation was sorted out, it was time to think about the work. Well, the kiss scene itself would be brief, and work is work. There was no need to be emotional. After all, it was just a kiss scene that accompanied acting, not something grave like murder or death. Anyway, swish. Kang Woojin stood in front of the white rectangles. The male friend's white rectangle had been seamlessly replaced. However, Woojin let out a soft exclamation as he discovered something. There was a change in the grades of the works different from yesterday. /4/scenario, title, drug dealer, grade A, -5/script, title, freezing love, grade B, -6/script, title, male friend, grade A+. Except for the eerie sacrifice of a stranger, the grades of all the works waiting had increased by one level. If only male friend had gone up, it might have been due to the script revision. However, seeing an overall increase, the likelihood was. Because of me? The likelihood was high it was due to Kang Woojin. With Hanryang reaching the top spot on Netflix Japan, his popularity was skyrocketing. Well, basically, the works were at least average or even better, but now that it's come to this, it feels good, doesn't it? Woojin's smile deepened, his passion notably increasing. With that, he lifted his index finger to select the white rectangle labeled Male Friend. You have selected the script, title, Male Friend Episode 1. Listing characters available for reading, experience. A. Han In-ho, B. and BM Chul. He had already finished reading up to Episode 4 of the script. The short drama, Male Friend, was a work that intricately showcases the close relationship between two characters, Lee Bo-min and Han In-ho. The setting was not that complicated. Two families, close enough to be seen as a single family. A boy and a girl born into this dynamic naturally grow up as childhood friends, through elementary, middle, and high school, sharing the same spaces and moments, maintaining their friendship. But then, cracks form. It stems from the most trivial things. Just a difference in thought. It took less than 10 seconds for the person who had been thought to be a friend for over 10 years to become unfamiliar. From here, the two characters' reason and instincts are mobilized as they try, get hurt, heal, and grow. The story intricately portrays various emotions in between, views of a friend, realistic depictions, and gradually blending fantasy. Situations and dialogues that stimulate the viewer's emotions. In essence, Male Friend was a rom-com that aptly mixed reality with fantasy. Preparing a Han In-ho reading. Preparation complete. This is a highly completed script or scenario. 100% reading is possible. Starting the reading. And so, Kang Woojin was sucked into the world of Male Friend. His field of vision changed. The world, once entirely dark, was suddenly filled with pink. Endless cherry blossom trees filled his view. The full onset of spring. The warm breeze caressed Kang Woojin's cheeks. SAA. It was warm and rich. That was the world of Han In-ho at the moment. If he closed his eyes and lay down, he would quickly fall into a nap due to the sense of security. Comfort. Empowered by a gentle mood, he felt like he could do anything. Soon, Han In-ho's essence spread throughout Kang Woojin's body. Every single cell transformed. All of Han In-ho's emotions were transferred to Woojin. Kang Woojin, who had been gauging the world, shifted his gaze. There were many people visible between the fluttering cherry blossom petals. But in Woojin's eyes, there was only one woman. Lee Bo-min, standing just a couple of steps ahead, catching cherry blossom petals in her upturned palm, smiling with her eyes. She seemed to be having fun all by herself. But it didn't feel bad. Sure, it was annoying at first. Cherry Blossom viewing out of the blue. However, being here now, it seemed like a rather good choice. No, he wasn't sure. It was still bothersome, but he couldn't bring himself to leave. Perhaps humans really are creatures of their environment? Kang Woojin decided he was intoxicated by the cherry blossoms that were in full bloom around him. Then, hey, Han and Ho, Lee Bo-min, who had been hopping around like a crazy woman, rushed over to him. Her hands were full of cherry blossom petals. She raised them as if to show him. Kang Woojin lets out a small sigh. What? Smell the fragrance, the fragrance. It doesn't smell like anything. Come closer. Like this. Get lost, your breath stinks. Do you want to die? Lee Bo-min wore a fierce expression. Woojin let out a small sigh. Then, he brought his nose closer to the cherry blossom petals in her hands. Of course, Bo-min did the same. They smelled good, but he was confused. He couldn't tell if the scent was from the cherry blossoms or from her breath. From there on, for some reason, a sense of tension rose in Kang Woojin's heart. The coziness cast over the world seemed to urge something within him. He was intoxicated by the scent. His instincts were swayed by his emotions. He was enchanted by the warmth. Why? He felt ticklish, as if he needed to do something. Overwhelmed by these feelings, Woojin moved. Swish. He passed by the cherry blossom petals in front of his nose and reached for Bo-min's lips. He realized it immediately. Oh, it was a mistake. What was amusing was Bo-min's reaction that followed. Crazy bastard. She cursed, then looked at Kang Woojin, or rather, Han In-ho, for a moment. A myriad of emotions swirled in her eyes. Then shit. She scattered the cherry blossom petals she held in her hands. Whoosh. And she pounced on Kang Woojin. How long had it been like that? The cozy world turned into a vast gray and then gradually brightened. The background shifted to the past. A noisy clamor. It was noisy with the voices of children. Slowly, Kang Woojin opened his eyes. He was sitting. Familiar chairs and desks. And the wind coming in through the open window causing the curtains to flutter. The blackboard and the teacher's desk visible in front of him. Students running around. In short, this place was a classroom. Kang Woojin, in this pleasant space that anyone would wish to return to, was wearing a school uniform. Then Woojin, staring blankly ahead, casually laid down again. His seat was at the very back. He was tired. The noisy chaos was insanely loud, but perhaps because it was a familiar sound, Woojin closed his eyes without much concern. At that moment, someone tapped on his shoulder. Hey, Han In-ho, your wife's here. With a face covered in tiredness, Woojin turned his head. Lee Bo-min was gesturing at the back door of the classroom. Kang Woojin ignored her with a look of annoyance. But Bo-min entered the classroom with a mocking smile and whispered in Woojin's ear. Honey dash. Are you nuts? Go away. Honey, what is it now? Grabbing the back of Bo-min, Woojin moved into the hallway. How should he deal with this nuisance? Then, something caught Woojin's eye. The strap of her bra was sticking out from her short-sleeved summer uniform. Clumsily, Kang Woojin casually stepped closer to her, blocking the view of those around. Hey, your strap is down. Tone down with the flashing, will you? Regardless, Bo-min nonchalantly pulled up her strap and whispered. Hey, I got confessed to. For a moment, an uncomfortable feeling surged within Woojin, but he swallowed it down hard. Who is it? That unlucky guy. It was the moment of the first crack between friends. 5. Chapter 105, Short Drama, 5. Han In-ho's reading is over. With the familiar robotic female voice marking the end, Kang Woojin, who had just finished the reading experience of Male Friend, returned to reality. Actors and staff were bustling around in the reading room, going through the revised script. Kang Woojin looked around the entire reading room. Swish. Starting from Wallen, who was checking the newly received script while brushing through her long hair, director Shin Dong-chun having a conversation with writer Choi Nana, the tense actors, murmuring staff, and the handful of reporters allowed entry, all were busy. No one could imagine that Woojin had just lived a life as Han In-ho. It was only a few seconds for them, but Kang Woojin had indeed lived in Han In-ho's world, everything about him imprinted in his memory. It's definitely different. What's this feeling? Although it wasn't his first time reading as Han In-ho, Kang Woojin could feel it again. The state after reading was certainly different from other works. For example, he had to constantly remind himself of reality while playing the role of Park Dae-ri from Hanryang. The fact that his concept and misunderstandings helped his psyche was also clear. But Han In-ho was somewhat fluffy. There was no particular discomfort. On the contrary, it warmed his heart. The vivid world of Han In-ho was enjoyable. The school days or college life everyone wants to go back to. Was it because the vibrant energy of youth had permeated through? I can't always do works like this, but it's definitely good to do something sweet in between. He needed to balance with refreshing works, both psychologically and mentally. There might not be any significant issues now, but it was uncertain whether this solid mentality would continue. He had to always keep in mind the possibility of becoming mentally damaged when using the void space. In this way, Kang Woojin grew once again. In the meantime, all right, if everyone has read the revised script, shall we start soon? Director Shin Dong-chun, with his square jaw, seated at the head of the table, signaled the beginning of the reading. Consequently, promotional reporters raised their cameras, and the concentration among dozens of staff surrounding the actors increased, especially personnel from the production company and Netflix. Among them, plump executive director Kim So-hyang whispered to her team leaders sitting next to her. I'm looking forward to Woojin's first rom-com performance, even though it's just a reading. Right? I wonder if that calm face will change in an instant, just like when he played Park Dae-ri. Responding to the question, Kim So-hyang stroked her chin, looking at Kang Woojin at his cynical best. Han In-ho is definitely a character who will sweep the female audience off their feet, and it's not just about acting, but the sync rate with Woojin is perfect. With this, Woojin's image will become 100% more diversified. Absolutely. He debuted with a villainous aura as Park Dae-ri, but with Han In-ho, he'll be the ultimate boyfriend material. We should send a few more scripts his way before Woojin gets too busy. Do we have any good rom-com scripts or scenarios? I'll check tomorrow. Around this time, the introduction of the key characters of Male Friend began. It started with director Shin Dong-chun introducing himself, followed by writer Choi Na-na. Then Kang Woojin was called, our leading male actor. Getting up impassively, Woojin greeted the actors and staff. Hello, I'm Kang Woojin, playing the role of Han In-ho. I will do my best. Clap, 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 clap. Wallin takes the baton. I'm Wallin, playing the role of Lee Bo-min. It's a bit awkward as it's our first meeting, but I hope we can have fun shooting. Thank you. Again, more applause. A baptism of flashes from the reporters. Then, the introduction of the actors continued in turn. At this moment, the closed doors of the reading room opened slightly, and a man with a ponytail entered. It was Choi Sung-gun, who had been missing until now. Swish. He, who had been looking around cautiously, quietly sat down with someone he was accompanying in a chair near the entrance. The person with him was a middle-aged woman wearing a white mask. Her long permed hair, tied back, was familiar. Fortunately, the ongoing introductions were in full swing, and they didn't draw much attention. Soon, Choi Sung-gun spoke to the woman beside him. It seems we're not late, Ryder Park. I'm sorry. The traffic was terrible. It's all right. The middle-aged woman was Park Eun-mi, a star writer who was taking a break after finishing Hanryang. Her worth had skyrocketed thanks to Hanryang. The reason for her quiet appearance at the Male Friend reading was simple. She seems a bit nervous, but Na-na is doing well. I'm impressed. She had come to support Choi Na-na, her assistant writer. Of course, Park Eun-mi's intentions were not just that. Park Eun-mi, looking at Kang Woojin, who was seated first to the left of Choi Na-na at the head of the table. Totem. No, I must see Woojin's first rom-com acting. I must. It was to see Kang Woojin's actual form in person, not through edited videos. She had to vividly capture his first romantic comedy performance. It was a habit of the writer Park Eun-mi. You have to see a lot of the actor if you're going to write a character around them. It wasn't about creating a character and then attaching an actor. It was about writing a character tailored to the actor. After all, Kang Woojin had been the top choice for Park Eun-mi's next work. It was a given, as she believed in him. She then whispered to Choi Sung-gun sitting next to her. CEO Choi, does Woojin have any schedules set for the end of this year or early next year? Choi Sung-gun, who had been smiling faintly, responded leisurely. I'll check and get back to you, ma'am. Are you considering him for your next work? Of course. Please make sure to contact me before PD Song does. I guess you're not going to work with him next time. People would be comparing it with Hanryang if we worked together again. Although in Hanryang both writer Park Eun-mi and PD Song Man-woo had been comrades, but now they were to become competitors. Probably. No. Almost certainly, because both were aiming to cast Kang Woojin in their next works. At this point, Choi Sung-gun was certain. The big shots, I can handle them. The notion of having grand figures within his grasp. A little later, the sound of pages turning spread throughout the reading room. All actors, including Kang Woojin and Wallin, had flipped their scripts. The scene was now described by director Shin Dong-chun. Number 1. Cherry blossom trees lined up. Han In-ho and Lee Bo-min are mixed in with the large crowd. While director Shin Dong-chun was reading the scene, the slender and delicate writer Choi Nana's gaze was fixed on the nearby Kang Woojin. I'm nervous. What kind of performance will he show? It was because of the anticipation. The actor who responded to her script, which others wouldn't even care to look at, had presented a performance so compelling that even her mentor, writer Park Eun-mi, was awestruck. Of course, she wasn't the only one watching Kang Woojin at this moment. The surrounding actors were also busy sneaking peeks at the Kang Woojin. He seems ordinary so far. Maybe he's taking it easy today. It's his first time doing romantic comedy. Maybe he's a bit nervous. There's no change? Why isn't he preparing at all? He's not bringing up any emotions. Rather, he looks a bit indifferent. What's with him? Is he not feeling well? They were eager to experience the impact of his monstrous acting that had turned the nation upside down. The opportunity to see that destructive power up close. Executive Director Kim So-hyang, Choi Sung-gun, writer Park Eun-mi, the production company, and the reporters all felt the same. Naturally, those experiencing him for the first time had even greater expectations. A hot seat. Woojin was also aware of these concentrated gazes. Ugh, it's making me queasy. Being the lead is so damn uncomfortable. These people make it so obvious that they're peeking. The tension increases sharply, but he can't show it. He may not understand the weight of being the lead, but he decided to maintain his solemnity while focusing solely on Han In-ho. As always, Kang Woojin reminded himself of just two things, his concept and acting. A straightforward course. An ordinary yet special, nonchalant yet distinguished Han In-ho. Woojin instantly conjures the ingrained image of Han In-ho. His feelings, emotions, thoughts, and expressions, they all flip. Soon, the scenery Woojin sees gradually transforms. The reading room turns into a line of cherry blossom trees, the dozens of actors into a crowd of people enjoying the flower viewing, the warm indoor temperature into a cozy emotion. Then, faintly heard, is director Shin Dong-chun's scene description. Han In-ho looks oddly at Lee Bo-min, who is hopping around a few steps ahead. It's a look that seems affectionate yet not. Swish. Woojin, who had been looking down at his script, raised his gaze. He saw Wallin across from him. No, in Woojin's eyes, it's not Wallin but Lee Bo-min hopping around in front of him. Then he slightly tilted his head. Watching, or staring. Up until now, Kang Woojin's once dull gaze instantly changes temperature. The color of emotion in his eyes is profound and subtle. At that moment, several actors gasped in astonishment. Wow, what's with that speed of bringing up emotion? That vivacity. It's just a glance, but why does it seem like I can see Han In-ho right there? It's hard to express. There's so much emotion in his eyes. Honestly, it's crazy. Oh, so this is why the big shots are captivated. It was all about the direction of the gaze. With a single, brief act, Kang Woojin overturned the atmosphere in the reading room. The characteristic indifference that was unique to him, which he had been exuding since his first appearance, disappeared, and soon, Woojin wore Han In-ho's rough, yet strangely warm expression. He felt like a cantankerous cat. It's aggressive, but you can't hate it. Lines for Wallin and scene directions from director Shin Dong-chun are thrown one after another to this version of Kang Woojin. Hey, Han In-ho. Lee Bo-min, who turned to look at Han In-ho, quickly runs up to him. Lee Bo-min, with hands full of cherry blossom petals, shows them off to Han In-ho. Woojin, making eye contact with Wallin, coughs lightly and avoids her gaze. The strange emotion that was floating on his face until a moment ago suddenly disappears. Only annoyance is massively prevalent. What? Smell the fragrance, the fragrance. A brief exchange of dialogue follows between Kang Woojin and Wallen. Then the baton is passed to director Shin Dong-chun. Han In-ho sighs, but Lee Bo-min pushes the cherry blossom petals in her hand closer to him. Han In-ho, with no choice left, smells them. The distance between them is as close as a fist. At this moment, Han In-ho's gaze lands on Lee Bo-min's lips. As the stage direction ends, Kang Woojin lifts his gaze again that had been lowered. The final stop for his gaze, of course, is Wallen across from him. However, he doesn't maintain the eye contact. He looks at her briefly, then looks away, repeating the process. And then, in the end, Kang Woojin stares intently at Wallen. Swimming in the flow of his gaze are emotions similar yet distinctly different. Contemplation, agony, reality, relationships, worries about the future. He emits these intense myriad of emotions passionately. Then, suddenly, Woojin smiled faintly. It's not pronounced. An ambiguity between a straight face and a smile. The emotions become certain. The worries that were swirling until a moment ago disappear, and he simply admires Wallen. No, Lee Bo-min. Because he's intoxicated. On this warm atmosphere, the mood, the situation. Soon, deep affection, not ambivalence, filled Kang Woojin's eyes. It was because his genuine feelings, which he had firmly sealed away, exploded in an instant. At this point, Woojin is freaking amazing. Shit, he's exactly the Han In-ho I envisioned. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Choi Na-na, the writer of Male Friend, clenched her teeth, internally screaming. She really wanted to hug Kang Woojin tightly in excitement, if she could. It was a scream of emotion beyond being impressed. On the other hand, he's good. He does romance well. Who could resist that, seeing it up close? Writer Park Eun-mi, covering her mouth with one hand, felt goosebumps. I don't see any trace of Park Dae-ri. Or rather, is he really the same person? How can he have such different acting in each role? She had expected it, but seeing it right before her eyes, she thought it was monstrous. The Woojin she was seeing now was just a man about to awkwardly start dating, or Han In-ho. Hiding his feelings and expressing them shabbily is just unbelievable. Director Shin Dong-chun, who had experienced Kim Ryujin of Exorcism, felt the same. That's it. Woojin, even without many lines, portrays emotions with just facial muscles and eyes alone. It's because the emotion is so dense and clear that you can't take your eyes off him. Anyone can see he's just a man in love with Wallen right now. Executive Director Kim So-hyang's eyes were sparkling. Honestly, this is my first time seeing Woojin's acting in person. Now I see why the big shots are enamored by him. That's it. This Han In-ho is definitely going to be a hit. Kang Woojin's uncanny transformation in acting gave goosebumps to many people. In the meantime, the eye contact between Woojin and Wallen continued. At this moment, Kang Woojin, who had been sending a warm gaze, glanced at Wallen's lips. Then he looks at Wallen again. Of course, it was in the script. At this moment. Wait a minute. Suddenly, Wallen avoided Woojin's gaze and raised her hand, stopping the reading. Consequently, all eyes were focused on her as she smoothly stood up. I'm really sorry. I need to go to the restroom really quick. It's kind of urgent. Director Shin Dong-chun, slightly surprised, gestured that it was okay. Go ahead, quickly. Soon, Wallen crossed the reading room with quick steps. Calm. Woojin, who had been watching her retreating figure nonchalantly, soon erased all traces of Han In-ho. Must have been really urgent, he murmured lightly to himself. Well, drinking iced Americano does make you want to go often, huh? Sigh. I feel like I need to go too. Wallen, having left the reading room, exhaled deeply in front of the closed door and recalled Kang Woojin, with whom she had just shared a scene. It's just acting, right? But his gaze was so intense. No, it's definitely acting. Then, Wallen bit her lower lip gently. It's insanely realistic. Damn, I should tell him to take it easy, but even asking to take it easy would be an overreaction. For her, this reading room was like a torture chamber. Wallen was the only one suffering. Soon, Wallen, a true fan, placed her hand on her chest. Her heart was beating crazily, to the point where it was hard to calm down. I'm going crazy. It's tough, even though it's enjoyable, it's intense. It was an unexpected affliction. 106. Short drama, 6. An unexpected affliction. Standing at the door of the reading room, Wallin felt her heart pounding uncontrollably, being clearly flustered. Seeing him up close right in front of me is more overwhelming than I imagined. It was about Kang Woojin's acting. When she joined the short drama, Male Friend, she was nothing but excited. She was thrilled to be working on the same project as someone she was a fan of, not just as fellow actors or colleagues, but as a fan. Of course, that was until today. Her mindset had changed 180 degrees in this reading room. Woojin's destructive power in portraying the character, Han In-ho, right in front of her, was tremendous. I expected it, but I didn't think I'd fall apart in just a few seconds. Her fangirling started with his acting, and Wallin, having watched Kang Woojin's performances, had come prepared. However, she crumbled helplessly under the weight of his gaze. And why wouldn't she? No matter how much of a devoted fan she was, how could she resist those melodramatic eyes? Moreover, Woojin's acting was beyond vivid. I swear I just saw the scenery around me turn into a cherry blossom viewing festival for a moment. At that moment, Wallin was not a top singer or actress at the peak of popularity, but rather just a fragile girl who had experienced becoming a devoted fan. She had never been in this situation since her debut in the entertainment industry, and she didn't know what to do. She was unfamiliar with fangirling, and being a devoted fan had happened too. Quickly, then Wallin. Swish. While sweeping her long hair back, she softly tapped her quivering heart. If I'm like this with just a look, how can I handle a kiss scene? She was questioning herself. Moreover, it wasn't just any scene, it was an intense kiss scene. Her feelings now were drastically different from when she heard director Shin Dong-chun's explanation earlier. The difficulty had skyrocketed by dozens of levels. For a moment, Wallin felt weak. Would it be okay to suggest we go a bit easy on the shooting day? But she soon toughened up. No, the more frightening it is, the stronger I must be. Wallin had faced numerous hardships since her debut as a girl group member. If she learned anything from those experiences, it was that she needed to confront her fears more strongly. Moreover, I'd rather die than be a burden to Woojin. Wallin only wanted to show her best side to Kang Woojin. She didn't like herself being weak. That's right, she could do it. She was an actress, too. It would be tough, but she would push through with equal force. Wallin steadily collected the pieces of her shattered heart. That's when it happened. Slide. The glass door of the reading room smoothly opened, nudging Wallin's back slightly. Startled, Wallin turned around and gasped. Oh, because Kang Woojin, with his indifferent expression, had emerged. Soon, Wallin began to control her expression, and Woojin spoke to her in a low voice. I'm sorry, I didn't know you were here. No, it's okay. I was just standing here stupidly. But I thought you went to the bathroom. Huh? Me? Oh, yes, I did. I just had a phone call. Wallin tried to sound nonchalant. Kang Woojin, not noticing her struggling, looked at her quietly and wondered inwardly. Is she okay? Her cheeks seemed flushed. She looked a bit off. However, he didn't think too deeply about it. Just a fleeting thought. Woojin then took a step back with a small nod of his head. I need to use the restroom too. Suddenly, Wallin grabbed the sleeve of Woojin's short-sleeved shirt. Woojin. Puzzled, Woojin turned his head to find Wallin much closer, looking up at him. The distance between them was about 2 fists length, just the right height difference. Silence ensued. At that moment, Kang Woojin's instincts raised an alert. Wow, she's really stunningly beautiful. Realizing it was his first time seeing Wallin this close, Woojin noted her clean skin, naturally arranged features, and the mole under her eye exuded a peculiar charm. For a brief moment, Woojin unwittingly admired Wallin's visuals. Ah, this isn't right. Damn instincts, back off. Woojin almost smiled, but managed to keep his cool demeanor. Then he asked Wallin, who was looking up at him, in a stern voice. Sorry, but what are you doing? Checking our height difference. Height difference. Only then did Wallin take a step back, her face turning determined as if she were a general before battle. Yes, I'm checking the height difference in preparation for the revised scene. I mean, for when I attack. No, I mean, when we film. If that's the case, you can check more thoroughly. Can I just raise my arms slightly? Just to get a feel for the rehearsal. Of course, anytime. While he was screaming, of course, excessively inside, Woojin replied cynically on the outside. As you wish. Ah, okay. Wallin, hesitating a bit, slowly raised her arms to Kang Woojin's face. However, she quickly withdrew her arm, which she had only lifted to about his ear level. It was because her heart had started pounding again. Yes, it seems to be okay. Soon after, she hurried back to the reading room without further explanation, perhaps to avoid any awkwardness that others might perceive. She must have felt embarrassed. Kang Woojin, who already knew the secret, simply found Wallin cute. He wondered when she would tell him. I never thought I'd be treated like this. If I tell the guys, they'll probably die of jealousy. While thinking of his close friends, Kang Woojin suppressed a grin and headed to the restroom. A few minutes later, the script reading resumed. Fortunately, Wallin didn't have to rush to the restroom again. However, she deliberately avoided Kang Woojin's, or rather, Han In-ho's gaze throughout the reading. She just recited her lines. But there was no significant issue with the emotions or acting in her lines, and Kang Woojin played Han In-ho as if it were no big deal. The reading that eventually became intense. 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 30 minutes. As time passed, the atmosphere grew increasingly intense, and the actors of Male Friend became increasingly fascinated by Kang Woojin's acting. In the early part, seeing emotions close to Han In-ho's end rather spurred admiration. Wow, he's playing with emotions like they're nothing. He does that level of acting so effortlessly, it's insane. I wonder if it will get even more intense during the actual filming. His portrayal of emotions was extremely fluid. From the present to the past, and back to the present. The emotions in the script were mixed up, but Woojin's expressions were unfazed. It truly felt like the whole scene was transitioning between the past and the present. Perhaps that was why. Good job, everyone. When director Shin Dong-chun announced the end of the reading, a strong round of applause erupted in the crowded reading room. Clap, 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 clap. The reporters who had watched the entire reading murmured with admiration. Wow, wasn't that killer? To be honest, I came here without expecting much since it's a short project, but this doesn't look like a short drama quality at all. See? I told you Kang Woojin wasn't just a fluke. And with Wallin Edition, oh man, it's a pity there are only 4 episodes. The script is good, and there's nothing to say about the actors. Am I the only one excited? And then, thank you all for your hard work. The reading took longer than expected. There were some sudden changes to the script, but I'm really thankful to the actors for adapting well, and I plan to communicate individually later on. Director Shin Dong-chun, sitting at the head, briefly went over the schedule for Male Friend. The overall filming will take about a month. Of course, it might take longer. And we're planning to start shooting around July 20th. There were about 10 days left before the main shooting of Male Friend. Afterward, the news of Male Friend's script reading started to appear online from the following Saturday, the 11th. The reporters who participated in the reading shared information at a fast pace, and there was a lot of it. It was evident that Netflix was giving it a push. Kang Woojin x Wallin Male Friend, the first dig, vivid script reading scene/photos. Star Talk, Monster rookie Kang Woojin's passionate performance at Male Friend script reading/photos. The content showed glimpses of the overall reading, but it mostly focused on the leads. It was an inevitable situation since the script reading articles were heavily promotional by nature. Netflix's short drama project Male Friend, Kang Woojin and Wallin's together, do they match well? As a result, the articles prominently featured Kang Woojin and Wallin, whether solo or together. Kang Woojin, upon seeing this, did not show it outwardly, but was inwardly overwhelmed with emotion. Wow, damn. I really look like the main character, don't I? I am the main character, right? Back when he was a lesser-known villain, such articles would not have been seen. It was practically his first time being featured like this, and Kang Woojin in the articles exuded a lead actor's aura to any viewer. The added styling concept helped. Star photo, Kang Woojin approaches the Male Friend script reading with a serious expression, looks handsome even in a natural state/photo. The news of Male Friend heated up through Saturday and into Sunday. While Netflix's push played a role, the popularity of Kang Woojin and Wallin recognition played a big part. Of course, Wallin's fandom was strong. It was Woojin's current issues that were leading the buzz. Therefore, Public anticipation was inevitably high. Finally, oh, Kang Woojin and Wallen surprisingly look good together, right? LOL, I'm kind of excited, LOL. Park Dae-ri's killing it. Honestly, I can't really imagine Kang Woojin in a rom-com. Like he'll be in love, and then suddenly shoot cold glances, LOL. I think Kang Woojin would fit a rom-com really well. Since he acts so well, you get sucked right into it. But it's just a short drama, LOL. I can tell it'll just give off a rom-com vibe, and then end. Kang Woojin has turned into a crazily cold, handsome guy. Fuck, I want to see it soon. Honestly, are Wallen and Kang Woojin even on the same level? Such a nonsensical casting. But I thought Kang Woojin was going to keep getting villain roles. But he's drifting into different roles, LOL. If he succeeds here, he'll do even better. Typical of this kind of work, they start with skinship and catch feelings. Something about Kang Woojin is really captivating. They say he's fantastic in real life. My friend who went to a fan meeting told me. So when is it happening? Just release it already. The collaboration between the monster rookie Kang Woojin and Alani Wallen created a buzz when this novel combo for male friend was first announced, but as the script reading was revealed, the public couldn't wait. Naturally, the industry's interest also peaked. Meanwhile, issue check, the unstoppable Kang Woojin surpasses 1 million SNS followers. Recently, the number of Japanese comments had continued to increase on Kang Woojin's SNS, which had just surpassed 1 million followers, and on numerous YouTube videos he was in which he appeared. It was hard to find the SNS, but there's no official YouTube channel for Kang Woojin. That's disappointing. The comments were on everything from his hit videos to recent uploads, and even Sports Day. Basically, all videos that appeared when Kang Woojin was searched. Kang Woojin, I'm cheering for you from Japan. If you don't have a YouTube channel, please post short videos on SNS. It felt almost like a breakout. Korean users were surprised by the sudden increase in Japanese comments. Why are there suddenly so many Japanese comments here? Is it because Hanryang is a hit in Japan? Why did Hanryang blow up in Japan? Hanryang is #1 on Netflix in Japan now. After the weekend with its peculiar momentum ended, a new weekday began. Monday, the 13th. Swish. Kang Woojin left his house early in the morning and stood in front of the elevator. It seemed he was heading straight to the salon as he wore a hat and held his phone while waiting for the elevator. He was checking his own SNS. Recently, checking SNS had become part of Kang Woojin's routine. Phew, that's a lot of comments. The post he touched was a photo from yesterday's male friend script reading, a two-shot with Wallen, taken by Choi Sung-gun. But, while he was contently checking the comments, Woojin slightly furrowed his brows. The reason was simple. Who does this loser think he is, cozying up next to Wallen? Get lost. He had spotted malicious comments, presumably from Wallen's hardcore fans. It was the first time Woojin had seen this kind of negativity head-on. However, Kang Woojin reacted very indifferently. It was times like these when being an ordinary citizen actually helped. What are they talking about? Idiots. He wasn't affected at all. Later the same day, in the afternoon, Kang Woojin, having finished several schedules including multiple interviews and one meeting, boarded the minivan waiting in the parking lot along with his team. Virum, Choi Sung-gun was sitting in the passenger seat of the minivan, waiting. He had been absent for a while in the morning due to company work, so Woojin greeted him softly right away. CEO, you've arrived. Choi Sung-gun, showing a slightly tired smile, waved his hand. Yeah, I rushed over by taxi. Sorry. Nothing out of the ordinary happened, right? No, everything was fine. Okay, Soo-won, let's go. We're a bit late. Got it. Soon, the minivan started moving. At the same time, Choi Sung-gun, who had opened his diary, recited the next schedule. As you know, we are going straight to the wrap-up party for profiler Hanryang. Hyeon should be on her way, too. You contacted her, right? Yes. The wrap-up party for profiler Hanryang wasn't just a small affair. It included the entire production team, including PD Song Man-woo and writer Park Eun-mi. All the actors like Ryu Young-min and Hong Hae-yeon, and even the journalists were invited. Though called a wrap-up party, it was essentially a promotional event targeting the latecomers. Especially since Hanryang was a super popular drama, this schedule was all the more important. Even so, Kang Woojin was somewhat looking forward to it. It was an opportunity to meet the Hanriang crew after a long time. He had developed some affection for them, and among them, Woojin had been the first to leave. I did see Youngmin not too long ago. All right. Since it's a wrap-up party, other villains from the show might be coming too? A slight curiosity arose in Woojin, to which Choi Sung-gun, with a sly smile, threw in a comment. By the way, Woojin, you saw Ryder Park at the script reading for male friend, right? Ah, yes. She left quite early. Right? From what I could tell, it seems like she's considering you for her next work. What do you think? It's an honor, but I'm not sure. PD Song also called earlier. Seems like he had something to say to you. Is that so? It feels like he's going to throw you a bait. Woojin, I'll handle it, but you should also manage these big shots well. It's remarkable to have such figures in a rookie's network. Choi Sung-gun then lowered his thumb that had been raised and continued. And, Woojin. Yes, CEO. He suddenly changed the topic. It's been slightly delayed because we've been busy. But now, we're going to open your YouTube channel within this week. The timing is just right. Oh, we're in a world where YouTube can't be ignored. And it's a market where you can aim for a big boost in recognition. But you shouldn't give off too serious an image. Just give the impression that you're doing it as a hobby. However, you can provide a unique twist, can't you? There seemed to be a plan already in place. How about using your vocals for the content? And of course, doing it in foreign languages as well. Chapter 107. Chapter 107. Short Drama 7. Use my vocals? And even use my foreign languages skills too? Kang Woojin didn't quite understand after hearing the brief explanation. So, using my vocals means they want to focus on my singing as the main theme? It was natural, as he still had a lot to learn about the entertainment industry. It was difficult for Woojin to easily grasp the thoughts of the capable CEO. On the other hand, Han Yi-young, sitting next to Kang Woojin, seemed to understand immediately due to her experience. Ah, like that. That sounds good. Choi Sung-gun, in the passenger seat, laughed. Right? Woojin's main thing, acting, shouldn't be just a side thing. We need to enhance its value, so using it on YouTube won't do. I completely agree. Feeling left out, don't just talk excitedly among the two of you, include me too. Although he was still completely in the dark, Kang Woojin, with boldness on his face, pretending to roughly understand. He had to add a bit of bluff as well. With confidence, Woojin spoke in a low voice. I get the feeling. Haha, what do you think? I'll tell you after I hear more about what the CEO is thinking. Is that so? Let's see then dash. Done. The atmosphere shifted naturally. Choi Sung-gun, who was tying his hair back again, resumed speaking. I mentioned musicals before, regarding your singing skills, didn't I? Yes, I remember. Just asking out of curiosity. Woojin, have you ever done musicals? Have you ever done? Woojin had never even seen a musical in his life. No. That right? I asked just in case you might drop a bombshell again. Anyway, I think musicals are a perfect fit for your vocals and acting, but I'm not exactly an expert in that field. So, I invited someone from the musical industry to watch your OST recording last time. Is that so? He had no idea. Kang Woojin remained silent, but was deeply impressed by Choi Sung-gun's initiative. Regardless, Choi Sung-gun continued. Yes, and the feedback was that you're definitely capable. That's a relief. Indeed. But the issue is that it takes quite a bit of time. And as you know, the musical field is a completely different market. Meaning, it would take time for Woojin to join a musical and meet the necessary conditions in between. It's okay to think about that gradually, but it's a waste. To let your vocals rot by only doing musicals, right? Your vocals and acting abilities are like a motor on a boat, to put it simply. A motor to a boat. Yes, right now, you're not just having water come in. You're in the middle of a waterfall pouring down while others are merely rowing. You have a motor, that's what I mean. Han Yi-young, who was closing her planner, casually chimed in. Indeed. It's not just that you sing better than average people. Woojin Appa's vocals are truly amazing. Jang Soo-hwan, who was driving, also joined in. Haha, that's right. Even Wallin was charmed, wasn't she? Caught off guard by their sudden praise, Woojin felt a bit embarrassed but maintained his indifference. Choi Sung-gun, who had taken out his phone, showed his phone to Woojin shaking it, and continued. That's why we should start a YouTube channel with your vocals as the main theme. But it's not like I'm asking you to become a full-time YouTube singer. It's just light-hearted cover songs, arranging and covering what's already out there. Song covers. I've seen them. Right, they're quite common these days. But considering the timing, it makes sense to ride the global Hallyu wave, right? So, we start with K-pop covers. Here, Choi Sung-gun, with a deepened smile, opened YouTube on the phone he had been shaking. However, as you already know, there are already plenty of channels doing their own style of K-pop covers or whatever. There's no uniqueness. Your popularity is already skyrocketing, so maybe you'll get attention initially. It's a bit disappointing, but I don't think it'll last long. It'll fizzle out because the concept isn't there. So what do we do? How about changing K-pop songs into English or Japanese versions? That would be a bit more novel, right? If your skills in a foreign language are not up to par, I might not even consider this. But Woojin, aren't you practically at a native speaker's level? For this to work, you need high recognition, singer-level vocals, native-level foreign language skills, and decent looks as the basics. And you have it all, don't you? It's rare and more than enough. Upon hearing the explanation, Kang Woojin inwardly agreed. Sounds good? Kind of a grand plan. Kang Woojin voiced his thoughts. It seems good. Yeah? Haha. Do you like it? According to my plan, if this takes off, you can show off your vocal and language skills, and we can expect to attract English and Japanese-speaking fans who are into the Korean wave. Of course, that includes the domestic fans as well. The impact could be even bigger. It meant he could properly show off a twist. If it goes well, we might kill several birds with one stone. Later on, as the channel grows, we could invite guests or do collaborations. For example, with Wallin. It was just a plan in words at the moment, but Woojin started to feel quite a strong sense of anticipation. In the past, YouTube was just something to endure the boredom of hellish commutes, but now, there was a chance to seize control of that vast market. Life is really getting fantastic. Choi Sung-gun, who had put down his phone, asked Kang Woojin. How about it? Your call. Trying to hide his elevated mood, Woojin coolly responded. Yes, let's do it. It seems like it will be fun. I think so too. In one breath, a new plan was established. Okay, then I'll prepare the arrangement, lyrics, studio, etc. as soon as possible. Choi Sung-gun jotted something in his diary and threw out a closing remark. You'll probably be busier than you are now. Can you handle it? Would he really be able to keep up? Woojin's answer was simple. Yes. Afterward, Kang Woojin arrived at the Profiler Hanryang wrap-up party in the late afternoon. The location was a large barbecue restaurant in Seoul, situated not in the city center but on the outskirts. By the time Woojin arrived, reporters were already positioned in front of the restaurant. Kang Woojin, you seem to be in great spirits after Hanryang. How do you feel? Woojin, here, please look this way. Do you keep in touch with director Kwon Ki-taek? Please wave your hand once. The details of PD Yoon Byung-seon's variety show haven't been fully released yet. Do you know who else has been cast aside from you? The reporters rushed in like predators. The Hanryang staff tried to hold them back, but their enthusiasm was too much. The bursting flashes were the same. Flash, flash, flash. Woojin, passing through them nonchalantly, waved his hand slightly as Choi Sung-gun had advised, while thinking, my eyes. I can't see. First, maintain composure, maintain composure. He tried his best to maintain an indifferent, sophisticated look. However, he was so overwhelmed that his steps faltered at one point, which fortunately went unnoticed. After much difficulty, he finally made it into the meat restaurant. Inside, dozens of staff and most of the actors from Hanryang were already present. Soon, greetings were thrown at Woojin from the staff. Woojin is here. Kang Star has arrived. Long time no see. You've been really popular these days, haven't you? That's right. Whenever I go on the internet, all I see are articles about Woojin. Everyone seemed to have had a drink already as their voices were loud. However, unlike them, Woojin had to remain cold. Hello, thank you. Woojin Kang casually returned the greetings. Then, the shooting director offered him a drink. You must have had a hard time with the reporters outside, right? Come on, have a drink. It'll cool you down. No, I'd rather not drink. You said the same thing at the last company dinner. Don't you drink, Woojin? It wasn't that he didn't drink. He loved alcohol. Before he became an actor, He used to enjoy drinking, but now he couldn't afford to. If I drink and get drunk, everything will be ruined. Hold on, just endure it. Ah, damn, but I do want some. If he got slightly drunk, the real Kang Woojin might show himself. Anyway, Woojin was guided to the seat where the actors were gathered, with everyone from Ryu Young-min to Hong Hae-yeon present. The first to shout was the hearty Jang Tae-san. Oh, the superstar is here. Come, take a seat. Next was Ryu Young-min, with his perm hair straightened. Have you arrived? I saw the Mail Friend article. When does the shooting start? While answering, Woojin saw Ryu Young-min's changed hairstyle and let out a long sigh inside. He was extremely handsome even with perm hair, but now with his hair straightened, this is something else. He's insanely handsome. The wrap-up party continued noisily in the background. During the broadcast, and even after the show ended, Han Ryang's popularity was soaring, making the atmosphere more than just a wrap-up party. At that moment, Hong Hae-yeon, with her long hair tied back and a face slightly flushed from alcohol, came close to Woojin's side. A mix of perfume and a hint of alcohol wafted around. This caused Woojin to tense up a bit, and Hae-yeon whispered to him, "How is it going with Wallen?" "What do you mean? Are you close? Or have you been in touch?" "It's just SOSO. We're not particularly close. You must be really stone-hearted. Even if it's Wallen. There are a lot of people hitting on her, not just fans, but in this industry too." What was she talking about? Suddenly, Woojin remembered something. "Oh, where is Dae-young? Didn't he come?" "He did. Over there." Hong Hae-yeon turned and pointed to the back. A burly monster was absorbing meat and alcohol. "Idiot, breathe while you eat. You're going to die from meat indigestion." Then Kim Dae-young, who made eye contact with Kang Woojin, waved his big hand vigorously. Fortunately, he seemed to have adapted well to this circle. At that moment, Woojin. Someone called Kang Woojin. It was PD Song Man-woo with a goatee, looking more worn out with dark circles under his eyes even after the drama shooting had ended. "Let's talk for a moment." "Ah yes, PD Nim." The two stood up and walked toward the restroom, while the writer Park Eun-mi watched them go with narrowed eyes. Then, in a relatively quiet corridor near the restroom, PD Song Man-woo suddenly dropped a bombshell. "I'm going to quit SBC now. I've already submitted my resignation." Suddenly, Woojin was slightly surprised but responded calmly. "Is that so?" "Yes. I've been so busy with the post-production of Han Ryang, but once things settle down a bit, I'm going to go independent. So, I was wondering if you could take a look if I send you a script? By then, I won't be affiliated with a network, but will be representing an external production company. Will you be directing as well?" "I'll just be directing. A figurehead, basically. I'll read it if you send it to me." "Haha, thank you. By then, your price is probably going to jump sky high. You'll be a treated top-tier actor." PD Song Man-woo, who had been laughing heartily, suddenly became serious. "Also, if I have trouble picking a script, could I possibly get some help? It's my first directorial work since going independent, and it would be rather awkward if it flopped. Can I pray to the Kang totem for guidance? Even just a slight hint would be okay." Drama industry heavyweight PD Song Man-woo was already a devout follower of the Kang Woojin religion. This guy's misunderstandings were deeply rooted. Well, it didn't matter much. Woojin had already accepted these misunderstandings. Above all, PD Song Man-woo was both the starting point and the biggest contributor to Woojin's growth. He had played the role of a host to spread an epidemic perfectly. Here, Kang Woojin recalled Choi Sung-gun's teaching. Give and take, and managing connections with big shots. And if it involved a blockbuster work, Kang Woojin would also welcome it. "If I can be of help, I'd be more than willing." Having secured the blessing of Kang Totem, PD Song Man-woo's smile deepened. "Haha, I can't feel more reassured than this." About a week later, at a high school in Seoul. It was a late morning at a high school located in Jongno-gu. At first glance, it was large. Plus, the overall exterior was picturesque. To put it in words, the style of the interior design was different from that of a typical high school. What stood out immediately was nature. The entire school seemed to blend with nature. There were many trees of various types. Beyond the school entrance, what about the sprawling central garden? The large statues and well-decorated garden gave it the appearance of a university campus. The various buildings were also impressive. In front of the majestic Gothic-style main building, the annex is made of brown bricks. a cafeteria that somewhat resembled a cathedral, a vast sports field, an auditorium, warehouses, dormitories, and more. For a high school, it's visually pleasing. In the central garden of such a high school. All right, let's quickly unload the equipment first. Where's the director? He went to check the filming location. He should be in the auditorium right now. Radios are being distributed. Each team, take one. A filming crew was swiftly unpacking their gear. The team easily exceeded 40 members. Hey, watch it. I told you that's expensive. Don't just dump it like that. I'm sorry. Security. Please block the area before the students gather. Have the actors arrived yet? Almost all of them are here. Generally, the atmosphere was chaotic enough to bewilder anyone. Fueling that was, wow, no way. They're really here. It's so cool. I've never seen filming before. But does anyone know what they're shooting? I heard from the history teacher that it's Male Friend. Wait, isn't that the one on Netflix? The students began to gather around the staff. It was mid-July, and although the school should have been empty for summer vacation, there were students who had stayed in the dormitories. What started with a few people soon became a dozen as word spread. Male Friend? If that's true, Kang Woojin and Wallen will be here. The decibel level rose steadily. However, the students were quickly blocked by security staff. Nonetheless, they peeked through the gaps, desperately trying to catch a glimpse of the shooting zone. It was at that moment. Shit. I can't see, can you? Among the dozen students, one of the female students sensed something at the school entrance. Soon, several staff members preparing for the shoot rushed toward the entrance. As she watched them, mesmerized, she caught sight of whoosh. A man with an indifferent face was casually walking towards them. He clearly had the aura of a celebrity. As soon as she recognized his face, she pointed at the man with her index finger and shouted to her friends around her. There, over there. Kang Woojin. Chapter 108. Cherry Blossoms 1. The shout of a female student quickly spread among those nearby. For these students, while the set was fascinating, what they really wanted was to see a celebrity as soon as possible. Kang Woojin. Where? Where? Thanks to her, all the students' gazes were now focused in one direction, toward Kang Woojin, who was walking nonchalantly towards them. As soon as they saw him approaching, the students, regardless of gender, started making a fuss. It's really him. Kang Woojin. They must be filming Male Friend. No way. What's Kang Woojin like in person? He's stunning. But isn't his physique also surprisingly good? The male students observed Woojin with a strange mix of jealousy, while the female students patted each other's shoulders, shouting out Kang Woojin's name. Wow, this is my first time seeing a celebrity. He's definitely different. Agreed. I watched Hanryang too, and Kang Woojin's acting is on another level. Think we can get an autograph? Even though there weren't many students gathered, the dozen students' voices quickly dominated the surroundings, including screams of excitement. Kang Woojin couldn't possibly have ignored this. Escorted by his team, Woojin glanced at the students blocked by the guards as he approached the staff. For a moment, he nearly let a smile slip onto his face. I'm jealous, so jealous. It reminded him of his own youthful days and the energy unique to those of that young age. Still, Woojin maintained a stern expression on his face. Swish. He waved slightly at the gathered kids. Having already gone through a fan signing event, this kind of fan service was a piece of cake for him. At his gesture, which carried a sense of ease and cynicism, Kaya! Screams and ear-piercing yells broke out. Surprised, Kang Woojin glanced back, and behind him, the burly Kim Dae-young chuckled quietly. This guy, he's really become a full-fledged actor. Is this the same Kang Woojin I knew? Notably, Choi Sung-gun was absent from the scene today. He was tied up with preparations for Kang Woojin's YouTube channel and other company work. Therefore, for today, Woojin's team was supported by Kim Dae-young. Of course, he had to return to Hong Hae-yun's team after the shoot. His training wasn't over yet. So, Kang Woojin's team was rather imposing today. Jang Soo-hwan and Kim Dae-young. These two big guys formed twin pillars. It was as if two bears were guarding Kang Woojin. Anyway, tap tap. Kim Dae-young lightly tapped on Kang Woojin's shoulder, who was greeting the students, and the expressionless Woojin turned his head. However, Kim Dae-young didn't say much, just wore a smile full of emotion. But his eyes did the talking. You've become a real actor, haven't you, Kongstar? Woojin responded with a murderous look in his eyes. Don't talk to me, you big oaf. They had already agreed beforehand. They would keep their distance, maintaining a cold front. Fortunately, no one seemed to notice the silent exchange between the two buddies. Pouring silent curses at Kim Dae-young through his eyes, Woojin shifted his gaze to the noisy and now somewhat familiar set, where preparations for filming Male Friend were underway. Dozens of staff members were running around like crazy. Starting from today, the 20th, Woojin was scheduled to participate in the filming of Male Friend for about a month. Of course, if the shooting went quickly, the schedule could be shortened. Time flies. Maybe because of his packed schedule, it seemed like just yesterday when he was recording the OST and attended the script reading, and now it's already the main shoot. Consequently, a sense of tension gradually built up within Kang Woojin. No matter what the project, the unique urgency of a filming site always gave Woojin a thrill. He hadn't adapted yet, but Woojin decided to use this unique tension and the pounding of his heart as a form of catalyst. He couldn't avoid it, so he might as well enjoy it. It was right then. Woojin. Among the dozens of staff members busy with setting up, a few ran over in a hurry. Among them were the director Shin Dong-chun with his square jaw, the assistant director, and the production team members. Holding a script in one hand, director Shin Dong-chun reached Kang Woojin. You came early? Greeting the welcoming director, Kang Woojin bowed slightly. Hello, director. Haha. But where is CEO Choi? He's busy today. I see CEO Choi is really incredible. Taking care of company work and still sticking by your side as much as possible. After a brief exchange, the director chuckled awkwardly at the students' screams. It's vacation time, but there seem to be some students left. We've contacted the school, so they'll be taken away soon. I don't mind. The situation gets unmanageable once the kids gather. Muttering, director Shin Dong-chun walked with Woojin through the staff, explaining the day's shooting plans as he did so. Today and tomorrow, we'll mostly focus on insert shots and scenes primarily involving Wallin and you. So, the actors, including those in minor roles, will have quite a few scenes. Yes, director. Observing the calmly responding Woojin, director Shin Dong-chun's smile deepened. It's great to be working with you on set again so soon after Exorcism. Isn't it strange? Is it strange? Yes, it is. Back then, both you and I were nobodies, but in just a few months, our situation has changed 180 degrees. It's impossible to predict what's ahead in life. Woojin strongly agreed. Woojin, whose life had been turned upside down thanks to the void space, fervently nodded in agreement. At that moment, director Shin, with the script tucked under his arm, glanced around. See? Some familiar faces, right? Oh, right. There are some staff from our exorcism days. Indeed, it was true. Among the lighting and filming teams, Woojin spotted staff from Exorcism. He silently greeted them with a nod, and they happily waved back. However, that wasn't the end of it. Also, among the supporting actors coming today, there are those who were in Exorcism. For a moment, Woojin felt a surge of emotion. It seemed as though everyone was putting in their best effort for Male Friend. I'll need to greet them separately later. That'd be good for morale. Haha. Though everyone already seems energized. They're in better circumstances thanks to Exorcism, and they're happy for your success. With a contented smile, director Shin suddenly changed the topic. By the way, due to venue sponsorship, we'll be shooting the script somewhat sequentially, following the script's order. It won't be exact, but we do need to finish the high school scenes this week, and then move on to the university scenes. Just then, Wallin. There she is, Wallin. Wow, Wallin. The students' excited screams once again raised the decibel level. The reason was simple. Following Kang Woojin, Wallin had also arrived. With her long hair tied in a single braid, she casually waved at the students with ease and quickly approached Woojin and the director. Hello, director. Woojin. She quickly approached Woojin, and after discreetly scanning him, a thought raced through her mind. I can't take it. Woojin looks 100 times more handsome on set. Is it just me, or does he seem to glow? Are my eyes playing tricks? Likewise, Woojin was muttering to himself. Was it because of the makeup? Today, she seemed even more ethereally beautiful. Why does she seem prettier every time I see her? Is this the level required to be a girl group member? She was different from Hong Hai-yun. If Hai-yun was the finished product, then Wallin was still growing. Director Shin, observing them turn by turn, stroked his chin. They seem closer than during the reading. I wish they were a bit closer. Neither of them is particularly friendly, which worries me. Especially Woojin. At this point, Wallin turned her gaze to the tall man behind Woojin. Huh? That person, wasn't he with Hai-yun's team? Woojin, turning his head to confirm Kim Dae-young, responded with a hint of annoyance. He's here as backup today, no need to mind him. Ah, is that so? Yes. By the way, Woojin, just a moment. Regarding today's shooting. Yes, go ahead. Soon, Woojin naturally delved into work-related discussions with Wallin. Watching them, Kim Dae-young felt amazed because it was his first time seeing Woojin's presence on set. Kang Woojin appeared very impressive. Looking cool, you little punk. At that moment, the costumes have arrived. Costumes were handed over to Kang Woojin, and of course, to Wallin as well. They were incredibly familiar and nostalgic. I never thought I'd wear this again. They were school uniforms. Meanwhile, when Kang Woojin went to change into his uniform, Kim Dae-young, who now saw Woojin from a different light, filled with both envy and pride for his transformed friend, thought, I should tell the others. He took out his phone and accessed their group chat. Naturally, it was the chat room with his close friends. He shared the news with his eagerly awaiting friends. Dae-young, our Kang star has started shooting for male friend. Hyung-gu, oh, did you see Wallin? Kyung-sung, is Wallin really stunning in person too? Dae-young, yeah, insane. Hyung-gu, ah damn, Kang star is so lucky. This be asterisk 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 asterisk. So jealous. I could do a romance with Wallin too. Kyung-sung, Kang Woojin must have saved the country at least 3 times in his past life to be acting with Wallin in a rom-com. Ugh, I feel so defeated. I need to eat ramen. Dae-young, Kang Woojin isn't the guy we used to know anymore. His presence on set is crazy, just like an actor. Hyung-gu, maybe I should start acting too. Kyung-sung, you should probably start with plastic surgery first. Hyung-gu, shut up, I probably won't watch that male friend out of jealousy. Around the same time, Han Yeung from Kang Woojin's team uploaded photos from male friend set onto Woojin's SNS. It was, of course, for promotion, and the photo naturally included pictures of Kang Woojin and Wallin. With over 1.1 million followers on Woojin's SNS, the post naturally attracted a lot of attention. What? Are they starting to shoot male friend already? Woojin Appa and Wallin look so good together. A gathering of goddess and god. Can't wait to see this. Within moments, comments started pouring in like crazy. Of course, there were quite a few in Japanese. Among the many people who saw this SNS post, Kang Woojin's sister, Kang Hyuna, who was at a CAF in Seoul, exclaimed, "Oh, looks like they've started shooting male friend." Following this, Kang Hyuna's friends in the cafe, the members of Kang's Heart, all jumped with excitement. What? Is it on SNS? Show me. Ah, the school is so pretty, I want to go too. We need to share this right away on the fan club immediately. Around this time, Kang Hyuna, who was looking at the male friend scenery in the photos, tilted her head slightly. But who is this muscle guy next to my brother? I feel like I've seen him somewhere. Why? Do you know him? Isn't that Woojin's road manager? No, not him. This muscle guy? I think he's Woojin Appa's close friend. I feel like I've seen him before. When I was young. The muscle guy she referred to was Kim Dae-young. By lunchtime, the entire male friend team, having finished preparing for the shoot, was gathered near the auditorium of a high school. Inside the auditorium, various cameras and lights were set up, and over 80 extras were lined up, all wearing school uniforms. Amidst the growing buzz, a large banner hung in the front upper part of the stage they were all looking at. Entrance ceremony. The scene planned for today was to shoot the high school entrance ceremony of Han In-ho and Lee Bo-min in male friend. Thus, among numerous extras, Kang Woojin and Wallin in school uniforms were also standing. Staff members were with them, doing the final touch-ups on their makeup. Woojin had natural hair and light makeup. Wallin simply tied her long hair back. However, the staff couldn't help but admire the two in their school uniforms. Wow, don't they both look exactly like high school students? Right, the uniforms suit them so well. They don't really look different from actual students. Maybe it's because they both look young. If they look like this, the viewer ratings will definitely increase. It even makes us filming here feel all warm and fuzzy. It was then that director Shin Dong-chun shouted into the megaphone, "Stand by." It was a signal that filming would start soon. Soon, the staff who were checking Woojin and Wallen's makeup scurried away, and the extras, who had been curiously watching the celebrities nearby, directed their attention forward. And then, Kang Woojin let out a soft breath, gradually immersing himself into the character of Han In-ho. Action. Male friend had just started filming. Contrary to the warmth outside, the inside of the auditorium was somewhat chilly. The familiar yet unfamiliar smell of the auditorium. The floors were clean, indicating frequent cleaning. Every step echoed with a squeaking sound. The many students were all faces he had never seen before. While there was a slight nervousness among them, the underlying feeling was one of anticipation. Everything was new and fresh, filled with youthful energy. Over 80 students, all standing at attention, sneaking peeks here and there at the person next to them, the bald principal standing on the podium in front, the teachers around him, and at any noticeable boys or girls. It's the moment when middle school ends and high school begins. This new beginning started with the principal's speech on the podium. First of all, welcome everyone to the entrance ceremony. The speech quickly became boring. After all, every principal's speech in the world is like a sleeping pill. Around this time, the camera mounted on the gimbal stuck to the front of a female student, Lee Bo-min, standing against the wall of the auditorium. With her long hair roughly tied back, her clean skin highlighting a mole under her eye, and her somewhat oversized school uniform, Lee Bo-min had been secretly recording something on her phone, writing down the melody that popped up in her head. Because Lee Bo-min's dream was to be a composer, the camera moves closer to Lee Bo-min for a close-up. According to the script, her narration would follow this shot. A simple introduction, perhaps. Then, the camera, which had been capturing Lee Bo-min from the front, moves. Swish. Slowly to the left. It passes a male student standing to Lee Bo-min's right, and then a female student. After sweeping past several faces, the camera stops at a male student, Han In-ho, yawning out of boredom. For a freshman, his height and visuals are quite striking. Of course, Lee Bo-min's narration follows this shot, introducing Han In-ho from her point of view. Around this time, the camera captures a few female students sneaking peeks at Han In-ho. When will this end? It returns to a softly grumbling Han In-ho. "I'm sleepy." Though lively and neat in appearance, Han In-ho's eyes reveal a deep indolence. It's not that he's slick. Rather, he gives off a feeling of listlessness. Then, cut. Director Shin Dong-chun's voice echoed throughout the auditorium. "Okay, good job. We're moving on to the wide shot." After the individual shots ended, preparations began to shoot the entire scene. Although it's the same scene, the view on director Shin Dong-chun's monitor has changed drastically, and the script supervisor sitting next to him whispered softly, "Wow, it's just the first shot, and I'm already feeling excited." Cherry blossoms, too. Director Shin Dong-chun, with his square jaw pressed against the monitor, gave a small laugh at the script supervisor's question. It's because of Woojin and Wallen's quality performances. A warm and fuzzy feeling quickly spread among the staff. It feels refreshing, doesn't it? With sound effects, filters, and enhancing the visual appeal, it's going to be really refreshing. The actors' visuals perfectly match the drama, amplifying the romantic comedy vibe. It's really great. Despite being just the first scene and the first take, the staff were already deeply immersed in the male friend world. This brought a satisfied smile to director Shin Dong-chun's face. If the on-site is this immersed, I imagine how the audience will react. The essence of male friend was indeed the fluttering moments, but writer Choi Na-na had another trick up her sleeve. It was to evoke the emotions and memories unique to school days, relatable to anyone who has lived or is living through them. A story that either resonates with the present or draws out nostalgia. Director Shin Dong-chun's direction of male friend would be warmly comforting, with a touch of fantasy. Cut. Good. Let's move on to the next scene. He gave the instructions across the auditorium. The makeup team rushed towards Kang Woojin and Wallen, and for some reason, over 80 extras started to move in unison. Soon, only Kang Woojin and Wallen were left in the auditorium. It was all part of the direction. While all the other students had disappeared in the shot, they were all there in the script. This was a directing choice designed to focus the audience's attention on the expressions and thoughts of Han In-ho and Lee Bo-min, focusing the viewer's attention amidst the sea of students. Soon after, Han In-ho is ready. Lee Bo-min is ready too. Upon receiving the sign that makeup adjustments were complete, director Shin again raised his megaphone. All right, action. The camera first zoomed in on Kang Woojin. His eyes were slightly reddened, probably because of the yawn he had just done. He looks like he might fall asleep at any moment, casual and stoic. That's when Kang Woojin casually brushed his hair back with a sense of boredom. Swoosh. Kang Woojin was already perfectly portraying Han In-ho. Then Han In-ho blinked several times. Although the auditorium was quiet now, the principal's speech was clearly ringing in his ears. It's a time when everything is strange, yet also filled with possibilities. Han In-ho was thrust into this moment. Yet, Han In-ho seems utterly uninterested in the entrance ceremony. When is this bald-headed principal going to finish? Han In-ho slightly tilted his head, his eyes appearing lifeless, devoid of any thoughts, which was clearly captured by the camera. At that moment, swish, the pupils of Han In-ho, who had been stupidly staring at the principal, moved. He saw Lee Bo-min standing diagonally across on the wall. The camera follows Han In-ho's gaze. However, Han In-ho's gaze quickly returns to the front. What's she doing? The interest that had died revives because of Lee Bo-min. He was curious. In this auditorium, the only thing that sparked Han In-ho's curiosity was Lee Bo-min. So he sneaks another peek. Is she composing again or scribbling something? Ignore her. It'll be fun to see her get caught and scolded. Han In-ho's eyes once again face forward, but they waver slightly. Should I look? No, stop. But maybe just a quick glance? Several thoughts swam in his eyes. Unaware, an awkward emotion he had yet to recognize was stirring in Han In-ho. Eventually, swish, Han In-ho's gaze settled back on Lee Bo-min. But then, this time, Lee Bo-min was also looking at Han In-ho. Their eyes met. The camera alternates between the two, capturing this peculiar exchange of glances for about 5 seconds. Han In-ho, puzzled by this unfamiliar feeling, hides an emotion he hasn't even realized himself. And then, eat this. He flipped his middle finger at Lee Bo-min. K off? Are you crazy? Lee Bo-min, taken aback, sticks out her tongue in response. Their silent war isn't long, and Lee Bo-min, pretending to be peeved, quickly turned her head back to the front. Han In-ho, who had been watching her indifferently, muttered, "She's sulking again." A small smile spread across his face, which was usually stoic. It was so slight and faint that no one would notice, but it was filled with genuine amusement and sincerity. Of course, Han In-ho thought, let her be, she'll get over it on her own. Still didn't fully understanding his own feelings. Such clumsiness was abundant in Han In-ho, but it formed a strange stimulus for the viewer, making their hearts flutter. As evidence, the supporting actors watching the current scene were in an uproar. Kang Woojin, he's so damn cute. Right? That brief smile was a killer. Doesn't he have a mixture of tsundere younger guy and older guy qualities? It driving me crazy. If a younger guy like that was intently staring at me, I'd totally fall for him. Most of them were women. The next day, late in the morning, in Anyang. In a vast park in Anyang, the male friend filming crew who had successfully completed their first shoot the day before had set up. Their chosen spot was within the park, in a place known as Cherry Blossom Lane. Cherry trees lined up on both sides of the straight path. Cherry Blossom Lane was chosen after searching many famous cherry blossom spots in the country. The reason for the selection was simple. It was the most similar to the image described in the script. Anyway, the appearance of the filming crew in the park attracted onlookers. Oh my, looks like they're filming something here. What is it? A drama? A movie? Can you see any celebrities? However, controlling the onlookers started quite a distance from the filming zone, so the inside wasn't easily visible. Then why was the male friend team filming outdoors instead of at a high school? The reason was simple. It was to shoot the first scene of the male friend script. In other words, not the past, but the present. The scene where Han In-ho and Lee Bo-min confirm their feelings for each other for the first time. And to amplify those realized feelings, a kiss scene. Overall, it was a very important scene. Or perhaps, a scene that could determine the success or failure of male friend. Cherry blossom petals are ready. Where? Hey, no. Bring a few more boxes. Let's not do things twice during the shoot. Got it. Is that our staff back there? Looks like they're just spectators, sir. Why? Are you going to keep letting them watch? Tell them to move away, there. In the shot, the dozens of staff members working on the preparation were passionately engaged in their tasks. Naturally, Director Shin Dong-chun was no exception. All right, let's test the wind machines. Turn on both of them. Director Shin Dong-chun was currently checking the set wind machines. They were devices that would scatter cherry blossom petals beautifully. Can we turn it up a bit more? Okay, that's good. Let's try scattering some cherry blossom petals for rehearsal. Soon, cherry blossom petals were scattered for rehearsal. However, all the petals prepared in the boxes were fake. It couldn't be helped. After all, it was mid-July, the middle of summer, so real cherry blossoms were out of the question. But the Season 4 male friend was spring, and the production team had to recreate a similar scene. How does it look, director? It seems okay. Let's shoot once and see how it looks. Should we attach some cherry blossom petals to the trees in the back as well? If we do, we'll have to work on the entire background, right? Then we won't be able to start filming until night. Cleaning up is another issue. Well, we'll have to rely on CG for the background as much as possible. Understood. Fortunately, the budget provided by Netflix was quite generous. Therefore, they could afford to spend a lot of money on special effects, so it wasn't a problem. While the production team was diligently working on the background, Kang Woojin was sitting silently under the shade of a tree in the filming zone. He, with an indifferent expression, was looking down at the script with his legs crossed. He was dressed for the hot summer, suitable for the spring, in a white shirt and light blue jeans. His hair was also neatly styled. He seemed extremely calm and relaxed. Some passing staff members couldn't help but admire. Wasn't this Woojin's first romantic comedy? He's incredibly composed. I heard from the director that Woojin is usually like that. He doesn't really get excited about anything. But still, there's a kiss scene coming up, right? And it's been modified to be quite intense. True, he is very calm. I would be so nervous, I couldn't sit still for even a second. But that wasn't the case. No, wait a minute. In reality, Kang Woojin was desperately maintaining his composed facade. I'm dying here, I'm really freaking out. His heart was pounding as if it would burst, and he was feeling queasy. Because that day, this moment, had finally arrived. Putting aside the success of the work, it was the male friend chosen solely for the refreshing kiss scene. He now faced the reality of filming it with top star and top-tier girl group member Wallen. The shooting of the kiss scene with her was imminent. Is this real? Are we doing this? Wow, it feels so surreal. Kang Woojin, expressionless, felt as if he were wandering in a dream, even while keeping a stoic expression. However, everything around him was steadily moving towards the kiss scene. Cameras being set, lights being installed, wind machines being tested, cherry blossom petals piled up, sound equipment being tested, and onlookers gathering in the distance. How could he even begin to explain this feeling? I'm going crazy. Woojin's fingertips quivered slightly. Would Ryu Young-min or Hong Hae-yeon be calm in this situation? He didn't know. No, just a few months ago, he would only see her on TV, or she would only exist in his imagination, and now a kiss scene with a female celebrity? He knew what he was getting into, but deep down, Woojin had hoped this day would never come. I really made it, totally. However, it was just acting. Nevertheless, this moment would remain a significant part of Kang Woojin's life. It was then. Thump. Someone tapped the seated Kang Woojin on the shoulder. Startled, Woojin turned his head to find Choi Sung-gun, with his hair tied back, standing there. Behind him, Kang Woojin's team could be seen, including the burly Kim Dae-young. They came to support him today as well. Then Choi Sung-gun, with a wide smile, said to Woojin, "Well, I came to ask how you're feeling. But looking at your face, it seems you're not very thrilled, right?" "Not at all. I feel like I'm about to have a heart attack." However, unable to express his honest feelings, Woojin simply replied solemnly, "It's just acting." Haha, right, it's acting. Anyway, we're going for the shoot in 10 minutes. Yes, CEO. After speaking, Choi Sung-gun walked away. Han Yeung and Jang Soo-hwan followed as well. However, Kim Dae-young, glancing around, quietly stood next to Woojin and whispered, "Hey, Woojin." He whispered softly, his tone heavy with sincerity. "I'm so damn jealous." Pretending to read the script, Woojin replied, "Shut up. My heart feels like it's going to burst. I'm jealous. Incredibly jealous." Seemingly hit by a sudden realization, Kim Dae-young let out a long sigh towards Woojin. Swish. He discreetly handed over something along with a bottle of water. It was a small container of mouthwash. "I went to buy snacks and saw this. Thought it might be useful. Do a good gargle before going in." "Okay." Kim Dae-young, who again said he was jealous, also walked away. Woojin silently opened the mouthwash and rinsed his mouth. He did this several times. Meanwhile, while in, "This tree seems like a good spot, don't you think? You'll enjoy the cherry blossoms viewing here before rushing to Han In-ho." "Yes, director." While in, wearing a blue jacket, was casually rehearsing with director Shin Dong-chun. Her makeup was slightly heavier compared to her high school days. Her hair was let down long. To her, director Shin asked cautiously, "Are you okay with this? I changed the scene due to my greed. If you feel burdened with the intense approach, we can tone it down even now." In fact, the key to this scene was Wallin. Although Kang Woojin was important too, her explosive power was important. Thus, director Shin Dong-chun was concerned about Wallin's mental state. However, Wallin was firm. "It's okay, director. There's nothing to feel burdened about. It's just acting." Her face even brightened with a smile. This reassured director Shin. "I'm glad. If it gets a bit tough, let me know right away." "Yes, I will." In reality, Wallin had steeled her heart at this moment. No, to be precise, she had been this way since the script reading. Although seeing Kang Woojin, who she was a fan of, made her feel like her heart would burst. "I think I've improved. I'm less sensitive than before. Yes, I can do this. I can shoot well. I can shoot well. It's just acting. Right, acting." To become a true fan, she had to pull off the best scene today. Therefore, Wallin's mental state was now as solid as a rock. Soon. "All right, let's roll the cameras in 5 minutes." With director Shin Dong-chun's shout, the staff's movements and Kang Woojin's gargling sped up. Wallin, who already had experience, joined in the gargling. She applied strawberry-scented lip balm and even sprayed some perfume, just in case. At that point, "Extras, please take your positions." Extras filling the background took their places in the shooting zone. Swish. Kang Woojin and Wallin stood facing each other in front of the camera. A slightly awkward atmosphere flowed between them. Kang Woojin was the first to speak. "Please take care of me." Clearing her throat, Wallin brushed her long hair back and let out a laugh. "Yes, please take care of me too, Woojin SSI." There was a tickling sensation. Woojin somehow felt a tickle from Wallin's short words. It was driving him crazy. But there was no turning back now. Darn it. He didn't care anymore. He had to go straight forward. Then Woojin took a small deep breath. Dash. He woke up the dormant Han In-ho, spreading it throughout his body. Soon, a youthful emotion spread through Woojin's veins. Han In-ho, engraved within him, had now fully taken hold. At the same time, "Turn on the wind machines." "Okay, cherry blossoms." "Yes." The staff in front of the camera clapped the slate. Bang. "High action." Wallin, no, Lee Bo-min ran towards the trees in the back with a smile in her eyes. She seemed exhilarated. She joyfully jumped up and down, catching the fluttering cherry blossom petals. Han In-ho watched her calmly. The camera captures the side of Han In-ho, his face mixed with various thoughts. "Why did I come here? Still, it's worth watching. Annoying. Is she having fun by herself? She's cute, though. I want to go home, etc." There were no lines, but his inner feelings were visible through the speed of his blinking, his expression, and his static movements. Then, "Hey, Han In-ho." Lee Bo-min, who had gathered cherry blossom petals in her hands, quickly rushed towards Han In-ho. She was overflowing with freshness. She then stood in front of the dumbfounded Han In-ho and grinned. "Look at this." She brought her hands full of cherry blossom petals in front of Han In-ho's face. Han In-ho sighed softly. "What? Smell them, the fragrance." Han In-ho, with narrowed brows, muttered nonchalantly. "I don't smell anything." Lee Bo-min, slightly annoyed, put her nose to the cherry blossom petals. "Like this. Press it close. Go away, your breath stinks." "You want to die?" Lee Bowman spits out a warning. If he doesn't comply, she'll pout all day. Han In-ho reluctantly slowly brought his nose to the cherry blossom petal. Thanks to that, his face got very close to Lee Bowman's, about the distance of a fist. In an instant, a fragrance wafted over to Han In-ho. It wasn't coming from the cherry blossom petals. It was wafting from Lee Bowman, who was right next to him. From here, Han In-ho's heart began to race as if it would burst. No, was it Kang Woojin's? For some reason, the boundary between the real Kang Woojin and the engraved Han In-ho blurred. Regardless, his heart was pounding chaotically. At this moment, Han In-ho, or Kang Woojin, couldn't hear anything else. Only the sound of their own heartbeats pounding, so intense that his temples were throbbing. In this state, Han In-ho, swish. He locked eyes with Lee Bowman, so close he could feel her breathing. The camera capturing their side profiles, the monitors showing the raw emotions of the two actors, and director Shin Dong-chun swallowed his saliva. They're killing it, both of them expressing subtle emotions so naturally. His staff around him were slightly excited. Ah, so sweet. I might get diabetes. It's heart-fluttering. The picture is crazy, really. Isn't it more than acting? Don't you feel they really like each other? Meanwhile, Han In-ho and Lee Bowman, having locked eyes. Neither of them spoke. Their gazes were directed at each other, but the emotions they contained were different. Han In-ho's gaze was more intense. Just like that, after about 5 seconds of eye contact. Unable to withstand the emotional current, the first dam to collapse was Han In-ho. His gaze towards Lee Bowman was filled with deep affection. Then, swish. Han In-ho slowly moved his face through the cherry blossom petals piled upon Lee Bowman's hand. The stacked cherry blossom petals tickled his cheeks, amplifying the fuzzy emotions. He felt the touch of Lee Bowman's red lips almost immediately. Han In-ho's lips gently touched Lee Bowman's. Time seemed to stop. Whether it was Han In-ho or Kang Woojin, everything paused. All that existed for Han In-ho was the softness he felt on his lips. There was a hint of strawberry flavor. It was then. Lee Bowman, no, Wallen suddenly. Hyup. She hiccuped with a startle. The sound was quite loud. For a moment, Kang Woojin, whose lips were touching Wallen's, was slightly startled. What's this? Is it some kind of ad-lib? 10. Chapter 110, Cherry Blossoms, 3. From the moment she arrived at the filming location, during the rehearsal with director Shin Dong-chun, and even right before the shooting began. Of course, she did waver slightly with Kang Woojin standing right in front of her. But her resolve today was different from usual. Wallen's secret weapon in crisis, unknown to others, was her steely determination to fiercely push through it. It's nothing. Be composed just like Woojin. Wallen, you're just portraying Lee Bowman now. However, that staunch resolution of hers. Swish. The moment her face came into contact with Kang Woojin's, separated only by cherry blossom petals, it crumbled completely. It was indeed a dam break. Despite building it up for days, it evaporated like smoke in just one moment. As if that resolve had never existed from the start. Kang Woojin's face was close enough for her to hear his breathing. Had she ever seen him this close? His eyes are incredibly beautiful. Woojin's eyes, gazing at Wallen, were intense, yet filled with affection. His look was enough to convey his feelings without words. He cares for me, protects me, watches over me, likes me. In an instant, an overwhelming amount of affection hit Wallen. She knew it was all an act. She was fully aware of it. Yet she was drawn into those deep, sweet eyes. This is the first time I'm feeling such emotion since the first shoot yesterday. How is this level of intensity even possible? Someone, please save me. Han In-ho from the script was right before her eyes. Wallen began to flounder. Under Woojin's intense affection, or rather, his acting. The situation was static, just an exchange of gazes, but the emotions conveyed were devastating. It enveloped Wallen's entire being. It might be sweet to others, but to Wallen, it was like an attack. Around this time, Wallen, struggling to maintain Lee Bowman, realized. I'm screwed. She felt she would ruin everything. It seemed she wouldn't be able to become a true, successful fan. And that soon became a reality. Swish. Just as Wallen's consciousness was getting blurry, Han In-ho in front of her charged forward, breaking through the cherry blossom petals on her hand. Lee Bowman, or Wallen, couldn't react at all. It's coming, it's really happening. Even though she knew all too well what was about to happen, yet her heart felt like it would burst. Soon, she felt Han In-ho's lips. For a moment, Wallin felt as if her entire body had stopped functioning. Her brain was reset, like a blank canvas. Perhaps because of that? Hyup! Wallin let out a hiccup. It wasn't a small sound, it was loud. At that, Wallin tightly shut her eyes. So, she ended up ruining the scene and showing her foolish side. Even so, she didn't pull her lips away from Kang Woojin's. It was an emotion close to addiction. Imagine, a fan, deeply enamored, experiencing a lip bump with her idol. Who could maintain a rational thought? Thus, Wallen's hiccups didn't stop. Hic! At this, Kang Woojin, whose lips were joined with hers, became confused. Is this an ad-lib? Or not? I'm confused. Regardless of the soft touch on his lips or the strawberry scent, Kang Woojin's thoughts were filled with Wallen's hiccups. He couldn't figure out whether it was real or not. Should he stop? He didn't know, but he had to regain his composure. He instinctively felt he shouldn't falter. Shit, forget it. I'll just act my part. All right, he decided, so for now, it's full steam ahead. At this point, sudden hiccups? Director, that seems like an NG for Wallen. The staff, watching the two in the shooting zone, were surprised. And why wouldn't they be, considering Wallen's strange change as soon as their lips met? Why did she suddenly hiccup at that timing? Was she nervous? Wallen seemed rather calm today. It feels like it came out because she was too surprised. Should we go and ask her, Director? To anyone watching, it looked like an NG. After all, the hiccup wasn't in the script in the first place. But for some reason, no. We keep going without cutting. What? Director Shin Dong-chun, staring intently at Woojin and Wallen on the monitor, showed no intention of calling NG. He stroked his square jaw. There's a possibility it was intentional. An ad-lib, you mean? That. As evidence, Woojin is still carrying on with the emotions. That acting genius would definitely know of Wallen's mistake right in front of him. If it wasn't a mistake, see, it's like Lee Bo-min is utterly surprised by her friend's unexpected action. In other words, director Shin Dong-chun speculated that Wallen's hiccup was intentional. The shot was even better than expected. At the heart of it was the presence of Kang Woojin. It was a scene where Woojin was currently instigating a misunderstanding. A thick mist of misconception enveloped the set. Wow, if that was calculated, it fits perfectly with the current situation. Lee Bo-min is so shocked by Han In-ho's kiss that she's hiccuping. The scene is quite interesting. Wallen's mistake was unintentionally misunderstood for an ad-lib, thanks to Woojin. About that time, swish. Kang Woojin slowly detached his lips. At the same time, Wallen inwardly lamented. I should apologize first. She had to confess her shortcomings to Woojin and the production team. But Wallen, making eye contact with Woojin in front of her. Exclamation point. Her eyes widened slightly. The reason was simple. The man in front of her wasn't Kang Woojin. His tense, flushed face, eyes that seemed a jumble of thoughts and worries, eyelids blinking rapidly in confusion, and the detailed hand movements trembling slightly in uncertainty. He was still Han In-ho himself. Why? How? I made a mistake, so why is Woojin still going on acting? Even more, the intensity of his emotion was stronger. Then, as if realizing her mistake, Han In-ho uttered a short word. It was exactly as in the script. It was then Wallen realized. Keep going? He's telling me it's okay, let's go on. She realized Kang Woojin was reassuring her. It was a clear misunderstanding, but it calmed Wallen down. Suddenly, her hiccups also stopped. Right, let's go all the way. That's what Wallen, no, Lee Bo-min, did, covering her mouth with one hand as she looked at Han In-ho, whom she thought was a friend. Then, she hiccuped again. Hic. This time, it was acting, followed by her scripted line. Crazy bastard. From this point, everything hidden in Lee Bo-min's heart began to pour out. The emotions she tried hard to hide, avoid, and ignore exploded because of Han In-ho, unable to contain herself. Finally, Lee Bo-min. Shit. She flung her arms wide and lunged at Han In-ho. She attacked with such speed that the word pounced would be apartment. Despite the height difference requiring her to jump, Lee Bo-min, thunk, wrapped her arms around Han In-ho's neck, and Han In-ho, whose eyes were gradually widening, also naturally accepted her as she rushed toward him like a beast. The camera, in a close-up on the side, captured Han In-ho and Lee Bo-min entwined. They were completely lost in the moment. The kiss scene was worlds apart from the light, tingling exchange of emotions from the soft touch of lips just moments ago. Their faces interlocked, their entwined bodies pressed even closer together. It was intense. The phrase intense was an understatement. Director Shin Dong-chun and the staff, watching this, kept their mouths shut, but inside, they were all having extreme reactions. Good. That's perfect. That's what you call intense. Wow, the scene is crazy. Wow, that's really intense, huh? Isn't it rare to go that far, even in mini rom-com series? The viewers are going to be shocked. Among the staff, the robust Kim Dae-young opened his mouth slightly, wondering if what he was seeing was real. They've gone mad. Damn, I'm so fucking envious. The core intense shot was just perfect. For about 10 seconds. Satisfied with the shot he captured, director Shin Dong-chun. Cut. He stood up sharply and shouted into the megaphone. Okay. Director Shin Dong-chun, giving a thumbs up, and the staff, seemingly moved, clapped. Only then did Woojin and Wallin slowly part. Wallin, seeming embarrassed, coughed awkwardly. Ahem. Yeah. Kang Woojin was staring into space with a somewhat cynical expression. But it wasn't stern. What was that just now? I can't quite remember. He was just confused whether what he experienced was reality or fantasy. The intense sensation on his lips from moments ago was still vivid. At that moment, Woojin, Wallin, excited, director Shin Dong-chun came running over. You killed it. Once this is out, it'll blow everything away. Wallin, that hiccup was an ad-lib, right? Wallin hesitated slightly, which Kang Woojin picked up on. So it was an ad-lib after all. Regaining his composure, Woojin remarked in a low voice. The scene felt much more alive, I think. I totally agree. Lee Bo-min's shocked reaction to Han In-ho's sudden move was perfectly captured. At this point, Wallin's fandom for Kang Woojin increased tenfold. Is he covering for my mistake as an ad-lib? He's handling this scene, this cut for me. I totally feel like I'm being carried along. Whether it was distribution or aspects of acting. Woojin must have sensed my mistake, right? No, he definitely did. But he thought the mood was good. So he just went with my hiccup and continued acting as if it were nothing. Wallin felt sincerely impressed. Quick thinking, sensibility, understanding of his co-actor. He's at the top of his game in everything. Amazing, Woojin is truly exceptional. Along with her fandom, her delusion grew more substantial. Then, director Shin Dong-chun, who had been watching Kang Woojin and Wallin with satisfaction, spoke. We just ripped through that, but honestly, I'd like to see a version without the hiccup. Let's try one more time, sticking to the original script. Wallin immediately nodded. She was highly motivated. Yes, director. Woojin, with an indifferent face, also responded. Understood. But internally, he was shocked. Again? We're doing this again. For real. Of course, he was delighted. I'm totally up for it. Afterward, the intense kissing scene between Kang Woojin and Wallin continued. This time, as per director Shin Dong-chun's request, it followed the script exactly. Lee Bo-min comes running with cherry blossom petals. Look at this. What about it? Smell them, the fragrance. The kiss that followed. Of course, this time there was no hiccup from Wallin, and it naturally led to an intense kiss. There was absolutely nothing wrong with either actor's performance. However, cut. What's wrong with the wind machine? The cherry blossom petals meant to scatter in the background were missing because one of the wind machines had stopped. So, get it. Checked quickly. Woojin. Wallin. Sorry, but it looks like we'll have to go again. The third take of the kissing scene was confirmed. But even after the wind machine was fixed. Cut. Why is the boom microphone coming down? It's in the shot. Raise it. There was a mistake by the staff. In short, again. We're going again. The fourth kissing scene. Of course, Kang Woojin pretended to be indifferent, but he felt like he could hug the staff who made the mistake. Thank you, sincerely. In the end. Cut. Okay. This intense kissing scene took a staggering 5 retakes before finally getting the ultimate okay. It was an utterly unexpected outcome, and Woojin felt somewhat dazed, striving to cool down his heated emotions. He was on the verge of laughing out loud, after all. A little gossip could be poisonous at times like this. Anyway, great work, Wallin. Kang Woojin gave a small nod to Wallin, who was having her makeup touched up by the staff. Wallin also responded calmly. Yes, you too, Woojin. And thank you. Pardon? For what? She whispered, suppressing her voice. For covering for me. She must be talking about the mistake, but Woojin had no clue what she meant. However, questioning her would disrupt the mood, especially after that intense kissing scene. Here, it was right for him to maintain a cool demeanor according to the concept. Ah yes. Woojin sternly responded and turned around. From now on, it was Wallin's solo cut, and Kang Woojin was on standby. Soon, Woojin, who had returned to his seat in the shade, let out a small sigh. Phew dash. He then blankly reminisced about the day's historic events. The sensation on his lips was still vivid. Choi Sung-gun joined him at this point. Woojin, you've worked hard. Not really. It was more of a blessing than hard work. However, suppressing his excessive emotions, Woojin responded in a lowered voice. No, Wallin worked harder than I did. Haha, that's so like you. Even after that intense kiss scene, you're so composed, Wallin might feel bad. More importantly, here, take this. Read it to get familiar. Soon, Choi Sung-gun handed him a thin bundle of papers. It's the revised lyrics. The start is in Japanese. It was about Kang Woojin's YouTube channel. On the 22nd, in Da Nang, Vietnam. It might be around 11 a.m. in Korea, but in Da Nang, Vietnam, it was just past 9 a.m. The weather was unbearably hot. Despite being morning, the humid air was sweltering. Nevertheless, the streets of Da Nang were filled with motorbikes. Like any other country, the morning scene wasn't much different from Korea. A group of film crew from Korea had recently arrived in such a Da Nang. They were currently making their way through a dense forest in Da Nang. It was a place you'd reach after crossing a long bridge. There were about a dozen people in the group. All were wearing safari hats to block the sun, and a chubby man in the lead shouted to everyone. How about this spot? The chubby man, wearing a gray short-sleeved shirt already drenched in sweat, played an essential role in overseas filming as a line producer. The line producer's tasks are diverse. As a local coordinator, finding filming locations specified in the scenario, communicating with local officials, mobilizing necessary local staff for shooting, and handling everything related to overseas filming. Overseas filming relied heavily on the line producer. At his shout, one of the 12, a man wearing a loose short-sleeved shirt, scanned the surroundings. It was the master director Kwon Ki-taek, his face also covered in sweat. However, his eyes, assessing the location, were sharp. The lush scenery of trees and grass, the sound of unknown animals somewhere, the earthy smell, the insects buzzing around his ears, the rundown house seen far away, the hot wind brushing through the trees. For a moment, in director Kwon Ki-taek's mind, indeed, this is much better than a set. The world of Island of the Missing was panoramically spread out before cherry blossoms. For director Kwon Ki-taek, who was surveying the vast forest, smiled faintly. The weather is sultry, and the humidity is damp. I quite like this discomfort. This was his creation, Island of the Missing. Kwon Ki-taek could visualize the world of Island of the Missing whenever he closed his eyes. He turned around and spoke to a man who was filming the surroundings with a small camera a few steps away. It was the director of photography. How does this place look for the scene where Private Kim's head falls off? The mention of Private Kim's role signified the importance of this location, as Private Kim's character heralded the beginning of the incidents on Island of the Missing. Meanwhile, it's unbearably hot. The director of photography, wiping his sweat after putting down his small camera, recalled Private Kim's role in Island of the Missing. He then nodded. Looks good. Almost identical to the script. Especially the smell here. What on earth is this smell? Could there be a hidden corpse somewhere? Could be. Director Kwon, taking off his safari hat for a moment, crouched down and poked the ground with his finger. The ground was soggy. Consequently, his finger sank deep into the ground. Pulling his finger out, he casually wiped it on his thigh and looked up and said, for the scene where Private Kim's head falls, tell them to make the head prop a bit heavier. It'll be interesting if it creates a dent when it hits the ground. The response came from the assistant director, who was panting in the heat from behind. Yes, understood. Thus, The reason director Quan Ki-taek and the island of the missing team were in Vietnam was simple. They were on a location hunt for overseas shooting. However, this wasn't initially planned this way. They had originally planned to shoot on a set, but after seeing the completed set, director Quan changed his mind. He decided on half-set shooting, half overseas location. It was not unusual for the director to change his mind frequently. Eventually, director Quan had one thing to say: contact PD Park in Vietnam. He was referring to the line producer they had worked with on a previous project. Therefore, the island of the missing team had to quickly pack their bags and catch a flight to Vietnam. Now, they were already on their second day. As a result, there were some changes to the pre-production schedule that began around April. But that was almost over now. Around this time, PD Park, director Quan, having put his safari hat back on and wiping his sweat, asked the line producer in a relaxed manner, "List this place too. How many locations are left?" "About 5. And the overall schedule?" "Location hunting today and tomorrow, and then just a meeting with local staff. Should take about 3 days in total." "All in 3 days, right?" "Yes, director." Director Quan, who nodded slowly, called over the planning team director, who was busy taking landscape photos. "Director Ryu." Yes. Director. Sorry, haha. My daughter keeps asking me for photos." "Send them leisurely, but schedule the set check as soon as we return to Korea." "When was the script reading planned?" "We had set a flexible date due to the Vietnam location. Since we're wrapping up earlier than expected in Vietnam, let's move up the script reading." After gauging the dates for a moment, director Quan spoke again. "How does August 3rd sound? Is it too soon?" The planning team head, checking his diary, nodded as if it was acceptable. "Roughly 2 weeks. No, that should be fine." Hearing the response, director Quan turned his gaze back to the dense forest. "Then, let's confirm the script reading for that day," he murmured calmly, "and start contacting the actors as soon as we return to Korea." 2 days later, in the late afternoon of the 24th, the male friend team was hastily setting up in a slightly secluded area behind the main building of a high school. They laid down rails, set up lights, and placed props around a small storage shed littered with various trash. Today, they planned to shoot some filler cuts and a scene emphasizing Han In-ho's character. In the script, a group of bullies who dislike Lee Bo-min, now in her second year, make an appearance. The reason was trivial. They were merely envious of Lee Bo-min's beauty. To find a flaw, they grasped at straws. Therefore, one of the female bullies started spreading nasty rumors to torment Lee Bo-min. However, the ever-optimistic Lee Bo-min remained undaunted, showing no signs of being downtrodden. Moreover, she had Han In-ho by her side. She could endure as long as Han In-ho was there, even if everyone else turned their backs on her. However, the bullies did not leave Lee Bo-min alone, acting as if nothing was wrong. Since she didn't react much, they decided to torment her more openly now. Perhaps thanks to that? Extras playing the bullies, please gather in front of the camera. The actors playing the bullies stood in front of the camera. 5 in total, 3 girls and 2 boys. They were all in school uniforms, but their aura was distinctly different from regular students. Their clothes were either tightly fitted or buttons deliberately undone. They made sure their costumes set them apart from others. These extras were different from mere background actors. They all had lines, and they were affiliated with agencies. Regardless, director Shin Dong-chun, watching them through the monitor, sighed in disappointment. It's a bit lacking." Hearing this, the assistant director next to him frowned. "What seems to be the problem?" "Well, I didn't notice it while script reading, but now that they're standing there, it feels, you know." Director Shin Dong-chun trailed off, his gaze meeting the 5 supporting actors beyond the camera. "It feels a bit lacking in intensity. It's the first tense scene. Shouldn't it be more striking?" "I think it's fine as it is." "No, it's better to have a dramatic flair, especially for scenes like this. It makes the viewers feel the tension, leading to a more refreshing payoff." "Do you have something in mind?" Director Shin, with his square jaw, sat and scanned the surroundings. He swept his gaze over the dozens of scurrying staff members. "Let's look together. I'd like someone bully-like, with a more imposing presence." "Are you planning to add another extra on the spot?" "Yes. But finding one on the spot is a bit. These bully roles have their significance among the extras, right? They all have lines, and even solo camera shots. Weren't they selected through auditions? Well, it's okay. They just need to stand still. But there's also the matter of facial expressions. Despite the assistant director's reluctance, director Shin Dong-chun casually scanned the set. However, no suitable person caught his eye. Above all, the age range wasn't matching. They were supposed to be high school bullies, but everyone looked too worn out. Soon, director Shin, scratching his chin in disappointment, thought, I want to enhance the scene where Han In-ho looks cool. TSK, do I have to settle for less? At that moment, director, a deep male voice inserted itself from behind director Shin. Turning around, he saw Kang Woojin in his school uniform, standing with an indifferent expression. Smiling, director Shin quickly got up. Oh, Woojin, are you done with makeup? Yes, but I happened to overhear. Are you looking for someone to play an additional bully role? Well, it's adequate what we have now, but I was thinking of adding a bit more impact to the scene. It's just me being greedy, you know. But it's probably better to go with what we have, even if it's a bit disappointing. Woojin, who had been silently staring at director Shin, stepped aside and pointed at someone. Then, how about our manager? Manager? Who? Where Woojin pointed, a burly man was standing. Kang Woojin introduced Kim Dae-young with a composed voice. It's Kim Dae-young. Instantly, Kim Dae-young's eyes widened in shock as if they might pop out. He glared at Kang Woojin, cursing through his gaze. What? What are you doing, you lunatic? Of course, Kang Woojin wasn't fazed at all. Indifferently ignoring Kim Dae-young's look, Woojin spoke again to director Shin. He's been in an acting club for quite a while, so he does have some acting experience. Kang Woojin remembered Kim Dae-young had once shared about his dream during a drinking session. Hey, Kim Dae-young, why do you act? Is it fun? It is. Someday I want to be in front of the camera, not just as an extra passing by, but in a role with lines. That's my dream. A role with lines. Is that easy or hard? I don't know anything about the entertainment world. It's damn hard. That's why it's a dream. You bastard, you should give it your all if you're a man. Give it a shot. Just thinking about it hurts my head. Haha, let's just drink. Kang Woojin was trying to make that dream come true. It wasn't forced, and it fit the situation. It wouldn't be a problem, and it would be a win-win for both Kim Dae-young and director Shin Dong-chun. Well, it would be a complete bust if the director doesn't approve. Kang Woojin added calmly. As you can see, he has a good physical build. What do you think? In response to this suggestion, director Shin stroked his chin and then, swoosh, he took a few steps toward the flustered Kim Dae-young. Soon, director Shin was sizing up Kim Dae-young. He was a bit rough around the edges, but that could be covered with makeup. Still, his presence is better than the extras here. It doesn't look forced. And his size would definitely add to the scene. If he's been in an acting club, he must have some experience. Director Shin Dong-chun, who thought it wasn't bad, asked Kim Dae-young, Can you do it? It's not confirmed yet. We need to shoot a few test shots. How about it? Want to give it a try? Kim Dae-young, who had been standing dumbfounded, wondering if this was real, looked at Kang Woojin's expressionless face in front of him, finally mustered his courage, and hesitantly responded. I can do it, director. Kim Dae-young's eyes were slightly moist. Kang Woojin, who noticed this, thought to himself, Is he crying? Just when you think he's the toughest, he turns out to be the softest. Woojin, hiding his amusement, poked Kim Dae-young in the ribs without showing it, and Kim Dae-young, startled, quickly regained his composure after looking at Kang Woojin standing on his right. Then he shouted confidently to director Shin Dong-chun in front of him. I can do it. It was then that a smile spread across director Shin Dong-chun's face as he lightly patted Kim Dae-young's shoulder. Okay, let's see. Then we need to start with the costume. Soon, director Shin Dong-chun asked the staff around him, What's the largest size we have for our school uniform costumes? At this time, in Japan, the entertainment industry in Japan was abuzz with talks of profiler Hanryang for about a week since its launch on Netflix Japan. This included the media, various production companies, agencies, and actors. Especially among Japanese actors, there was a lot of discussion about Hanryang. Have you heard about that Korean drama, Hanryang? It's been making noise, hasn't it? Is it still #1 on Netflix? It's just the hype of the first week of launch. There have been many Korean dramas like that in the past, right? True. They tend to fall off the rankings after the initial buzz during the launch week. It'll quiet down soon, right? The reactions were mixed. No, if one were to delve deeper, the negative perspectives were slightly more prominent. This was because the more successful Hanryang became, the stronger the Hallyu wave grew. However, the popularity of Hanryang in Japan remained solid. Rather, as time passed, brisk word of mouth spread among the Japanese public. Since its launch, Hanryang had consistently held the #1 spot on Netflix, showing no signs of wavering. It surpassed the level of just a fleeting launch hype. And for good reason. Korean drama profiler Hanryang soars in popularity, seizing Netflix's #1 spot. Japanese media also began to cover Hanryang in earnest. They noticed that it was receiving a significant response across various age groups, beyond just the younger demographic. Korean detective drama profiler Hanryang rapidly spreads through word of mouth on SNS. While many K-dramas had already made their way to Japan, Hanryang showed signs of being more potent than any before. This was evident even on SNS and various communities. The drama was even mentioned on a Japanese variety show a few days ago. Has anyone seen Hanryang? I almost stayed up all night watching it yesterday. I watched it. I love Park Dae-ri. Miko-chan knows her stuff, huh? I also love Park Dae-ri. By this point, it was impossible for the renowned director Kyotaro to not know. Kyotaro, who was in the middle of casting actors, was genuinely pleased with Hanryang's upward trajectory. At this rate, our movie will gain high recognition in Japan even before its release. It was an evaluation towards Kang Woojin. By now, profiler Hanryang was also being discussed at a team meeting of a famous Japanese talk show. They were in the midst of selecting topics for their next segment. What should we cover in our next foreign special? The last Hollywood episode didn't get much of a response. It seems that way because we proceeded only with information, without any guests. How about doing a K-drama week for this time? There's a lot of noise about profiler Hanryang on Netflix. It's quickly becoming popular among the public. Oh, that drama? I've read a few articles about it. Its momentum is quite noticeable. But inviting the main actors would be too expensive, wouldn't it? How about inviting the villains instead of the main characters? It was a rather innovative idea. Just the villains from Hanryang? Chapter 112. Chapter 112. Cherry Blossoms, 5. Inviting the villains instead of the main actors? The unexpected suggestion seemed to resonate well, as the main PD and several writers in the meeting sported serious expressions. Then, did you watch that drama, Yuki-san? The lean main PD naturally asked in Japanese, and the small-eyed female writer who had proposed the idea nodded. Yes, I watched it as soon as it launched on Netflix. Actually, I'm a fan of Ryu Young-min. Haha, is that so? How did you find the feel of the drama? It's fun. Honestly, it's been years since I binge-watched a drama like that. Haven't you watched it, PD Nim? I need to have the time to watch. Seriously, once you watch the first episode, you can't stop. It's no wonder it surpassed 25% viewership in Korea. Though he must have known. The main PD clicked his tongue as if shocked anew. 25%. A 25% viewership in times like these. That's both enviable and impressive. What's the basic info on Hanryang? A famous Korean drama writer wrote the script, and it's directed by a top-tier PD. What's innovative is that they've kept the original format of Korean dramas, but there are 4 villains in the story. Another broadcast writer chimed in. 4 of them. Yes, 4 villains across 4 different episodes, making a total of 16 episodes. I see. So, despite the many episodes, there seems to be less resistance from our audience. That might be one of the keys to its success. Here, the small-eyed female writer referred to as Yuki once again turned her gaze to the PD. Hanryang has been holding the #1 spot on Netflix for over 10 days since its launch, and its popularity is still rising. The surge doesn't seem normal. Just looking at communities and SNS, there's a lot of talk about the Hanryang drama. It feels like it's not just a passing trend, but something that will last for a while. Who among the 4 villains is currently the most talked about actor? It's definitely the first villain who appears early in the drama. Kang Woojin, playing the role of Park Dae-ri. He's being praised the most, whether for his acting or his looks. As if the name was unfamiliar, the lean PD scratched his skinny cheek. Do you remember the name right off the bat? I was curious, so I looked him up. He's incredibly popular in Korea right now. Is that so? How long has he been an actor? I should have heard of him if he has been around for a while. He seemed like a newcomer. Most of the villains in Hanryang are either B-list or rookie actors. I see. Well, that reduces some of the burden, like appearance fees, except for this actor Kang Woojin. The female writer nodded. Getting Kang Woojin might be difficult, as he seems to be involved in many projects. But regardless of the cost, it seems like we need him as the main feature. Right? It wouldn't make sense to have the show without the main character. The title of the talk show they were producing in Japan was AIM Talk Show. It was a fairly long-running show, over 10 years old, and had undergone numerous changes throughout its history. There had been complete production team changes, format changes, and so forth. Luckily, it hadn't failed, thanks to its consistent 10% viewership rating, helped by its primetime slot. The viewership was diverse in age. Currently, AIM Talk Show was broadcast in two formats. The first 30 minutes of the roughly 1-hour runtime was a talk show, and the last 30 minutes presented gags and tricks to the audience. However, these two sections were handled by completely different teams. Essentially, it was almost like having two different shows within AIM Talk Show. In any case, the guests on this program were almost always top stars. There were many stars from Japan, but occasionally, stars from overseas, including Korea, appeared. This gave the show a decent power to create buzz. AIM Talk Show had a special feature episode once a month. Last time it was about Hollywood, and now they were gearing towards a K-drama week based on the broadcast writer's idea. Anyway, the Hallyu wave has been going on for several years now, and riding on that, a K-drama week. The PD mused as he gazed into the distance. Well, K-dramas may not be as hot as K-pop, but they're still popular. Hanryang is no exception, and just covering K-dramas could pique our viewers' curiosity. I like it. Let's start with K-drama week as our plan A and begin our research. Yes. First, check how popular that drama, Profiler Hanryang, currently is with Netflix, and collect all the data from articles, SNS, portal sites, communities, etc. Even from Korea? Of course, we have to check. From the first broadcast of Profiler Hanryang to the final episode of the drama, the workload increased instantly. Also, find out about the 4 villain actors from Japan and Korea, with Kang Woojin at the center. The PD who had been giving instructions stood up to leave, but added something he just thought of. Oh, and we'll need an interpreter. About an hour later, back in Korea, at the bustling male friend filming set, director Shin Dong-chun was showing the script to Kim Dae-young and explaining the scene. Kim Dae-young absorbed the explanation with utmost seriousness. Naturally, if Kim Dae-young's acting was lacking, he would undoubtedly be criticized. He must have been aware of this. Still, the recommendation by lead actor Kang Woojin carried weight. No one on the set said anything. Anyway, Woojin, with his arms crossed, silently watched his buddy Kim Dae-young. It seemed like it's the first time he's seen him like this. He's so seriously focused. Well, I've never seen him work. At that moment. What? All of a sudden, Choi Sung-gun patted the indifferent Kang Woojin on the back. Even though you're usually indifferent to your friend, recommending him for a minor role out of the blue? Woojin responded to the question with another question. Is there a problem with that? A problem? What problem would there be? After all, Dae-young is here as a support. But it's a bit random, isn't it? Any reason? That was his dream. I don't know if it still is. Dream? Ah, right. He went to an acting club, didn't he? Yes. As Woojin, who answered dryly, turned his gaze back to Kim Dae-young, Choi Sung-gun, now smiling more broadly, lightly shook Kang Woojin's shoulder. Haha. You remembered something like your friend's dream? You're such a tsundere. You always end up doing things you seem like you wouldn't. No, it just happened to fit the situation well, so I suggested. That's what being a tsundere is, buddy. Is that so? By this point, Wallin, who had been watching the situation from a few steps behind Kang Woojin, was even more fan-struck. Taking care of things with such a nonchalant face. Her admiration grew even larger. Enough to nod heavily, even if she were told to be a fan for life. That's really what captivates people. Of course, Kang Woojin hadn't intended that. At that very moment. Okay, let's start with the rehearsal once Dae-young is ready. Director Shin Dong-chun signaled the start of filming. Thus, the male friend team, having finished the rehearsal, dove into the actual filming. The scene's setting was a secluded area behind a building. Overflowing trash bags and discarded school supplies were piled up. Some were added by the props team, and some were genuinely discarded by the school. Then, actors stand by, following the assistant. Directors shout. The actors took their places in front of the set camera. They were all extras wearing school uniforms. Of course, this included the burly Kim Dae-young. 6 in total, 3 boys and 3 girls. All exuded a rowdy atmosphere. The 6 extra actors were playing the school bullies. Hence, the boys had their summer uniforms casually unbuttoned, and the girls wore makeup heavily with tight-fitting uniforms. Lastly, Lee Bo-min is ready. After finishing her makeup touch-ups, Lee Bo-min, or Wallin, with her slightly oversized uniform and her long hair tied back, stepped forward before the 6 bullies. With her entry, the actor placement was complete, and director Shin Dong-chun, seated by a monitor, shouted signals to the key staff. Camera, okay dash. Audio, all good. After checking even the lighting, director Shin Dong-chun shouted through the megaphone. Ready action. As the signal dropped, the once casual expressions of the 6 bullies each turned vile in their own unique ways. The 3 boys, including Kim Dae-young, stepped back with scorn, and the 3 girls with venomous looks approached Lee Bo-min, who stood aloof. Hey Bo-min. The leader among the female delinquents, distinguishable by her pointed nose, spoke with a voice filled with provocation. People say you're pretty, and you think everyone likes you? Her tone was aggressive, but Bo-min just stared at the girl with the pointed nose. Yet, her face showed she wasn't backing down. Look at her, ignoring me. How ridiculous. You're so annoying. Stop standing out and getting on my nerves. Frowning, the girl suddenly laughed mockingly and picked up a carton of chocolate milk she had brought. She then proceeded to tear open the top of the milk carton. Just when it seemed she would drink it, she poured the chocolate milk over Lee Bo-min's head. Swish. Thanks to that, the brown milk flowed from Lee Bo-min's head down her face and onto her school uniform. The camera, focusing on Lee Bo-min's face with widened eyes, slowly zooms out to capture her whole body drenched in milk. Her face was filled with shock. Even for someone as malicious as her, she didn't expect this situation to unfold. Here, the camera moved again, closing up on the face of the bully girl who had thrown the milk on the floor. Why? Don't you like it? I shared it because it seemed like I couldn't finish it all. The bully girl and her friends around her giggled. The male bullies in the back also snickered. It was an extremely uncomfortable situation. Right then, whoosh, out of nowhere, a carton of milk flew like a baseball, hitting the bully girl on the side. Smack! The milk carton caused a sound as it exploded, spraying white liquid like fireworks. It seemed it was plain milk, but it wasn't just one. Another milk carton flew, hitting her head. Again, the liquid sprayed spectacularly. This time it was strawberry milk, as the color wasn't white but pink. Covered in white and strawberry milk, her face and uniform a mess, the bully girl screamed a scream close to a screech. What the heck? The startled bully boys turned their heads in unison. Following their gaze, the camera also moved. From the direction the milk came. Expressionless Kang Woojin. No, there stood Han In-ho in a posture as if he had just thrown a pitch. Then he spoke a clear line. Strike. At this point, director Shin Dong-chun yelled cut, and after reorganizing, the scene continued. Starting from after Han In-ho threw the milk pack like a baseball. Soon, Han In-ho, relaxed from his pitcher's pose, slowly moved his feet. The camera stepped back in front of him. Without a word, Han In-ho approached Lee Bo-min. The bully boys, their eyes full of caution. The bully girls screaming. Regardless, Han In-ho, swish, stood in front of Lee Bo-min, who was drenched in chocolate milk, and quietly looked down at her. For some reason, he faintly smirked. Then, he took off his uniform jacket and wiped Lee Bo-min's face with it. His actions were abrupt, but considerate, rough yet warm-hearted. It was such a gesture. Soon, Han In-ho slightly tilted his head and casually threw a remark at Lee Bo-min. Hot, isn't it? What? No, you took a milk shower. So, I thought you might be feeling hot. I don't know. Wipe it off. Han In-ho handed his uniform jacket to Lee Bo-min and turned his body back. Suddenly, the male bullies were standing in front, and Han In-ho's gaze gently swept from them to the bully girls. His eyes were lifeless, his face expressionless. However, a faint anger flickered in his calm eyes. It was just that much intensity, but it wasn't overly displayed. He was appropriately controlling the usual image of himself and the aggression boiling within at the moment. The formidable bully boy who directly observed this, namely Kim Dae-young, inwardly admired it. It's so subtle. No, it's damn fucking very subtle. He's really good at acting. I can feel he's holding back his irritation and anger just by looking at his face. He felt goosebumps. Of course, director Shin Dong-chun, watching the monitor, felt the same. He's clumsy at controlling his emotions, so I can feel the overwhelming emotions through his eyes occasionally. Yes, that's right. This is Han In-ho. Clumsy at everything, but he has no regrets. At that moment, whoosh, the girl with the pointed nose, one of the bullies, harshly threw an empty milk carton that hit her towards Han In-ho. However, Han In-ho quickly dodged it by leaning back. Naturally, the milk carton smacked right into Lee Bo-min's face. Ah! Lee Bo-min screamed. To her, Han In-ho calmly raised his right hand slightly. Ah, sorry. My reflexes are just really good. You crazy jerk. Oh, come on. Thanks for accepting my apology. It was at this moment that the burly male bully appeared, namely, Kim Dae-young, who grabbed Han In-ho's shoulder and turned him around roughly. The burly boy was smiling leisurely. You two a couple? Nope. At Kim Dae-young's first line, director Shin Dong-chun stroked his chin. Not bad. The tone and voice are appropriate. The burly bully grabbed Han In-ho, who was slightly smaller than him, by the collar. Consequently, the white tee that Han In-ho wore underneath stretched out, revealing his subtly firm abdomen. Kim Dae-young's line then came. Let's test your husband's endurance. Despite the crisis, Han In-ho's face was free of anxiety. Instead, he glanced at the bully's muscular arm. Test? You mean murder? Why do you carry a weapon for an arm? You're nuts, man. As the cool burly bully was about to swing his massive fist, swish, Han In-ho, with an expressionless face, pointed upwards with his index finger. Look up before you swing that weapon. Soon, everyone's heads, except for Han In-ho's, turned upwards. Naturally, the camera too. A window was open, about halfway up the second floor. A bald head was floating in that window. These guys. It was, in fact, the principal. The next day, morning at BW Entertainment. BW Entertainment, now bustling with significantly more employees, was generally a scene of nonstop activity. Yes. Woojin. Sorry, but could you please send the details by email? Hello, Manager Kim. This is BW Entertainment. Yes, we called about Hyun's interview. No. How can you post such a ridiculous article and then act innocent? Have you ever seen Woojin, reporter? No, right? Yes, casting. If you inform us of the details, we will pass it to the management team. Phones were answered frantically, and keyboards clacked incessantly, not a second of rest. Recently, BW Entertainment had been experiencing its most prosperous period since its establishment, thanks to Kang Woojin and Hong Hyun, among the PR team of such a bustling BW Entertainment. The PR team leader, with his hair neatly swept back, grunted while looking at his laptop screen. He was currently monitoring SNS and various communities for reactions related to Kang Woojin. Monitoring the reactions to their actor, especially Kang Woojin, who turned the domestic scene upside down, was a very important task. He collected anything that caught his eye. However, what was strange was the serious and anxious look on the PR team leader's face. The PR team leader paused on a post in one community. There were a few similar comments, but another post like this, how many times has it been? The post's title was as follows. I graduated from the same high school as Kang Woojin, and his personality is completely different now. The post's author seemed to know Kang Woojin. Chapter 113. Chapter 113, Multi. 1. The post about Kang Woojin was uploaded in the early hours of the morning today on a community forum that mainly talked about celebrities. I graduated from the same high school as Kang Woojin, and his personality is completely different now. Although it wasn't a highly popular community, the number of views quickly surpassed 100, given Kang Woojin's recent popularity. I graduated from the same high school as Kang Woojin. I can't be bothered to prove it, so if you don't believe me, just hit back LOL well. The post didn't seem entirely trustworthy. Anyway, I wasn't exactly friends with Kang Woojin, but you know how it is, right? In 3 years of high school, you get to know everyone's faces. I wasn't close to him, but I knew his personality and basic stuff. First of all, his debut as an actor was totally shocking, lol. He never talked about acting, and he was into design, lol. He was decent looking. Despite this, it didn't feel like a complete lie. If you watch recent videos of the sports day or interviews with Kang Woojin, it's weird, lol. His way of speaking, his tone, everything, lol. It's not just a slight change in personality. It's like he's a completely different person. You know how Kang Woojin seems a bit cynical now, like a cool city guy, right? But in high school, he used to be really cheerful and laughed a lot. Kind of sassy, but in a likable way, lol. There were quite a few comments on the post. LOL, aren't celebrities just products? Maybe he's just crafted a personality that sells. I saw a comment on a YouTube video about this too, that Kang Woojin wasn't like this before. Did you just realize that celebrities have different real-life personalities? What if he has a dual personality? LOL. That was at least 7 to 8 years ago since high school, right? LOL, people can change, can't they? LOL, despicable. Really despicable, LOL, stubbornly clinging on to this, LOL. The point is not that he's changed slightly, but that he's acting like a totally different person, you moron. Around 11 a.m., the head of BW Entertainment's PR team noticed this while monitoring online activity. He focused on reading the content and comments of the post. Swish. He immediately captured screenshots of the post and comments. The captured images were saved in a file on his laptop, which contained various other materials, not just this one, all related to Kang Woojin. There were quite a few similar screenshots to the one just saved. The reason was simple. It's not exactly a major issue, but it's concerning if similar posts keep coming up. This wasn't the first post of its kind. Ever since Kang Woojin began to stand out in the entertainment industry, there had been several similar posts. These included various community posts, comments under articles, on community boards, and under YouTube videos. This time it was a high school classmate, but last week, someone claimed to have worked at the same company as him. The source was a community for office workers. Moreover, it was the second time from someone claiming to have worked with him had spoken up. Those posts got the most reactions, probably because these people had seen Kang Woojin up until recently. Nonetheless, the sentiments in the posts and comments were similar. He's like a different person. His personality has changed drastically. There's something off about his demeanor. He seems almost like he has a dual personality. Each time, the PR team leader went through the same process, capturing and saving any potentially problematic material. Initially, it seemed like something that could easily be dismissed. If there are 100 comments, maybe 5 are like that. However, as time went on, these comments seemed to be gradually increasing. Not explosively, but the numbers were steadily growing. And with that, the PR team leader's concern began to rise. It seems like it's time to address this properly. The entertainment industry is a treacherous jungle or like a battlefield. It's a place where anything and everything can happen. That's why it's always necessary to be vigilant and prepared. Fixing the barn after the horse has bolted is too late, because you never know when and where some bizarre incident might occur. Above all, these strange rumors are one thing, but what the PR team leader focused on the most was the reporters. It'll be troublesome if any of them pick up on this. The entertainment media is like hyenas. Even if the general public might overlook something, it becomes a different story if it gets turned into an article. Of course, the titles and contents will be sensationalized. Then, swish. The PR team leader made a call. It was to Choi Sung-gun, the CEO. Yes, CEO. I have something to report. Meanwhile, inside Kang Woojin's van, Kang Woojin had already visited the salon and was on his way to his next schedule. He had a brief interview in the morning, and the rest of the day was dedicated to filming Male Friend. Thus, Woojin was. Thud. He was reading the Male Friend script with an indifferent face. The scene to be filmed today was from episode 2. He had already been to the void space a few minutes ago and done some reading, experiencing. That's when, a report. All of a sudden, Choi Sung-gun, sitting in the passenger seat with his phone to his ear, raised his voice slightly. The person on the other end was obviously the PR team leader. You seem too serious? It's slightly scary. Go ahead, report. Despite saying so, Choi Sung-gun, unconcerned, supported the phone with his shoulder. Meanwhile, with both hands, he loosened his ponytail only to tie it up tightly again. Then, having heard something from the PR team leader over the phone, Choi Sung-gun reacted. For a moment, the smile disappeared from his face, meaning he had become serious. Then, he glanced up through the rearview mirror at Kang Woojin. Yeah, I'm listening. Keep talking. It seems there's no immediate problem. Continue, please. Choi Sung-gun, who had been quietly listening to the report for a while, opened his mouth to the phone again. So you've collected it. How much is there? Yeah? Okay. I'll handle the verification. So, you just send me the data and deal with other matters. Yep, okay. With that, Choi Sung-gun ended the call. Swish. However, Choi Sung-gun, having put down his phone, did not turn to Kang Woojin in the back. Clearly, what he had heard was related to Woojin, but Choi Sung-gun simply peeked at Kang Woojin through the rearview mirror and did not call him. He didn't want to disturb his focus with filming right ahead. At that moment, BRRR. The phone in Choi Sung-gun's hand vibrated briefly. It was a message from the PR team leader with an attached file. Upon opening the attachment, several captured screenshots were visible. Choi Sung-gun began to check the content seriously. Meanwhile, the male friend shooting had already entered its 7th day. The male friend team was gathered inside in a high school classroom. The current scene being filmed was an interview segment with Han In-ho and Lee Bo-min. Male friend had several shots where the characters subtly revealed their true feelings through their interviews. The questions were to be added as subtitles. What is your relationship? Against the backdrop of an empty classroom with Han In-ho sitting alone. Relationship. Just enemies. That was the picture of Lee Bo-min answering separately. We're friends, just friends. Male friends. We used to bathe together when we were kids. We're almost like family. Sometimes, Han In-ho would retort directly to Lee Bo-min's interview. Family? What are you talking about? What family? I'm sorry, but can you tell her that if you reverse family, it becomes shitty friend? Huh. It sounds like a curse. That's right, it is. Thus, Kang Woojin and Walin, dressed in school uniforms, continued shooting, answering while looking at the camera. Please introduce your friend. Lee Bo-min had a strong, cheerful, and bright vibe. Han In-ho. First of all, he has no passion. He's stubborn. He's incredibly lazy. He's just a bit dumb, I guess. The one full of reluctance was, as expected, Han In-ho. An introduction? Well, it's a hassle. That's the answer. But how long do we have to do this? The male friend shooting was smoothly progressing and picked up speed. The high-quality acting of the two actors was the biggest reason. Along with the staff's coordination, director Shin Dong-chun's handling, and more, there were no obstacles. Thanks to this, they could shorten the original shooting schedule by a whole day. Around this time, Issue Talk star. Writer Lee Wool-seon's new work, Freezing Love, script reading imminent. News of the script reading for Freezing Love, which had surpassed the mid-stage of pre-production, came in. It was when Kang Woojin was in the midst of his passionate performance as Han In-ho. Of course, the person who received the call was Choi Sung-gun. Yes, manager, haha. The cast of Freezing Love is solid. Is it because Lee Wool-seon is the writer? That's right, well, the script was good too. But more importantly, CEO Choi, we are setting the script reading schedule now. Oh, when is it? It's confirmed for Friday, August 21st, but would Woojin be available? He's the busiest these days. Hold on, the 21st? If it's the 21 SD-. Additionally, it's okay if Woojin is too busy to attend, but the writer expressed that she would really like him to be there. The writer? Yes. And the other actors are also very curious. In the film Freezing Love, Kang Woojin's role only had a few days' worth of shooting at most. Although his role had some significance, it wasn't unusual for actors to sync up on the day of shooting for such roles. However, Kang Woojin was a total newbie. For a newbie, skipping the script reading wasn't a good look. Well, this was something CEO Choi Sung-gun, a veteran in the field, had already calculated. Haha, thank you. We would have attended regardless, even without your request. See you on the reading day. Okay. Oh, and a sign language expert will be there on the reading day. Interestingly, later that afternoon, news came through about another script reading. It was for Island of the Missing. Choi Sung-gun knew that director Kwon Ki-taek had recently gone location hunting in Vietnam. After that, the script reading was confirmed. This meant, seems like they'll be doing some filming in Vietnam as well. Island of the Missing would be shot back and forth between South Korea and Vietnam. Director Quan Ki-taek himself had reached out, having found some great locations in Vietnam. Anyway, the confirmed script reading date for Island of the Missing was August 3rd. It was a Monday. This accelerated CEO Choi Sung-gun's task of organizing Kang Woojin's tight schedule. The same news was also shared with the other actors of Island of the Missing: Ryu Young-min, Ha Ura, Kim E-won, John Woo-chong, and Hong Hae-yeon, among others. What was unique here was the venue for the script reading, as announced by Island of the Missing. Movie pick: amidst the jungle of sets, Island of the Missing confirmed for script reading at a filming set. A massive set had been chosen as the script reading venue. Monday, July 27th. The high school filming set for Male Friend. Today was the last day of shooting at the high school. The project was swiftly moving from the early to the middle phase. The next location was a university. Of course, not all scenes were to be shot at the university. Outdoor scenes would be appropriately distributed according to the script. The shooting pace was fast. If it continued this way, they could wrap up sooner than the initially anticipated schedule. Regardless. Cut. Okay, let's change the angle and go again. The energy on set was intense. Amidst that, Kang Woojin, Wallin, and the other actors kept their passionate performances throughout. At this point, Choi Sung-gun was busy on a call somewhere. Well, his phone had been ringing nonstop these days. Soon after, swoosh. After finishing the call, CEO Choi Sung-gun stretched with a long yawn. I'm exhausted. But his phone gave him no break. BRRR, BRRR. The ringing resumed. Sighing softly, CEO Choi Sung-gun checked the caller. It was Kim So-hyang, the executive director of Netflix Korea. With a wry smile, he answered the call. Yes, Director Kim. Moments later, seemingly having received a standby call, Kang Woojin with an indifferent face returned to his seat. Choi Sung-gun, offering him a bottle of water, spoke up. Woojin, have you ever heard of the AIM talk show? It's a talk show from Japan. What was that? Kang Woojin hardly watched TV in the first place. There's no way he would know about Japanese shows. Well, most people wouldn't. No, I'm not aware of it. Well, it's kind of like a national talk show in Japan. They've reached out to invite you. An invitation from a Japanese talk show for him? Why? For what reason? Kang Woojin was silent, slightly confused, while Choi Sung-gun continued. It looks like Hanryang has become quite popular in Japan since its launch on Netflix Japan. Japanese talk show, more than he had anticipated. If you agree, they said they would come to Korea. It felt serious. Coming to Korea in person? Kang Woojin's cynical expression didn't change much upon hearing Choi Sung-gun's words, but internally, he was quite surprised. Is this normal? Going to this extent? Then, Director Kyotaro came to Kang Woojin's mind. Considering the flow of events, he began to understand slowly. After all, hadn't Director Kyotaro visited Korea several times just for Kang Woojin? But how popular is Hanryang in Japan? I did a quick search, and it seems to be continuously ranked first. Here, Choi Sung-gun quickly showed his phone with search results related to the AIM talk show. Look, being on the AIM talk show isn't bad. No, given the current situation, it's definitely good to go. Hanryang is doing well in Japan, and your popularity is rising because of that. Plus, you're about to launch Male Friend in Japan, and you have a YouTube channel. If you go, it will be a significant topic in both Japan and Korea. I need to do more research, but from what I remember, almost all the guests are usually top stars on the AIM talk show. You might be the first newcomer, Woojin. It's symbolic. It seemed like there were many benefits, but at that moment, Kang Woojin was more concerned about other things. The sports day shoot was tough, and now a Japanese show? And it's not even for YouTube, but a regular broadcast. Is this okay? Communication won't be a problem. Thanks to the void space, his proficiency in Japanese is at the native level. However, for his first experience, especially outside of Korea, there was a mixture of excitement and slight apprehension in Woojin's heart. I feel like it's going to be fun, but also a bit nerve-wracking. Naturally, anticipation and vague fear rose up. If he did this, his concept and misunderstandings would spread beyond Korea to Japan. But then again, having come this far, what was there to be afraid of? More importantly, it's not even confirmed yet. If it's just a meeting, then whatever. Lately, Kang Woojin decided to face the situations right in front of him rather than worry about the future, because it had been challenging to handle the widespread misconceptions and delusions. Just then, Choi Sung-gun, tying his ponytail again, asked, "So what do you think? Want to meet with AIM Talk Show team?" With a nonchalant expression, Woojin nodded. Yes, it seems like it wouldn't be bad. With a lighthearted intention to just give it a try, soon, Choi Sung-gun, smiling more broadly, picked up his phone. Got it. I'll contact them right. A way to sync up our schedules for their visit to Korea. A question popped into Kang Woojin's head at that moment. Will I be doing this alone? Choi Sung-gun, shaking his head as if he wasn't sure either, replied. Well, I haven't heard about the plan yet. Since it's related to Hanryang, there's a possibility for Young-min or Ha-yun, but there hasn't been any contact with Ha-yun yet. Normally, if Ha-yun is involved, they should contact her before you, given her status. But since they contacted only you, he trailed off, pondering, and then speculated. They might be inviting only the villains, including you, for people. Hearing that he would have colleagues, Woojin felt somewhat relieved. Ah, those people I saw at the rap party? We're not close, but if we do it together, I'll be less nervous, right? Then it's fine. However, he didn't show his happiness outwardly. Kang Woojin put on a serious face and closed his mouth. Seeing his expression, perhaps thinking he was contemplating, Choi Sung-gun suddenly asked, "You don't like the package deal either?" Chapter 114. Chapter 114, Multi 2. Huh. No, that's not it. I never said anything about a package deal from the start, did I? Kang Woojin sensed a misunderstanding in Choi Sung-gun's question. He knew that if he let it go, it would just roll on as is, so Woojin quickly opened his mouth. No, that's not what I mean. It's okay. I don't like being treated as part of a bundle deal either. As if to reassure him, Choi Sung-gun cut him off. If the meeting goes forward, I'll push for you to go solo. Actually, if everyone appears together, there's nothing good in it for you. If you're not careful, you'll end up taking all the responsibility, right? Becomes too much responsibility. A bundled deal has no merit for someone like you, who is on the rise. Choi Sung-gun spouted some hard-to-understand words, and Woojin, sensing a slight crisis, tried to speak again. But then, Woojin, stand by. His standby time was over. Afterward, the days were long, but somehow time flew by incredibly fast. It was Kang Woojin's story. Busy schedules. Shooting, shooting, shooting. To others, his work schedule was enough to make them gasp, but Woojin stubbornly endured. No, more accurately, that's how it appeared to others. Look at Woojin. Why does he look so unfazed? Right? I've noticed that too. Isn't Woojin really busy these days? Plus, with such a tight shooting schedule, but I haven't seen his expression change once. Even his acting hasn't deteriorated at all. What the? Normally, you'd be chugging energy drinks to keep yourself going. Eventually, when his concept and stamina reached their limits, Kang Woojin would quickly retreat to the void space. Arriving in the endlessly dark void, Woojin would commence his own form of recovery. Is it night already? Time seems to be passing so damn slowly, but before I know it, another day is gone. Crazy. He clicked his tongue at the fleeting nature of time, especially since Kang Woojin's days were unavoidably longer than others. After all, it included the time in the real world and the time in the void space. Yet, his days flew by like an arrow. Is this the life of a trending celebrity? In the midst of his chaotic schedule, Woojin focused on the male friend shoot and, handled by the capable Choi Sung-gun, he had to proceed with minor tasks in between. Projects to shoot, additional casting calls, commercials, and other miscellaneous schedules. Even a rough estimate was mind-numbing, but Choi Sung-gun was handling both his role as a CEO and taking perfect care of Woojin as his manager. Of course, all this was possible because Kang Woojin was holding up well. In the meantime, Choi Sung-gun didn't neglect networking, including with director Shin Dong-chun. Oh my, Director Shin. I hear rumors that you've already signed a contract for your next film, and that it's with a major film company. Ha ha ha. As expected of CEO Choi, your information network is faster than light. If you need any information about that film company, let me know. I'll tell you what I know. As the shooting of Male Friend reached its halfway point, Netflix put even more effort into its promotion. They didn't just circulate articles, but also posted promotional interview videos on YouTube. Naturally, the videos included greetings from Kang Woojin and Wallin, and the public's excitement was building. They're shooting Male Friend at our school right now. I saw Kang Woojin and Wallin. They both are insanely good-looking in real life. Gradually, stories and sightings about Male Friend began to circulate. Additionally, unlike the beginning, Netflix Japan joined in too. Kang Woojin, Wallin's Male Friend, launching beyond Netflix Korea to Japan. The news began to spread that Male Friend would be launching on Netflix Japan, going beyond Korea. Also, the momentum is terrifying. Profiler Henry Yang has been holding the top spot on Netflix Japan for 2 consecutive weeks/photo. As it entered its second week on Netflix Japan, profiler Henry Yang was still solidly holding the top spot in the overall content rankings for 2 weeks straight. It was a sign of its growing popularity. Around this time, Kang Woojin met the team who would manage his YouTube channel. This is the PD, and PD, you're familiar with our Kang Woojin, right? Of course. Haraha hello. Yes, hello. The meeting led by Choi Sung-gun was in progress, with staff like PDs and editors participating. There were about 5 people in total. There was a profound discussion about starting a new YouTube channel. At this moment, Kang Woojin was just amazed. A team is being formed just to start a YouTube channel. He was surprised that a team was formed just to start his channel. Then, Woojin glanced at a member of the design department. He was reminded of his past self. Unaware of this, Choi Sung-gun wrapped up with a smile. Now that the team has been formed and we've completed renting the studio for shooting, we're pretty much set. What had been mere talk of Kang Woojin's YouTube channel was now practically all set up. Oh, additionally, Woojin, I've been told that the arrangement and lyric modifications are almost done. We can go listen to the guide soon. He was referring to the recording, editing, and uploading process. And that night, wow, this is my first car. After finishing his late-night schedule, Kang Woojin was admiring his first car. A foreign car from Company B, white with brown interiors. With the management team, including Choi Sung-gun, already gone, he was left alone in the underground parking lot, openly expressing his excitement. This is insane. Look at this shine, this gloss. Wow dash. Fuck the concept. Woojin rubbed his body against the car, filled with the smell of a new car and plastics. It was a feeling of overwhelming joy. I thought I'd spend my whole life without a car. Now, he too was what they call a foreign car owner. He hadn't even had time to test drive it yet. But what did it matter? Should I just sleep here tonight? In the midst of this hectic life, such a bit of joy was permissible, especially since his bank account was also steadily getting fatter. By the day, if things continued like this, owning a house wouldn't be a dream. A few days later, in the morning of the 30th, Tokyo, a man stood out as he exited a high-end hotel lobby. Amidst the Japanese, he exuded a distinct Korean vibe. He wore plain glasses, and exhaustion was evident on his face. It was PD Yoon Byung-seon, a star PD in the variety show industry. Let's see. Where should I have breakfast? Hungry. PD Yoon Byung-seon headed towards a restaurant. He had been extremely busy recently, not only managing the Sports Day channel, but also working on a new variety show, leaving him almost no days off. The reason he was in Japan was also for the new variety show. After finishing his work in Japan, he had to form a team to leave for Europe next week. The casting of participants was already complete, and he now needed to decide on the best locations to highlight them. Having had a hearty breakfast, PD Yoon Byung-seon left the restaurant. Thump. He and his writers and staff got into the van waiting outside the hotel. Soon, the van smoothly departed, and while it was driving down the road, PD Yoon Byung-seon, who was looking at his mobile phone, asked the writers, "Isn't it time to move?" Yes. You said Osaka is not good, right? Yes. It's too noisy there. Then, we can move to Kyoto tomorrow. What about the food trucks? Team 2 is looking into it. PD Yoon Byung-seon nodded slowly, a serious expression. On his face, deep in thought. Then, swish. Without thinking, he turned his gaze outside the window and saw an advertisement. It was a billboard situated on top of a building. Oh dash. Seeing the advertisement, PD Yoon Byung-seon was quite surprised. Profiler Henry Yang is being advertised here. Then, the other writers also looked outside. The main writer immediately responded, knowing the situation. Henry Yang is hot in Japan now, so that kind of advertisement is expected. Then Woojin's and Haiyun's popularity in Japan must have increased, right? Definitely. While Haiyun was already a top star, Woojin's popularity is noticeable. You can see from the increase in Japanese comments on the Sports Day videos and Woojin's SNS. It was difficult to grasp every situation in Japan. However, PD Yoon Byung-seon was clearly aware of the trends in Korea, especially the news about the actors who would appear in the new variety show. Soon, Yoon Byung-seon, who was smiling faintly, said, "Now, Woojin, Wallin, and Haiyun are the most talked about." Yes, mainly because of Male Friend and Island of the Missing. They're the hottest topics. Woojin is. He took out his phone and opened his calendar, filled with various appointments. "Let's start revealing about our project too." And then he muttered briefly. Everything from the title, the purpose of the project, to the participants. Late that night, the same day at Kang Woojin's apartment. After a day full of shooting, Kang Woojin, with a backpack full of scripts and other belongings, got out of the van. His expression was stern, showing no signs of fatigue, but internally, he was screaming, "Bed, bed, bed." He was longing for the comfort of his soft bed. He then softly said his greetings to the team in the van. "Good work today." It was then that he turned around. Thump! The passenger door opened, and Woojin, Choi Sung-gun got out. It was unusual. It was rare for him to get out of the car to greet Woojin. "What's more? Soo-hwan, Young, you guys go on ahead." "What about you, sir? I have some things to do around here. I'll take a taxi." Understood." Choi Sung-gun sent off the van first. In one hand, he held a clear file folder. Kang Woojin was puzzled internally. What's going on? The atmosphere felt different than usual. Woojin asked Choi Sung-gun as he approached. "Is there something going on?" As if nothing was amiss, Choi Sung-gun gave a wry smile. "Nothing much. More importantly, you got the car, right? Let's take a look. This way." Although it was strange, Woojin led Choi Sung-gun to where his new car was parked, and upon seeing the shiny white foreign car, Choi Sung-gun gave a thumbs up. "Wow, it's killer. Have you driven it yet?" "Not yet. Haven't had the time to take it out." "That's true. But once you get some break, you should. Drive the hell out of it. You know, cars perform better in the long run if they're driven regularly." Then, out of the blue, Choi Sung-gun gestured towards the passenger seat. "Come on, let's take it for a spin." As Kang Woojin approached the car, the door opened and the rearview mirror automatically adjusted. It seemed that the car keys were in Woojin's backpack. Soon, Choi Sung-gun got in the passenger seat, and Woojin got into the driver's seat. Choi Sung-gun started the conversation. "You haven't even peeled off the vinyl yet." "No need to." "That's true, haha. Nice car. Still, in just one more year, you'll be able to afford a car several times more expensive than this." Choi Sung-gun, who had been fiddling around with various parts of the car, made eye contact with Kang Woojin in the driver's seat. Woojin's face was expressionless. Choi Sung-gun took this as a sign to get down to business. Scratching his head, Choi Sung-gun's expression became ambiguous. Woojin, let's first take a look at these." He handed over the clear file he had brought with him. Confused, Woojin calmly began to check the contents. Inside the clear file were printed papers of various comments and posts. As Kang Woojin slowly read through them, he realized what they were. These were posts and comments from people he barely remembered from the past. There weren't just one or two. There were 4 pages in total, and dozens of them, including comments that Woojin had seen before. Did they find out? The outlines of his carefully maintained concept were beginning to reveal itself, signifying that the time had come. Of course, Woojin had occasionally seen these kinds of posts himself. He felt slightly nervous at the time, but had moved on without much trouble. He had also prepared himself for this. The more famous he became, the more people would surface who knew his real self. The real, ordinary person hidden behind his persona. Certainly, the disparity between Kang Woojin's real persona and his public image was vast. It was to the extent that his parents wouldn't recognize him as their son. Hence, these kinds of posts kept surfacing. He could have simply brushed them off. He could have feigned ignorance. Being shamelessly thick-skinned was Kang Woojin's specialty now. At this point, some of these have already been deleted, and some have not. We've just collected them. As you'll see, they're from middle and high school days, and there are even community posts from your recent colleagues from the design company you recently worked at. The posts are quite varied, from a long time ago to recent acquaintances who know you. I'm not trying to dig into your past, absolutely not. There aren't many posts with this nuance, but since they keep coming up, I have to confirm with you, hence I'm bringing it up. The agency needs to be prepared for anything, right? Choi Sung-gun continued, a faint smile on his lips. Actually, these kinds of cases aren't frequent, but they do happen from time to time. Your case is a bit unique. Comments about you becoming a different person and such, it's ridiculous. He scoffed with a mix of absurdity. Anyway, you know how it is in this industry, right? Making a big deal out of it will definitely lead to trouble. If reporters latch onto this, it could become a bit annoying. They're experts at making up stories, true or not. That is their basic strategy. These tricks of entertainment reporters weren't new. It's not like it's going to cause a huge uproar, but given your timing is sensitive right now and if unnecessary fuel is added to the fire, it might create some noise. Depending on how it unfolds, we may have to respond aggressively, ignore it, or find another way. That's all I have to decide. While explaining, he posed a question to Kang Woojin. Is there a specific reason these posts are coming up? Do you think they'll continue? Feel free to talk openly. Kang Woojin thought about it. Maybe he could be honest with the CEO? He had been struggling alone all this time. After all, there was more to him than met the eye, hidden under many layers. Right now, Choi Sung-gun was entirely on Woojin's side. And his capabilities? They were beyond imagination. Perhaps it was better to tell him. Being so openly confronted, it was awkward to just brush it off. Of course, there was no need to explain every misunderstanding in detail. That ship had already sailed. I don't know, geez. Let's just tell the truth about the concept act. Just how he ended up in this situation. Then, Kang Woojin let out a small breath. His heart was faintly racing at the prospect of finally talking about it, but he managed to open his mouth. CEO, the truth is, I've been acting, putting on a persona all this time. Upon hearing this, Choi Sung-gun's eyes widened slightly. Wait, you mean you've been pretending to be ordinary all this time? Yes. Wait, what? After responding, Kang Woojin sensed something was off. Pretending to be ordinary? Then, Choi Sung-gun suddenly covered his face with one hand, lamenting. Damn it. That means you've been using your life for acting practice. A question mark appeared on Kang Woojin's indifferent face. His sincere confession had been grossly misinterpreted. Chapter 115. Chapter 115, Multi 3. Choi Sung-gun, lamenting with his face covered, and Kang Woojin, sitting in the driver's seat, blinked in confusion. What? Why? This wasn't the situation Woojin had anticipated. Why is he lamenting? Was there even a reason for that? It would have been more natural for him to be angry, accusing Woojin of deceiving him all this time, which Woojin was prepared for. But Choi Sung-gun, sigh, you really are. He looked at Kang Woojin somewhat pitifully. Why, though? So, Woojin replayed the recent conversation in his mind. No, I clearly told the truth, didn't I? The response he got was questioning whether he had been pretending to be ordinary all along, using his life as acting practice. Here, Woojin roughly realized why this situation had happened. Misunderstanding. It meant that Choi Sung-gun had completely misinterpreted Kang Woojin's words. He had interpreted not just the recent few months, but over 20 years of Woojin's past as an act. There could be no other explanation for this reaction. This is ridiculous. Woojin almost laughed out loud in frustration. Internally, he was screaming, why does it turn out this way even when I tell the truth? Why? Why? It felt unjust. There was no reason for it, but Woojin felt intensely wronged. It was frustrating how his honest words got distorted so easily. Soon, Kang Woojin attempted to converse again to clear the distorted misunderstanding. No, CEO, what I meant was. Yes. But Choi Sung-gun cut him off, patting Woojin's shoulder as if he knew everything. You don't want me to tell anyone else, I know. How many years do you think I've been in this industry to not know these things? You don't know, not right now. You even misunderstood what was just said. Woojin felt frustrated. That emotion mixed with indifference became extreme cynicism, and facing Woojin, Choi Sung-gun sighed deeply once again. And then he recalled Kang Woojin's words. CEO, The truth is, I've been acting, no, putting on a persona all this time. It was a statement that made everything understandable. Yes, you've lived that kind of life. Choi Sung-gun looked at Kang Woojin with pity and exhaustion. Middle school, high school, university, and even at work. If he had lived as his real self, it would have been hard to blend in. The current Kang Woojin is the real one, but even now, he is far from normal. His personality is eccentric enough. If it weren't for his monstrous abilities, including acting, he might have become an outcast long ago. He might have been cast out. Even now, Woojin's state was slightly more relaxed or cheerful than before. If he hadn't pretended to be ordinary, he would have been completely excluded from the world. Moreover, Woojin had skills beyond acting, such as singer-like vocals, native-like language proficiency, an uncanny Midas touch, and more. He had too much. This goes beyond extraordinary. It would be believable if he were an alien. What would people around him say if they knew of Kang Woojin's extraordinary nature? Additionally, that his personality was like this? People tend to view others who are different from themselves as abnormal. Kang Woojin would have had to hide himself even more. So, that's why he must have lived his life acting normal. I would have done the same. Most top actors walk an elite path, receiving acting education in a protected environment. In contrast, Kang Woojin had, so to speak, grinded his life to learn acting in a combative manner. For over 20 years. It was practically for survival. Now, Choi Sung-gun understood why Kang Woojin never got excited about anything and was indifferent in any situation. He's been surviving in the wild for over 20 years. What can he be scared of? He vaguely realized why Woojin asked not to delve into his past. There might be some other circumstances. Of course, it was pure speculation. Nevertheless, nobody, not anyone, had realized Woojin's ordinariness was an act. That's how perfect it was. Soon, Choi Sung-gun, who had dived into the quagmire of a twisted misconception, swish, looked down at the transparent file in Woojin's hand. The testimonies of the people who had been with him. Choi Sung-gun thought. After seeing the ordinary Kang Woojin suddenly show his true self, it's no wonder these comments have surfaced. Woojin had been acting all the way up to his design company job, but once he became an actor, where acting was the main profession, there was no need to act anymore. He returned to his true self. Choi Sung-gun, who was swimming about in the swamp of his own misconceptions, looked up again. He saw Kang Woojin's impassive face. You were born to be an actor. Self-taught in acting. I never realized that it was that kind of self-teaching. It's so profound that it's hard to measure. As expected, a monster. Not a freak of abnormality, but a monster worthy of pure admiration. That emotion reflected in Choi Sung-gun's eyes. In his warm gaze. Kang Woojin lost his momentum. It felt like something whizzed by right in front of his eyes. A flash of light. But it wasn't. It was a snowball of misunderstanding, too fast and massive to stop. At least, that's how Woojin felt. He resigned himself. Be it concept or misunderstandings, even if I lay it all out, no one's going to believe this. It seemed as if a divine being was adjusting the situation, saying, nope, not happening. Woojin realized that confessing his true self was just a waste of effort. I don't know, damn it. Think whatever you want now. Whether he spoke the truth or stuck to his concept, the outcome seemed the same. Maybe it was better to push even harder on his pretending and misunderstandings. Let's see how far it can go. It was then that Kang Woojin firmly resolved himself. Woojin, Choi Sung-gun, looking somewhat enlightened, leaned back his head on the passenger's seat and spoke looking blankly in the air. You've invested your life into this. Well, anyway, I don't think it's something for the company to comment on. Is that so? Yeah, better to just bury it. Of course, I will, and you should also avoid discussing it elsewhere. It's for your own good. No one would believe it anyway, even if he told them. As Woojin silently sighed, Choi Sung-gun, who had taken the transparent file from his hand, spoke. Most of these people who write these posts or comments are just attention seekers, leaving these comments or posts, possibly out of malice or jealousy. They're not even worth calling acquaintances. He was referring to people from Kang Woojin's past. Even if I don't bring it up, we can't stop these faceless masses. They might keep increasing. I suppose so. If it increases, the paparazzi might catch wind of it, especially now that you're selling so well. From movies to dramas, variety shows, and even expansion to Japan. They're probably scraping for anything right now, though it might just be unnecessary worry. Kang Woojin felt it again. How terrifying the entertainment industry can be. Regardless, Choi Sung-gun continued, pulling out his phone. But in this industry, when things are uncertain, it's better to assume the worst and be prepared. Could this turn into a bigger issue? No, it's not an issue. Media and public opinion just need entertainment. The gravity of the matter is irrelevant. Isn't this industry always exploding with issues? In the off-season, they just stir up some sensationalism. The topic doesn't matter. Why else do you think rumors and tabloids exist? They just pick someone hot and slap on a provocative title to attract attention. This wasn't speculation or prediction. It all came from Choi Sung-gun's experience. Let's say an article goes out about how different you look now compared to the past. That will definitely go viral because you're popular right now. You're outperforming the top actors with your acting, right? Oh, he's a good actor? Then headlines like, was Kang Woojin's past all an act? That kind of title can easily come up. That might happen. Or they might say you have split personality. Whatever it is, if these distorted articles blow up, won't people be interested? They definitely would be, especially at this point. Kang Woojin felt it intensely because he was still an ordinary person at heart. He too had clicked on articles with provocative headlines countless times. Whether someone gets hit by a rock and bleeds, in this field, attention is everything. The same goes for those who wrote about you. They stir things up for a while, and then the focus shifts to the media. Do you know what they'll say? When Kang Woojin chose silence, Choi Sung-gun snorted. Accident. Oh, it's a ridiculous yet magical word. Simply saying it was an accident resolves most things. Once the interest cools down, they turn their attention to something else. And repeat. The one hit by the rock, which is me, will be getting treatment then. Choi Sung-gun, slowly nodding his head, suddenly gave a dry laugh. Well, I said it as a heads up or something to be aware of. Nothing might happen after all. He tapped his head lightly. But if something does happen, just focus only on your acting. Leave the rest to me. I thought of a solution while we were talking. What solution? If I tell you, it'll be long. It's about maximizing the upcoming issues while hiding your past. It's like killing two birds with one stone. With a deepening smile, Choi Sung-gun rubbed his hands together as he spoke. After all, the best way to cover an issue is with another issue. The next day, early in the morning, Japan was buzzing with the continuing popularity of Hanryang. The reason was simple. Director Kyotaro Taniguchi ex-author Akari Takikawa collaborate as director and original author. The new work of the master director Kyotaro, who had been quiet for a long time, was officially announced. Of course, there had been rumors that he was working on a new project. The key point here was that the work involved Akari, a globally popular author. Bestseller by author Akari Takikawa to be adapted by director Kyotaro Taniguchi. A collaboration between director Kyotaro and author Akari. They even announced the title, The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, to be adapted into a movie. However, that was all that was revealed. The cast and other details were still a secret. Regardless, The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger was already a bestseller and had enough hype to stir the whole of Japan. Indeed, with the power of these two heavyweights, the news quickly topped Japan's portal sites. The public's reaction was also strong. The topic was instantly ablaze on SNS, especially among author Akari's fans. Anticipation, worry, or criticism. Many had read The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, and there were numerous fans of author Akari. In fact, there seemed to be more worry and criticism than anticipation. Concerns about ruining the original work. However, within Japan, director Kyotaro's reputation and recognition were also high. As a result, a sharp debate arose from numerous opinions. That atmosphere continued at least until lunch, increasing the interest in The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, meaning it was being etched into the minds of the Japanese public. Given the buzz and the significant recognition of director Kyotaro and author Akari in Korea as well. Overseas, author Akari's The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger to be made into a movie, directed by Japanese master director Kyotaro Taniguchi. This news reached Korea too. Of course, there wasn't as much uproar as in Japan, but a fair amount of articles were released. However, except for those who knew the two big names, The majority of the Korean public reacted indifferently. It was mostly just, okay. Instead, Korea had its focus on something else. I've been waiting for PD Yoon's new variety show. It was about the new variety show of PD Yoon Byung-seon. If Japan announced the eerie sacrifice of a stranger in the morning, at the same time in Korea, PD Yoon Byung-seon's new variety show was unveiled. PD Yoon's new variety show title revealed, named Our Dining Table. The title was Our Dining Table, with the precise planning intent included. The official article had a lengthy explanation, but in short, it was about introducing Korean food, not domestically but abroad. And later that afternoon, hot issue, Our Dining Table lineup announced, and Jong-hak, Ha Gang-soo, Yun Baek-wang, Hong Hae-yun, Wallin, and Kang Woojin. Our Dining Table released the confirmed casting lineup. For the public, it was jaw-dropping. LOL and Jong-hak? If he's in, it's certain that he's like a free servant for PD Yoon LOL. Wow, the lineup is insane, right? Aside from In Jong-hak, there's Ha Gang-soo, Hong Hae-yun, Wallin, and Yun Baek-wang. And now they've added Kang Woojin, Hong Hae-yun, and Wallin. I heard they were close. Kang Woojin is now at a point where we can't just see him as a rookie, LOL. He's taking over dramas, movies, and now even variety shows, LOL. I knew about Kang Woojin, but it's surprising to see him mixed in there, LOL. Why though? Best lineup. It was hard coming home from work with nothing to watch. I'm super curious about how the cast chemistry and PD Yoon's style of variety will mix. The cast of Our Dining Table was a mix of expected and unexpected names. Kang Woojin's inclusion, despite being announced earlier, still generated buzz. In any case, the anticipation for star PD Yoon Byung-seon's Our Dining Table was at its peak. Star pick, the rising rookie Kang Woojin. What charm will he show in PD Yoon Byung-seon's variety show? Consequently, Kang Woojin's popularity rose significantly. Meanwhile, at a domestic media company office, in the middle of a bustling newsroom, a reporter was seen reading the article about Our Dining Table, his chin propped up. He had a face with a slightly protruding lower jaw. Good lineup. Isn't this Hong Hae-yun's first collaboration with PD Yoon? This Kang Woojin guy is just devouring everything in sight. At that moment, an older man passing by shouted at him, "Are you slacking off again?" "No, what do you mean? I'm searching for articles right now." "Don't just search for articles, write them. You're a reporter, damn it. Get something posted today, got it?" Yes. The reporter sighed and moved his mouse while scratching his chin. He logged on to social media. It was routine. No, perhaps that was how most entertainment reporters in the country operated. However, finding nothing of interest, the reporter changed his destination. He switched to various online communities. It wasn't unusual. Many reporters, including him, looked for stories in these communities. Click. He went straight to the entertainment category. However, finding nothing of interest there either, the reporter clicked his tongue in. Disappointment. TCH. That's when he saw it. The reporter's eyes lit up at a post. I graduated from the same high school as Kang Woojin, and his personality is completely different now. His fingers started moving quickly. What's this? Later that afternoon, in a high-end Korean restaurant in Cheongdam-dong with its own garden, about 6 or so people sat in the VIP room of the restaurant. Interestingly, they were speaking Japanese. "It's nice here." "Yes, it is. But PD, is it okay for us to eat such expensive food when we've come for a meeting?" They invited us here. Of course, they were the production team of Japan's national talk show, AIM Talk Show. They had arrived in Korea yesterday for the meeting. Around this time, interpreter. A skinny PD among the production team spoke to the interpreter. "We will have a slow conversation during the meeting, so please translate for us in as much detail as possible without leaving anything out." "Yes, understood." As the interpreter nodded. Knock, slide. The door of the room slid open, and the actor they had been waiting for appeared. It was Kang Woojin, wearing a thin shirt. Seeing him, all members of the AIM Talk Show production team stood up, and Woojin, with an indifferent face, stood in front of the table and greeted them in a deep voice. "Hello, I'm Kang Woojin. Sorry for being late. The staff directed me to the wrong room." At the same time, the eyes of the female writers and the interpreter grew wide. Similarly surprised, The skinny PD's mouth fell open in confusion as well. What? Wasn't he a Korean actor? Why is his Japanese so fluent? The AIM Talk Show team was caught off guard right from the start. 16, Multi 4. The reason the PD of AIM Talk Show was surprised was quite simple. Kang Woojin's Japanese was fluently impeccable. It wasn't just the PD, but the entire production team of AIM Talk Show in the room felt the same. The PD asked Kang Woojin in front of him again, "You speak Japanese very well?" With a serious look, Woojin nodded and answered, "Of course, in Japanese. I know enough to get by." Just enough? Even in their brief conversation, his pronunciation was already at a native speaker's level. The skinny PD, slightly embarrassed, assessed Kang Woojin with a mix of confusion. He feels quite different from his character in Hanryang. Quite tall, with the visuals emitting an actor's charisma and a deep voice. Was this his usual demeanor? The PD grew curious. It's true that actors are different from their roles, but this Korean actor in front of him had a particularly intense dichotomy. And he speaks Japanese at that. This feels promising. Being able to speak the language was a significant advantage, most of all because AIM Talk Show was a talk show. From the audience's perspective, there's a huge difference between having a translator and not. It was at this moment. "Hello, Dash." A man with a ponytail and awkward Japanese entered from behind Kang Woojin. It was Choi Sung-gun. He greeted everyone with a gentle smile. "I am Choi Sung-gun, CEO of BW Entertainment." The one who responded immediately was the AIM Talk Show. "PD. I'm Shiiki Shinjo, the main PD of the talk show." After the introductions, including the writers and interpreters, were over and several business cards had been exchanged, everyone, including Kang Woojin, sat at the table. It seemed like the meal would follow the discussion, as Choi Sung-gun first ordered something to drink from the Korean restaurant staff. Swish. He first smiled at PD Shinjo across from him. "I must say, I was surprised. I heard Hanryang is gaining popularity in Japan, but I didn't expect a Japanese talk show to be interested in our Woojin." Naturally, it wasn't Kang Woojin, but an interpreter who did the translating, and PD Shinjo, who had been observing Woojin, equipped with a business smile, and spoke in Japanese. Profiler Hanryang is extremely popular in Japan at the moment. It's beyond just gaining popularity. Naturally, there's a lot of focus on the actors as well. Is Woojin's recognition good? Of course. Before contacting you, we did some research, and Kang Woojin is mentioned almost as much as the lead actors of Hanryang, especially on social media. Though Choi Sung-gun already knew this, he put on a happy expression for the meeting. Pretending to know less seemed more beneficial for the atmosphere. Around this time, PD Shinjo's attention shifted from Choi Sung-gun to Kang Woojin. A profoundly nonchalant vibe. Is he not pleased? Or is he always the stoic? Kang Woojin seemed slightly fascinated while looking at the AIM Talk Show team across from him. The Japanese variety show crew seemed somewhat solemn. They were distinctly different from, say, PD Yoon Byung-seon's team. They look like a documentary team. Anyway, it's good for my persona to work well in this quiet atmosphere. His cynicism solidified. Unaware of this, PD Shinjo judged Kang Woojin in his way. He's quiet, which isn't unusual in Japan, too, but he's a newbie in his first drama, Hanryang, right? But he seems like he's experienced a lot. Why? The Kang Woojin before him exuded a more heavier aura. Moreover, PD Shinjo's research on Woojin's filmography was anything but ordinary. Starting with the renowned director Kwon Ki-taek, who had a reputation in Japan, the projects he was set to join had big names involved. And he had debuted less than a year ago. That fact alone piqued PD Shinjo's curiosity. Not just in Korea, but a newcomer with a track record like Kang Woojin's was unprecedented in Japan. Furthermore, all the works he appeared in were hugely successful. The rookie actor had not yet experienced failure in his career. The more he dug, the more peculiar he seemed. And he was fluent in Japanese. He knew that Korean entertainment companies provided early foreign language education to new talents. But Kang Woojin's proficiency in Japanese didn't seem to stem from that. It was at this moment. PD. Kang Woojin, who had been quiet all this while, finally spoke up. Of course, it was in Japanese, and the following lines were given by Choi Sung-gun. "Thank you for coming all the way to Korea. Can we hear about the plans you have in mind?" The more Woojin spoke, the more PD Shinjo was impressed by his fluency in Japanese. The atmosphere and aura were 100% Korean, but the Japanese he spoke was incredibly natural. That disparity radiated an indescribable charm. Anyway, we are planning to focus on the 4 villains in Hanryang. Even as PD Shinjo explained the plan, he had a strange certainty about Kang Woojin. It should definitely be him. Woojin should be the main focus. He will make the whole show come alive. August 1st, morning. A media company. The newsroom was sparsely populated, perhaps because it was morning. Among them, a reporter with a protruding lower jaw was intensely focused on his laptop screen. His hands moved rapidly, clicking away. Click, click. His slightly bloodshot eyes suggested he hadn't slept much. He was a reporter who had stumbled upon a post about Kang Woojin's past in an online community. Since yesterday, he had been frantically searching and gathering data and information. TCH, there are too many comments on YouTube. It's annoying. It started with online communities, and now he extended his search to YouTube. Next, he targeted SNS, including Kang Woojin's own SNS, which had well over 1.5 million followers. At Wooji_n. Posts, 71. Followers, 1.538 million. Following, 9. He had to sift through countless SNS posts that mentioned or tagged him. It was an incredibly tedious and endless task, but the reporter's passion was ignited. It wasn't an exclusive scoop, but what he discovered was significant enough to boost his record. No, if played right, it could create a stir, given it was about Kang Woojin, a monstrous rookie who continued to shake the entertainment world with rising popularity and several firsts under his belt since his debut. The reporter had stumbled upon the post in the community by chance. This is good. It will definitely attract attention. Upon closer inspection, there were quite a few posts with a similar sentiment. Of course, that included comments. He had found more than 5 so far, 3 posts and 2 comments. They were all generally about a change in Kang Woojin's personality, and they mentioned working at the same company, university, or high school. As he continued to gather data, the reporter pondered over the provocative headlines. What could he use? Split personality? A life that's an act? Whatever it was, it needed to be sensational and eye-catching. Otherwise, all this tedious work would be pointless. At that moment, he noticed an additional comment under a video related to Park Dae-ri. By then, he had the first line of his article in mind. Something like, an online community is heated with discussions about popular rookie actor Kang Woojin's past. Let's see, should I include split personality in the title? Meanwhile, the male friend filming crew had finished the high school scenes and moved on to the university ones. In the peak of summer, the weather was getting even hotter. Action. They were at a university renowned for its beautiful campus and buildings. Like the high school, the university was on break, so there weren't many students around. Oh my, why is Kang Woojin's face so small? Despite that, his physique is amazing. No wonder he's popular. I really enjoyed Hanryang. Where's Park Dae-ri? Who would see him as a sociopathic killer? He's just a very good-looking actor. Wallin is also amazing. What's with those proportions? She's really pretty. She must look pretty even with her morning wake-up face, right? University staff were gathering around. The current filming location for Male Friend was right in front of the main building on a lawn. Kang Woojin was in the middle of an intense scene amidst the set cameras and reflectors. Cut. Okay, that was good, Woojin. Let's go back to the scene behind. Yes, director. It was a solo scene for Kang Woojin. Wallin was sitting a bit away from the filming zone, reading her script. She was wearing a crop top that almost revealed her belly button, sitting with her legs crossed. At that moment, swish, Choi Sung-gun quietly approached her. His expression was peculiar, as if he had some scheme in mind. Wallin. She was slightly startled by his sudden appearance, her eyes widening in confusion. Standing up smoothly from her chair, she greeted him. Hello. Am I disturbing you? No, it's okay. Wallin tilted her head slightly as she placed the script she was reading on the chair. Everyone in the entertainment industry knew Choi Sung-gun, and she was aware of him, but she didn't have a personal acquaintance with him. She had heard more about him through Hong Hai-yun than she had spoken with him directly. Though slightly flustered, Wallin smiled, perhaps out of fandom. Do you need something, CEO? I have something to tell you. Not particularly business. Is it okay for a moment? Yes, please go ahead. Woojin is planning to cover one of the hit songs from Ilani. Confusion mixed with surprise on Wallen's face. Ilani was the girl group she belonged to. But Kang Woojin covering one of Ilani's hit songs? She blinked and licked her lips in bewilderment. A cover? Woojin is doing one of our songs. What do you mean by that? Choi Sung-gun's smile widened, exuding confidence. It's exactly what it sounds like. The song is Ballerina. Ballerina was a top hit song from the girl group Ilani 3 years ago, having made a significant impact in both Korea and Japan. Choi Sung-gun casually continued. Woojin plans to open a YouTube channel, and he'll debut the Ballerina cover there. Understanding hit Wallen immediately, and her heart started to beat slightly faster. Wait a minute. A YouTube channel? Is Woojin going to be mainly singing? Does this mean I can keep listening to his songs? This news was exciting enough to make Wallen, a devoted fan, almost jump for joy. Still, she couldn't reveal her true feelings to Woojin's manager and forced herself to maintain composure, clearing her throat lightly. Ahem. Is that so? Well, I did hear him during the OSD recording last time, and it would be a waste not to utilize Woojin's vocals. Right? Well, there's a connection between you and Woojin, so we chose an Ilani song. Oh, and the matter of Woojin's YouTube channel is still confidential. Yes, I'll keep it to myself. Thank you. I just thought it was right to let you know in advance since it's an Ilani song being covered. It's going to be composed, right? Yes, it's almost done. That was all Choi Sung-gun was willing to disclose. He kept most of the information about Kang Woojin's YouTube channel a secret. Regardless, Wallen was bursting with anticipation. I wonder, what will the composition be like? They'll have to lower the key, for starters. If Woojin sings that song. I really want to hear it soon. Soon, Wallen, hiding her excitement, pretended to be calm. It's fine, there are already many composed covers of Ballerina anyway. Choi Sung-gun smiled brightly. He hadn't leaked this information to Wallen without a reason. There was a purpose behind it. While it seemed that Woojin and Wallen weren't exactly close, even if they weren't friends, or even if their relationship was terrible, leaving things as they were would inevitably spark interest. His goal was clear. Please give it a listen when the song is uploaded. Yes, I will. If you like it, please spread the word. Haha, it would be an honor if you, Wallen, just write a single line about it on SNS. It was just a single line. Wallen was already immensely popular not only domestically, but also in Japan and internationally. She had 18 million followers on SNS, and Ilani Team Channel had well over 10 million subscribers. Her one line could be incredibly powerful. Soon, Wallen responded a bit playfully. I'll do so if I like it. Choi Sung-gun, wearing an expression that said he was open to any outcome, merely smiled. There's no way she won't like it. 2 days later, early morning. The location was a recording studio near Samsung Station. In the spacious recording room, adorned with guitars and other instruments on the walls, sat a man with a hat pushed down over his head. It was late, but he was alone, focused on his work. The music played briefly, then stopped, repeating this cycle. It was precisely then. Thunk. The thick door of the studio opened, and a man with an indifferent face entered. It was Kang Woojin, who looked a bit tired. As he looked around the studio, oh, it's much bigger than I thought, and it smells really good. What do they call this woody scent? He greeted the man seated amongst the recording equipment in a low voice. Hello. The man with the hat seemed to have expected Kang Woojin's arrival and stood up nonchalantly. Hello, I enjoyed Hanryang. Thank you. The man seemed a bit blunt. It wasn't clear if it was just his personality. Anyway, as soon as Kang Woojin's greeting was over, several people entered behind him, including Choi Sung-gun, Jang Soo-hwan, Han Yeung, and 4 members of Kang Woojin's YouTube channel team. The previously quiet studio became noisy in an instant. The reason they all gathered was revealed by Choi Sung-gun, who stood behind Woojin. We rushed over as soon as we heard the song was finished. The composition was complete. At this point, Kang Woojin threw a blank stare at the recording booth and muttered to himself, I'm really doing this. Soon, there was to be an official recording. It would be uploaded on Kang Woojin's YouTube channel. But aren't there too many onlookers? It's a little embarrassing. It was about his first cover song. 5. Kang Woojin's YouTube channel was already set up. The team and producer were assembled, chosen the first song, and completed editing the lyrics. The song selected for his debut was Ballerina by the top-tier girl group Ilani. It was a hit song that had swept charts in Korea and Japan and even entered the Billboard 200. It was a jazz-style dance track with powerful choreography and a fitting rap, and the lyrics, modified in a foreign language, had already become familiar to Kang Woojin. He had been looking into it quite often recently, although it would have been convenient if the lyrics were manifested in the void space. Unfortunately, that aspect did not emerge. So, what remained now were recording, filming, editing, and uploading. Today, both recording and filming were scheduled to happen in one go. Anyway, Choi Sung-gun smiled and introduced the man with the wearing the cap in front of the workstation. Woojin, this is producer Kim Eun-young, who is in charge of composing the music. It was really hard to recruit him, as he's a famous name in this industry. The producer waved his hand lightly, as if dismissing the excessive praise. No need to go that far. We've already signed the contract. I am honored once again that you took on our project amidst your busy schedule to work with us. Haha. Though he was said to be famous, Kang Woojin found the producer unfamiliar. He was just giving off a slightly bland vibe. Well, he did exude an expert vibe. At that time, first, please sit down. We'll discuss after listening to the track. The producer sat in the center of the workstation, and Kang Woojin and the other dozen people also took their places on the sofas and makeshift chairs behind him. Soon, swoosh, music blasted throughout the entire studio. Thanks to that, everyone, including Kang Woojin and Choi Sung-gun, perked up their ears. This composed version of Ballerina was different right from the start. The original started with an alarm-like sound effect followed by intense drums, but what they heard now began with a piano instead. However, it wasn't serene. Whether it was because of the fast rhythm or not, it definitely wasn't a dull intro. The beat was somewhere between the original and a ballad. Woojin, while casually listening to the track, inwardly gave a thumbs up. It's good? It's really good. I don't know why it's good, but it just is. Ballerina's original track was, of course, a song familiar to Kang Woojin. Naturally, since the song had been saved on Woojin's phone when it became popular. The track playing now included the producer's guide vocals. Though it was nothing but and ah, having the voice layered made it even more pleasant to listen to. What do they call this, acoustic? Something like that. The sound of a guitar was added to the piano. As the composed version of Ballerina reached its climax, the beat quickened, focusing more on the vocals. And then, it cuts off here. The playback of the composed Ballerina stopped. At the same time, the producer, having turned his body around while seated, asked, swoosh. He questioned Choi Sung-gun and Kang Woojin, who were seated on the sofa. How is it? Choi Sung-gun was quick to respond. It's amazing, isn't it? It retains the tempo of the original, so it feels familiar, yet it's also new. It's much better than the sample you sent in the midway. That's probably because the instruments weren't included. Ah, I see. Woojin, what do you think? The question was passed to Kang Woojin. Though his expression was neutral, he really wanted to give a double thumbs up, thinking, he truly is a famous figure. However, suppressing his excitement, Woojin offered controlled praise. It feels like it's continually looping in my head, especially the intro and the climax. A faint smile spread across the previously indifferent-looking producer's face. Behind him, Kang Woojin's YouTube team, Han Yi-young, and Jang Soo-hwan also started discussing it. Wow, changing Ballerina like this almost makes it a completely different song, doesn't it? It's so catchy. Somehow, it's nicer to listen to with a male voice. The corners of the producer's mouth, previously bearing a faint smile, lifted even more. Then, after a small cough, well, let's start with a light recording session. Woojin, it doesn't have to be perfect. We have to work on this for more than half a day anyway. So just relax. With his heart beating increasingly faster, Woojin responded in a low voice. Yes, understood. For Kang Woojin, today's schedule was solely dedicated to his YouTube channel activities, including recording, filming, and various meetings. Choi Sung-gun had adjusted the schedule for today. Then, we'll start setting up the cameras first. The YouTube channel team members were the first to move. They set up cameras around the microphone in the recording booth, covering every angle because, after all, the more footage, the better. It took about 30 minutes to set up. We're all set. As soon as the team members left the booth, the producer in front of the equipment asked Woojin, who was getting his makeup retouched by Han Yeong. You said there are two versions, right? English and Japanese. Yes. Which one will you do first? Choi Sung-gun, sitting on the sofa at the back, was quick to respond. Let's start with the Japanese version first, and if there's time, we'll move on to the English one. Okay, you can go in whenever you're ready, Woojin. A little later, Kang Woojin, having finished preparing, entered the booth. He was a bit nervous, perhaps because of the cameras filling this already familiar space. Few deep breaths. Just think you're at a karaoke. But he had to appear calm. He needed to exude ease. Kang Woojin walked briskly and stood in front of the round microphone surrounded by cameras. The scenery had changed. Through the glass window of the booth, he could see the producer and about 10 other people. One of them, the producer, was gesturing at his ear, signaling to put on the headphones. Swish. As soon as he put on the headphones hanging nearby, he heard the producer's voice. Today's a long day, so don't strain yourself from the beginning. Let's start slowly, aligning with the intro timing. Nodding slowly, Kang Woojin heard the composed ballerina began to play through the headphones. Focused on the song, Woojin, holding his phone in one hand, began to sing the Japanese lyrics. With Kang Woojin's vocals, the feel of the composed ballerina changed dramatically. Surprisingly, even though it was his first time, Woojin made no mistakes in the intro. The producer outside the booth was taken aback, then listened intently. His low notes are deep, heavy, yet smooth. There's a distinctive raspy tone mixed in, and his Japanese pronunciation is incredible. A minute later, having heard Kang Woojin's high notes, the producer, swish, swiveled back in his chair, locking eyes with Choi Sung-gun. Who is this guy? Shock was evident in the producer's eyes. His vocals are insane. Among those I've worked with, he's one of the best. Midday, 3 days later, on a plane. Somewhere in the middle seats of a flight bound for Japan. Familiar faces were visible. They were the production team of AIM Talk Show, returning to Japan after a few days' work in Korea. The writers, perhaps tired, had their eyes closed, and only PD Shinjo was looking outside the window during the pre-flight preparations. PD Shinjo had a lot on his mind. Of course, it was because of Kang Woojin he met in Korea. But the person he was thinking about right now was Choi Sung-gun. Specifically, their conversation. It started with Choi Sung-gun. I'm sorry, but we are somewhat negative about going in as a group. Solo would be a different story. Could you tell me why? There are several reasons, but mainly, it's a burden because Woojin would have to shoulder everything. Moreover, Woojin doesn't have a close relationship with the other actors who played villains in Hanryang. They had different shooting schedules, so they've only rarely seen each other a few times. Probably, the other actors feel the same. It doesn't seem like a fun scene would come out of 4 strangers gathering. And the group image is not good for us. It's a sensitive time for Woojin, so we have to be careful even with small things. I understand. So, a group appearance will be difficult for us. Back in the plane, PD Shinjo reflected on the conversation. Although Choi Sung-gun spoke nicely, but essentially, it was a refusal unless it was solo. And honestly, he hadn't even considered having Kang Woojin alone for the show. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Solo. A solo it is then. If they go with Kang Woojin solo, the K-Drama Week special would have to be in 2 parts, not one. One episode for Kang Woojin and another for the rest of the villain actors. They could cram everything into one episode, but it would only air for roughly 30 minutes. Splitting it into 15-minute segments made no sense. Or we could exclude Kang Woojin. That also wasn't ideal. Originally, the special was about the villains of Profiler Hanryang, and if Kang Woojin, the main actor, was left out, it would be better not to do it at all. PD Shinjo's dilemma deepened. In fact, during their schedule in Korea, he had met all 3 other villain actors, including Kang Woojin. The response from everyone was overwhelmingly positive. It wasn't just okay, it was rather enthusiastic. Only Kang Woojin was opposed. His reaction was lukewarm, neither hot nor cold. Now what? What would PD Shinjo do? Would he split the one episode into 2? Or scrap the entire plan? At that moment, the stationary plane started to move. PD. A female writer named Yuki subtly asked PD Shinjo, "Have you made your decision?" We have to report back to the director as soon as we return. PD Shinjo looked out the window for a moment with his chin propped in his hand and murmured softly, "Let's scrap the plan." The female writer's eyes widened in surprise. "Excuse me?" However, PD Shinjo remained calm. "Let's just go with Kang Woojin alone." Meanwhile, at the same time, in Kang Woojin's van, Kang Woojin was on the highway. His schedule for the day was exceptionally tight. He had been filming for Male Friend since early morning, and now, around noon, he was on his way to Bio in South Chungcheong Province. The journey would take roughly 2 hours. While the van was speeding along, Woojin was quietly reading a script. The cover showed familiar words. Island of the Missing. It was director Kwon Ki-taek's Island of the Missing. Naturally, after all, he was heading to the very place where the large set for Island of the Missing was located. Except for some outdoor and overseas shoots, the filming for Island of the Missing was planned to take place at the Bio set. Of course, Woojin hadn't yet seen that massive set yet. That's why his heart fluttered over and over again while reading the Island of the Missing script. The set, is it more like a complex? Or a village? Supposedly, it's enormously large. Could it be bigger than the drug dealer's set? He had heard that lush forests, mountains, and seas surrounded the set complex. Woojin imagined the scenery in the Island of the Missing script and the pictures he had experienced through the void space. He made a rough guess. A place that looks ordinary, but strangely chilly. A mix of emotions rushed in: anxiety, anticipation, worry, tension, and a bit of fear. It was always like this, feelings that always emerged whenever he started a new project. However, Kang Woojin was a bit different from before. I wonder what it looks like. During Exorcism shoot, he used to be so nervous that his hands would tremble, but now he felt more excited than anxious. He had become accustomed, but it was also true that he had grown more. Without realizing it, he had developed the demeanor of an actor. The changes in Woojin's team were noticeable. Originally, there were a total of 3 members, but now, including the stylist Han Yeung, 2 more had joined. This meant Kang Woojin's team had grown to a total of 5 members. Among them, Han Yeung, with her new blue bob hairstyle, was particularly noticeable. She narrowed her brows while looking at her phone, her expression suggesting she saw something disturbing. Then, she smoothly stood up and leaned toward the passenger seat. CEO Choi Sung-gun was resting with his eyes closed in the passenger seat. "CEO, I think you need to see this article." Awoken by the noise, Choi Sung-gun sleepily got up. "What is it?" "Well, I saw it while searching for articles about Woojin Appa. Look, this article is already ranked 5th on the portal site." "Why is such nonsense ranked 5th? Kang Woojin, whose name was mentioned, looked up from the script, and Choi Sung-gun, who had yawned slightly, took Han Yeung's phone. The article title was immediately visible. Star issue acting monster Kang Woojin has a split personality? Eyewitness accounts spread in communities. The article contained very provocative wording. However, Choi Sung-gun, who would normally be startled, remained calm. Without much reaction, he quietly checked the content of the article. Even the comments at the end. Is this true? Must be nonsense, right? Just some trash stirring things up. Why pay attention? Just ignore them. LOL. Looks like something's starting to bubble up for him too, huh? Split personality my ass. More like he's just a real jerk in real life, no? Ridiculous. But if these stories are from Kang Woojin's classmates or acquaintances, they seem somewhat credible. Isn't he just exactly like his character Park Dae-ri? LOL. Why does this reporter always write articles based on what they find in online communities? Do some legwork, you lazy reporter. The article had been posted just a few dozen minutes ago, but there were already a ton of comments. Undoubtedly, it was thanks to Kang Woojin's soaring popularity, but it wasn't a situation to laugh about. Han Yeung expressed this concern. CEO, if we leave this as it is, it's going to cause problems and spread. Shouldn't we do something to stop it? She had a point. However, Choi Sung-gun just hummed and scratched his chin. Soon, he turned his body and made eye contact with Kang Woojin. There was an exchange with a meaningful gaze. Then, it's fine. If the article is already ranked 5th, blocking it will just bring out another one. Look here, there's another similar article at the end already. After returning the phone to Han Yeung, Choi Sung-gun pulled out his own. It's better to cover this up. Distract them with something else. It's a bit earlier than planned, but it doesn't matter. Ignoring Han Yi-young, who blinked in confusion, Choi Sung-gun sent a message somewhere. 2 hours later, Kang Woojin's van arrived at its destination. The outdoor parking lot was already packed with numerous vans and minibuses, of course, including those belonging to actors. As Kang Woojin got out of the van, swish, he took in the surrounding scenery. This is killer. It's picturesque. The breathtaking view was enough to make his mouth fall open. Around the spot Kang Woojin stood, mountains and a dense forest embraced the area, and beyond the forest lay the sea. Numerous houses could be seen towards the front of the parking lot, with tall trees standing between them. At a glance, one could have mistaken it for a real island. The set was that elaborate and realistic, immense in scale. Though still a newbie, it was the first time Kang Woojin had seen a set of this magnitude. They practically built an entire village. As Kang Woojin genuinely marveled, it happened then. "Woojin, you're here." A soft voice infiltrated from the side. Turning, he saw a man with a warm expression approaching. It was director Kwon Ki-taek, who seemed to have spotted Woojin among dozens of staff. Soon, Woojin bowed deeply in a formal greeting. "Hello, director." The interesting thing was, "You're early." The fact that a woman, evidently beautiful at first sight, was with him. Director Kwon Ki-taek introduced her. "Ah, this is Ha Ura. Is this your first time meeting Woojin?" The woman was Ha Ura, a top actress who had joined after Seo Chyeon withdrew, and upon seeing Kang Woojin, she thought to herself, "So this is that Kang Woojin. Doesn't seem wild at all." Meanwhile, in Japan, the past few days had been noisy in Japan due to the eerie sacrifice of a stranger. No, it was still ongoing since the production company kept pushing their promotional efforts. In the midst of this, an unexpected article was released in Japan. Korean actor cast as main lead in The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, directed by Kyotaro Taniguchi and based on Akari Takikawa's work. But who is the Korean actor? Given the content, it was clear that the content would quickly spread to Korea as well. Gyeongchang Province, Bio. At the massive set 4 Island of the Missing. It was past 2 p.m. The script reading for Island of the Missing was scheduled to start at 3 p.m., and numerous staff members were running around hectically in preparation. "Art team, the director is looking for you. We need more chairs. Where are the extra chairs?" "Over there." "There." Behind the bus. They entered a set that included a considerably large simulated village. It was an eclectic mix of new and old. About 60% of the houses were old, with the occasional 3- or 2-story building scattered throughout. It perfectly encapsulated the image of an island village. However, something about it was eerie. The overall color scheme of the village, the strange bloodstains on the trees or roads, and the scattered clothing and shoes, added to the unsettling atmosphere. Regardless, we have 30 minutes left. Hurry up. The staff members, busy setting up, were located at the entrance of the set. There was a 1-story building, initially constructed for meetings during set construction, which was being prepared. Tables and chairs were set up in this space, intended for production meetings. Soon, nameplates began to be placed. At the head of the U-shaped table, starting from the seat of director Kwon Ki-taek, the first seat on the right had Ryu Young-min's name tag. Next to it was role of Corporal Jin Suncheol role / Kang Woojin. This was Kang Woojin's spot. Corporal Jin Suncheol, the role Kang Woojin would play in the director Kwon Ki-taek's Island of the Missing. Next to him, nameplates for numerous roles started to appear on the tables. There were quite a few. Even though only the main and supporting cast were participating, it was more than 3 times the size of Male Friends cast. It was to be expected, given the movie's large scale. The cast was also incredibly diverse. Apart from Kang Woojin, all the lead actors were top tier, and the supporting actors were famous for their solid performances, had a plethora of works, and were called workaholics because they had appeared in so many movies, or were among the most respected senior actors. Just looking at the overall lineup raised expectations significantly. With so many reputable actors gathered, the script reading was bound to be intense and thorough. As things like the nameplates for the characters, beverages, and scripts were being set up, the making of shooting team, who would shoot various promotional videos, and the making a video for Island of the Missing, began installing cameras in the reading room. There are so many actors, We won't get by with just a couple of cameras. We need to bring at least 3 more? Yes, sir. I'll get them right away. Key staff members, such as the cinematography director and lighting director, began to take their seats around the U-shaped table. Naturally, this included the actors' managers and film company representatives. While the reading room was getting increasingly crowded, I never thought Corporal Jin Suncheol would actually be played by Kang Woojin, said the lighting director, a plump man, as he looked at the nameplate for the Corporal Jin Suncheol role on the table. Honestly, I thought it was a joke when I first heard it. The response came from the cinematographer seated beside him, who appeared to be around the same age as director Kwon Ki-taek. Well, I felt the same. Corporal Jin Suncheol is a big role, not something a newcomer could handle. Even veterans struggle to portray a character with a dual personality. That's exactly what I mean, senior. Moreover, they picked a raw newbie without even holding an audition? Sure, now he's popular because of profiler Han Yang, but I'm a bit worried. He's good at acting, though. From what I've heard from the Han Yang set, he's quite enduring on set. That's fortunate, then. But don't you think he lacks experience? Mentally, I mean. This is Kang Woojin's first full-length feature film. After all, they weren't wrong. Kang Woojin had been bouncing around various projects, but the only one released to the public was Profiler Han Yang. Moreover, Profiler Han Yang was split into 4 parts. Exorcism was a short film, Drug Dealer was a filler role, and Male Friend was a short drama. In other words, Island of the Missing would be his first long-term project. There's a stark difference between hopping in for a short role and sticking it out till the end. I'm not worried about the early stages, but if he loses steam in the latter half, then what? Director Kwon must have figured it out. Around this time, several others joined in on their conversation. It's definitely a gamble. How will he portray Corporal Jin Suncheol's split personality? Even if he's well prepared, today he's up against so many top stars and seniors. What if he gets overwhelmed by the pressure? That's also true, but it's the set of a film by director Kwon Ki-taek, you know. Even sitting on the edge for a supporting role is a burden, let alone being a lead-level villain. If it were me, I might pee my pants out of nervousness during the reading. Plus, there are so many eyes watching. Sound director and other key staff joined in on the conversation. Well, isn't that the fate of a popular actor? You have to endure, no matter how tough. But for an actor who's only debuted for half a year, the hurdles do seem a bit high. On top of that, isn't Woojin currently in a rom-com? Oh, Netflix's Male Friend. Yes. Considering his schedule, he must be in the midst of filming that as well. I wonder if a newcomer can handle the emotional division? If you compare it, the emotional tone is not just changing. You practically have to forget all about Male Friend. Sometimes, actors who play romantic comedy leads find it hard to shake off that acting style and end up doing only romantic comedies. Of course, if they manage to pull it off, they'll be renowned for being versatile, but at this point, the wrinkle-faced cinematographer let out a small laugh. Whether he falls or brings everyone down with him, one way or another, it's going to be a defining day for Kang Woojin as an actor. In the end, everyone agreed. Meanwhile, while most of the staff were crowded in the reading room, the actors of Island of the Missing were exploring the massive set. This included Ryu Young-min, Kim E-won, John Woo-chang, and about a dozen supporting actors. Ha Ura was nowhere to be seen, and the rest of the actors were each exploring places of interest. Anyway, wow, the set is really impressive, isn't it? Kim E-won, with a strong impression, exclaimed while looking at the set, followed by the muscular John Woo-chang. It's more than just impressive. They could use this as a tourist attraction once filming ends. They probably will. How could they let this go to waste by tearing it down? They must have planned it this big from the start after discussions with authorities. But how did they find a place that fits the scenario so perfectly? I find that more amazing. They must have scoured every nook and cranny of the country. Their admiration quickly spread among the actors, and as they were busy discussing the set, swish, Kim E-won approached Ryu Young-min, who had been silent all along. Young-min Hyung, is something bothering you? No. It's just that seeing the set makes me realize it's finally happening. I see. I'm a bit nervous too. John Woo-chang, who had been smiling, joined in. Me too. It's been a while since I've been in a movie of this scale, haha. I'll just ride on. You seniors' coattails. But I don't see Woojin. I saw him come earlier. All right, maybe he went to the reading room first. Woojin seemed very calm, considering he's the center of attention on set. He seems to be naturally cool-headed. By the way, I wonder how prepared he is for Corporal Jin Suncheol. Right, Youngmin Hyung? I have high expectations since you praised him so much, really. You said he studied abroad, right? And also, that he completely dominates the scene even though he acts so casually. Still, playing a villain with a split personality, it's really challenging. Honestly, it's a lot of pressure, both the role and the scale of the movie. Ryu Youngmin's brief response. Who knows? We just need to worry about ourselves. At that, both Kim Il-won and John Woo-chang shrugged their shoulders as they looked at each other. Standing in front of a house, Ryu Youngmin, who seemed to be growing his hair and wearing a hat pressed down, observed the entire set with his eyes. Even for him, who had been in the industry for over a decade, the scale of the set was one of the largest he had encountered. Ryu Youngmin's heart began to beat faster. Conversely, his mood became calmer. It was as if his mindset had completely shifted from the past. I just need to think about my role. Perhaps he had almost put down the burden of being a lead or top star. Right now, his mind was completely filled with the thoughts of acting, and Ryu Youngmin reminded himself of the role he had taken on. First Lieutenant Choi Yute. In Island of the Missing, First Lieutenant Choi Yute was the character leading the story. However, he wasn't the one to initiate the first incident. The first event in Island of the Missing began with Private Kim. No, to be precise, everything started with the disappearance. A missing person case occurs in a rural village. Of course, the missing people were villagers, 3 in total. Therefore, a large-scale search operation unfolds in the village. The police, firefighters, and even the military are dispatched, but they couldn't find the 3 missing individuals. Matters escalate when testimonies emerge that gunshots were heard by the villagers. Then an even bigger incident erupts. Amidst the ongoing search operation, an additional 12 military personnel go missing, including Private Kim. What on earth happened? The village wasn't very large and was surrounded by mountains. The most likely place for the disappearance was the mountains spreading behind the village. The search operation intensifies, but the missing persons cannot be found, now numbering more than a dozen. This is where First Lieutenant Choi Yute, played by Ryu Youngmin, appears. He and his troops were also engaged in the search operation. In the middle of their search, First Lieutenant Choi Yute discovers a peculiar cave. It was a foul-smelling cave. After reporting the location of the cave, he selects some men and inspects the vicinity of the cave entrance and the area inside. That's when it happened. Screams of people filled with terror were heard from deep within the cave. Multiple voices overlapping. This was it. There was something in here. First Lieutenant Choi Yute was certain that the missing persons were inside. But he was worried about going deeper in the cave. There were already more than 10 missing. The last thing they needed was more disappearances. Eventually, First Lieutenant Choi Yute decided to return to the cave entrance for the time being. But something was strange. Was the cave they had entered originally shaped like this? First Lieutenant Choi Yute and his troops felt puzzled. The cave's shape had changed. They noticed things that weren't there before, bloodstains on the walls, animal carcasses scattered here and there. Anxiety escalated when one of the sergeants yelled, "Over there," because they saw the exit. First Lieutenant Choi Yute and his troops hastily exit the cave. At the same time, they realized this wasn't where they were before. It was clearly daytime when they entered the cave, but upon exiting, it had turned to night. Above all, the forest landscape had changed entirely. The squelching ground, the smell of seawater carried by the wind that was different, and the forest seemed much denser. This was something all the troops, including First Lieutenant Choi Yute, noticed. The soldiers who should have been waiting at the cave entrance were nowhere to be found. No, there was no one but them. The sound of the wind hitting the trees was the only noise. It was clear. This place was somewhere else. Where on earth was this then? At that moment, one of the soldiers found something in the squelchy ground. Human footprints. Quite a lot of them. Just then, grumble dash. A strange noise came from within the cave, and something elongated sprung out, grazing the neck of one of the soldiers. Thwack! His head was separated from his body and embedded in the squelchy ground. First Lieutenant Choi Yute, his officers, and the rest of the soldiers froze in place. They could only stare at the head stuck in the ground. It seemed unreal. Simultaneously, the strange noise was heard again. Grumble, grumble, dash. With that noise, another elongated thing flew from the cave, slicing through another soldier's body in half. Whether it was a beheading or a body sliced horizontally, both were scenes hard to witness in reality. A complete chaos. One of the corporals, losing his sanity, fired his gun into the cave. The spark from the gunfire momentarily illuminated the pitch-dark surroundings. For a moment, Corporal Jean Suncheol's smile was visible, unnoticed by anyone. The corporal fired 10 rounds. His firing was stopped by First Lieutenant Choi Yute. Silence followed. The strange rumbling noise had disappeared, but it could reappear from anywhere. First Lieutenant Choi Yute quickly gathered his troops and escaped from the scene. The 2 bodies would have to be recovered later. Everyone continued to run through the pitch-dark forest. In the front was an officer, and at the very back was First Lieutenant Choi Yute. How much time had passed? Before they knew it, the sun began to rise over the ridge. The world, once shrouded in darkness, brightened. First Lieutenant Choi Yute ordered everyone to stand by and then scouted the surroundings alone. He pushed through the bushes, past a strange statue, and climbed over a ruined house. And then, he found another decaying head rolled over on the ground. It belonged to Private Kim. Around this point, First Lieutenant Choi Yute heard the sound of waves crashing somewhere. It was close. There shouldn't have been an ocean. Originally, the village where the disappearances occurred was surrounded only by mountains. Swallowing hard, First Lieutenant Choi Yute walked slowly following the sound. Soon, he reached the cliff at the edge of the forest. Before him, the sea stretched out endlessly. It was unbelievable, but it was reality. Where had he ended up? First Lieutenant Choi Yute, his eyes widening, shifted his gaze along the horizon of the sea. There were houses, no, a village. It was completely different from the village where the missing persons were reported. The village was surrounded by a dense forest, and that forest was surrounded by the sea. It didn't make sense, but it was real. Where exactly had he ended up? First Lieutenant Choi Yute, with widened eyes, scanned the horizon of the sea. He saw a village, a place completely different from the village where the disappearances occurred. The village was surrounded by a dense forest, which in turn was encircled by the sea. In other words, this was an island. Lieutenant Choi Yute was unbelievably on an island. How? Had he somehow teleported? The problem was, he could sense human presence in that village. Were people living there? They must have heard the gunshots at night. If so, they too must be on guard. No, every being on this absurd island should be approached with caution. First Lieutenant Choi Yute thought as he made his way back to where his squad was. The cave, the strange creature, the sudden appearance on this mysterious island, and the people on it. He tried to piece together all the clues and fragments of memory he had seen so far. Like the soldiers who disappeared earlier, First Lieutenant Choi Yute and his squad were in the same situation. For some reason, this place didn't feel real. But lives were being lost. This island of the missing was most likely a lawless area. At that time, Kang Woojin, in a simple outfit of a white tee and jeans, was currently exploring the vicinity of the set. Precisely, he was taking a walk. The script reading was set to start at 3 p.m., and on director Kwon Ki-taek's recommendation, he was looking around. Swish. Though it was summer, the forest was somewhat cool, thanks to the dense trees blocking the sunlight. The terrain wasn't as high as a mountain. It felt like a modest park built in nature. Of course. What's this? This creepy statue. Odd things that the production team had set up here, and they were visible. Ransacked graves, bizarre statues stuck in the ground, blood stains on trees, abandoned houses that one would hesitate to enter, and so on. Apart from those things, it was quite a satisfying walk. How long has it been since I've done something like this? It's kind of healing in its way. Kang Woojin smiled to himself internally. Then, eek! He was startled by a model of an animal corpse on the path. He immediately realized his mistake. Such a whimper couldn't come from his sternly maintained persona. And right behind him, Hyung-nim, road manager Jang Soo-hwan was there. Chapter 119. Chapter 119, Multi 7. This is a bit embarrassing. No, I couldn't help it because a dead animal suddenly appeared. Kang Woojin, whose poker face momentarily broke, sneakily glanced at Jang Soo-hwan, who had rushed over. Does he suspect anything? Nevertheless, it can't be helped. Let's just say I was startled. Yes, I'm human after all. However, with widened eyes, Jang Soo-hwan suddenly gave Woojin a thumbs up. That scream just now, no way could it be Hyung Nim. Were you practicing for the role you just took on? Amazing. That scream was so original. It didn't seem like you at all. Yes, well. Woojin felt a bit offended at the word frivolous, but he thought, what does it matter? Then, checking the time, he muttered, let's go. It's about time. Yes. On their way back to the set, instead of enjoying the scenery, Woojin scanned the surroundings, comparing them with the script's backdrop. Although peaceful now, this area would soon be swarming with bizarre creatures, rampant killing, and murder. Of course, most of it would be through special effects. For reference, today's script reading had over 150 staff members present, an extra-large group even by regular film crew standards. Notably, a significant portion consisted of the VFX, special effects, and art teams. That means a lot of effort is being put into special effects. Undoubtedly, the production costs would be astronomical. Woojin, who had joined this massive project as the lead role, felt it surreal. It feels a bit like I'm the black sheep. Regardless, Woojin returned to the edge of the forest where he had entered. Soon, a vast sea spread before his eyes. Well, it was actually a lake, but in the script, it was the sea. Anyway, Kang Woojin paused there for a moment. He silently gazed at the lake. His expression became serious. At this point, director Kwon Ki-taek, who was busy giving instructions to staff at the entrance of the set, noticed Kang Woojin. While briefly glancing around the dense forest, Woojin continued to stare at the lake for quite some time. The atmosphere around him was deeply serious and solemn. At this, director Kwon Ki-taek chuckled. Is he already immersing himself into the setting and emotions? The assistant director standing next to him asked. Yes? Over there, I mean Woojin. Oh, look at his expression. He's no longer seeing this as a set. He's looking at it as Island of the Missing. Director Kwon Ki-taek was convinced that Woojin was in the process of perceiving this place as the world of Island of the Missing. That face, those expressions, and that aura. He had seen them even on the set of Hanrie. With a genius like this putting in so much effort, he's bound to become a monster. But that wasn't the case. Kang Woojin was simply staring blankly at the lake, hoping for one wish. I haven't seen the sea or a lake in ages. I really want to play in the water. He longed to jump into the water and frolic around right then and there. When was the last time he had played in the water? It had been so long that he barely remembered. A banana boat, the ramen you eat after playing in the water. Damn. It was the height of summer. Now would be the perfect time for water activities. Just then, Woojin, a familiar male voice called from behind. Turning around, he saw Choi Sung-gun with a smile on his face. Let's get going. The script reading room setting up is almost done. Understood. Kang Woojin reluctantly stepped forward, and Choi Sung-gun murmured softly. And so it begins. What? What are you talking about? Woojin didn't understand right away, but decided to play along. Is that so? Yes. Didn't I tell you? The best way to cover up an issue is with another issue. You saw the article the paparazzi released. He was talking about the article with the headline about split personalities. There were a few more besides that one that had popped up. As expected, just as Choi Sung-gun had informed him in the car, several reporters had sensationalized Woojin's past as entertainment news. Only now did Woojin understand what was happening and slowly nodded. Yes, I saw it. There were quite a few comments, too. Yes, it might get annoying if we leave it as is, but it's fine. We just shouldn't give them time to delve deeper. In response to Kang Woojin's silence, Choi Sung-gun showed him his smartphone. On the screen was an article that seemed to have just been published. Issue pic, Japan's renowned master director Kyotaro Taniguchi's new work, The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, but casting a Korean actor? Rapidly spreading in Japan. Why was this announced? Woojin was internally raising a question mark when Choi Sung-gun, who had taken back the phone, spoke in a lowered voice. I'll tell you more after the script reading. Anyway, Japan is in uproar over this. And because of the Korean actor keyword, it's also become an issue domestically. Yes. As Woojin responded curtly, the smile on Choi Sung-gun's face who was handing over the island of the missing script, deepened. Hold on tight. It's going to be full throttle from next week. Choi Sung-gun whispered, patting Woojin's shoulder. After the script reading, the news will have spread even more domestically, as I'll giving it a push. At that moment, Kang Woojin's view suddenly, SHHK, changed into a pitch-dark void. The reason was simple. Woojin had suddenly entered the void space to calm his somewhat chaotic mind. My heart is starting to race. The reading, filled with top actors, was about to start. Kang Woojin let out a long breath and moved towards the white squares listed in front of him. Naturally, he chose Island of the Missing. -3/ You have selected the scenario, title, Island of the Missing, listing characters available for reading. Experience, A. First Lieutenant Choi Yute, B. Staff Sergeant Jo Bong-suk, C. Lance Corporal Nam Teo, D. Corporal Jin Sun-chul. With more clarity and definitiveness, Island of the Missing starts with tension as Private Kim and then shows the ordinary lives of the main characters, just like the character introductions. Among them, Woojin had experienced Corporal Jin Sun-chul several times, but now it wasn't strange to be ambitious. After all, the reading room ahead of him was overflowing with apex predators. One could never be too careful, but today, especially, he had to be more vigilant. Then, Kang Woojin, swish, firmly selected the villain he would play. Preparing D. Corporal Jin Sun-chul for reading. Preparation complete. This is a highly completed script or scenario. 100% reading is possible. Starting the reading. Soon, Woojin was sucked into the world of Island of the Missing. It was chilly, the first sensation Kang Woojin felt as the gray world slowly cleared. The temperature was somewhere between chilly and cool. What he saw was mostly lacking in color. Silver, white, and black. Standing there, that was in his view. Kang Woojin slowly moved his eyes. Square-shaped silvers were arranged in sequence. Soon, Woojin realized. A morgue. This place is a morgue. From here, everything about Corporal Jin Sun-chul started to be hammered into Kang Woojin. Something surged into his chest, feeling like it filled his entire chest. Emotions and senses. Corporal Jin Sun-chul and Kang Woojin were now one. This was the life of Jin Sun-chul. What he first felt was, it was a mix of embarrassment and shyness, along with timidity, and there was also a fear of strangers. Confidence and self-esteem were low. Eyes were open, but the focus was always below the middle. It seemed necessary and had become a habit. Everything was lacking. Thin and powerless, lacking something primal, and unable to say out what he wanted to say. Because he was worried. Afraid. So he pays attention. He's indecisive. Slow and hesitant, more lacking than decisive. Woojin secretly surveyed the morgue and then checked his own body. He was wearing a military uniform. His rank is corporal. But somehow, the military uniform he wore seemed quite shabby. There are many wrinkles. As if the uniform he was wearing reflected the personality of its wearer. At that moment, would you like to confirm? He heard a strange man's voice. Thanks to that, Woojin's face, which was rolling his gaze as if emotionally unstable, became fixed towards the man in front of him. The man, with his hands together, pointed to the silver table placed between him and Woojin. No, it wasn't just a silver table. Underneath the white cloth, the silhouette of a person lying down was visible. A corpse. Yes, a corpse. It made sense since this was a morgue. But Woojin reacted awkwardly. He couldn't readily answer. A faint voice of self echoed inside him. Should I respond? No, I can't. What if it's really Mom lying here? But I need to confirm it, right? What should I do? Woojin was hesitating, overwhelmed by emotion. He was anxious and hurried, yet he couldn't easily open his mouth. Then, the morgue attendant spoke again. What would you like to do? If it's too hard for you. Finally, I'll look. Woojin, exhaling a small breath, said with his lips trembling slightly. Please show me. Okay. Russell. The attendant slightly pulled back the white cloth covering the head side. Soon, he saw his mother's face. Uncertain whether it was white or blue. It was ashen, so cold that it seemed touching her would freeze his hands. Then, a voice inside Woojin echoed. Mom, why are you here? Why? Why is your face like this? Mom, please answer me, Mom. Kang Woojin felt a surge of emotion rising from deep within, rushing to his head. Mom. Mom. Why did you have to leave when I was in the military? Why, Mom? Soon, Kang Woojin's knees started shaking, and he collapsed. His world, his reason, everything was crumbling. Tears streamed down as he lifted his shaking hand. Can I touch my mom? There was no answer from the attendant. Kang Woojin, with overwhelming grief, touched his mother's icy cheek. Is this even skin? It's too stiff. No, Mom, please don't be like this. Though he couldn't scream out of timidity, Woojin gripped his pale mother's shoulder and let out a restrained sob. Mom, sob, I'm sorry, Mom. I wanted to do better. I should have done better. What do I do if you leave this soon? I'm sorry, Mom. Somewhere, he seemed to hear his mother's voice. It's okay, my son. Mom is sorry. Thank you for growing up so well, my strong boy. His mom's voice faded into the distance. Tears became more intense, as Woojin desperately wanted to hold on to his mother. He needed to, but he didn't know where she was, where she had gone. This thought exploded his tears. Mom, is this really the end? Huh? Mom, can't you stay just a little longer? Mom, I'm not ready yet. Just for a day. No, even just for a few hours. Woojin, burying his face in his mother's shoulder, cried profusely. Seeing him, the funeral home attendant also felt a sting at the heart. It was then. Hey, snap out of it, you fucking idiot. In the midst of Kang Woojin's turbulent emotions, a voice in his self-awareness, same but with a different tone, was heard. Enough of this, get lost. Are you going to cry like a fucking idiot all night? Clearly, a different tone and manner of speaking. And it was rough. It even felt like it was trying to take over his entire body, invading him. Woojin, who had been sobbing, resisted vehemently. Stop, don't. My mom, she's dead. It's not your place to come out. Fuck you. You son of a bitch, deep down you're glad she's dead, right? If this bitch hadn't died, I would have killed her myself. Don't do this. Stop it. Don't come out. Just leave me alone. What are you on about, you lunatic? The rough, harsh voice laughed. You are me, and I am you. At this moment, all the indecision washed away as if it were a lie, like a wave washing over. Soon, a cold, rational, and indifferent feeling spread throughout his body. There was determination, with nothing to shy away from. Fuck, everything is displeasing. There's dissatisfaction with everything. When a completely different emotion took over, Woojin's eyes abruptly snapped open. His expression changed. The anxiety and nervousness were gone, replaced by ferocity. He could hear the timid voice of his altered ego. Godash, get out of the way. I need to send Mom away. Please, can't you give me a little more time? Kang Woojin snorted. Shut up. It's my time now. Stunned, the morgue attendant, blinking in confusion, stammered. Excuse me? What did you just say? Woojin, who had been lying down, smoothly got up. He then dusted off his military uniform, as if something dirty had touched it. Then, he glared at the attendant in front of him. Cover it? Question mark. Frustrated by the attendant's lack of understanding, Kang Woojin roughly pulled the white cloth over. Seemingly unwilling to stay any longer in this sickening place, he swiftly turned around and left the morgue without any further hesitation. Watching his retreating figure, the attendant wore a baffled expression. What just happened so suddenly? In the meantime, Kang Woojin, having left the morgue, headed briskly toward the restroom. There was no trace of his earlier indecision. He immediately went into a toilet and took out his cell phone from his uniform pocket. The timid voice in his self-awareness was heard again. What are you doing? Shut up. Fuck, let's see dash. After a few minutes of tapping on his phone, a glint of madness appeared in Woojin's eyes, and a cruel smile spread across his face. Ah, bitch. How much is the insurance money? Corporal Jean Suncheol was not just one person. In the reading room, filled with prominent figures and top-tier actors, along with over 100 staff members, emotions ran high. The air was thick with tension, concentrated focus, excessive breathing, difficult lines, and distinct acting levels. Piercing through the center of such an intense reading room was Corporal Jean Suncheol. No, it was Kang Woojin's acting. Ah, bitch. How much is the insurance money? The first appearance of Corporal Jean Suncheol, portrayed by an actor who had debuted just 6 months ago, brought a sense of pressure to the reading room, silencing everyone. Everyone's face was etched with shock. They were all looking at the only rookie actor in the reading room. They adjusted their postures. Rookie actor Kang Woojin had changed the attitude of figures from all sectors. And for good reason. Director Kwang Ki-taek at the head of the table. He's already not just one person. All the actors, including Ryu Young-min and Ha Ura, and the hundreds of other individuals, saw that Kang Woojin was clearly one person. But the Corporal Jin Suncheol, who now sat here, role of Corporal Jin Suncheol / Mr. Kang Woojin, was unmistakably two people. End of multi. 7. Note 1. An inflatable boat in the shape of a banana. Chapter 120. Chapter 120, multi. 8. It was about two people, the story of Corporal Jin Suncheol. Specifically, it was the acting displayed by Kang Woojin in front of over 100 people gathered at the reading. In Island of the Missing, he was a character of interest, talked about a lot, and receiving much attention. Of course, the casting process had been extraordinarily unconventional. Moreover, he was currently the hottest actor in the domestic entertainment industry. Naturally, the gaze of other actors and stakeholders couldn't help but focus on Kang Woojin. Thus, most of the staff had this thought while looking at Woojin. It's going to be burdensome. A sense of burden. The majority of the 100 people felt the same way, except for director Kwang Ki-taek and Ryu Young-min. However, it took no time for Woojin to flip this atmosphere. Everyone's posture and attitude were readjusted. Is this even real? It's absurd. He doesn't seem hesitant or troubled at all. Did he never feel any pressure from the start? Surely, that's why director Kwon. He's truly exceptional. He doesn't succumb to this stifling atmosphere. Rather, he is even dominating it. No, Kang Woojin did feel an insane amount of pressure. Wow, these gazes are really burdensome. But he suppressed it. He held it down firmly. It was like a desperate struggle, and for some reason, he felt defiant. If he could overcome this situation, he could become even stronger. Regardless, the reading continued. Only veterans were gathered here. It wasn't a place to be shaken by momentary shock. Soon, starting with Ryu Young-min, several actors continuously delivered their lines. The atmosphere gradually heated up. Despite the air conditioning running at full blast, the room felt hotter. Some actors were even wiping sweat. Ryu Young-min threw a line at Kang Woojin. Jin Suncheol, are you not in your right mind? If it's tough, we can consider excluding you. Kang Woojin locked eyes with Ryu Young-min. An awkward but best effort smile spread around his eyes. It was like a screw had come loose. Ah, I can do it, sir. Are you sure? Yes, sir. You've got enough experience as a corporal, so put some strength into it, okay? Speak up if it's tough. Yes, I understand. However, Corporal Jin Suncheol's tone was oddly aggressive. There was something uncomfortable about him. As if to prove this, Kang Woojin's eyes turned fierce in an instant. Damn it, you bastard first lieutenant. Corporal Jin Suncheol was basically timid. Yet, within him, a ferocious side was inherent. However, this distinction was not clearly visible, but the nature was noticeable. This subtle nature caused discomfort in others. It was a build-up. Kang Woojin's current acting wasn't just about portraying two different characters, but slowly depicting an indiscernible shadow. Ha Ura, who had gone through the elite path, furrowed her brows. Displaying such a character who is hiding another persona so easily? Sometimes, when people meet, they encounter someone they prefer to avoid. Someone who makes them uncomfortable, even if they haven't done anything particularly wrong or problematic. Right now, Kang Woojin was exactly that. Slightly below ordinary. That ambiguous boundary subtly seeped through. Ha Ura, with narrowed eyes, spoke to Kang Woojin, or rather, to Corporal Jin Suncheol. Corporal Jin Suncheol, what are you doing, standing there blankly? Startled, Corporal Jin Suncheol stammered. That? I'm sorry. What about the task I assigned you this morning? Aha, right away, bye. I'll do it right now. By here is an unfinished word. Full word is bitch. Okay. The saluting Corporal Jin Suncheol had different levels of intensity in his gaze. It varied depending on whom he was looking at. The actors interacting directly with Woojin could feel it. Is he adjusting his gaze slightly for each person he looks at? He distinguished between those he could slightly disregard and those he couldn't. It was shown through his gaze. At this moment, Corporal Jin Suncheol, who was exchanging lines with Ha Ura, chewed on his lips. He was biting the flesh inside his mouth. He spat it out and let out a voice that was utterly different from his usual tone. Fucking bitch. At this point, director Kwon Ki-taek, seated at the head of the table, stroked his chin. Did he separately prepare the voice's emphasis, rhythm, tone, pronunciation, and projection of the voice? Kang Woojin was controlling even the voices of the two personas. Soon, he returned to his usual self as if possessed. Once his turn was over, he casually flipped through the script. At this, director Kwon Ki-taek curled his lips slightly. It wasn't two people sitting there, but three. He almost seemed like a person with multiple personalities. The next day, August 4th, based on a bestseller by writer Akari and directed by the Japanese master director Kyotaro, Japan was currently abuzz with the movie The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. Then, yesterday, an unexpected article was thrown into the mix. The original work of writer Akari Takikawa, The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, directed by Kyotaro Taniguchi, casts a Korean actor in a leading role. Who is this Korean actor? The article first appeared on Japan's #1 portal site. It was prominently placed on the main page of the entertainment section. And now, the number of responses has surged. Given the topic's popularity in Japan and its placement on the main page, the Japanese public's reactions are quickly piling up in real time. Is this article true? Is a Korean actor really appearing in it? I don't think it makes sense. This news is probably just a rumor. Not even a supporting role, but a main role. If this is real, I wonder which actor was cast. Whoever comes to act, please don't ruin The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. If it's a main role, could it be a top Korean actor? Who's been cast? I'm curious. Such an out-of-the-blue article. How long has it been since a Korean actor appeared in a Japanese movie? Will the Korean actor perform and practice Japanese? Won't it be awkward? This is likely a fake news piece. Comments are pouring in at the speed of light, with dozens of new responses appearing in just a few seconds. The engagement was even higher than yesterday, a testament to the intense interest. Perhaps that's why this article, with its tags and shares, quickly spread across social media. At __29YYY__. Article link. Is this article real? Should I look forward to it? They say a Korean actor is coming. As a fan of K-dramas, I totally welcome this. The article spread diversely across various social media platforms, quickly climbing to the top of the search rankings on the most popular SNS. The movie The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger had already established a sharp controversy with just its production. This news was like fanning the flames. The Japanese public was divided. The reactions were distinctly either negative or positive. The recognition of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger had skyrocketed. After all, it was a shocking turn of events. But suddenly a Korean actor? And as the lead? Well, it's not like there were no Korean actors who appeared in the Japanese films before, but they weren't common, and this was just too sudden and unexpected. Calling it a fresh shock is a euphemism. It was essentially unfamiliarity. Unfamiliarity takes some time to digest. The Japanese public's reaction, both positive and negative, could determine whether they accepted this unfamiliarity or not. Essentially, it was about the Hallyu wave. Fortunately, there seems to be a gradual increase in positive reactions. I'm actually in favor of it. Recently, all Japanese actors seem to act the same, don't they? These days, I only watch Korean dramas. As the issue rapidly spread across Japan's SNS and online communities. Is this article spreading everywhere actually credible? Anyone can see it's just fake news, right? Maybe the film company have intentionally leaked this for publicity. Various Japanese media outlets were already abuzz. A Korean actor suddenly? Were there any rumors? None at all. Since yesterday, those who came across the article have been trying to understand the situation. Which media outlet published this article? I'll check. Contact Toega Film Company too. Find out if it's true or not. From large to medium and small scale, many Japanese media outlets, regardless of size, were moving quickly. That's how influential director Kyotaro and writer Akari were in Japan. A Korean actor suddenly? No matter how eccentric director Kyotaro Taniguchi is, this is too unfounded, right? Did writer Akari confirm this? So far, only the title, director, and confirmation of production for The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger had been released officially. There was absolutely no information on the actors or the content of the work. So, the atmosphere was more inclined to consider this news as mere rumors. Korean actor cast in the eerie sacrifice of a stranger? Controversy erupts. For the time being, similar articles were quickly published, and an insane number of similar articles were being mass-produced. Korean actor in the eerie sacrifice of a stranger? Fans of the bestseller are confused and apprehensive. Quick to catch the scent of sensation, media outlets in Japan moved swiftly, a trait not unique to Japan, but common globally. Anyway, this novel issue quickly transcended the internet and spread to the entertainment industry in Japan, starting from various TV broadcasting stations. Director Kyotaro Taniguchi has chosen a Korean actor, hasn't he? Really? I saw the article about the movie production a few days ago. The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger is a best-selling book, isn't it? Suddenly bringing in a Korean actor seems out of the blue. This must be fake news, right? Japanese actors, who were still filming at the moment. Look at this, director Taniguchi is stirring things up again. Huh? Oh, this must just be a publicity stunt, right? Do you think the production company spread this intentionally? It's too detailed for that. If they spread this and then take it back later, they'd just be hated by the public. But seriously, would they cast a Korean actor in the eerie sacrifice of a stranger? And as a lead? If it's true, things will get more chaotic, even more than now. Of course, many agencies and production companies in Japan were not quiet either. All of this happened within just 2 days of the news breaking. Even at this moment, the situation continued to heat up. Going forward, there's no doubt it will cause even more of an uproar. On the other hand, Kyotaro Taniguchi, one of the parties at the center of this stormy issue, with his head filled with gray hairs. He was sitting alone in the meeting room of Toega, the production company, behind the eerie sacrifice of a stranger. The atmosphere was very silent. He was just monitoring the current stormy situation through his phone. It felt like being in the eye of a storm, calm despite being in the center. Suddenly, he put down his phone and muttered quietly in Japanese, recalling what the man with the ponytail has said. Did he say to maintain this for about a week? It sounded as if he had orchestrated everything. Meanwhile, at the private Japanese TV station TB, a thin man sighed briefly as he left the director's office. It was PD Shinjo of AIM Talk Show. As soon as he exited the director's office, female writers flocked to him. PD, what did the director say? You don't look happy. Did he tell you to scrap the plans? PD Shinjo showed a faint smile to the worried writers. No, he said to give it a try. He seems more hooked on the K-drama week plan than on Kang Woojin. That's a relief. As the writers showed a reaction of relief, PD Shinjo sat down at his cluttered table and began listing tasks to do. First, let's confirm the news with Mr. Woojin. And Yuki, you'll work on revising the plan with me, set the filming dates, and establish a format. Ideally, we need to finalize this today. We'll have to pull an all-nighter. Haha, what's 1 or 2 days? Also, we need to take care of the audience too. Accept applicants, but do you mean to primarily select from Hanryang fans? As PD Shinjo got up with a transparent file. That's right, preferably Kang Woojin's fans. Understood. Oh, we won't need a separate interpreter, right? Considering Mr. Woojin's proficiency in Japanese, there shouldn't be much of an issue, but just in case, let's hire one. As the writers took notes of the tasks, PD Shinjo moved towards the meeting room. In the meantime, the main writer clapped her hands and spoke again. PD, did you see the article about director Kyotaro Taniguchi? He cast a Korean actor in his new film. Being an issue that had already turned Japan upside down, PD Shinjo nodded in acknowledgement. I saw it this morning, and the director briefly mentioned it. It's probably going to be noisy for a while. Just having Kyotaro Taniguchi as the director is a big deal, let alone the original work by writer Akari Takikawa. I really enjoyed reading The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, so I was looking forward to the movie, but casting a Korean actor does feel a bit out of the blue. How are the public reactions? Not sure, seems mixed. There's criticism as well as anticipation. Anyway, it's all over SNS and online communities, filled with those discussions. PD Shinjo shrugged nonchalantly as he opened the door to the meeting room. Well, both the director and the original author are big names, and the project is on a different scale, so, of course, it's only natural. Anyway, They've certainly generated a lot of publicity with this. Controversy. Totally unexpected. Who would have thought a Korean actor would be part of this? It has to be one of the top actors, right? It's not confirmed yet, right? There's no official statement yet. Well, yes, but it's too absurd for a rumor, don't you think? I believe it's true. Oh, if that article is real, we definitely have to invite that Korean actor on our show no matter what. If it's a top star, it'll be difficult. Soon, PD Shinjo pointed his index finger at the transparent file he had spread open. Let's focus on sorting out Woojin's matter first. We don't have time to worry about other things. 2 days later, on Thursday, August 6th, in the midst of shooting the latter half of Male Friend, the filming set was at a university. The Male Friend shooting team had set up in the hallways and lecture rooms. Action. They were currently taking casual daily life shots of Wallin and the supporting actors, and Kang Woojin was scheduled to be involved in the next scene, getting his makeup retouched on the side. Then, a female staff member dabbing at Woojin's face with a pad asked, "Woojin, did you see the article? What was it saying? That you have a split personality. Isn't it absurd? As soon as you become famous, all sorts of nonsense starts circulating." The staff member who was assisting her chimed in. "Ah, I saw that too. There was another article saying that all your past was just an act. It's always the same. With the media in this industry. Same routine, always. The comments are just outrageous. It's all because Woojin is doing so well. People just mindlessly throw hate comments for fun, regardless of facts. Ugh, it's tiresome. Woojin, please don't pay any attention to those things. It will blow over soon. Anyway, it doesn't seem like you're shaken by it. You're quite tough." With an indifferent face, Kang Woojin nodded modestly. "Ah yes, I don't really care." And he truly didn't. He couldn't completely ignore them, but since Choi Sung-gun said he would handle it, it should be fine. When Woojin, finished with his makeup, turned around. "Woojin." There was Choi Sung-gun with his ponytail. He sent a hand gesture, beckoning with a smile. Puzzled, Woojin approached, and Choi Sung-gun whispered, "The AIM Talk Show contacted us. You're confirmed for a solo appearance. The end of August seems most likely. Since it's a recording, adjustments are possible. And the news didn't stop there. Also, the editing for your cover songs is complete." "Already?" Though slightly surprised, Woojin responded nonchalantly. "That was quick." "Well, the compositions were good, and you're a good singer to begin with. Let's check it out after today's schedule. All that's left is uploading it." "Oh, but what do you want your channel name to be?" "YouTube channel name." He hadn't thought about it at all. After staring solemnly at Choi Sung-gun for a moment, Woojin's lips slowly parted. Kang Woojin's alter ego, 21. Chapter 121, Fireworks, 1. Kang Woojin's response made Choi Sung-gun narrow his eyes. Kang Woojin's alter ego? So, you mean to name the channel Kang Woojin's alter ego? Was it a dismissal? Honestly, Woojin had just casually given a response. After all, he had never once thought about a YouTube channel name in his life. It seems important to have a hobby like casual vibe, so Kang Woojin's alter ego doesn't sound too bad. Is it really that strange? Woojin voiced his internal musings. Yes, Kang Woojin's alter ego. Does it sound strange? Choi Sung-gun, stroking his chin, shook his head. Kang Woojin's alter ego channel, huh? It seems good? It seems nonchalant and gives off the vibe of not caring too much. The casual naming adds a touch of humor. Is that so? Did you pretend not to care, but actually thought about it? No, not at all. It just came to mind just now. Unaware of this, Choi Sung-gun continued, opening his diary while pulling Woojin along. You've got about 10 minutes before you need to be on set, so let me explain what's going to happen. You should know what's coming up. Soon, Kang Woojin and Choi Sung-gun moved to a quiet corner, passing a corridor bustling with the filming team, and Choi Sung-gun, with his diary tucked under his arm, met Woojin's eyes. His expression became serious. First, about director Kyotaro's matter. As you've seen, Japan is in a frenzy over the eerie sacrifice of a stranger issue. The rumors about casting a Korean actor. Like I said, I initiated that. Consider that I've handled it. Ah yes. Of course, everything has been discussed with director Kyotaro's side. We've roughly outlined the plan, and currently, it's rolling as planned. Originally, director Kyotaro wanted to reveal you around the official shooting time, but that timing wasn't quite right for us. So I persuaded him. Woojin, with an indifferent face, listened intently, prompting Choi Sung-gun to lower his voice even more. First off, this matter is meant to cover up your past, but it's also meant to amplify several issues at once. Hanryang just blew up in Japan, right? It's still #1 on Netflix Japan and is even making its way onto Japanese TV beyond the internet. And it's coupled with AIM talk show. We've even secured a solo appearance. Right. Yes, CEO. If it were just that, we wouldn't need to stir up director Kyotaro's issue. But let's think bigger. The shooting of Male Friend is in its final stages, and it's confirmed for release on Netflix in Japan, right? Even the OST featuring you and Wallin will be released. Considering the timing, it's your next work following Hanryang. But frankly, your current popularity in Japan is a bit weak. I'm aware. We have to rely on Wallin's popularity in Japan. Right? Kim So-hyang, the executive director, and director Shin Dong-chun probably think the same. Even though Hanryang blew up, it's not like your popularity skyrocketed alone. It's a bit ambiguous. That's why you're using the eerie sacrifice of a stranger. Choi Sung-gun's lips curved up at the question. Whether in Korea or Japan, riding on someone else's popularity is a bit lame, right? Is that so? For now, Woojin blandly added bravado to fit the mood. I think so. It's a burden on Wallin. Right. Then let's assume the news of the Korean actor cast in the eerie sacrifice of a stranger turns out to be you. Everything that was a bit bland will change 180 degrees. Hanryang, AIM talk show, Male Friend, and so on. The Japanese will explode with curiosity about you. Their interest will amplify. And the eerie sacrifice of a stranger will also gain more promotional power. Right, it's a win-win for both sides. Even if it's just this, we can gain a lot, but that's not the end. Suddenly, it all clicked in Kang Woojin's head. Kang Woojin's alter ego. Yes, your YouTube channel. Hanryang has just made a brief splash, but look at how your SNS and past videos are skyrocketing in popularity, especially among Japanese fans. And with the eerie sacrifice of a stranger also hitting big soon, whether in Korea or Japan, wouldn't people search for you on YouTube? The influx of people looking for you could be several times, perhaps dozens of times more than now. Choi Sung-gun's smile deepened. Most of them will be directed to the Kang Woojin's alter ego channel. Indeed, that was the case. If the Korean actor cast in the eerie sacrifice of a stranger is revealed to be Kang Woojin, the Japanese public would first raise their eyebrows in curiosity. Who is this person? So, they would look him up. The amount of traffic this would generate was expected to be enormous. Having laid out such an extensive plan, Choi Sung-gun nonchalantly shrugged his shoulders. Well, of course, it won't explode overnight. Such matters require careful and gradual handling. For now, we need to expand the playing field, both in Japan and domestically. The more we escalate the controversy, the louder the boom. Internally impressed at the plan, but maintaining a composed FOD for his concept, Woojin nodded in agreement. I appreciate your efforts. I specialize in handling such matters behind the scenes. There's no need for formalities. Then, gesturing that it was time to return, Choi Sung-gun stepped forward, concluding, with such a big issue unfolding, who would have the space to pay attention to some past gossip about you? In the midst of war, who cares about children's petty squabbles? Right. Later on, having finished shooting for Male Friend, despite the late hour, Kang Woojin moved to the office where the YouTube team had gathered to review the edited cover song video. The YouTube team's office was secured by Choi Sung-gun, near BW Entertainment, and only the PD was left to welcome Kang Woojin. Let's listen to it right away. Ultimately, the quality of the finished video was outstanding. At least, that's what Kang Woojin thought. My face being in it is a bit awkward, but if I just close my eyes and listen, it's awesome. There were 3 videos in total, a short interview video with Kang Woojin, the Japanese version of the first cover song, Alani's Ballerina, and the English version. The interview consisted of questions and answers, lasting about 3 minutes, and the cover song videos were also around 4 minutes each. This one is the English version. The video wasn't heavily embellished. The only background was the recording booth, and the angle chosen was a side view of Woojin singing passionately. His vocals stood out as he sang wearing headphones. Soon, the PD gave a thumbs up. Woojin, Your pronunciation in English and Japanese is so good. I had to listen to it several times. It's clear and smooth, very addictive. Even your vocal skills are above par. Thank you. I'm sure if we get enough traffic, the subscribers will rave about it. It's not just because I'm in charge, but I really think this will do well. But have you decided on the channel name? We're just going with Kang Woojin's alter ego. Haha, that's good. It feels casually named, which makes it feel less intimidating. After reviewing the videos, Kang Woojin, the PD, and Choi Sung-gun immediately proceeded with opening the channel. Channel name: Kang Woojin's alter ego. Subscribers: 0. Videos: 0. It was just opened, not officially launched yet. CEO: when do you think we should start uploading videos? It's hard to set an exact date. I'll contact you depending on how things are progressing. So publish them when the timing is right. Okay, then we should discuss the backlog of videos before the opening. Yes, of course. The backlog videos mentioned by the PD were due to Kang Woojin's busy schedule. Regular video uploads are essential for YouTube, and if Woojin's schedule got too tight, it could be problematic. Therefore, it was necessary to record as many videos as possible before opening. Have you thought about the second cover song? I'm not sure. At that moment, Woojin casually came up with an idea. Just like K-pop songs are translated and sung in Japanese and English, why not translate J-pop or English pop songs into Korean and sing them? Choi Sung-gun stroked his chin thoughtfully. That's a good idea. 2 days later, the issue regarding Japan's director Kyotaro had grown several times larger, mainly because the director's side remained silent amidst the growing controversy. Fake news or truth? Quiet amidst the controversy, director Kyotaro Taniguchi. The more silent he remained, the more explosive the curiosity of the Japanese media and public opinion became. The media continuously published speculative articles, and the public discussed fervently in various communities and on social media. Predictions about which Korean actor it might be started pouring in. It must be Lee Ho-tae. He has been in a Japanese movie before. It's definitely one of the top Korean actors, right? If it's not fake news, they must have cast a top actor. From top Korean actors who had previously been in Japanese productions to more believable guesses and random speculations. In any case, the recognition of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger in Japan was skyrocketing. And naturally, Korea was no different. Japan is currently abuzz with director Kyotaro Taniguchi. But is the casting of a Korean actor true? Best-selling Japanese novel-turned-movie, The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. Controversy over Korean actor casting. Director Taniguchi remains silent. Though not as much as in Japan, since the issue's core was Korean actor, there was heightened interest. The speculation in Japan about top actors was even brought up in Korea. Top actor Lee Ho-tae joining the controversial The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger in Japan. Lee Ho-tae's agency. Reports of joining are false. No discussions took place. So much so that even the staff on the set of Male Friend, which Kang Woojin was currently filming, were gossiping about it. Did you see the article? You know director Kyotaro Taniguchi from Japan, right? A master director in Japan. There's a rumor he's cast a Korean actor in a lead role. Doubtful. It's probably just a rumor. We would have heard about it here if it was such a big project. Definitely fake news. Right? It does seem too far-fetched. However, Japan was mainly focused on director Kyotaro, but Korea had other issues as well. For instance, The Island of the Missing. Recently completing its script reading to great success, The Island of the Missing quickly shared news from the set. With a cast full of top actors, being director Kwon Ki-taek's film, and particularly the inclusion of the monstrous newcomer Kang Woojin, it had garnered attention. Movie Talk grand-scale movie The Island of the Missing starts script reading, top actors focused on acting/photo. Monstrous newcomer Kang Woojin confidently holds his place among top actors/photo. Just hearing about it was one thing, but seeing Woojin in the photos on set was entirely different. Soon, movie news was filled with The Island of the Missing. A few days later, as Male Friend neared the end of its filming, it too pulled back its promotional bowstring. Male Friend set photos of Kang Woojin and Wallen, already looking sweet/photo. Male Friend had many things lined up for the future. There were poster shoots with Kang Woojin and Wallen as the main focus, a production press conference, various promotional schedules, and so on. Meanwhile, director Shin Dong-chun informed the approximate wrap-up schedule to Kang Woojin and Wallin on set. Woojin, Wallin. At this rate, we should be able to wrap up by August 15th. Let's keep up the good work. The Male Friend project had started around July 20th. The schedule originally set for a month was shortened by about a week. Time steadily passed. Meanwhile, more proof of Kang Woojin's split personality surfaced LOL.jpg. Amidst this, rumors and gossip about Woojin's alleged split personality continued to spread, mainly through online communities, with a few persistent reporters clinging to the story. Monstrous newcomer Kang Woojin's past surfaces in various communities. Totally different person now. Complete transformation. As a result, the number of negative comments on Woojin's social media and various videos increased. Isn't he rumored to have a split personality? Why no clarification? Continuous eyewitness accounts from the past keep surfacing, and he stays silent. How typical, LOL. However, Woojin ignored these. Yeah, so what? It was something he left to Choi Sung-gun to handle, and frankly, he was too busy with his schedule to pay attention to every comment. His status as an ordinary citizen at heart also played a role. Around this time, AIM Talk Show and Choi Sung-gun reached an agreement. This was conveyed to Kang Woojin. We've set the recording date for AIM Talk Show on August 30th, Woojin. The plan for AIM Talk Show was finalized. August 14th, Tokyo, Japan. In the spacious conference room of the giant Toega Film Company, which was producing The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, a familiar man was present. It was director Kyotaro, currently the hottest director in Japan, still surrounded by ongoing controversy about The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. The controversy showed no signs of dying down. Across from director Kyotaro sat 3 men. They were from famous Japanese media companies, journalists to be precise. Director Kyotaro was currently in the middle of an interview, about 30 minutes in, with various questions and answers exchanged. A journalist then asked Kyotaro a new question. Director, your upcoming film, The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, has been quite controversial even before production. Do you have any comments on this? If this issue is absurd, wouldn't it be better to clarify it clearly rather than maintaining silence? In response to the follow-up question, director Kyotaro sighed and stroked his chin, then suddenly spoke up. It was his first statement since the controversy erupted. While I can't disclose everything yet, but it's confirmed that a Korean actor has joined The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. The role has already been assigned. It's a male actor. Really? Is it one of the top Korean actors as speculated? At this, director Kyotaro calmly shook his head. No, he's not one of Korea's top actors. He's a newcomer. Instantly, the journalist's eyebrows furrowed. A newcomer, not a top actor? The words of director Kyotaro left the 3 journalists momentarily dumbfounded. But director Kyotaro's nonchalant expression remained unchanged. He wasn't joking. Soon, the journalists exchanged glances, their eyes conversing though their lips remained sealed. Is he serious? A newcomer? Even the mere joining of a Korean actor caused such a stir, and now you're saying the lead is a newcomer. Why not a top actor, but a newcomer instead? Their confusion was understandable. Suddenly, a Korean newcomer was brought into the picture. Why? For what reason? With the names of director Kyotaro and writer Akari Takikawa, they could have easily brought in top actors. The situation was rife with question marks. One journalist hesitantly asked, clearly finding it hard to believe. Director, so, you're saying that the casting of a Korean actor in The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger is confirmed, but it's not a top actor, but a newcomer? Director Kyotaro's response was again brief and clear. Yes, that's correct. And what about the language issue? Even with practice, there's bound to be some awkwardness. There's no problem. May I ask about the process involved? It's difficult to go into details. Director, it's rare even in our country for a newcomer to take a leading role. But a newcomer from Korea would be unprecedented. Could you please explain at least a bit? No, the process is too lengthy and prone to misunderstanding, so I'd rather not discuss it. The journalists furrowed their brows. At this moment, director Kyotaro cleared his throat and added, However, both I and the original author, Akari Takikawa, fully agree with this decision. The author too? Yes, it's more of a conviction than an agreement. Both the author and I have made this decision after seeing that Korean newcomer actor in person. Can you tell us who it is? Not at the moment. At this point, a hint of dissatisfaction appeared in the journalist's eyes. Regardless, director Kyotaro continued his speech unwaveringly. I'm aware that the eerie sacrifice of a stranger is currently causing a lot of noise. However, the entire production team, including myself, is pouring our heart and soul into making this film. Of course. I'd appreciate it if you could add a request for understanding from the public. After hearing the explanation, the three journalists' eyes lit up. Today's interview was supposed to be a simple schedule, merely asking about the hot issues shaking up Japan recently. They were content with getting any comment, but unexpectedly, they landed a major scoop. Then, the journalists exchanged awkward smiles, seemingly wrapping up the interview. Of course, director Kyotaro was satisfied too, as it was all part of his plan. Those eyes are screaming scoop. That should be enough. Everything was going according to plan. Later, the statement from director Kyotaro about a Korean newcomer actor was released on the Japanese internet on the afternoon of the 14th. Director Taniguchi Kyotaro finally speaks on the controversy. The Korean actor cast is confirmed, but it's a newcomer, not a top actor. Being a major media outlet, the news quickly made it to the front page of their website. Naturally, the title and content of the article were derived from director Kyotaro's interview, meaning it was factual. The article even included, I can't disclose everything yet, but it's confirmed that a Korean actor has joined. The eerie sacrifice of a stranger. The role has already been assigned. It's a male actor. It's not a top actor from Korea, it's a newcomer. The interview video, spoken calmly by director Kyotaro, was also attached to the article. Given that director Kyotaro had been silent on the controversy until now, this could be seen as his official stance. As a result, Japanese media, which had been skeptical until now, rushed to cover the story. The eerie sacrifice of a stranger casts a Korean actor as lead, but why a newcomer? A Korean newcomer cast as the lead in the eerie sacrifice of a stranger, an unusual choice for the acclaimed director. The issue, which had spread like fake news or rumors, was now firmly stamped with confirmation. What's the reason behind choosing a Korean newcomer for the lead role? Still silent. Author Akari Takikawa. With director Kyotaro finally addressing the issue, Japan was abuzz once more. Interestingly, the controversy only escalated with director Kyotaro's clarification. One controversy led to another. Both the Japanese media and the public reacted similarly. So it wasn't fake news? But it's even more confusing if the lead actor is a newcomer and not a top actor? A newcomer? Why exactly did they choose an actor from Korea if it's a newcomer? I don't get it. Who is it? Tell us right now, director. It seems unprecedented to cast a Korean newcomer as a lead. Who exactly has director Taniguchi brought in? Isn't this unheard of in the entire film industry? So who is this Korean newcomer actor? Can someone tell me? Given the scale of the controversy, its impact was like a tidal wave, swiftly engulfing all of Japan. Perhaps, or rather, certainly, the controversy had grown several times larger than before. And it didn't take long for this tremendous wave to reach Korea. Exclusive facts emerged from the eerie sacrifice of a stranger, confirming the casting of a Korean actor, but a newcomer. Around late night on the 14th, crossing past midnight into the early hours of the 15th, the issue, now laced with facts, stirred up a significant wave in Korea as well. It started in various online communities. Repost. Japan is in turmoil right now. The rumor about director Kyotaro casting a Korean actor has been confirmed as fact. Director Kyotaro himself spoke about casting a Korean actor, and it's a newcomer from Korea? JPG. Naturally, this news spread rapidly across Korea, especially within the media. Issue check. Who was the Korean newcomer actor chosen for the lead by director Kyotaro? The situation was different from before. Initially, there was a possibility of fake news, but this time, director Kyotaro himself had confirmed the facts. At this point, it would be foolish for the domestic media to remain silent, right? Director Kyotaro Taniguchi, a renowned figure in Japan, had definitely cast a Korean actor in a massively anticipated film, choosing a newcomer instead of a top actor. The stimulation was sufficient, and the media was eager to dive in. The eerie sacrifice of a stranger's lead role goes to a newcomer, causing a surge of interest. Film industry insiders say it's unprecedented. Therefore, Korean entertainment media went wild, continuously churning out articles. From dawn till morning. Like Japan, Korean netizens were abuzz. Well, this issue was out of nowhere. And why a newcomer? It makes no sense. LOL. What the? I knew director Kyotaro liked Korea, LOL, but I didn't expect him to use a Korean newcomer actor, especially as the lead. LOL. Is this true? LOL. Has anything like this ever happened before? The eerie sacrifice of a stranger. Isn't this book super famous as a bestseller? This is crazy. A Korean newcomer in the lead role? That's crazy. LOL. But regardless of who it is, how will they handle the Japanese language? It's a Japanese movie, after all, and you can't just learn it on the fly. Damn. I'm so curious. Go netizen Conan's. TL note. Reference to Conan from Case Closed anime. The unusual, yet innovative situation caught everyone's attention. CEO Choi Sung-gun also noticed the escalating situation. Okay, the game is starting to get big. On the morning when Choi Sung-gun was about to pick up Kang Woojin, Woojin was also checking his phone while getting ready. Is this how it's going to play out? Amazing. On the same day, around noon on the 15th, the location was a live cafe in Seoul. The lighting was slightly dim, and the cafe was relatively large. The layout included a small stage at the front with various musical instruments visible. The customer tables were arranged to face the stage. Dozens of staff members were gathered at this live cafe. It was the Male Friend filming team. Cameras and audio equipment were set up near the entrance of the cafe. Swoosh. Even a boom microphone was placed. Currently, the customer tables were empty, but would later be filled with extras. This part was to be filmed separately. Anyway, the focus of all the equipment was on Wallin and a male extra actor standing on stage. Wallin was dressed in a denim jacket and skirt, while the male extra, appearing to be in his 50s, played the role of the cafe owner, stood beside her. At this point, let's go. Director Shin Dong-chun, sitting near the monitor amidst dozens of staff, shouted, "Hi, action." The camera zoomed in on Wallin, who instantly embodied the character Lee Bo-min, and grabbed the forearm of the cafe owner who was standing in the way. Her expression was desperate. "Sir, you promised to play my song today. How can you do this?" In contrast, the cafe owner, standing close by, showed an expression of irritation and disregard. "No. How many times do I have to tell you? The singer who was supposed to sing that song bailed. What do you want me to do about it? So, you're not even going to try to contact them? Aish, so annoying. I'm fed up too. They think they are some top singers, always disappearing without a word. But, you could play the guide version. Or I can sing it. I'll do it. Yeah, just stop it. Do you think you are the only one here like this?" The owner roughly shook off her hand, and Lee Bo-min was desperate. "Sir, just once. Just this once. Please, get lost. This is a live cafe, Liv. Why would we play recorded songs? Stop bothering me and go find somewhere else." The owner harshly shoves Lee Bo-min away. Cut, followed by action again. The shooting alternates between Lee Bo-min's angle and the cafe owner's angle a couple of times, with the camera angles also changing a couple of times. Then, director Shin Dong-chun cues the start of the scene again. Action. To ensure continuity, the scene started from where the owner pushes Lee Bo-min. At this moment, tap, tap. The sound of someone tapping the microphone echoes throughout the cafe. Lee Bo-min and the cafe owner both turn their heads towards the stage. The camera does the same. Soon, they see a man standing on the stage. Kang Woojin, or rather, Han In-ho, wearing a hoodie. His face showed no expression, devoid of thought. The sudden appearance of Han In-ho on the stage made the cafe owner frown. What the heck is that guy doing? Lee Bo-min was baffled to see Han In-ho, who was supposed to be in the restroom, on the stage. Why is he there? He's not planning a prank, is he? Then, the owner harshly asks Lee Bo-min, "Do you know this guy?" I'm sorry. I'll bring him down right away." Just then, a song echoed throughout the cafe. At this, Lee Bo-min, who was about to rush off, stopped abruptly and muttered to herself, "Huh? My song?" As soon as she finished speaking, Han In-ho on stage moved casually. He approached the standing microphone on stage and began to sing. Lee Bowman's composed Mr. track played, overlaid with Han In-ho's vocals. The camera captured a full shot of Han In-ho on stage. His deep and low voice filled the cafe. As his singing continued, the cafe owner, his anger subsiding, stroked his chin and spoke. TL note. MR, music recorded track. Wow, what's up with this guy? He's amazing. Hey, is your friend a singer? Or a trainee? Caught off guard by the owner's words, Lee Bowman couldn't respond immediately. She just blankly stared at Han In-ho on stage. After about 3 seconds, she finally managed to speak. No, I don't know him. It's my first time seeing him. This scene was from episode 2, and the song Han In-ho was singing was his theme song, one of the official OSTs of Male Friend. After Han In-ho's vocals resonated throughout the cafe. Cut. Okay. Director Shin Dong-chun stood up, applauding enthusiastically. He was extremely pleased with the scene. However, this scene wasn't completed in just one take. It took a total of 3 retakes. It wasn't because Kang Woojin or Wallin couldn't perform well. Their acting was more than enough. It was simply director Shin Dong-chun's desire for perfection, especially for Han In-ho's first scene featuring his unexpected vocals. Eventually, cut. Look, Woojin, Wallin, you both did an excellent job. Director Shin Dong-chun, announcing the end of the scene, applauded and praised the 2 actors. This applause was soon echoed by the entire crew. Clap, 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 clap. Wallin, standing below the stage. Director, you worked hard too. Thank you, everyone. And Kang Woojin, still on stage, also bowed deeply to director Shin Dong-chun and the dozens of staff. Thank you, you've all worked hard. The 2 lead actors were met with enthusiastic applause and joyful shouts from the crew. Wow, that last cut was amazing. Great work, both of you. It's sad it's over just when we were getting to know each other. Ha ha ha. What? You want to shoot for a few more months? No, of course not. Great job, everyone. It's over. Director Shin Dong-chun, with a deep smile, calmed the excited atmosphere. It had been about a month. All right. Let's save the wrap-up celebration for later. Let's start cleaning up. We don't have much time left for the rental. The filming of Netflix's Male Friend was finally complete. Meanwhile, at this moment, the Korean media was thoroughly engrossed into the eerie sacrifice of a stranger issue. Amidst the public discourse, a certain actor's name was being suddenly mentioned. Could the Korean actor cast as the lead by director Kyotaro be Kang Woojin? It totally feels like him. It was Kang Woojin. It really seems like Kang Woojin. LOL. Kang Woojin is just impossible, LOL. He has recently been working on director Kwon Ki-taek's next work, LOL. A Korean newcomer. Could it really be Kang Woojin? Isn't he the hottest among the newcomers in Korea right now? Agree. Seriously, with Kang Woojin's momentum, even Hollywood entry seems totally possible. Park Dae-ri is on fire. Idiots, LOL. There's no connection between Kang Woojin and director Kyotaro, LOL. Why the sudden focus towards Kang Woojin? Wow, LOL, but seriously, if it's Kang Woojin, his filmography is crazy, LOL. Isn't he surpassing top actors? No, it won't be Kang Woojin. The news about Island of the Missing going for an overseas location shoot was released. His schedule won't match. These guys are getting carried away, LOL. Idiots, LOL. Various online communities were buzzing about Kang Woojin. Naturally, his name also began to appear in the comments of various articles. Is Kang Woojin really the actor being talked about? Kang Woojin? For real? Why is Kang Woojin suddenly coming up? The netizen Conans in the community are going crazy claiming it's Kang Woojin, LOL. Isn't there a rumor about Kang Woojin having a split personality? Kang Woojin is so unlikable. LOL, Kang Woojin my foot. Just the idiots spouting their brain farts, LOL. Wow? True, Kang Woojin is currently the most dominant rookie. I don't think it's Kang Woojin. Isn't he already involved in many projects? The media caught on to this atmosphere and began to add their spin to the facts. Issue pick. Is Kang Woojin the Korean rookie actor mentioned by director Kyotaro? Rumors rapidly spreading through online communities. In just a few dozen minutes, speculative and sensationalized articles began to increase. I think it's highly likely, considering Hanryang is super popular on Netflix in Japan. Director Kyotaro must have noticed Kang Woojin there. Amateur detectives' comments also surged. The situation was a mess, but it was positive for Kang Woojin. No, it was exactly the picture Choi Sung-gun wanted. Back at the live cafe, as Kang Woojin's name spread online, Male Friend's final shooting location, the live cafe, was busy with cleanup. Dozens of staff moved around in organized chaos. Hey, watch the cables. Don't step on them. Oops, sorry. Hey, rookie. How can you handle that expensive light so carelessly? Handle it gently. Got it. Yes, sir. Gently. Noted. Let's hurry up. We only have an hour left to clear out. Kang Woojin and Wallin were saying goodbye to the key staff. Meanwhile, Kang Woojin, with his usual indifference, thought to himself, wow, somehow managed to finish another one. What should he call this feeling? Deep satisfaction? Kang Woojin commended himself. Despite the overflowing schedule, he had diligently completed another project. Exorcism, profiler Henry Yang, drug dealer, and now male friend. Wow, I've already done 4. He felt a sense of accomplishment. It felt like only yesterday when he began acting as Park Dae-ri, but now many characters were already imprinted in Kang Woojin's mind. Of course, he was ready to show them off at any moment. It felt like Kang Woojin's world was expanding. Well, I have more to do than what I've finished. Thinking of the backlog of work, Woojin tried to lift his spirits. His face, however, remained stoic as ever. At that moment, Woojin. Having just finished talking with director Shin Dong-chun, Wallin approached Kang Woojin. Her expression was slightly sullen. To her, Woojin responded in a low voice. Yes, Wallin. You worked hard. You too, Woojin. At this, Kang Woojin's instincts slightly stirred. Wallin's slightly red lips caught his eye. Oh, wait a minute. Still vividly remembering their recent kiss scene, Kang Woojin averted his gaze from Wallin as if pretending nothing happened. Forget it, you idiot. Although Kang Woojin wanted to slap his own cheek for being distracted by thoughts of Wallin, he refrained and saw Wallin, noticing his averted gaze, having her own thoughts. Maybe he's bored, or is he busy? Ugh, I don't know. Just go for it. Soon, Wallin cleared her throat and cautiously asked Woojin. By the way, could you give me your number? Number? Wallin's gaze flickered slightly. Yes. It's not for any other reason. It's just that, with male friend and the upcoming our dining table with PD Yoon, I thought it might be good to know. Or maybe a situation might arise where we need to contact each other. Yes, sure. Woojin nodded indifferently and took Wallin's phone to enter his number, smiling inwardly. She's cute. Remembering her fangirl moments, Woojin returned the phone to Wallin, who casually thanked him. Thanks. Internally, she was jumping up and down with joy, like she had obtained a rare item. At that moment, you too. Really great work. An excited male voice came from behind. Turning around, they saw director Shin Dong-chun, accompanied by the shy writer Choi Na-na and the plump executive director Kim So-hyang. It seemed they had visited for the last shooting. Writer Choi Na-na, true to her timid nature, approached the actors and bowed deeply. The last scene with Woojin. Your vocals were really great, and Wallin, your acting was so amazing. For her, everything must have felt like a dream. Kang Woojin appearing in Male Friend, and later Wallin as well. Now, it had already reached the last shooting, with plans to launch not only in Korea, but also in Japan. The scale had grown beyond imagination. I'm really looking forward to seeing how Male Friend turns out. I love you both. The mood lightened with Choi Na-na's courageous declaration. Director Shin Dong-chun joined in. Haha, I guess I'll have to work to death in post-production to live up to the writer's expectations. That's not what I meant. I know. I also plan to put a lot of effort into this drama since it's been a while. And Woojin, Wallin, you know that even though filming is over, there's still a lot to do. From poster shoots to post-sync recording. Woojin, I think it's better to record today's cut OST separately. Director Shin Dong-chun, while explaining, paused to consider the date. Let's see, today's the 15th. The trailer and teaser will start rolling out next week, including the making of videos. Executive. Director Kim So-hyang took over. We also have to hold the production announcement soon. Male Friend will be the representative project among our short drama projects. Meaning, both Kang Woojin and Wallin had to participate, along with the director and the writer. And this part will be communicated to your agencies. But there might be a brief trip to Japan for the promotional schedule of Male Friend. Japan suddenly? As Woojin wondered internally, Kim So-hyang explained. The Netflix Japan has officially requested it. Probably because of Hanryang's success. Woojin's popularity has risen, and Wallin is already top in Japan. Such cases were not entirely unheard of. It happened quite often. Since Male Friend is officially launching in Japan, the pretext is the production announcement, but it's more of a small promotional event. Then, a male voice interjected. Haha, just let me know the schedule, and I'll adjust. It's Woojin's first leading role, so we must go. It was the ponytailed Choi Sung-gun. Swish. He smiled and whispered in Woojin's ear. The media and public are starting to buzz with your name. All that's left is the push. The next day, after the wrap-up of Male Friend shooting, late morning on the 16th. Around that time the news about Male Friend hit the internet. Kang Woojin and Wallin finally complete filming of Male Friend. Kang Woojin, who had been sleeping soundly in bed, suddenly woke up. A dash. Woojin's hair was disheveled and his eyes were bleary, as if his soul had left him. He had slept deeply. For a while, he stared blankly at the familiar ceiling, before his brain suddenly kicked into gear. Ah crap. He abruptly got out of bed in a rush, sensing that he had overslept. His appearance was reminiscent of his days working at the design company, still exuding a hint of his ordinary life. Quickly heading to the bathroom, Woojin checked the time on his phone. What time is it? He suddenly stopped his hurried pace and chuckled in resignation. What am I doing? Am I an idiot? The reason was simple. The previous night, Choi Sung-gun had given him 2 days off. Male Friend is over, and the reading for Island of the Missing is finished, so let's take a break for a day or two. Woojin was so elated he almost hugged Choi Sung-gun, but maintained his solemn demeanor and just thanked him. Then, Woojin, scratching his disheveled hair, dove back into bed. Sweet relief dash. It was a rare moment of total relaxation, dropping all responsibilities, the hellish schedule, acting, maintaining his persona, even his misunderstandings. At this moment, only the real Kang Woojin existed. Although the outside world was abuzz, Woojin closed his eyes without a care. What does it matter? This was his time to unwind. It wasn't until the afternoon that he lazily got up and headed to the parking lot. Ah, my beloved, it's finally time for your debut. He was planning to take his newly purchased car for a spin. While Woojin was indulging in this sweet rest, his name was spreading rapidly across the internet. Is it really Kang Woojin? There's nothing about it on his Instagram. As time passed, speculation and theories flooded the internet. It was unclear who had first sparked the rumor. Was it because Kang Woojin was the most prominent rising star recently? Was it the timing? Either way, the situation was beyond control. There were even posts with amateur detective work. Let me summarize it for you. Kang Woojin won the acting award at the misunderstanding Film Festival, and the award trophy was presented by director Kyotaro. Whoa, that sounds right. This seems the most accurate LOL. Right now, there's no newcomer like Kang Woojin LOL. I haven't seen Exorcism, but Park Dae-ri was awesome LOL. There were also plenty of negative reactions to the spreading rumors. Isn't Kang Woojin busy with filming Male Friend, Island of the Missing, and all sorts of commercials and whatnot, right? The Japanese language is a main issue, guys. When did he even learn it? I vote no for Kang Woojin. Could be an unknown actor from Korea, or maybe even a Korean Japanese. Maybe they referred to a Korean Japanese as a Korean actor LOL? The debate raged on. The issue related to the eerie sacrifice of a stranger was so unique that the overflowing interest was like a grand and colorful explosion of fireworks. One thing was certain now. That Kang Woojin's name was penetrating deeper into public consciousness. This situation persisted for at least 2 days, with the media also joining in. Issue check. First newcomer from Korea to lead a Japanese blockbuster? Kang Woojin emerges as a prominent candidate. Exclusive director Kyotaro presented the award trophy to Kang Woojin at misunderstanding Film Festival, raising the possibility of him being the Korean newcomer. Of course, many people became aware of this news, including actors and other figures in the entertainment industry, as well as Woojin's acquaintances. Kyung Sung, yo, Woojin, is it true you're going to star in a Japanese movie as a lead? Hyungu, true? Considering he hasn't said anything, it's probably just BS. Kyung Sung, Kang Woojin, you bastard. Ah, damn it. Hey Dae-young, respond. You must know something, right? Dae-young, I'm busy, and I don't know either. Hyung-gu, just ignore them, idiots. But shouldn't we meet up soon? Let's see our Kang star's face. Woojin's fan club was also buzzing. Official/Kang Woojin's official fan club, Kang's Heart, welcomes you. Members, 19,520. Chief Manager, Blood Sister. Among them, of course, the fan club's representative, Blood Sister, and the administrators were especially active. Is this for real? Is Woojin Appa really making a debut in Japan? I don't know, but there wasn't any word from Appa's agency. Hyuna, call Appa and ask him. He's not answering. Despite the growing snowball of rumors, Kang Woojin simply. Star Talk. Speculation about Kang Woojin's Japan debut. Rumors are growing, but Kang Woojin himself remained silent. Continued to carry out his schedule quietly. A few days later, on the 19th, in the morning, at a salon in Cheongdam-dong, the van carrying Kang Woojin stopped in the salon's parking lot. Soon after, the back door opened, and Woojin stepped out briskly. He was wearing a cap, a black t-shirt, and jeans. Overall, he looked pretty casual. Kang Woojin's first schedule for the day was the poster shoot for Male Friend. Of course, there were full-packed schedules afterward. Following the indifferent Woojin were Choi Sung-gun, Jang Soo-hwan, Han Yeung, and 5 other team members. Just as Woojin was about to step forward, Woojin, Choi Sung-gun, who had just tied his ponytail again, called out to him. The situation seems to have heated up just enough. How about the launch of Kang Woojin's alter ego channel? What do you think? If that's what you suggest, I'm okay with it. But, of course, pretending to be cool is essential. Kang Woojin's voice was deliberately low. I think it's the right time. Okay. Choi Sung-gun, forming a circle with his fingers, paused for a moment, picked up his phone, and called the PD in charge of the Kang Woojin's alter ego channel. Then, he handed the phone to Woojin. It's your channel, so you should be the one to launch it. Woojin nodded cynically, but internally, he felt a bit nervous. Why is my heart beating so fast over this? Soon, the voice of the PD came through the phone. Yes, CEO. Woojin replied in a low voice. This is Kang Woojin, PD Nim. I think it's time to start my channel. Haha, I've been waiting for this. Then, I'll start uploading right away. The change in the previously empty Kang Woojin's alter ego channel happened within a few minutes. Channel name, Kang Woojin's alter ego. Subscribers, 158. Videos, 2. Greeting hello, I am actor Kang Woojin. No, Kang Woojin's alter ego. Do you have a moment? Kang Woojin's alter ego. 1. Ilani/ballerina cover Japanese. Ver, Kang Woojin's alter ego. The lid was lifted. The interesting part was, wow, it's not a fake. What? It's really Woojin Appa's channel? What? This is the real Kang Woojin? The reactions started pouring in rapidly. 1 hour. That was the time it took for Kang Woojin to get his hair and makeup done after arriving at the salon. Of course, it wasn't completely finished in just 1 hour, but it was nearly done. Sitting in front of the mirror, Kang Woojin felt relatively calm. Yeah, my face looks good today as well. It's almost like magic. He was simply self-praising his changed appearance. However, about an hour ago, when the Kang Woojin's alter ego channel was launched, unlike its calm owner, it was experiencing a significant seismic shift. The Kang Woojin's alter ego channel, which had a soft opening, initially had roughly 100 subscribers. Those were mostly subscribed out of mere curiosity. However, now things were different. There was a noticeable change in just 1 hour. Channel name, Kang Woojin's alter ego. Subscribers, 5,858. Videos, 2. The channel had gained over 5,000 subscribers in just an hour. The surge in subscribers was unexpected. The difference in the 2 uploaded videos was even more striking. The first video, a greeting from the channel owner, Kang Woojin. Greeting hello, I am actor Kang Woojin. No, Kang Woojin's alter ego. Do you have a moment? Kang Woojin's alter ego. Views, 12,000/2020. 8/19. It had already surpassed 10,000 views. However, the first video was just a teaser. The real game changer was the second video, Kang Woojin's first cover song, the Japanese version of Ilani's Ballerina. 1. Ilani/ballerina cover. Japanese. Ver, Kang Woojin's alter ego. Views, 23,000/2020. 8. 19. This one had crossed 20,000 views without any promotion. This was purely Kang Woojin's influence, including the issues built up so far and the recent director Kyotaro's incident. This indicated Kang Woojin's high recognition among the domestic audience. They must have been curious at first. People who were searching for information about Kang Woojin on YouTube due to the Japanese movie incident stumbled upon his alter ego channel and his cover song. As a result, Kang Woojin's alter ego, LOL. I'm dying. Is this for real? Why? I was sure it was going to be fake, but why is the real Kang Woojin appearing? And why is he so good looking? Why is Kang Woojin so good at Japanese? His vocal tone is insane. He could be the main ego, not just an alter ego. Wow, his Japanese pronunciation is perfect. Did he live in Japan? LOL, I was just curious and searched for him, and the timing was perfect. The video just got uploaded, LOL. So, is this Kang Woojin the rookie actor chosen by director Kyotaro? I looked this up because of that. The comment section exploded like a nuclear bomb. Appa, why have you been hiding this singing talent until now? Why? Thanks anyway. Kang Woojin, LOL. He hurried to upload this as soon as he got attention. Wow, when he hits the high notes, his voice slightly breaks, exuding raw masculinity. This vocal quality is something many idols can't even compare to. First upload, and already over 5,000 subscribers. Impressive. Passing by, I'm a Japanese language major. This guy's Japanese is good enough to pass as a native. Are you planning to debut in Japan? Is this your voice or a song? I knew it. Park Dae-ri. Just upload one more song. It's not satisfying enough. The composition is amazing, and the vocals are killer. This guy is not just good at acting. He's a cheat character. I really wish this could be released as an official track. It was a complete mess. Meanwhile, the news about the Kang Woojin's alter ego channel quickly spread from hand to hand. It first hit Woojin's fan club, Kang's Heart, and then flowed into various blogs, cafes, SNS, and messengers, etc. The speed of the rumor was extraordinary. Breaking news. Kang Woojin opened a YouTube channel, link. Everywhere on the internet in South Korea, the issue of director Kyotaro's Korean rookie actor was a hot topic. Debates and discussions were endless. Therefore, Kang Woojin's newly emerged YouTube channel instantly became a sensation. Cheat character Kang Woojin's vocal talent plus Japanese proficiency. GIF. Posts nicknamed Wrecker popped up rapidly, and countless netizens were drawn to the Kang Woojin's alter ego channel. The influx of viewers was enormous. Fireworks were bursting in dozens of places. The newcomers generally shared a similar sentiment. Who exactly is Kang Woojin? An actor of continuous surprises, possessing mysterious high-level vocal skills and native-like Japanese proficiency. It was an understandable reaction, given that Kang Woojin's path from his debut was anything but ordinary. What was peculiar here was, Kang Woojin seems to be a Zainichi Korean. TL. Zainichi means residing in Japan. Is he actually trained in acting in Japan and then moved to Korea? There was a flood of massive misunderstandings and misconceptions. I got it. Kang Woojin is definitely an identical twin, confirmed. There are two separate Kang Woojins, actor Kang Woojin and singer Kang Woojin. This part was something neither Kang Woojin nor Choi Sung-gun had intended. Regardless, the snowball of interest was rapidly growing. Meanwhile, at this moment, unlike online, the offline world hadn't fully grasped the situation yet. For instance, in a large Japanese restaurant in Seoul, many actors, including the top stars, were gathered. It was a pre-meeting for the upcoming script reading of Freezing Love, the next work by star writer Lee Wool-seon, scheduled 2 days later. Though it was officially a pre-meeting, it was essentially a dinner party. Kang Woojin had also been invited, but due to his conflicting schedule, he couldn't attend. Regardless, I wonder how Kang Woojin's sign language practice is going. Did he practice well? It's already a challenging role. The writer must have managed it carefully. Is it true, though, about Kang Woojin and director Kyotaro? For some reason, Kang Woojin was the topic of conversation among the actors. It wasn't strange, considering Woojin had been turning the entertainment industry upside down. They were also scheduled to meet him soon. The rookie actor picked by director Kyotaro? Isn't that just speculation by the journalists? It doesn't seem confirmed yet. This kind of hype isn't new in this industry. I personally think it's not true. Just because that rookie is hot these days, he's being pointed out. But I read an article saying it's quite credible. Kang Woojin won the acting award at misunderstanding, and it was presented by director Kyotaro. Would he have chosen him just because of that brief encounter? Behind their discussions, there was a mix of jealousy and genuine curiosity. The debate among the actors was quite heated. To be honest, looking at the projects Kang Woojin is in or scheduled for, it's already over the top, right? It'd take him over half a year just to learn his lines, let alone learn Japanese and go to Japan. Yeah, that's what I thought too. Sometimes, when I see news about Woojin, I think he's incredible. It's been only half a year since his debut, and he's managing all that. To keep up as he is, and then to debut in Japan too, he'd have to be an alien to pull that off. He's already an alien with what he's achieved so far. But if Kang Woojin really is that rookie actor, that would be legendary. It'd be an unprecedented event in history. There was a split opinion among them. This atmosphere was not just limited to the actors of Freezing Love, but was a general scene across the media, including various broadcasting stations across the Korean entertainment industry. As the afternoon waned, Kang Woojin's name was transitioning from Korea to Japan, following a pattern similar to how the issue had spread from Japan to Korea. You know about that Korean rookie actor-director Taniguchi talked about? In Korea, it seems to be narrowing down to an actor named Kang Woojin. Kang Woojin? Who's that? Never heard of him. Is he really a rookie in Korea? Kang Woojin. That actor. He appeared in Hanryang on Netflix. Hanryang. I watched that. Are you talking about the villain actor in the first episode? Kang Woojin. I was curious and looked him up. He's scary in dramas, but super cute on SNS. But it's not confirmed in Korea either, right? It's not a fact, just a rumor. To the Japanese public, who were only slightly buzzing about Korea's rookie actor, Kang Woojin has an SNS account? Gradually, the name Kang Woojin began to imprint itself in people's minds. Although it wasn't confirmed as a fact, curiosity drove them to continue their search. They moved from portal sites to Kang Woojin's SNS. At Woojin_in. Posts. 71. Followers. 1.83 million. Following. 9. And even onto YouTube. There were many results when searching for Kang Woojin on YouTube. There was even an official channel owned by Kang Woojin, with 2 uploaded videos. The second video seemed tailor-made for Japanese netizens. 1. Ilani / ballerina cover Japanese. Kang Woojin's alter ego. It was a Japanese cover of a K-pop song. Channel name. Kang Woojin's alter ego. Subscribers. 24,000. Videos. 2. The number of subscribers began to skyrocket. The next day, August 20th. The location was the event hall of a hotel in Seoul. The hall was filled with numerous tables, and dozens of journalists with large cameras were seated. There appeared to be at least 50 of them. Facing these journalists on the stage was Netflix male friend production announcement. A large poster hung prominently. It featured a still image of Kang Woojin and Wallin, along with the title Male Friend. The reason was simple. The hall was currently hosting the official production announcement of Male Friend. Therefore, in front of the poster, on the center stage, the main cast was seated. It started with director Shin Dong-chun, followed by writer Choi Na-na, Kang Woojin, and Wallin. They sat in a row, each with their own microphone. Director Shin Dong-chun was quite relaxed, as he was accustomed to such events. On the other hand, writer Choi Na-na, wearing round glasses, was visibly nervous. It was her first time at such an event, and she was naturally shy. Beside her, Woojin stood out. Kang Woojin, dressed in a neat navy suit, with his hair styled upwards, maintained a calm demeanor throughout the press conference. However, internally, he was overwhelmed by the flashing cameras and journalists. Crazy. How many are there? It's blinding. The shutter is going crazy. Wallin, dressed in a white dress, exuded confidence similar to director Shin Dong-chun. The atmosphere at the Male Friend press conference was a bit more relaxed than usual. It had been over 30 minutes since it started. As you know, Our Male Friend is the start of Netflix's short drama projects. It has been confirmed for release on Netflix in both Korea and Japan. During the production announcement of Male Friend, Director Shin Dong-chun was giving an introduction of the project, followed by his ambitions, and then writer Choi Nana's thoughts. And according to the cue sheet, next was Kang Woojin's turn. I worked hard on it. Even though it might be lacking, I hope you'll find it enjoyable. His tone was somewhat nonchalant, but sincere. Next, Wallen's aspirations weren't too lengthy either, keeping the mood balanced. Soon. Okay, now we will take some questions from the journalists. At the signal from the host, dozens of journalists eagerly raised their hands. They chose which journalist would ask the question. The first question was directed to director Shin Dong-chun. Yes, the journalist with the perm, please. Hello, director. A few years ago, you suddenly left the drama industry to pursue filmmaking, right? After that, you won the misunderstanding award with Exorcism. That's correct. I heard that you received numerous offers from the entire film industry, but you suddenly made a comeback to drama, and that too, a short drama series. Why is that? Haha, that's a pretty deep question to start with. Director Shin Dong-chun laughed awkwardly and glanced at Kang Woojin, seated third from him, before responding. I'll answer that as, I have a debt of gratitude to repay to Mr. Woojin. Immediately, the gazes of dozens of journalists all converged on Kang Woojin. In truth, everyone present had their own hidden agenda. Naturally, there was an overflowing interest in Kang Woojin, the center of numerous issues. But for now, they held back their eagerness. After the question to writer Choi Nana, it was the cynical, leg-crossed Kang Woojin's turn. Next, we have a question for Mr. Woojin. Whoosh. As if they had been waiting, all 50-plus journalists eagerly raised their hands. Their eyes were filled with longing, almost excessively so. Woojin thought to himself, what the heck, if I refuse to answer? It's like I'm asking to be slapped. Although he was inwardly reluctant, he maintained a dignified demeanor. It was tough, but he decided to choose a reporter who looked relatively gentle. Kang Woojin's choice fell on a female journalist sitting at the far right, who had kind-looking eyes. Soon, Woojin gestured towards the female journalist. Yes, the journalist in the shirt at the end. As soon as she was called, the female journalist stood up with a small smile. Woojin thought he had made a good choice. However, this thought shattered in just 1 second. The question thrown by the kind-looking female journalist was totally unexpected. Mr. Woojin, since we're talking about the launch of Male Friend in Japan, there's rampant speculation that you are the Korean rookie actor handpicked by the renowned Japanese director Kyotaro. What do you say about that? The media and public opinion are divided between yes and no, but recent public opinion seems to lean towards the theory that it's you. What are your thoughts on this? The female journalist's question instantly piqued the interest of the other dozens of journalists. Everyone seemed to share the same curiosity. However, the question was too sensitive. Therefore, director Shin Dong-chun signaled the host subtly, shaking his head slightly. It was a sign to cut off the question. Such scenes were common at press conferences, so the host quickly understood and was about to address the journalists. About that question. Yes. Kang Woojin, composedly raising the microphone, spoke in a low, nonchalant tone. I am that Korean rookie actor. It was a bold declaration. A brief silence flowed through the large hall. The entire Male Friend team, including Wallen and the more than 50 journalists, all looked stunned at Kang Woojin. This lasted for about 10 seconds. Then, towards Kang Woojin. Pabababababak. Pabababababab. A barrage of camera flashes erupted. Pabababababak. Pabababababab. Flashbulbs crazily burst towards Kang Woojin. The press conference for Male Friend transformed into what seemed like a personal press conference for Kang Woojin. Journalists relentlessly snapped photos without pause. On stage, Kang Woojin managed to maintain a poker face, though inside he wondered if this was reality or a dream. The flashing lights showed no sign of stopping. Whoa, I'm going to go blind at this rate. Yet, he couldn't show weakness. Woojin maximized his persona. Hold on. Stay dignified. Thanks to this, his cynical expression was captured vividly by over 50 reporters. Then, the questions came like bullets. Mr. Woojin, have you met director Kyotaro in person? When did the discussion start? What role will you play in the eerie sacrifice of a stranger? Have you met writer Akari? It's unprecedented, right? How much was the negotiation for the appearance fee? Mr. Woojin, over here this way. Have you met with the Japanese actors you're cast with? There are many projects lined up for you. Can you handle all of them? As a rookie actor, how did you land a leading role in a masterpiece by a Japanese master? Tell us about the process. The questions bombarded Kang Woojin like bullets, almost as fast as the flash of cameras. His eyes dazzled and ears rang. Woojin struggled to keep his composure. I don't know, please spare me. Whoa, this is crazy. At least give me time to answer. Despite his internal turmoil, the journalist's fervor only intensified. It was understandable, given Kang Woojin himself had confirmed the major news shaking both Korea and Japan. Any journalist who remained silent at this moment would be a fool. At this point, swoosh. Woojin's eyes, previously donning a lifeless expression, shifted. He looked past the crowd of journalists to the very end of the hall. There a man with a ponytail, Choi Sung-gun, was standing with his arms crossed and a slight smile. Their eyes met. Is this enough? Choi Sung-gun nodded slightly. Yes, well done. It was all a planned scenario. A premeditated nuclear bomb. The stage, the female reporter's questions, Woojin's straightforward acknowledgement, and the current madness. All orchestrated by Woojin and Choi Sung-gun before the press conference. Well, the straightforwardness was Woojin's own decision. Woojin, maybe, no, 100% sure, one of the reporters will ask about director Kyotaro. What will you do? I have no intention of avoiding it. Can't we talk about it now? Sure, we've finished discussing with director Kyotaro. If there's no problem, I'll go straight ahead. Haha, that's like you. Okay, I'll handle the aftermath. Go on. That's how the scene was created. Choi Sung-gun then smiled more broadly, watching the reporters in a frenzy. The picture turned out well. Behind him, a woman's voice chimed in. Phew, how do we calm this down? Turning around, Choi Sung-gun saw the plump Kim So-hyang approaching. Her calm demeanor suggested she, the Netflix executive director, also somewhat understood the situation. Confirmed by Choi Sung-gun's nonchalant response. Don't calm it down. Let's just leave. Thanks for accommodating my request, executive director. Oh, please. We should be the ones thanking you. Promotional power at press conferences is usually predictable, but look at this now. Where else can you get this kind of publicity effect? Male friend will be mentioned a lot too, both in Korea and Japan. Of course, the bomb went off at the male friend press conference. When I heard about revealing the scoop here, I thought it was perfect. Haha, you flatter me. Choi Sung-gun then subtly shifted the topic. Now you'll need to have a proper conversation with Netflix Japan. The game has changed. I know. You mean the upcoming promotional event in Japan? I'll communicate and expand its scale. We need to spread the word in the Japanese media as well. Director Kyotaro's side is probably moving too. I'll relay to the Japanese executive director to push firmly on male friend-related promotions. Executive Director Kim So-hyang replied with a grin. With all the buzz we've created, Woojin will be the hot topic in both Korea and Japan for a while. This was exactly what Choi Sung-gun had hoped for. It was all part of his plan, and the outcome was top-notch. Yes, fortunately. Meanwhile, despite the relentless flash and questions, Kang Woojin silently faced forward. Keep quiet from here on out, right? Naturally, it was Choi Sung-gun's request, to make the reporters even more anxious. At this point, Wallin, sitting to Woojin's right, was wide-eyed. What? What? She was staring at Woojin's side. She, too, was shocked. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Really? Is Woojin actually making a debut in Japan? And in a leading role in a film by director Kyotaro? Wallin had read the news articles, too. The buzz was too big to ignore, but she hadn't dared to ask Woojin directly, just held it in. And now, she realized it was all true. Instantly, her heart swelled with excitement. This is insane. Isn't Woojin the first one to do something like this? Yes, he's the first. Ah, why am I so happy? Her fangirl heart for Woojin bounced with joy. After all, her devotion was already immense, so seeing her favorite star succeed brought her pure elation. Then, swoosh. Perhaps because of the flash or noticing Wallen's gaze, Woojin, who had been facing forward, turned to her. She flinched immediately. Meanwhile, Woojin quietly observed her for a moment before speaking calmly. I'm sorry. For what? For surprising you. Oh, I couldn't tell you because it was confidential. Wallen shook her head furiously, though only internally. No, it's okay. It's really great news for you, Woojin. Yes, it just happened. You'll be acting in Japanese for director Kyotaro's film, right? TL. Acting in Japanese as in Japanese language. Yes, I'll do my best. My ultimate favorite's Japanese acting? Even better. Absolutely thrilling. Wallen internally cheered while calmly asking. You'll need to practice Japanese, then. I can help, I know some. Didn't I tell you? I can speak a little. Really? Wallen's desire surged. She was dying to know, to see it soon. Woojin's voice in Japanese, and acting. I'm already charmed. Meanwhile, director Shin Dong-chun, with his square jaw, was also looking at Woojin in surprise. However, he wasn't as shocked as the reporters. He had been somewhat certain when he first learned the news about director Kyotaro. Indeed, it had to be Woojin. He had been somewhat certain. Then, he silently mused to himself as he watched Woojin. From masters like director Kwon Ki-taek to a Japanese master. How big is he going to get? He speculated without realizing. At this rate, he might even make it to Hollywood by next year. 30 minutes later, around late lunchtime, in Bio, South Chungcheong Province. At the large set complex of Island of the Missing, ongoing construction for minor additions and repairs was in progress. Set maintenance was a never-ending process. With the recent script reading for Island of the Missing completed and the pre-production phase wrapping up, the final touches on the set were swiftly underway. In front of one of the buildings in the set area, director Kwon Ki-taek, a portly figure with a genial face, and his staff team of about a dozen people were visible. Led by director Kwon, they were inspecting the buildings that would be central to the shoot. Soon, while looking at the nearly completed shooting storyboard, director Kwon spoke. This building looks too new, doesn't it? Is it just me? Should I ask the set team to roughen up the exterior walls a bit? No, it's not just the walls. It's an issue of overall balance. Remove the door, break the windows. Make it look drastic. Yes, director. I will convey that. It was at this moment. Director. From the back, an assistant director with heavy dark circles under his eyes rushed over urgently. Naturally, director Kwon Ki-taek and the staff turned their heads, and the panting assistant director showed Kwon his phone. Please have a look at this. On his phone screen, there was a news article. Breaking news. At the Male Friend press conference, Kang Woojin declares, I am that Korean rookie actor/photo. It was an article obviously centered on Kang Woojin. It was a fact, not a mere speculation. As a result, the eyes of the dozen staff members widened. Is this really true? Are you sure it's not just another rumor? No. The media is going crazy right now. Articles are pouring out. Goodness, never thought I'd see such a case in my lifetime. Most of the reactions were of utter surprise. On the other hand, the calm director Kwon Ki-taek just softly smiled, as if he had anticipated all this. As I thought, the assistant director quickly asked, did you know about this, director? How could I have known? No, I didn't. But you don't seem surprised at all. I just remembered the expression on director Kyotaro's face when I saw him at the Misunderstanding Film Festival. That expression was, yes, similar to when I first saw Woojin. I suppose he felt the same as me. How could he resist after seeing such talent right in front of him? Still, I've been in the film industry for a while, and I've never seen anything like this. A rookie, less than a year in. As the assistant director trailed off, director Kwon slightly tilted his head. But Woojin is the lead in my movie, isn't he? Yes, of course. Yes, but what I mean is, I get it, I know what you mean. At that moment. But still, Woojin is impressive. Director Kyotaro may be slightly less renowned than you, director Kwon, internationally, but he's definitely a top name in Japan. The production manager, who was checking additional articles on his phone, joined in with a serious expression. Plus, the screenplay is by the internationally recognized novelist Akari Takikawa, whose best-selling book is the basis for the film. For a rookie actor like Kang Woojin to land a lead role in such a film is a monumental achievement in the film industry, both in Korea and Japan. Yes, it's enough to send the media into a frenzy. Yes. The production manager slowly nodded. Moreover, even if it's a coincidence, the build-up to this moment is staggering. The way it drew attention from both the Korean and Japanese media and public opinion seems almost too perfect to be mere coincidence. Director Kwon, stroking his chin, suddenly remembered the man with the ponytail. Choi Sung-gun. More precisely, he thought of his capabilities. Perhaps. But is it really a coincidence? I think it was intentional. Huh. No, never mind. Anyway, now that it's come to this, we should have a proper discussion with Woojin's side, right? I've heard he's already got a packed schedule, and now with director Kyotaro's project as well, our shooting schedule might clash with theirs. It was a valid point. Depending on how fast director Kyotaro's side moved, the filming dates might overlap. Both projects were significant, so if there was a clash, a suitable compromise would need to be found. But this wasn't a major issue. Such cases were common among top actors, especially those who worked on multiple projects. Whatever the case, Director Kwon asked the production manager. CEO Choi wouldn't have started this without a plan. We've set our crank-in date for around the 15th of next month, right? TL. Crank-in means shooting start, and crank-up meaning shooting end. Yes, Director. September 15th. It might change depending on the pre-production progress, but it should be around that date. Approximately 3 weeks. Then, Director Kwon, seemingly lost in thought as he looked over the set, softly mused. The overseas shoot in Vietnam is crucial. Let's focus our discussions around that. Meanwhile, Kang Woojin's straightforward confirmation was simultaneously erupting across the world. Official, the Korean rookie actor teased by director Kyotaro officially confirmed by Kang Woojin himself. Star pick, Kang Woojin calmly acknowledges. His role/photo. Immediately following the male friend press conference, the journalists present quickly spread their first-hand experiences and observations. Unprecedented, Kang Woojin joins a Japanese masterpiece as a newcomer. What's the reaction in Japan? With the addition of photos of Kang Woojin at the scene, the article's impact doubled. Consequently, numerous media outlets that weren't at the press conference also joined the fray. As expected versus really? Diverse public reactions to Kang Woojin's admission. Master director Kyotaro and world-renowned writer Akari's film lands Kang Woojin as lead, creating his own legend. Woojin's own confirmation of the buzzing rumors made the news even more sensational. Articles flooded in every minute, every second. The deluge of news articles, filled with various keywords, was like a torrential downpour, soaking the entire internet. It effectively blasted away the accumulated doubts and curiosity. The public and media quickly converged. Everywhere on the internet was abuzz with Kang Woojin's name, with comments like, "Really? I knew it. Insane, unbelievable, epic, gives me chills," etc. The comments and reactions were too numerous to list. It was beyond comparison to mere fireworks. This wasn't just a firework. It was like thousands of rockets exploding across the nation. The buzz quickly spread offline as well, starting with the broadcast industry. Wow. PD Jang. Look. At this. Kang Woojin openly admitted it. What? Really? He said it himself? Who would blatantly lie about this without going crazy? Man, this is going to turn everything upside down. In the vast entertainment industry. I had a feeling. I saw his YouTube channel videos. What are you talking about? Didn't I tell you yesterday? Kang Woojin speaks Japanese really well. Oh, and he sings well too, right? Yeah, it's confirmed. He admitted he's the one in director Kyotaro's project. What? That guy is really something. I respect him even though I'm his senior. Ever since he entered the scene, he's been unbeatable, right? Of course, the news reached the general public swiftly. Wow, Kang Woojin confirmed it. I just saw the article too. Everyone was guessing it wasn't him, but it turns out it's true. So, is Kang Woojin making his debut in Japan right after his debut here? It seems so. But really, Kang Woojin is amazing. How many actors in our country have a filmography like his? None, I'd say. How many lead roles does a rookie have like him? He sings incredibly well too. Did you see his YouTube cover of Alani's song in Japanese? His voice is mesmerizing. But why is Kang Woojin good at everything? I heard he's from a chaebol family. Is that true? Huh? I heard he has an identical twin. That there are actually 2 of them. In cafes, restaurants, subways, offices, and more, the name Kang Woojin grew increasingly prominent. Meanwhile, in Japan at the same time, after finishing a call somewhere, director Kyotaro Taniguchi, his hair streaked with gray, slowly lowered his phone inside a van. He then spoke in Japanese to the man sitting in the passenger seat. It's time to release our official press release regarding Woojin. Shortly after, director Kyotaro's team released their official statement, acknowledging Kang Woojin's straightforward admission. Exclusive. The Korean rookie actor and director Kyotaro Taniguchi's film is Kang Woojin. 6. 10 minutes. After the official statement from director Kyotaro's side was released, similar or nearly identical articles began to flood Japan. The Korean actor, officially announced by director Kyotaro Taniguchi, is Kang Woojin, a real newcomer. The issue was already a hot topic. The controversy had grown due to Kyotaro's interview and had attracted the attention of many. Toega, a film company, confirms Korean actor Kang Woojin for casting. Thus, the Japanese media replicated the official